Old Seven Gu wanted to spit out the unknown thing in his mouth, but a small chubby hand held his mouth tightly. She forgot that grapes are meant to be chewed. The medicine developed in the laboratory not only works well, but is also extremely bitter, more bitter than usual. Because of its intense bitterness, it has not yet been used in clinical treatments. Products from the lab are always of high quality. Tianbao handed the grapes in her hand to Old Seven. Taking advantage of his pained expression, she quietly picked up an empty bowl, poured some spiritual spring water into it, and held it close to Old Seven's mouth, eager to help. "Brother Seven, drink some water." Old Seven quickly opened his mouth and drank. The sweet spring water quickly washed away the bitter taste in his mouth. After drinking a few more sips, he felt very comfortable all over. Only after finishing the bowl did he seem to regain his senses. "Little sister, what did you just give me to eat?" Old Seven almost lost his remaining strength before he could speak. The taste was extremely bitter, more bitter than Huang Lian, a bitter herb. Tianbao smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She softly said, "Brother Seven, you ate grapes."
See.
"You're still holding grapes in your hand." At this moment, Old Seven slowly sat up. He looked down at the grapes in his hand, feeling the coolness of his palm, just like the chill he had just experienced when eating. Tianbao was still crouched on the ground, her heart pounding nervously. She saw Old Seven look at the grapes in his hand as if he believed her words, and her tense heart relaxed a little. Old Seven sat on the ground, looking at the grapes in his palm. A strand of black hair slipped from behind his ear to his chest. His handsome face was pale, showing signs of fatigue. After all the commotion, his originally pale lips now had a faint red tint, an unusual, yet interesting, sight. Tianbao couldn't help but observe him carefully. Despite his disheveled appearance, he still carried an air of nobility. Was she imagining things? Old Seven hesitated, unable to figure out what was truly going on. He extended his slender finger and carefully plucked a translucent grape, holding it up to his eyes. It was just an ordinary grape. He moved his lips as if hesitating, then finally brought the grape to his mouth and slightly opened it to swallow. The cool sensation made his tongue tingle with numbness. He bit down gently, and the juice burst in his mouth, releasing a sweet flavor that stimulated his taste buds. The fresh aroma of the grape quickly filled the air. The taste was normal. Perhaps the first grape was naturally more bitter. Old Master Gu was not troubled by this problem. He staggered to his feet, and Sweet Treasure, standing nearby, quickly followed, worried that Old Master Gu might have another mishap. Sweet Treasure kept urging Old Master Gu to rest, then turned to leave the main house. On the way, she met Fourth Brother, who was about to return to his room. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, hugging Fourth Brother's legs softly. She asked in a gentle voice, "Fourth Brother, why are you here?" Usually, Fourth Brother wouldn't come back at this time. Could it be that he came back specifically to take care of Seventh Brother? Old Fourth Brother rubbed Sweet Treasure's small head. His usually cold face showed a hint of warmth as he said, "I came back to get some books. Brother Chen called me to go out with him." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure was a bit confused, trying to remember who Brother Chen was. Suddenly, she recalled the dream she had recently, which was a real dream she experienced. She had been busy these past few days and almost forgot about it. Where is Fourth Brother going? It was just past noon now, which didn't match the scene from her dream, and her heart was tense. Fourth Brother is going to the study with Brother Chen to return the books borrowed a few days ago. He also planned to introduce a copying job to Brother Chen, but he didn't tell Sweet Treasure this because she was young, and he was afraid she wouldn't understand if he said too much. Although Sweet Treasure wasn't interested in books, she had to go with him. Since Fourth Brother was going out alone with Brother Chen, she wanted to observe carefully. "Fourth Brother, I want to go too," Sweet Treasure asked eagerly. Old Fourth Brother nodded without hesitation, as he couldn't refuse his little sister's request. Besides, it was a good chance to buy her some beginner books on her way to the study. Old Fourth Brother took a few books from the study room in the main house. When he reached the courtyard, he picked up Sweet Treasure, and they headed out together. The newly hired servant was already organized. At the gate, a servant was stationed there. Seeing fourth young master and eighth miss leaving, the servant immediately opened the gate and loudly said, "Good morning, fourth young master, eighth miss." The servant's sudden shout didn't scare Sweet Treasure. She looked at him and saw he was clever, smiling sweetly and obediently. She softly said, "Thank you, little brother." It was the first time the servant saw such a family. He was momentarily stunned. Old fourth brother understood his surprise. After nodding slightly, he carried Sweet Treasure out of the house and left a parting remark before they went. "Tell the old lady that I plan to take the young lady out for a walk, so she shouldn't worry." The servant received the order, followed the two people out, then closed the main door again. He hurried to the main hall, but when he arrived, he didn't see the old lady. Instead, he saw the eldest son. After relaying what the fourth young master said, he was dismissed. Qin Shui, sitting nearby, seemed a bit uncomfortable. She looked at the servant who had gone out and then glanced at her husband. She whispered, "Husband, I feel like all this is just a dream. They were only here to visit the younger brother-in-law in the city, so why did they rent a house and buy servants?" Gu Laoda's eyes deepened, but he didn't answer Qin Shui right away. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Things will get better from now on. As the eldest wife, you might have to endure some hardship. Now that the second brother is not here, you will need to rely on yourself more." Qin Shui playfully scolded Gu Laoda. She knew all this, but just thinking about her second brother and sister-in-law made her sigh. She wondered where the second brother had gone. It had been so long, and he hadn't even sent a letter. Could something have happened? Pa. Qin Shui quickly shook off her wild thoughts. The second brother was blessed by heaven. He would be safe and sound. Now that there was a young sister-in-law at home, life was better. The second brother would only be safer. Two elderly men with white hair traveled from the waterway to the city. They arrived only a few days ago and summoned their secret guards to find out where the unfilial son was. Now, outside the Sweet Treasure's house, two sneaky people hid beside a parked carriage, peeking at the tightly closed gate. They looked at the gate from afar and seemed happy just to see it. Suddenly, the gate opened wide. A tall figure stepped out, holding a soft baby in his arms. An old man watching from a distance saw the baby, and suddenly tears welled up in his eyes. But a hand reached out from behind and pulled him back. Gu Laosi carried Sweet Treasure out of the house. As he stepped down the stone stairs, he suddenly felt a gaze on them. When he looked over, he saw a lone carriage parked nearby. Gu Laosi frowned and looked away, thinking he might have imagined it. Sweet Treasure snuggled in Gu Laosi's arms, unaware of what had just happened. She closed her eyes and yawned, feeling sleepy. Her eyes half closed, but she forced herself to open them again. Old Forgu's study is located near the academy. At this moment, it is still during rest time. Outside the study, many students are gathered, holding books and whispering to each other. Sweet Bao, who was originally overwhelmed by drowsiness, suddenly lost sleep when seeing this scene. She looked around excitedly, full of energy. Many students study hard for the imperial exams, spending 10 years in cold study. Some chase after high positions, while others lose their way in the glittering, worldly life. Old Forgu held Sweet Bao carefully and moved through the crowd toward the study. As he walked, he looked up and saw Chen Qing waiting at the door. "Brother Chen," Old Forgu called out. Sweet Bao turned her head to look at the voice. Standing in the sunlight, Chen Qing looked like a sunny youth. When he saw Old Forgu approaching, he waved happily. Sweet Bao thought that Chen Qing probably took friendship seriously at this time. Before she could think more, Old Forgu carried her to Chen Qing. He smiled, his eyes curved, and said in a soft voice, "Hello, Brother Chen." After Old Forgu entered, Chen Qing noticed that he still carried a soft, pink bundle. A familiar voice reached his ears. He remembered this voice. This little baby was Gu Yunqi's younger sister. Chen Qing smiled and nodded when he saw Gu Yunqi holding his sister. "Hello, Gu family girl," he said quickly. Old Forgu nodded slightly, as if replying for his little sister. Brother Gu, I heard there are new books in the study, said to be compiled by the top scholar. They are very rare, Chunqing said as he walked inside with old Forgu. Old Forgu knew about this. The number of books was indeed small, only 10, but with so many noble families in the city, how could they get them? He thought for a moment and said, Brother Chen, such rare books are probably already claimed by the children of officials. It's better for us to focus on the books we've collected before. Also, the important parts one marked for you can be reviewed carefully again. Old Forgu was confident in his ability. He thought that instead of spending time reading others' insights, he should understand the essence of the books. Moreover, he must become the top scholar. Old Forgu returned the books to the study and borrowed a few more. But Sweet Bao, still in his arms, pulled his hand and looked at her older brother with a soft, baby voice, saying, Fourth brother, buy books. We have space at home. She initially didn't know that fourth brother was bringing books for the study room and thought they were for Qing. To her surprise, he was actually reading them himself. Sweet Bao's thoughts were simple. Fourth brother was very knowledgeable, and the books must have notes in them. Books with notes are treasures, and she wanted to share them with the nephews at home, so they could learn as well as fourth brother. Old Fourth Gu didn't understand what his sister meant, but he touched the few coins left in his pocket. Even if he wanted to buy a book, he probably couldn't afford it. Just as he was about to refuse his little sister, he suddenly felt a small, chubby hand shove a piece of paper into his palm. In that moment, Old Fourth Gu was sure that the paper was a banknote and was very certain of it. His eyes showed surprise as he looked at Sweet Bao, seeming a bit confused. She leaned against his neck and whispered, Fourth brother, this is your pocket money. Please take it. The money was given to her earlier by Old Master Gu, but she hadn't used it yet. After coming to the city, she thought her father would give fourth brother some pocket money, but over the past few days, she noticed he not only didn't give money, but also seemed hostile. Sweet Bao couldn't understand these feelings, but she knew fourth brother couldn't be without money. A warm feeling rose in Old Fourth Gu's heart. He was about to return the banknote, but Sweet Bao tightly held her pocket and pretended to be asleep, leaning on his shoulder, making him dare not move. Reluctantly, he accepted the hot banknote, bought the book, and carefully kept the remaining silver close to his body. Then, he carried Sweet Bao with one arm and held the book in the other, heading toward Qing. Qing, glancing from the corner of his eye, saw Gu Yunqi walking over with books in hand. He thought Gu Yunqi was borrowing books again, so he looked up and asked, Have you chosen? Old Fourth Gu held the books and slightly raised them in front of Qing. He didn't mention that he bought them himself. Instead, he remembered the copying work and quickly said, The study manager asked me a few days ago if anyone wanted to copy books. I thought of you. Today I want to ask if you're interested. If so, I'll take you to see the manager later. Old Fourth Gu's words were just to find Qing a way to earn money. He knew Qing's difficulties, so he asked the study manager for this job. The requirements for the job were very high. That day, he visited the manager with Qing's calligraphy copy, and at first, the manager was hesitant. But when he saw the copy, he agreed easily. After all, Qing's handwriting was excellent, which earned him this opportunity. Sweet Bao, pretending to be casual, turned her head to the other side and faced Qing. She clearly saw Qing's expression after hearing this. At first, he froze, then quickly lowered his head with a happy smile on his face, even his eyes showing joy. If not for the clenched fists, even Sweet Treasure might have been fooled. Qing smiled, but his fists were clenched in anger, trying hard to hold back his rage. Sweet Treasure's eyes darkened. She sensed this was a warning sign, but she felt powerless. She knew what was happening but couldn't stop it. She was just a child and could ask some questions. Fourth brother, is the study very strict about copying books? Gu Laozi didn't understand what his sister meant but patiently explained, adding more details so she could understand better. The person in charge of the study is very strict about handwriting. If the writing isn't neat, it won't pass inspection, he said. Then he looked at Qing and added, Your brother Chen's handwriting is very good. Originally, the person in charge didn't agree, but when I showed him your brother Chen's copybook, he quickly agreed and let him copy. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure praised her fourth brother silently and then looked at Chen Qing's relaxed hand, feeling a little relieved. Chen Qing didn't expect this reason. He initially felt a bit embarrassed, but that feeling was instantly gone, replaced by guilt. He actually doubted that Gu Yunqi meant to humiliate him. He opened his mouth, wanting to apologize to Gu Yunqi, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Sweet Treasure's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Qing and cheerfully said, "Brother Chen is so amazing." Gu Laoxi's expression stiffened. He kept smiling on the outside, but secretly wondered if his little sister thought his handwriting was not good enough. "Brother Chen, you can go ahead and look around for now. It's getting late. I'll take my little sister home." Gu Laoxi nodded slightly to Chen Qing. After that, he saw Chen Qing nod and praised Sweet Treasure a few more words. Then Gu Laoxi lowered his eyes, hiding a strange light in them. Gu Laoxi clenched the books he was holding, including the beginner's books he bought for his little sister. He had originally planned to give them to her, but when he thought about how she praised Chen Qing's handwriting, he felt uncomfortable. Is his handwriting not good? Why praise someone else? So, he decided to copy a beginner's book at home for his little sister to practice, starting with his own handwriting. He planned to do this with all his future books. With his decision made, Gu Laoxi's steps became lighter. Held in her arms, the sweet little girl felt a bit dizzy and sleepy. All her energy, which she had just barely managed to gather earlier, was now completely gone, and she was overwhelmed by sleepiness. Soon, the little girl fell into a sweet sleep in old Fourth Gu's arms. He didn't realize she had fallen asleep until he heard her faint snoring. He paused and looked at her. He tilted his head, trying to see clearly, but he could only hear her soft snoring very clearly. Why is my little sister becoming more and more adorable? Even her snoring sounds so cute. Old Fourth Gu's smile grew gentler. He loosened his grip on her to make her sleep more comfortably. When they returned home, the little girl was still sleeping. She occasionally licked her lips, as if dreaming of something delicious. Old Fourth Gu placed her in a side room. At this moment, Gu Yan returned to her room and saw her fourth brother coming out. She looked a bit surprised and called out fourth brother. Hearing her voice, old Fourth Gu knew who it was. He quickly turned around, shushed her softly to keep her voice down, and gestured toward the room. Gu Yan immediately understood. Her little sister was still sleeping, but Gu Yan thought her fourth brother was being too cautious. She remembered that when she got up in the past, no matter how deeply her little sister was sleeping, she would sit up immediately and start asking questions even before her eyes opened. Thinking of this, Gu Yan quietly tiptoed away without turning back and headed toward the water basin. Old Fourth Gu watched her figure and felt that she looked thinner than the image in his mind. He frowned and followed behind her. "Sixth sister, during the days I was away, was everything at home all right?" Old Fourth Gu asked as he stepped beside her. He didn't distrust seventh brother, but now that seventh brother had been mistreated, he seemed less trustworthy. Gu Yan was a bit surprised. She turned her face slightly to look at her fourth brother walking beside her, then lowered her head and quietly said, "Everything at home is fine, but it's been little sister. Little sister is still young, but she's very brave." Gu Yan remembered that night when she secretly went mountain climbing, which no one in the Gu family knew about even now. If others found out, she might get scolded too. Thinking of this, she shivered and quickly changed the subject. "It's all thanks to little sister's ginseng. Without it, how could our family afford a manor or buy a carriage?" Old Fourth Gu listened carefully and even nodded in agreement with Gu Yan's words. He stopped and turned to look at Gu Yan. Compared to a few months ago, Gu Yan's baby fat had faded, making her look more charming. Her big, watery eyes carried a hint of innocence, and her every gesture seemed to reflect a little of the sweet child's innocence. He rubbed his eyebrows, then looked up at Gu Yan and said, "Sixth sister, third sister, and fifth sister are not at home. Please tell me about the family matters later, especially about the little sister." He paused and added, "I can't believe my sixth sister has grown into a young lady now." He sighed. In the past, when she was at home, Sixth sister rarely helped out with chores. She mostly watched her nephews and played with the children. Grandma Gu didn't let Gu Yan look after the sweet child, mainly because the child was too young and Grandma Gu was worried she might become too wild like her youngest daughter. But since Gu Yan came to the city, she seemed to have grown up overnight. Her eyes became more determined, and she even developed a love for cooking. Old Fourth Gu took out a box of rouge from his pocket. The box was carved with intricate patterns and felt heavy in his hand. He handed it to Gu Yan, but his face suddenly looked awkward. Since childhood, he had always looked up to old Seventh Gu, and Gu Yan was usually accompanied by her third sister and others. He never felt as close to Gu Yan as he did to old Seventh, always feeling like something was missing. This rouge was bought by him earlier and had been kept on him. He wanted to find a chance to send it home, but before he could, the Gu family arrived in the city. Lately, he had been observing and trying to see what he was missing, but he hadn't found anything. Then he realized what he lacked was love for his sixth sister. She was his sister, and he loved her deeply. Keep this rouge. Fourth brother has no money now, but I will buy you more in the future. The money old Fourth Gu had was from Sweet Baby. Apart from that, he truly had no other wealth. Gu Yan looked down in a daze at the rouge box in her hand. It was made of wood, with complex patterns carved on it, and felt heavy. Her delicate fingers gently clenched the box, and a warm feeling spread in her heart. She understood what her fourth brother meant, but she had never cared much about it. Because he loved Sweet Baby just like she did, that was enough for her. Thank you, fourth brother. Gu Yan raised her eyes and looked directly at old Fourth Gu. She softly thanked him, but did not lower her head as she usually did after speaking. Instead, she stared straight at old Fourth Gu. Seeing her reaction, old Fourth Gu smiled kindly and gently patted her head. He softly said, "You've been busy all day. Go rest for a while." Gu Yan nodded and tightly clenched her rouge box with her pale fingers. When she turned to leave, old Fourth Gu clearly saw her ears turn red. He suddenly smiled silently. Indeed, all the women of the Gu family are wonderful. The next day, Sweet Bao woke up early and pulled Sixth sister out of the house. Now that there was a cook and two maids helping at home, Sixth sister no longer needed to stay in the kitchen all the time. So, Sweet Bao felt safe to bring her out. The little maid Xiaohe, who had been following her, was kept at home to pass messages to Grandma Gu when she woke up. Gu Yan wanted to carry Sweet Bao and leave together, but a chubby little hand kept refusing. She had been hugged all day yesterday and felt like she might forget how to walk if she didn't get some ground under her feet soon. Gu Yan couldn't resist Sweet Bao and agreed to her request, but she insisted on holding her hand. Sweet Bao had no problem with that. On a busy, lively street, they saw a tall woman holding a small, chubby child. The child occasionally bounced happily, looking very joyful. Gu Yan asked around while walking, inquiring which restaurant in the city had the best food. Out of 10 people, 9 said the same place called Drunken Phoenix Tower. This restaurant was very large, larger than any other in the city. It was the biggest she had seen. Hearing this description, Gu Yan felt a surge of excitement she couldn't hold back. She looked down at her little sister and saw her calm, almond-shaped eyes, not showing any excitement about the restaurant. At this moment, Gu Yan wondered to herself, why was she so excited? Her last bit of excitement disappeared, and she remained as calm as Sweet Bao. But Sweet Bao, though appearing calm, was very happy inside. It was the first time she saw such a large restaurant in the city. She thought for a moment and secretly touched her small money pouch. The pouch was thinner and lighter than before. She wanted to go to the bank to withdraw some money but hesitated, worried she might scare Sixth sister. She sighed quietly. Suddenly, she remembered the ginseng she had dug up on the mountain, the large one she sold earlier. When she last entered her space, she took a quick look at that ginseng. It was growing very fast. A ginseng that normally takes 100 years to grow now seemed like a 200-year-old ginseng. She remembered she had a 100-year-old ginseng. Sweet Bao came up with an idea. Using her sleeve for convenience, she retracted one hand into her sleeve. She took out 100-year-old ginseng from her space. With her sleeve, she easily slipped the ginseng inside her sleeve, holding it with her small hand. From the outside, it looked just like any normal sleeve, with no sign of anything unusual. After making sure she had the ginseng, Sweet Bao didn't rush to drunken Phoenix Tower. Instead, she pulled her friend to a nearby clinic, though she couldn't tell what it was called. Guyan was a bit confused. Why did they come to the clinic? Could it be that her little sister was feeling unwell? She asked immediately, "Little sister, are you feeling sick?" Sweet Bao didn't explain much. Instead, she secretly slipped the ginseng she was holding into Gu Yan's hand. Gu Yan looked anxious, waiting for Sweet Bao to answer. But the next moment, a warm little hand reached into her palm. Before she could react, she felt a prickly, itchy sensation in her hand, as if something had been put inside. She clenched her hand slightly and touched it with her fingers. Only then did she realize that the ginseng was lying in her palm. Her anxious expression disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise. Where did this ginseng come from? Sixth sister, let's go inside. After slipping the ginseng into Gu Yan's hand, Sweet Bao pointed with her chubby finger toward the clinic. Gu Yan nodded blankly and walked forward heavily, her mind filled with questions about how the ginseng had come to her. As they entered the clinic, the strong smell of medicinal herbs hit them. The scent was thick and pungent, making them feel a bit uncomfortable. Sweet Bao frowned, covering her nose with her small hand, and stopped in place. She looked up and said to Gu Yan, "Sixth sister, let's go somewhere else." She didn't explain why. Gu Yan just nodded, since the smell in this room was really unpleasant. Just as the two were about to leave, a voice stopped them from behind. "Are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor?" An elderly voice made them stop in their tracks. They both turned around to look. It was an old man with a kind face, a white beard, and a gentle smile. As he spoke, he stroked his beard. His eyes looked kind and warm, making people feel safe at first glance. But somehow, when Sweet Bao saw the old man's gentle face, she couldn't help but step back. She felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. Perhaps because the sweet child retreated, the old man noticed and smiled gently, saying, "Are you here to see the doctor, young lady?" The sweet child clenched the small hand held by her older sister. Guyan looked back at the old man, spoke calmly, "We were in a hurry to leave and didn't bring any money. We will go home to get it and come back later." She was about to turn and leave. But a small medicinal boy from the shadows blocked her way. The boy nodded arrogantly, then gestured with his chin and said, "My master is asking you. Why are you answering questions that weren't asked?" The old man stroked his beard, slowly stepped forward, but his eyes fixed on the small bundle of flesh, flashing a sharp glint. He looked up at Gu Yan and said, "It's okay if you didn't bring money. I will go with you to treat the sick. Don't worry. You don't need to pay for the consultation. I will treat for free." He then called out another small medicinal boy from the shadows, who carried a wooden box with a strap over his shoulder. Seeing this, the sweet child frowned slightly, wondering if they had encountered a black shop. She looked at the two small medicinal boys again. They were not tall, but very thin, with unnaturally pale faces, dull eyes, yet with a hint of hostility. She had never seen people like this before. Guyan frowned, feeling more uneasy. She quickly hugged the sweet child, pretending to be calm, and said, "There's no need. My father's illness isn't serious, just a common cold. I should go home to get some money and come back for the medicine." After speaking, she held the small hand and slowly moved toward the door. Luckily, after entering the clinic, they were overwhelmed by the smell inside and dared not go deeper, staying near the entrance. The old man saw their movements, and his smile disappeared. He coldly waved his hand and said sharply, "Catch the little one for me." The sweet child's eyes widened in surprise, not realizing they were targeting her. Gu Yan immediately tried to run out with the sweet child, but the two small medicinal boys quickly blocked her. One went to catch the sweet child, while the other distracted Gu Yan. The sweet child gritted her teeth, knowing they wouldn't get any advantage this way. She turned around, broke free from Gu Yan's hold and forcefully pushed her out the door. On the busy street, people came and went. Gu Yan was pushed out, and the small medicinal boys didn't dare chase after her, as their target was that chubby girl. After Tian Bao saw Gu Yan run away, she felt relieved. She had space to breathe and was not afraid. Her only fear was that she couldn't protect Sixth Sister. Tian Bao knew that only if Sixth Sister escaped could she have a chance to be saved. Two young medicine helpers approached and restrained Tian Bao. An old man nearby didn't seem to care about the person who had run away, since they were about to leave anyway. Bind her up and hand her over to me. Follow the plan and get the carriage moving quickly to leave here. At this moment, the old man looked serious as he turned around, carrying the tied-up Tian Bao away from the clinic. Xiao Peng was held in someone's arms, feeling very uncomfortable. She hadn't eaten breakfast, so her stomach was empty, and her limbs felt weak. Wait! There was something wrong with the smell of herbs inside the room. Now, Tian Bao felt very weak all over. Even her hands and feet seemed to go numb. She wanted to move but couldn't. The old man looked down at the immobile Tian Bao and sneered, saying, "Little girl, don't move. Someone who can hold on after using my softening powder is really a good candidate." He seemed to talk to himself. Such a good candidate. I wonder if she's willing to give me a try. Maybe I can use her as a test subject. Tian Bao didn't say anything. She had been listening to this old man talk all the way. She could only stay silent. As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much. Let this old man talk a little longer. The old man carried Tian Bao to a room. After looking around and seeing nothing unusual, he pushed open the door and went inside. Tian Bao felt dizzy from being swung around. When she entered, she looked up and saw it was a study room. He walked to a bookshelf, turned a vase on it, and suddenly heard a loud rumbling. The entire bookshelf moved aside. This was a secret passage. When the bookshelf was fully moved away, a strong smell of decay mixed with heavy bloodstains filled the air, making her feel nauseous. Tian Bao's face turned pale, not because she was scared, but because she wanted to but couldn't. The old man stepped inside, pressed a switch on the wall, and suddenly candles lit up, illuminating the secret passage. Tian Bao lifted her head to look around briefly, then quickly lowered it. She was still being carried by the old man. Looking at the stairs below, she saw a layer of dust on both sides, but the middle was very smooth, showing that this secret tunnel had been built a long time ago. As Tian Bao was lost in wild thoughts, the old man walking ahead suddenly stopped and approached a wooden door. He reached out and opened it. Inside, the strong smell of blood grew even more intense. He put Tian Bao down, looked at her pale face, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He chuckled softly. He untied the ropes from Tian Bao and threw her into the room, then turned and walked away. Such a small child, scared to the point of speechlessness. Why bother to watch over such a tiny kid? The old man didn't understand, but he was in a hurry and couldn't think too much. First, he needed to destroy the mechanism in the study. Now, with 3 carriages arranged, they should have already left the city. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Once the danger passed, that little girl would become his best work. The old man no longer cared about medicine or others. He only wanted to create the best work. Gu Yan desperately ran toward the Gu family estate, not daring to look back, just pushing forward with all her might. When she reached the gate, she staggered up the steps, patted the door, and it was quickly opened from inside. The young servant opened the door, saw the 6th miss lying on the ground, and was shocked. When he looked around and saw only her, his face turned pale. Earlier that morning, he had let 2 young ladies out. He didn't dare go forward to help the 6th miss and stood trembling in place. Gu Yan felt her body growing weak, unable to even sit up, and she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. She looked up at the servant and sternly said, "Hurry and find the old madam and the master. Say that Miss 8th is in trouble. Go quickly." Gu Yan watched the servant standing still and couldn't help but shout sharply. The servant seemed to snap out of his shock and hurriedly ran toward the main hall. At this time, the Gu family had just finished their meal. Outside the door, Gu Yan was still on the ground, her eyes slightly red, seeming angry at her own helplessness as she was protected by her younger sister. Near the carriage outside, two heads peek out, their white hair shining brightly in the sunlight. "Isn't that our sixth granddaughter? Why is she crying?" The old ancestor of the Gu family looked carefully at the person and frowned, unable to help asking. An elderly woman with white hair beside him also looked over and saw it was indeed the third young lady. Her brow furrowed slightly, puzzled about why she looked like that. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, waved her hand, and summoned a hidden guard lurking in the shadows. How could the sixth miss be like this? The person summoned was the hidden guard leader, codenamed Silver. He wore a silver mask on his face, was tall, and highly skilled in martial arts. At this moment, Silver bowed to the old lady and, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "Respectfully, madam, Miss 6 and Miss 8 went out earlier." Before he finished, Silver's eyes widened. Miss 6 and Miss 8 went out together, but now only Miss 6 has returned in a state of disarray. It seems Miss 8 may have had an accident. Miss 8, I fear something has happened to her. Old Lady Gu's face hardened, showing a look of urgency. Her eyes turned cold as she said sharply, "Gather all the secret guards. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground of the city, find that person for me." Old Lady Gu shot a sidelong glance at her husband and added, "Don't cause trouble. You go home and wait for news." After saying that, she turned and left. Only the ancestor of the Gu family remained standing there. He furrowed his brows. His obedient granddaughter was missing. How could he wait calmly? After thinking for a moment, he turned and headed toward the back door of the Gu residence. The young servant hurriedly ran towards the main hall, stumbling along the way. At this time, everyone in the Gu family was eating. Old Master Gu had little appetite, mainly because his beloved daughter was not there. Just after sighing, the servant burst into the hall in a hurry. "Master, something's wrong. Miss 8 has had an accident." His words caused everyone in the Gu family to stand up in shock. Old Master Gu was so startled that he knocked his bowl onto the table, trembling all over, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Where is Miss 6? He asked the servant. "Miss 6 is in a bad state. She's fallen at the door." As soon as the servant finished speaking, young Master Gu 4 rushed out like a gust of wind. The Gu family members quickly followed toward the door. Young Master Gu 4 reached the front gate of the residence first. From afar, he saw a person lying at the door, struggling to get up. He hurried forward and carried Gu Yan back to a side room. The Gu family members all rushed after young Master Gu 4 into the room. Old Lady Gu told her 2 daughters-in-law to take good care of the children and let them handle the worrying matters. Gu Yan was lying on the bed, coughing a few times. It seemed her consciousness was drifting, so she quickly grasped fourth brother's hand and said, "Fourth brother, go to Baolin Medical Hall. My younger sister is still inside." Before she finished, a wave of weakness swept over her, and she fainted. Old Master Gu quickly sent someone to find a doctor. Meanwhile, young Master Gu 4 was about to go to Baolin Medical Hall alone but was stopped by Old Master Gu. "You go alone. I don't feel comfortable. Old Master Gu and Old Master Chi will accompany you." Old Master Gu wishes he could go himself, but Gu Yan. Grandmother Gu notices Old Master Gu's hesitation. Both the palm and back of his hand are flesh, and none of it is easy to worry about. She immediately walks over to him and says, "Go with fourth brother and the others. I am here at home. Bring the guards along quickly." After thinking, she realizes only the idle dark guards in the backyard might be useful. Old Master Gu nods and tells the 3 brothers, "You 3 go to Baolin Medical Hall first. Remember to investigate secretly. Do not let them know. I will come later." Then he hurriedly heads to the backyard. The 3 brothers exchange glances, then secretly gather their strength. Together, they perform light skills and fly out. Old Master Gu 4 knows the location of Baolin Medical Hall, as mentioned by Sixth Sister. Grandmother Gu has always known about the brothers' martial arts, but others in the family do not. At this moment, both daughters-in-law are shocked. Gu Qing was surprised at first, but quickly recovered, looking worriedly at Gu Yan lying in bed, praying silently for little treasure. After old Master Gu reaches the backyard, he finds an uninvited guest there. His brows furrow deeply, and he looks at the white-haired old man with disbelief. He seems stunned for a moment, then quickly regains his composure, his brows tightening and face showing displeasure. He speaks unhappily, "Old man, why are you here? Aren't you in the capital? Who allowed you to come out? Coming to my house so openly is not proper." The Gu family ancestor looks at this unfilial son with anger in his eyes. Faced with his son's series of questions, he doesn't want to answer a word. Instead, he says, "You useless fellow, how did I give birth to someone like you? You can't even look after a girl properly. If you can't, let me and your mother take the child back." He means to prevent his son from constantly eyeing the old couple's granddaughter. Old Master Gu is choked by his father's words. He no longer feels like arguing because his father is right, he did lose his daughter. If he had woken up earlier and followed the children, none of this would have happened. After all, he has martial arts skills and ordinary people can't stand up to him. Ultimately, it's his fault as a father. "Dad." Old Master Gu lowered his head and called out, "Dad," causing the Gu family ancestor to stiffen. It seemed he hadn't heard his third son call him that in many years, not even in their letters. "You little guy, your mother has already instructed the secret guards to search secretly. But this time, they can't make a big fuss. The imperial exams are coming soon, and many officials have already arrived in the city secretly." If the Gu family ancestor paused halfway through his words. He didn't need to say more. Old Master Gu understood the key point. Old Master Gu reached out and called over the man in black standing nearby, who was the head of the Gu family's secret guards in the capital, code named Xian. "Xian, go find Yin and tell him to focus on searching for Baoland Medical Clinic." Old Master Gu shared important news he learned from Gu Yan with the secret leader, as only he could find the hidden master. Xian, upon hearing the order, quickly gathered his energy and used light skills to fly away. The Gu family ancestor was also very anxious. He wished he could go himself, but after recalling his wife's orders, he paced back and forth nervously, which made old Master Gu quite annoyed. "Dad, you should go back to the inn quickly. I'll find out more." After speaking, he also gathered his energy and flew away, causing the Gu family ancestor to stomp his foot in place. An inn? Does he think he can't afford a house? The 14th son and the others arrived at Baolin Medical Clinic. At this moment, the clinic's door was tightly shut, with all the windows closed so tightly that not even a fly could get in. The 14th son asked his older brother and 7th younger brother to investigate nearby. He himself planned to quietly sneak into the clinic. Just as he lifted his foot to move, he saw two very fast figures flash into the clinic. Seeing this, the 14th son frowned and secretly followed. Everything happening outside didn't affect Sweet Bao's mood at all. No, she was trying to chat with the little brother. Initially, after being thrown in, Sweet Bao felt weak all over. It wasn't until she secretly drank a sip of spiritual spring water that her weakness faded, and she gradually regained some senses. Once she had her strength back, she stood up to stretch her muscles, planning to stay in her space for a few months. After all, 1 month outside was only a day inside the space. Staying a few months meant only a few days of disappearance. She had planned everything carefully, to drive away Sixth Sister so she could escape freely. At worst, she would hide inside the space. If she brought Sixth Sister along, she wasn't sure if Sixth Sister could enter the space. If she couldn't, she wouldn't be able to protect her. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to take a chance and drive Sister Six away. Those people wouldn't risk coming back to bring her back, especially since her gaze on the old man seemed to be fixed on her alone from the start. Just as the sweet treasure activity was ending, I took a few steps forward but accidentally tripped over something on the ground. I fell flat, expecting pain, but only heard a dull sound beside me. My face turned pale instantly. Did I just crush someone? I quickly got up from the ground and sat down nearby. Before I could wonder why I was uncomfortable, I heard a gentle, pleasant voice. Hurts my hand. Hearing this, I reached out and touched the object under my bottom. It felt soft and a little squishy, with a skin-like texture when I poked it. Could it be? I remembered the person I fell on earlier. That uncomfortable thing on the ground was probably them. I hurriedly stood up. The little fat boy shrank back and said to the dark figure on the ground, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't see anyone." You're probably a person, right? The dark shape on the ground moved slightly. It was weak and lying there, emanating a cold feeling. But for me, I couldn't feel any coldness at all. I stared carefully at the dark thing, trying to see clearly. The only light was a burning black candle high on the wall, casting a faint glow that didn't reach me. I squinted and thought I saw a small, somewhat grown-up person. But I wasn't sure if it was really a person. If it wasn't, then the feeling I had just now was real. If it was, then who was that dark thing? Who are you? I crouched down carefully, afraid I might step on it again. The kid on the ground suddenly understood and pointed his finger. He felt his strength returning bit by bit, and his body gained some energy. His head was still dizzy, so he shook it lightly. Then he slowly turned his head toward the voice. He didn't understand why someone would like to squat behind him and talk, and he felt as if his hand had just been stepped on, and someone had poked him with a tiny finger. Although he felt weak all over, it didn't mean he was numb or without feeling. "Why aren't you talking?" I know. You probably can't talk, right? Sweet Bao waited for a long time, but didn't hear anyone speak. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and said, if it weren't for the black shadow on the ground moving now and then, she wouldn't dare talk to the other person. After all, she was afraid of seeing things she shouldn't see. Such a pity. You were also brought here by someone, right? I'll tell you, I was also kidnapped. Sweet Bao squatted on the ground, unable to resist looking around. The surroundings were all walls, with no windows. Under the faint candlelight, she could see a little. But in this dark room, she was worried she might suffocate before anyone came to rescue her. Sweet Bao was both scared and nervous. Although her internal core was that of an adult, this was her first time experiencing such a kidnapping. It was impossible not to feel nervous and scared. When she got nervous, she couldn't help but talk a lot. I don't know if my father and mother will come to rescue me when they see that sixth sister has gone back. I don't even remember the name of this clinic. Luckily, sixth sister ran out. With my small arms and legs, I'm afraid I'd be caught again if I tried to run out a few steps, let alone see my parents. Luckily, it was sixth sister who ran out. I wonder if my father and brothers will come to save me. After all, I am so cute they should come back. Sweet Bao sighed again, once more feeling grateful that sixth sister escaped. She didn't even remember the clinic's name, worried that if she had gone out alone, she wouldn't be able to get help. And in the darkness, Sweet Bao looked down at her chubby little body and sighed again. She never thought that one day, her own flesh would be the thing holding her back. She made up her mind for the 18th time to lose weight. Sweet Bao talked for a long time, but didn't get any response. She was worried that the shadow might be dead. The thought of that possibility made her even more anxious. Her small body crouched down, took a few small steps forward, and started feeling around. She leaned slightly forward, reached out with her chubby little hands, and after a few touches, she felt a soft, fleshy area. She pinched it gently, hearing a sound. A smile appeared on Sweet Bao's face as she secretly thought, this person is not dead. Feeling happy, she pressed a little harder on the flesh, enjoying the soft feel, though she wished her hands were bigger. Before she could continue to pinch and enjoy, she heard a very cold, somewhat childish voice say, "Take your hand away." Sweet Bao was momentarily stunned, still holding the piece of meat. Hearing the sound coming from above, she was delighted to realize it was not a mute person. The voice sounded very young, probably a child. Thinking of her sixth sister who had escaped, she noticed that no one was chasing her, clearly indicating that the target was the child. "You can talk?" Sweet Bao asked happily. Since this person could speak, it meant someone was there to talk to her, so she wouldn't have to talk to herself anymore. She was excitedly waiting for a response, but after a while, she heard nothing except a cold snort. She pouted in anger, not knowing what part of the meat she was holding, and pinched it hard. She heard the child's painful cry. Ouch! 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 His usually cold demeanor vanished. He just wanted to free himself from the small kid's grip. He could even feel a burning sensation on his behind. He was face down, wishing he could never lift his head again. But if he didn't, his bottom would likely be pinched again. Can you let go of my? He muttered, feeling a bit embarrassed after saying it. If this got out, he would lose all face. Luckily, he was not in the capital city. Otherwise, being kidnapped would ruin his father's reputation. Sweet Bao was surprised after hearing this person speak. She quickly withdrew her small hand and wiped her clothes, forcing a nervous laugh to hide her embarrassment. She truly didn't expect that she had pinched someone's bottom. She thought about how she had just praised the good feel of her hand. Now, thinking back, she felt really embarrassed. She had actually pinched a boy's bottom. It was the first time in her life she had done such a thing. She felt a little excited just thinking about it. Quickly, Sweet Bao stood up, tilted her head to look at the dark top above, and asked softly, "What's your name?" She couldn't just pinch someone's bottom and then call him hey, that would be too rude. Mu Yun, he sighed, enduring the burning sensation on his behind, and replied calmly. Hearing this, Sweet Bao nodded. Just as she was about to speak again, she heard a distant sound. She immediately kicked the dark shadow at her feet and quickly said, "Keep pretending to be dead. Stay silent." After speaking, she also fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Sweet Baby had just lain down when they heard a faint sound from the dark room door being opened from outside. Suddenly, a bright candlelight illuminated the entire room. If Sweet Baby opened their eyes, they would see nearby on the ground a pile of white bones, a mess of dark brown bloodstains, and the smell of decay growing stronger with the movement of the door. An old man carrying a candle entered, glanced at the two dolls lying on the floor, and wore a strange smile on his face, muttering, "Found the paper." Lying on the ground, Sweet Baby also heard the man's muttering but couldn't help wondering what kind of paper he was talking about. The air was very foul, probably not clean at all. Still, Sweet Baby couldn't figure out what kind of paper he meant, or maybe they didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Meanwhile, a young boy named Mu Yun, lying on the ground, was shaken by the man's words. Suddenly, he remembered some recent major cases in the capital. His father, the king, had been worried about these cases every day. Mu Yun had also heard about these incidents. In recent months, the capital had been unstable, with many children going missing. Because the missing children were from ordinary families, the authorities didn't pay much attention until a nobleman's daughter disappeared. That drew the attention of the authorities. After investigation, they found that in just 3 months, dozens of children had gone missing in the city. All the missing children shared a common feature. They were handsome boys and girls. Everyone was on edge. To this day, the suspect had not been caught. But Muyan didn't know why, yet he somehow linked those past cases in the capital with the person who had just been brought here today. He dared not think further as he heard approaching footsteps getting closer. The old man stepped inside, walking with a smile, seemingly deciding how to deal with the two of them. But halfway in, he suddenly sensed something, frowned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He held a lamp in one hand and a small, cold-looking knife in the other. Halfway through, the old man turned and left quickly. Sweet Baby, lying on the ground, let out a small breath of relief. They hurriedly got up, looked toward the door, and saw that the old man had left in a rush without closing the wooden door. Seeing this, Sweet Baby saw an opportunity. They immediately went over and helped the person lying on the ground to sit up. Quick, the door isn't closed. Let's go out and see. Lying on the ground, Mu Yun regained her strength. She didn't actually let the other person help her up but supported herself with one hand and slowly stood up. After glancing around, her face looked very grim. Luckily, her face was dark and hidden, so no one could see her expression clearly. Otherwise, it might have scared people. Huh. Little brother, you can stand up on your own? Sweet Bao looked surprised at the young man in front of her. She quietly retracted her chubby hand, wiped the sweat from her palm on her clothes, and then moved closer to him. "Little brother, what are you looking at?" She noticed that since he stood up, he had been staring at one spot after looking around. Could there be a secret passage? Thinking of this, Sweet Bao couldn't help but turn her head to look, but before she could, a cool little hand pinched her chin. "Her? What's going on?" Could it be that he's upset because she pinched his bottom and is now getting back at her? "Let me see." Sweet Bao, whose chin was pinched, tried to speak. She wanted to see what was happening because she felt the young man's breath change suddenly. Muyun held her chin and frowned, looking a bit surprised. Her little chubby face was quite big. If it were any larger, he might not be able to hold it. "This place is not safe. Let's go quickly." Ignoring Sweet Bao's words, Muyun kept holding her chin and carefully moved toward the door. But the more he didn't want her to look, the more she wanted to see. When they finally reached the door, she quickly freed her face from his hand and turned her head to look. She saw a pile of bones on the ground. Sweet Bao's expression stiffened. Looking at the skeletons, she wasn't as scared as she expected. Instead, she felt sorry for these people. Her eyes flickered as she noticed a half-finished object nearby. She looked at it carefully but couldn't see clearly because the room was too dark. Just as she was about to step forward, someone pulled her out. Muyun had reached out to open the wooden door but, in a moment of distraction, pulled his hand back. He quickly looked over and saw that Sweet Bao was staring blankly at the frightening scene. He thought she was stunned by fear and didn't know what to do, so he pulled her out first. Old Master Gu followed behind the two people sneaking into Bao Lin Medical Hall. He saw that they moved very quickly and wore black clothes. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Old Man Gu Si was not upset when he lost track of the person. He turned around and headed toward the house behind him. Just as he took a step forward, he quickly retracted his foot and hid in the shadows. Old Man Gu Si held his breath and carefully peeked out. He saw a gray-haired old man walking toward the spot where he had been standing. The old man's snowy, white beard fluttered in the wind. He wore a brown robe and carried a lantern. His face showed signs of hurriedness. After looking around a few times, he quickly left the area and disappeared. Old Man Gu Si stepped out of the shadows. He looked up at the bright sky and remembered the old man's strange actions. He thought it was suspicious that someone was carrying a lantern in broad daylight. This was not normal. Worried about the situation, Old Man Gu Si quickly flew out of the yard toward the people on the roof. On the roof, Old Man Gu was carefully examining every corner of the yard. The guards inside and outside were searching carefully. Old Man Gu Si flew over to his father and said, "Dad, I just saw a strange old man carrying a lantern. I think my little sister might be kept in a hidden room." The more Old Man Gu Si thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Why use a lantern in the daytime? He guessed it was only used in dark places. He searched everywhere in the yard but found no trap or secret door. The only explanation was that there was a hidden mechanism inside the house. His father listened to Old Man Gu Si's analysis and agreed it made sense. They searched outside but found no secret passage, which meant it was built very secretly. "Big brother, you and Old 7 search the east side. Old 4 and I will look on the west side," said their father, not wanting Old 7 to slow them down. After dividing into groups, the three brothers started searching quickly on both sides of the yard. Old Man Gu and Old 4 went into a room that looked like a study. The room was simple, with a long bookshelf. In front of the bookshelf was a desk and chair. There were some antiques on the sides. On the desk, there were a few history books, but no medical books or anything else. Old 4 carefully looked through the bookshelf. Besides some decent-looking books, he found no medical texts. He looked around again and focused on a spot he hadn't touched before. Old Master Gu looked at this place and found it suspicious. After thinking for a moment, he reached out to touch the object but felt it was too heavy to move, as if it was stuck in place. It swayed slightly, and then a loud rumbling sound was heard. Fearing a trap, Old Master Gu quickly pulled Old 4 back a few steps. After the rumbling, the long bookshelf slowly moved aside, leaving just enough space for a person to pass through. Old Master Gu and Old Fourth exchanged a happy look. They had found the secret passage. They carefully moved to the back of the bookshelf. When they looked up, they saw a large, dark hole in the wall. Without hesitation, they stepped forward to explore. But after a few steps, they had to turn back because a stone wall blocked the way. The walls around were very smooth, indicating a mechanism inside, or perhaps the secret tunnel had been destroyed. Disappointed, they left the room and searched the study again. When they found no second secret passage, they headed to the next room. Old Fourth led the way, with Old Master Gu behind him. When they reached the door of the second room, Old Fourth frowned and stopped Old Master Gu from stepping up the stairs. Under Old Master Gu's confused gaze, he carefully pushed open the door. Old Master Gu didn't understand and slapped Old Fourth's hand away. Under Old Fourth's cold stare, he calmly pushed the door open and went inside. What a joke! Inside were the Gu family's secret guards and hidden guards. What was there to fear? At that moment, Old Master Gu felt refreshed and happy. Unfortunately, his obedient daughter couldn't see this. Thinking of her suffering, Old Master Gu lost his cheerful spirit and quickly pulled Old Fourth inside. The secret guards and hidden guards inside had already known that Old Master Gu was at the door. They had no intention of hiding anymore and continued to search for the secret passage as if nothing was wrong, listening carefully for any sounds outside. When the Dark Master heard the crisp slap, he quietly took out a piece of paper and a homemade brush from his pocket and began to write. He wrote about how the third Old Master had unjustly slapped the fourth young master, pitying the weak and helpless fourth young master. After finishing, he placed the letter where he could see it, under the surprised gaze of the hidden master. When he noticed the hidden master's gaze, he calmly turned his face away. The hidden master next to him watched the skilled movements of the secret guard and couldn't help but step back, keeping some distance from the Dark Master. Old Master Gu, unaware outside the door, walked in. Seeing everyone was familiar, he calmly said to Gu Fourth, "These are the people we've invited to help." Gu Fourth also looked at the crowd and noticed some guards who lived in his backyard, while others he didn't recognize. He only briefly glanced at a man with a silver mask, whose impressive demeanor suggested he was someone important. But Gu Fourth had no time to think about this now. Once inside, he started searching with the others. Outside the secret passage, a group of people tried every way to find it. Inside, the people tried to escape. Sweet Treasure and a boy named Mu Yin walked out of a dark secret room. They stood in a bright corridor, and Sweet Treasure carefully looked around. On the walls, as she had seen before, there was about half a zhang gap with a candle burning brightly, its flickering flame illuminating the darkness. Using the candlelight, she saw at least 3 wooden doors leading to dark rooms along the corridor. She didn't have time to think about how fate played tricks on them. Her mind was on whether the old man would return soon. The path they took earlier might be blocked now. The old man was very cautious. If they went out now, they might run into him. Sweet Treasure looked around and thought the best choice was to hide in one of the secret rooms. Once the old man realized they were missing, he would search for them. At that moment, they could quietly slip away. Before she could suggest this, a chubby little hand was suddenly pulled. Surprised, she was dragged into another secret room. Inside, the candlelight was dim, and the only glow kept flickering on the wooden door, with no visibility further away. Mu Yin clenched his teeth and hurriedly pulled Sweet Treasure into a room. To his surprise, it was very dark inside. He frowned, glanced around, and smelled a strong blood scent. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps in the corridor outside. Without time to think, Mu Yin pulled Sweet Treasure into a wooden box filled with cotton, which was very soft and had small holes for ventilation. They held their breath, listening to the approaching footsteps and the sound of the door being pushed open. Soon after, the person stormed out angrily, kicking down the door of the secret room, exuding a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. The old man looked down at his lantern. It was exquisite, with a warm orange glow flickering in the air, making it seem almost unreal. The old man seemed to be lost in a daze, obsessively holding the lantern close to his face and carefully rubbing it back and forth, as if afraid to get it dirty. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, smooth and tender skin is the best." In his mind, he was thinking about the pair of young boys and girls he had captured. His eyes now gleamed with a strange light, ignoring the warnings from others earlier.
Who should I spare?
What's useful? Once in my hands, they are all doomed. The old man snapped back to himself, looked around the secret room with his lantern, then turned his gaze toward the wooden door. He could imagine how the children had run out. But after thinking this, his strange expression darkened, and he walked out with his lantern. He stepped out of the secret room, looked around at the remaining rooms along the wall by the candlelight. Most of these rooms were similar in size, with no barriers, so no one could hide. Thinking of this, he smiled, his white beard almost falling off. He quickly raised his hand to hold his beard in place to prevent it from falling. Then he stepped forward toward an adjacent secret room. These rooms were all unlocked. He pushed open the wooden door, which was tightly shut, and the door was pushed open from outside. The old man entered with his lantern. As he entered, a strong smell of blood hit him. The old man showed no sign of frowning. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. After sweeping his gaze around, he finally felt a bit more at ease. This room was simply furnished, with a heavy smell of blood. Faint bloodstains could be seen on the floor, some even bright red. Such a room couldn't hide anyone. Seeing no one was inside, the old man turned and left. He stepped out, then changed direction and came to another secret room where Tianbao and Muyun had hurriedly entered. Standing at the door, he looked at the slightly ajar wooden door and wore a relieved smile on his face. The old man saw the slightly open door and was certain that the two people he was looking for were inside this room. He reached out and slowly pushed the door open. With a creak, the door swung open. Two people hiding in a wooden box immediately held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Gu Laosi followed the secret guards, searching for the hidden passage leading to the secret chamber. Meanwhile, old Gu just received news from the hidden guards that 3 carriages had left the city early in the morning. They were in a hurry, and someone had already gone to check on them. Although old Master Gu did not believe that sweet treasure was on the carriage, he thought the timing of the carriage's appearance was too coincidental. This made him suspect it was a planned kidnapping. However, he still did not know who was behind the kidnapping. Who would target a 3-year-old child? Or perhaps someone had discovered a secret of the Gu family. Old Master Gu thought about many possibilities, but none made him feel at ease. Every idea seemed dangerous for sweet treasure. The secret guards and hidden guards searched 3 rooms in a row, carefully checking every corner, but found nothing. They didn't find any clues. Then, their eyes turned to the last room. 4th Uncle Gu was the first to walk into the room. Inside, the furnishings were very simple. On the round table, there was a set of porcelain teaware. 4 round stools surrounded the table. The stools were beautifully carved, which seemed out of place with the plain room. He stepped further inside and soon reached the bedroom. Unlike the outside, the bedroom was not simple. There was a purple sandalwood bed worth a fortune, with exquisite carvings on it. He found the bed very suspicious. The Baolin Medical Clinic's front hall to back hall was plain and modest. Even the study had only a few decorations. They had seen 3 other rooms, which were also simple. So, he didn't understand why this bedroom needed a valuable purple sandalwood bed with such detailed carvings. 4th Uncle Gu turned and left the bedroom. He spoke to the hidden master outside. "Brother Xian, the bedroom looks very suspicious. Let's have the brothers come in and check." Before the hidden master could reply, the concealed master with his ears perked up frowned slightly. This old man was shameless, calling the boss big brother? Hearing this, the hidden master quickly called over a few brothers to go in and see what was happening. The concealed master also put down the vase he was examining, adjusted his mask, and then looked serious. He followed inside. As soon as they entered, they saw the purple sandalwood bed with intricate carvings. Such detailed carvings suggested it was bought by someone very wealthy. The concealed master and the hidden master exchanged glances and nodded at each other. They both approached the bed carefully. One of them lifted the quilt to the side, revealing the bedboard underneath. Old Master Gu and Old Sir Gu quickly went forward to check. They found that the gaps in the bedboard were not tight, and faint light could shine through. Without the cover of a blanket, a faint smell of blood drifted from the gaps. Their faces turned pale. They have sharp senses and naturally recognized the smell of blood and knew where it came from. Old Sir Gu shook himself to steady his body, then forced himself to control his emotions, praying silently for his daughter's safety. If he hadn't rescued little sweetie, he might have already lost his strength. When the Dark Lord discovered something suspicious about the bedboard, he removed the entire board. Inside, a black hole was revealed. They looked inside and saw an endless dark hole. The blood smell was very strong from inside. The four of them immediately decided to go down the hole and called all the hidden guards to watch the exit. The secret guards were hiding in ambush, ready to attack if the guards failed to capture anyone. After everything was arranged, Old Master Gu went down first. He jumped into the black hole and found he had to pass through a very long corridor. The corridor was lit by dim candles on both sides. When they jumped down, the flames flickered wildly, as if about to go out. Following the light of the candles, they moved forward carefully, avoiding any traps on the corridor. But when they reached the deep part, they didn't see any traps. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a sobbing sound from afar. Their hearts, which had been tense, suddenly tightened again. They turned and walked to the end of the corridor into another dark passage. The candles inside the passage were brighter, and the sobbing grew louder. Old Sir Gu's heart was pounding in his chest when suddenly he saw a scene that almost made him faint. He saw a man thrown on the ground. The man's clothes were stained with blood, and his beard was pulled to one side, sticking to his face. Next to him, there was a human mask, and he kept making sobbing sounds. A little girl was crouched beside him, covering his mouth with her hand. She sobbed once, then covered her mouth. She sobbed twice, then covered her mouth again. Little Sweetie was crouched on the ground, playing with this person. Old Master Gu almost couldn't bear to see this scene. His legs went weak, and he nearly sat down. It was only because Gu Fourth, who was behind him, caught him. When Gu Fourth saw what was happening, his heart almost couldn't take it either. He immediately let go and supported Old Master Gu's hand, allowing him to sit on the ground. Then he quickly went to Tianbao, helped her up, and wiped her hands with his clothes. He softly said, "Little sister, fourth brother is here. And father is here too." Old Master Gu sat on the ground, his legs weak and unable to stand up. The Dark Master nearby wanted to help him up, but was waved away by Old Master Gu. He couldn't let others delay him from showing his sorrow to his daughter. It was only when he saw fourth brother shamelessly walk over that he remembered this. Tianbao stood up, looked up at her father, grinning happily, and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, Tianbao misses you." In this situation, Tianbao's words made Old Master Gu's eyes turn red. He dryly rubbed his eyes and looked at Tianbao with a happy expression, saying, "Daddy misses Tianbao too." Fourth brother raised his eyebrows, pulled Tianbao into his arms, and used his body to block her view, also blocking Old Master Gu's sight. Old Master Gu frowned, then heard a gentle voice speak. "Little sister, don't you miss Mother? If Mother finds out, she will be sad." Fourth brother's words shattered Old Master Gu's slight pride. Old Master Gu immediately lost his interest and only hoped that fourth brother wouldn't tell Old Madame Gu about this. Now that his daughter had been found, his heart finally felt at ease. He turned his gaze to the person lying on the ground with a sharp look in his eyes. The Dark Master and the Hidden Master had already checked the person and found that his tendons and ligaments had been cut, and he was with 5 flowers. If they hadn't arrived, he might have bled to death. Old Master Gu stepped forward, looked at the bound man, and his face was pale and sickly looking. He seemed quite young, about 20 years old. He then looked at the mask lying nearby and became suspicious. It was strange that this person was captured. There might be forces they didn't know about. For a moment, Old Master Gu felt worried. Fourth brother held Tianbao in his arms, pressed her small head against his chest, and didn't want her to see the bloody scene. Tianbao was warmed by her brother's actions, but she didn't realize she had seen even bloodier scenes before. Just thinking about it made her sweat cold. Fortunately, old Forgu did not notice Sweet Baby's unusual behavior. His gaze was fixed on the person lying on the ground, and he wondered if someone had arrived before them. But then he remembered the two disappearing figures he had seen earlier. Seeing their impressive skills, he suspected they might be important people. Old Forgu thought for a moment and decided he couldn't let the person in front of him go. He gently placed Sweet Baby in Old Master Gu's arms and said, "Father, take my little sister home. I will report this to the authorities." Old Master Gu nodded in agreement. Even if it was troublesome, he wanted to see this person brought to justice. Old Forgu handed Sweet Baby to Old Master Gu, then looked down at his little sister's big, watery almond-shaped eyes. He softly said, "Please bear with us for a little while, little sister. You go home and wait for your older brother. I will go to report this." As he spoke, he pushed Old Master Gu to leave. The hidden master standing nearby saw the young lady find her way and bowed to the others, saying, "We will return to give our report." He also wanted to go back and report safety. Old Master Gu nodded, too lazy to wave his hand. The Dark Master stood aside, waiting for Old Forgu's instructions. After Old Master Gu left with Sweet Baby, the normally gentle Old Forgu was now wrapped in a cold aura. He turned around and looked coldly at the villain lying on the ground. The man's tendons and limbs were broken, his face pale and weak, faintly showing a hint of grayish-white aura. With a kind heart, Old Forgu took out a pill to restore energy from his pocket, approached the man, and pressed the pill into his mouth. The man struggled a few times but soon stopped resisting. Old Forgu squatted down, patted his cheek, and said coldly, "I don't care who you are or how famous you are. Today, you kidnapped my little sister. You will pay for this for the rest of your life." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Death is too easy for you," he added. With that, Old Forgu left, leaving only the Dark Master standing alone. No one noticed a shadow flicker in the dark corner. Soon, Old Forgu brought the people from the authorities. The dark alley was quickly lit by torches, and several dark secret rooms were illuminated. Everything inside was shocking to everyone. In the shadow that disappeared into the alley, a figure arrived at a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was silent, with only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. A shadow quietly slipped into a room. Inside, the scent of sandalwood filled the air, and wisps of white smoke curled around. Sitting on a simple bed was a delicate boy. He looked a bit impatient, rubbing his head as if he had a headache. When he looked up, his eyes were cold. A young, innocent voice asked, "Did you rescue that chubby kid?" Jun Muyun rubbed his head, feeling a little worried about his honest shadow. Just now, when the person entered the secret chamber, his heart was in his throat. He thought they might say where they were hiding, but instead, the person went to a wooden box, reaching out to open it. Suddenly, the shadow, hidden in the dark, jumped out. In a flash, the shadow subdued the person. It only rescued the chubby kid, leaving the little girl alone to face a bloody scene. Jun Muyun knew his shadow had a strong sense of justice and would seek revenge.
Sigh.
For the first time, he felt a bit guilty about the little girl. The shadow lowered his head and knelt on the ground. He replied, "Master, that person's family arrived soon after and safely rescued the girl." Hearing this, Jun Muyun's usually cold expression softened a little. He waved his hand and said, "Step back." Wait a moment. He suddenly remembered something and called out, "That family will report the incident. You should remind the officials that this person has committed many crimes and might be connected to some cases in the capital. Have them him to the capital and hand him over to my father." The shadow lowered his head, clearly feeling Jun Muyun's commanding presence. Even at a young age, he was very decisive. He thought to himself that this boy would be extraordinary in the future. "Yes, master." The shadow received the order and turned to leave. At this moment, a man entered from outside. He was about 30 years old, with a gentle smile on his face. When he saw the shadow walking out sideways, he nodded with a smile and patted his shoulder, softly saying, "Good job." The shadow bowed, and then left. The man entered the room. Jun Moo-yun, lying lazily on the bed, lifted his eyes and looked at him. Seeing who it was, he said coldly, "Mr. Wen." Mr. Wen smiled and nodded, not caring about the boy's cold attitude. "Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, you will return to the capital." Mr. Wen pushed aside his robe, sat on a nearby stool, and calmly poured himself a cup of tea. After tasting it carefully, he spoke softly. Jun Moo-yun listened, and was not surprised. His eyes showed a hint of reluctance. He still didn't know the name of the little girl. He originally planned to wait until Shadow finished what he was told to do, then have Shadow take him to visit someone. But now it seems he can only find another chance to come to this government office later. "Sir, just follow the arrangements. I am tired, so please go ahead as you see fit." After speaking, he lay down on the bed in his clothes, and soon, steady breathing could be heard. Mr. Wen chuckled, used to Jun Moo-yun's personality. After quietly finishing the cup of tea in his hand, he straightened his robes, then got up and left. Before leaving, he carefully closed the door. Old Master Gu happily returned home holding Sweet Treasure, completely forgetting about Old Gu and Seventh Gu, who were still being searched for. He carried Sweet Treasure over the gate of the residence. A servant waiting anxiously saw the old master return and was overjoyed. He immediately turned to report to Grandma Gu, but was stopped by Old Master Gu, who was quick to act. "Watch the door." The servant responded and watched as Old Master Gu's figure disappeared into the distance. He felt like he had forgotten something but couldn't remember what it was, even after thinking hard. It wasn't until the two young masters hurried back that he remembered he had forgotten about the three young masters altogether. Old Master Gu hurriedly carried Sweet Treasure to the main hall. Finding no one there, he changed direction and went to Gu Yan's room. He guessed that Grandma Gu was probably there with Gu Yan. Gu Yan woke up after a nap, still remembering the moment she fainted. She suddenly sat up, her beautiful eyes looking around. She saw Grandma Gu and Gu Qing in the room, but no one else. "Mother, has my younger sister come back?" Once awake, Gu Yan's first question was about her sister. Grandma Gu, who had been worried and distracted, was brought back to her senses by Gu Yan's words. Her eyes darkened, and her expression showed some concern. Clever Gu Yan guessed that her older brothers hadn't rescued her younger sister yet. Feeling a bit better, she quickly threw off the quilt to get out of bed and was about to put on her shoes to go out, but was stopped by Grandma Gu. "Yen, your body isn't fully recovered. Why are you going out?" When Gu Yan was unconscious, her family had called a doctor. The doctor said she was weak and needed to rest for a few days, so they didn't say much. But her family knew the real reason. They suspected the doctor might have seen something, but since they were outsiders, they thought it was because of revenge from enemies, so they didn't say anything to avoid trouble. "Mother, please let me go see. I'm worried if my younger sister doesn't come back. My little sister hasn't come back. How can she rest well?" At the same time, a strong feeling of guilt filled her heart. Her beautiful eyes instantly reddened, and her delicate hands rested on Grandma Gu's arm. Her face showed deep sadness. "Mother." She only said one word, paused, then continued, "Mother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't secretly taken my little sister out, this wouldn't have happened today. If my sister had lost a single hair, I could never forgive myself." After speaking, tears gently slid down her cheeks and disappeared into her collar. Sitting nearby, Gu Qing watched this and felt uncomfortable inside. She immediately blamed herself, saying, "It's also my fault. If I had followed the two younger sisters earlier to protect them, this wouldn't have happened. Good children, I know you love your sister. She will be fine," Grandma Gu said with difficulty, trying to comfort them. Outside the door, Old Master Gu listened for a long time, his eyes red. He looked at Grandma Gu with tears in his eyes and, feeling helpless, reached out to wipe his tears. Sweet Bao, held in Old Master Gu's arms, saw this and quickly helped him wipe his eyes. Her voice was soft and sweet as she said, "Oh, If you do this, Sweet Bao will be shy. After saying that, she immediately covered her face with her hands, pretending to be shy. Unfortunately, her chubby face was a bit big, and her small hands couldn't cover her face completely, only hiding her cheeks and the blush on her face. Grandma Gu and the others, upon hearing Sweet Bao's voice, initially thought they were hearing things. They looked at the source of the voice with disbelief. They saw old Master Gu standing at the door, facing away from the light, holding a small, adorable, pink bundle in his arms. The little bundle looked shy and cute, with tiny hands covering its face. Its bright eyes were smiling as it looked inside the room. When Grandma Gu saw that Sweet Bao had returned, she was so excited she almost couldn't stand. She was helped by Gu Yan, who was sitting on the bed, or she might have fallen. Gu Yan quickly put on her shoes, helped the trembling Grandma Gu walk toward old Master Gu. "My treasure!" Grandma Gu cried out, and all her worries and anxiety disappeared. Seeing this, old Master Gu hurriedly handed Sweet Bao into Grandma Gu's arms. He smiled happily, standing beside them with a silly, lovable look, waiting for Grandma Gu to praise him. I waited for a long time, but only saw Grandma Gu holding Sweet Baby tightly. She didn't speak at all, just quietly embraced her. Sweet Baby occasionally reached out to pat Grandma Gu, as if trying to comfort her. Grandpa Gu saw this and became a bit anxious. What if fourth Uncle Gu returns and takes all the credit? But even though he was very worried, he didn't dare to rush Grandma Gu. Sweet Baby patted Grandma Gu's back and quietly comforted her, saying, "Mom, I'm back now. Don't worry. I'm safe now." After calming down, Grandma Gu initially wanted to scold her daughter sternly. But when she saw Sweet Baby's innocent face, she lost the desire to scold her. Why should she scold her daughter? She was also a victim in this. Whether Sweet Baby went out today or not, this incident would have happened anyway. Luckily, Sweet Baby returned safely. If not, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Sweet Baby looked up and saw a flash of guilt on Grandma Gu's face. She understood her grandmother's thoughts. She lowered her head sincerely, looking like she was admitting her mistake. She said softly, "Mom, it's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to go out, I wouldn't have had this bad luck. I even caused sixth sister trouble. It's all my fault. I won't go out again." Sincerely admitting her mistake, Grandma Gu no longer wanted to pursue the matter. She just waved her hand, and the issue was over. For Grandma Gu, her child's safety was more important than anything else. Gu Yan saw Grandma Gu's forgiving attitude and thought about her previous decision. She decided that if she went out again in the future, she would bring her brothers along. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to take Sweet Baby out alone anymore. "Father, Mother, I actually have something to say," Gu Yan said. After speaking, she looked up and met a pair of bright, encouraging almond-shaped eyes. "After we get home, I want to open a restaurant, and I've already decided." Gu Yan gathered her courage and spoke in one breath. Once she finished, she felt a bit relieved. Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu exchanged glances, surprised that the usually indifferent Gu Yan had such a plan. Grandma Gu approved, but Grandpa Gu clearly disapproved. Gu Yan's idea was temporarily put aside by Grandpa Gu, but she didn't give up. Sweet Baby watched all this quietly. She was most anxious because sixth sister couldn't open a restaurant. If she couldn't open one, how would she make money? How would she support the family? How could she take care of everyone? After thinking for a while, Sweet Baby snuggled back into Grandma's neck and softly said in a sweet voice, "Mother, isn't it okay for sixth sister to open a restaurant? Why does father disagree? Does he want to sell his daughter, like Grandpa Sun's family?" Grandma Gu knew who Sweet Baby was talking about, an ordinary family from Stone Village. The Sun family was poor, but all the men in the family were lazy and did not work outside. The women took on all the work to earn money, often going to the county to do laundry or washing dishes at a restaurant. Sometimes, they would be beaten by men if they made a mistake. The villagers hated the Sun family very much. Even the village chief tried to persuade them, but the Sun family members cursed the villagers for 4 days straight. After that, no one in the village wanted to interfere with their affairs anymore. However, the Sun family was always causing trouble. Not long after, they sold their eldest granddaughter, who was about 13 or 14, to a widower in his 40s for 15 taels of silver. The granddaughter was strong-willed and couldn't bear the suffering and the family's ruthless selling her, so she jumped into the river and was never found. When the widower came to take the girl, the Sun family refused, having already lost one granddaughter. They became stubborn and refused to give her up, even beating the widower away. Sweet Baby's words made Grandma Gu think deeply. She didn't really suspect that old Master Gu would sell his daughter. He wouldn't dare do such a thing.
But
Grandma Gu's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was observing something. At this moment, old Master Gu turned his head to look over. He didn't know what Sweet Baby and Grandma Gu had whispered about earlier. When they all looked at him, he grinned. Yes, his smile was so lecherous that it was clear he had no good ideas. Seeing old Master Gu smile so lecherously, Grandma Gu frowned slightly and looked away indifferently, afraid that if she looked at him too much, she might lose her temper and hit him. But Sweet Baby's words finally made Grandma Gu seriously consider the matter. Later, when old Master Gu opposed it, Grandma Gu firmly changed his mind after scolding him. When the two sisters-in-law learned that Sweet Baby had returned, they quickly told the maids to watch the children. They then went hand in hand to Gu Yan's room. As soon as they entered, they saw Sweet Baby curled up in Grandma Gu's arms. The two sisters-in-law immediately welled up with tears. So Qin Shui looked at the healthy Tian Bao and silently wiped her tears. Then she looked up at her younger sister-in-law, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "Little sister-in-law, you've suffered." Standing nearby, second sister-in-law, who was usually quiet, also secretly wiped her tears after seeing Tian Bao return safely. She looked at Tian Bao with a dry expression. At this moment, Tian Bao struggled free from Grandma Gu's embrace. After standing firmly, she turned to walk toward her two sisters-in-law. Big sister Qin Shui and second sister Lu Qingdai quickly knelt down and hugged her. Tian Bao reached out her chubby little hand, wiping her own tears and those of her sisters-in-law, then spoke. "Big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, Tian Bao misses you so much." Her small face was serious as she continued, "Even though I saw you both just this morning, I've missed you terribly in this short time." As soon as Tian Bao finished speaking, Qin Shui cried even harder, and even the usually quiet Lu Qingdai was wiping her tears. Seeing this, Tian Bao was a bit stunned. What was happening? Why was she making everyone cry even more? If her family knew what she had seen in the secret passage, they would probably faint from shock. Yes, for the sake of her family's health and happiness, she absolutely couldn't reveal what she saw in the hidden tunnel. After making up her mind, Tian Bao continued to act as a comforter. She finally managed to soothe her two sisters-in-law. Meanwhile, fifth sister, nearby, quietly shed tears, and even old Master Gu, who had been silent, was visibly moved and had tears in his eyes. Even Tian Bao herself wanted to cry loudly, but the scene she remembered still made her heart race. If it weren't for the quick arrival of her brother's servant, she feared she might have been turned into a lantern made of human skin. That was something the person had said himself. That person, trying to scare them, detailed the tragic story of a young girl. Hearing it, she almost vomited. If someone hadn't covered her mouth, she might have really thrown up. While Tian Bao was busy comforting everyone, tired old Master Gu and old Master Qi returned. Outside, lanterns were already lit, and the night was as dark as ink. Old Master Gu and old Master Qi had met old Master Si on their way back. Because old Master Si needed to go to the government office, they didn't return together. When they entered the estate, the young servant warned them repeatedly, and at that moment, their faces looked very grim. "Father, you're back," old Master Gu said as he entered the house. He looked at Tian Bao, confirming she was safe, then turned his gaze to old Master Gu and spoke in a low voice. After hearing what old Master Gu said, old Master Gu seemed to suddenly realize something. No wonder he had forgotten what he was thinking about earlier, but couldn't remember what it was. Now he remembered. He had forgotten his two sons. Old Master Gu looked up at his sons, Old Master Gu and 7th Master Gu, and chuckled softly. He cleared his throat, quickly stood up to stretch, and said to them, Old Master Gu and 7th Master Gu are back. Why are you so late? You found your younger sister long ago. You must have been delayed by something. Come in quickly and sit down to rest. As he invited them to sit, he emphasized that his little daughter had been found. At this moment, Old Lady Gu finally looked up and glanced around. Suddenly, she realized she didn't see 4th Master Gu's figure and asked hurriedly, Where's 4th Master Gu? Old Master Gu wanted to say that he had met 4th Master Gu earlier, but after thinking for a moment, he changed his words and asked, Yes, Dad. Wasn't 4th Master Gu with you? How could you come back alone? Why didn't you bring 4th Master Gu? 7th Master Gu looked at his older brother with some confusion, thinking, Didn't I just see 4th Master Gu earlier? But when he saw his brother's expression, he swallowed his question. Old Master Gu seemed surprised that the usually obedient Old Master Gu was playing tricks. How should he answer? Should he say he sent 4th Master Gu away to prevent him from taking over?
Wait.
Suddenly, he remembered that 4th Master Gu had gone to report to the officials earlier. Old Master Gu smiled confidently and replied, 4th Master Gu went to the government office to report. As soon as Old Master Gu finished speaking, Old Lady Gu looked over with a frown. She looked at the night outside, recalled how Tianbao had returned earlier, and now more than half a day had passed, but he still hadn't come back. As a father, he must be worried. Thinking of this, Old Lady Gu secretly scolded Old Master Gu and then said, He's been at the government office for over half a day. Why don't you go check on him and ask about the case? How should it be judged? Old Lady Gu only knew about the kidnapping, but didn't know how brutal the kidnappers were. She was worried he might be detained for a while before being released. If that's the case, Old Lady Gu wouldn't mind going to find him herself. Old Master Gu, following her command, immediately stood up and went outside to inquire. As he stepped out, he saw 4th Master Gu standing outside for a while. 4th Master Gu, why aren't you coming inside? What are you doing standing there? You look pretty intimidating. Old Master Gu originally wanted to speak firmly, but when he saw 4th Master Gu's cold eyes, he changed his words. Old Master Gu hesitated and looked up at his father. He softly said, The Yamen still needs you to record some things. I will go with you. After speaking, he turned and walked ahead. Old Master Gu frowned and looked at his son's back, then turned to Madame Gu and said, I'll go see with him. With that, he stepped out. He knew his son had something to tell him. Inside, Sweet Bao was waiting for 4th brother to come in. But after a few words, 4th brother didn't come. When she ran to the door, she couldn't see him anymore. Before she could sigh, Old 7th Gu suddenly picked her up. Old 1st Gu, nearby, felt annoyed. He was upset that he reacted too slowly, and Old 7th Gu beat him to it. Old 7th Gu held Sweet Bao and looked her over carefully. He even flipped her hair a little. When he saw she was not hurt, he finally relaxed and tightened his arms around her. When Sweet Bao made a sound from being squeezed too tight, Old 1st Gu took her from Old 7th Gu. 7th, it's lucky that your little sister came back safe. If you lost even a strand of hair under your care, Father wouldn't forgive you. Old 1st Gu said quickly to distract Old 7th Gu. Old 7th Gu suddenly remembered the places his father had hit him. It hurt a little, but strangely, after being beaten so badly, he was healing quickly. Could it be that his body had improved? Old 7th Gu happily thought this. If Sweet Bao knew what he was thinking, she might stop him with a cold remark. Old 7th Gu waved his hand calmly. At this moment, he was not afraid of his father at all. The Gu family members were talking inside a side room. At that moment, the maid Dong Shui came over and bowed to the people inside. She said to Madame Gu, Madam, dinner is ready. Please go to the main hall. Madame Gu thought for a moment and said, Let the children eat first. Bring the dinner for Miss 6 and Miss 8 here. Yes, madam. Dong Shui bowed and went toward the kitchen. Soon, the maids Dong Shui and La Mei carried 2 food boxes. Inside were 2 dinners, and the cook had added a few extra dishes for Sweet Bao. After dinner, Sweet Bao felt truly alive. She hadn't eaten all day and was so nervous she forgot to feel hungry. When she smelled the food, her stomach started to growl. She ate too much and felt full. At this moment, Sweet Treasure is lying on the chair, happily holding her round little belly, and can't help but let out a satisfied burp. The family members sitting nearby see her like this and look at her with smiles in their eyes. After eating and drinking enough, Sweet Treasure begins to feel sleepy. She sits on the chair, yawning repeatedly. To avoid falling asleep, she slides down and paces back and forth. Grandma Goose sees her actions and feels a bit confused. She immediately asks, "Good girl, if you're sleepy, go to sleep." She notices her granddaughter looks very tired but doesn't understand why she doesn't want to sleep. Sweet Treasure rubs her eyes and refuses Grandma Goo's suggestion. She softly says, "I want to wait for Dad and fourth brother to come back." Perhaps because someone's servant hurt her badly, she had to go to the government office again late at night. That's why she called for her father and went again. If she had known, she would have told her little brother to be gentler when they fought. Grandma Goo gathers everyone in the main hall, leaving herself alone in the side room. Gu Yen, who finished eating earlier, has already gone to rest. Only Sweet Treasure stays in Grandma Goo's arms, dozing off from time to time, then mustering her strength to look toward the door. Grandma Goo sees her like this and feels very sad. She immediately thinks of Grandpa Goo. After about half an hour, Grandpa Goo and fourth brother come in one after the other. Fourth brother walks in front, followed closely by Grandpa Goo. Fourth brother keeps walking towards Sweet Treasure. She, nestled in Grandma Goo's arms, looks back and forth at their expressions. After checking carefully, she finds nothing unusual and breathes a sigh of relief. Fourth brother Sweet Treasure lifts her little head and calls softly when she sees her fourth brother entering. This one phrase melts fourth brother's heart. He walks over to her with a warm smile, gently takes her out of Grandma Goo's arms, turns his back to her, and pretends not to notice Grandma Goo's gaze. Little sister is so well-behaved. Fourth brother points lightly at her nose with one finger and smiles warmly. The tickling sensation on her nose makes Sweet Treasure giggle. Sitting in fourth brother's arms, she suddenly remembers today is the last day of her holiday. Tomorrow, she will go back to school. Usually, she stays at the academy, but now her family has rented a house for her. She will definitely live here again. Besides, their group of people won't stay long before they leave again. As she thought more about it, Sweet Treasure felt more reluctant. She rested her small head against old Fourth Goo's chest and nuzzled again. Suddenly, the chubby girl straightened up quickly and looked at Grandma Goo with bright, shining eyes. She hurriedly said, "Mother, tonight I want to sleep with fourth brother." She thought if she could sleep with fourth brother tonight, maybe she could dream about what she saw that day. If only she knew exactly what happened that day. But now, after waiting for so many days, she still couldn't see any sign, and she was a little worried. Sweet Treasure was worried about old Fourth Goo. Old Fourth Goo felt sad about everything she experienced. That night, he called old Master Goo outside, not to the government office, but to tell him what he saw and heard in the dark room. When Grandma Goo heard her obedient daughter had this idea, she lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she looked up at her daughter's eager little eyes and couldn't help but soften. Fine. After Grandma Goo agreed to Sweet Treasure's request, she stood at the back. For the first time, old Master Goo didn't stop her, but remained unusually silent. Seeing this, Grandma Goo's expression darkened. She called old Master Goo and fourth brother to eat. Old Fourth Goo explained he wanted to send Sweet Treasure to her room first, so he carried her out. Sweet Treasure was still excited and didn't notice old Master Goo's unusual reaction. She happily was carried away by old Fourth Goo. Grandma Goo went to the bedroom to check on her sleeping daughter Yen, then pulled old Master Goo out of the side room. They walked in silence. Near the main hall door, she finally said softly, "Say what you need to say privately." Grandma Goo saw that old Master Goo was not acting right. He seemed less lively than before, as if he had been struck. When they entered the house, He didn't say a word and just stared at the children with a hint of sadness in his eyes. If Sweet Treasure hadn't been standing safely in front of her, she might have thought something had happened to her. After Old Master Gu and Grandma Gu entered the main hall, the children inside had already been taken downstairs by maids. The Gu family sat on round stools. When they saw Grandma Gu and Old Master Gu come in, the two daughters-in-law quickly stood up and moved to support Grandma Gu from both sides. When Grandma Gu found Sweet Treasure, her mood improved. Seeing her daughters-in-law's caring gestures, she smiled and said, "I'm still young. Being helped like this makes me feel much older." She then let out a laugh herself. When the eldest daughter-in-law Qin Shui heard this, she quickly smiled and responded, "Mother, you say that as if you're very old. You're not old at all.
Look.
Your hair is still so black and shiny." Unintentionally, her words carried meaning that others picked up on. Qin Shui's comment drew everyone's attention to Grandma Gu's hair. At first glance, they were surprised. Though they had seen Grandma Gu's hair before, it wasn't full of gray strands, just a few white hairs. But now, her hair was completely gray-free, and even her black hair looked darker and shinier than before. This was astonishing. The Gu family members looked at her in amazement. The second daughter-in-law also looked at her mother-in-law and was secretly surprised but didn't say anything, only smiling. She wondered why her mother-in-law looked so much younger. She didn't seem to be in her 50s at all, more like in her 30s or 40s. Thinking about this, her heart skipped a beat. If the mother-in-law kept looking younger, it would be shocking news, but everything they saw was true. What the Gu family didn't know was that everyone's health was quietly changing, thanks to the spiritual spring water in Tianbao's hands. Grandma Gu's face was full of a smile as she looked at her eldest and second daughters-in-law. She said, "You're saying I'm the only one? You're both the same." The two daughters-in-law exchanged glances, observing each other. Since they saw her every day, they hadn't noticed these subtle changes and thought she was just shy. They also praised them a little. After dinner, the maid cleared the table. Grandma Gu waved her hand, telling everyone to go rest early. At this moment, Grandpa Gu seemed to feel better and walked over to Grandma Gu, helping her up himself because he didn't want to rely on others. The Gu family members looked used to this. Late at night in the main house, Grandma Gu returned to her room and didn't ask anything right away. Anyway, even if she didn't ask, Grandpa Gu would tell her everything clearly. While washing her face, she heard the familiar murmuring voice. Grandpa Gu had been in his room for a while but hadn't come out to ask about the missing matter. After sitting for a while longer, he couldn't wait anymore. He quietly approached Grandma Gu. Seeing her finish washing her face, he finally spoke in a low voice, "My wife, Tianbao, suffered today." Grandma Gu's hand trembled, almost dropping the handkerchief she held. She quickly looked for a place to sit down, afraid she might faint from shock. "Today, the fourth brother called me out to talk about the kidnapping of Sweet Treasure. It is said that this person is a famous ghost hand in the martial world, known for his skillful craftsmanship in carving and lamp-making. This ghost hand became famous 10 years ago, especially for creating the red paper lanterns that caused a sensation. These lanterns are bright and shiny on the outside, and when lit, they have no gaps. The candles inside emit a gentle fragrance, and such lanterns are extremely rare and valuable. But no one expected. The paper lanterns made by this ghost hand are." Old Master Gu paused, with tears in his eyes, unable to say the rest. Old Lady Gu looked at Old Master Gu's choking expression and immediately understood. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "This person deserves 1,000 cuts." Old Master Gu patted Old Lady Gu's back, worried she might hurt herself from the shock, but she reached out to stop him and asked eagerly, "And then?" Old Master Gu replied, "Fortunately, someone appeared in time to save Sweet Treasure and cut the tendons and ligaments of that person. He can't die easily." He paused and added, "I need to send a message to my elder brother. This person is extremely wicked, and he will probably be taken to the capital. We must not let him die comfortably. He is alive to atone for his sins." Old Lady Gu didn't stop Old Master Gu. Instead, she nodded in agreement. She couldn't imagine what would happen if no one had saved Sweet Treasure. The thought made her limbs go weak with fear. Old Master Gu looked at Old Lady Gu and swallowed what he wanted to say. He didn't dare tell her everything, fearing the shock might harm her health.
But
He wondered who had saved Sweet Treasure. After Old Master Gu made sure Old Lady Gu was asleep, he got up and went to the back courtyard. He quietly knocked on a door, which was soon opened from inside. The Dark Lord Xian looked coldly at the approaching third master. Just as he was about to bow, Old Master Gu gently helped him up. He straightened up and was about to speak, but Old Master Gu hurriedly interrupted. "Xian, take me to find my father. I have something to tell him," Old Master Gu said quickly. However, the Dark Lord Xian looked at him with a strange expression. He regarded him with suspicion, then after a moment, asked, "Is it late at night? I want to see my father." Old Master Gu endured his urge to hit someone and patiently called out again. The Dark Lord Xian looked strange, with an increasingly heavy expression. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Old Master Gu looking over with a fierce expression. Dark Lord Xian immediately grew cold and said in an icy voice, "Third Old Master, the Old Master said not to contact him these days. He doesn't want to see you for now. Also, the matter today has been handled properly, so Third Old Master shouldn't interfere." Hearing this, Old Master Gu sighed in relief. He didn't really want to see his father, but the next moment he heard. The Old Master said he is not here to recognize his son during his stay in the city. Please, Third Old Master, show some respect. Also, the Old Master knows what he wants to hear. If he doesn't hear it, someone will deal with Third Old Master. Dark Lord Xian expressionlessly relayed the words sent by the Hidden Lord to Old Master Gu without missing a word. Old Master Gu, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger and immediately lost interest in the Dark Lord. He turned and left. Dark Lord Xian watched Old Master Gu leave with a blank face, then turned back into the room. He took out the unfinished letter and wrote at the end, "The Old Master kindly advised Third Master," but Third Master, angry, turned and left. After finishing the letter, he sealed it in an envelope, summoned the hidden guard, and sent the letter to the head of the Gu family that very night. Meanwhile, after dinner, Old Master Gu 7 had not yet entered the house when he heard a childish voice coming from inside, occasionally bursting into giggles. Hearing this, Old Master Gu 7 knew that Sweet Treasure was inside. He quickly walked a few steps to the door, pushed it open, and saw Sweet Treasure holding a brush and scribbling randomly. Old Master Gu 4 didn't expect Old Master Gu 7 to come back so soon. He thought he was being called to eat, so he put down the Sweet Treasure he was holding, stood up, dusted himself off, and smiled at Old Master Gu 7, saying, "You're here to call me for dinner, right? Let's go." Then he stepped towards the door. Old Master Gu 7, who was standing nearby, was clearly happy to hear that Sweet Treasure was inside their room. As he was about to respond, he remembered what Old Master Gu 4 just said, and was surprised again, muttering, "Eat dinner? Isn't it all finished?" At this time, they probably even washed the bowls. Old Master Gu 4 was also surprised. Thinking about what he had just told his mother, it seemed that after putting down Sweet Treasure, he went to the main hall. But who knew? Inside the room, Sweet Treasure was curious about everything. He also remembered his wish for Sweet Treasure to learn to read. Once the idea came to mind, it couldn't be stopped. She also started teaching Sweet Baby properly, completely forgetting about eating. Just now, when she saw Old 7 enter, she thought he was calling her for dinner, but it turned out everyone had already finished eating. Old 4 sighed slowly, his narrow eyes flicked towards Old 7, and when he saw Old 7 staring at Sweet Baby, he suddenly had an idea. He calmly walked over to Sweet Baby, took the brush from her hand, placed it aside, then picked her up and deliberately stopped in front of Old 7. "Tonight, my little sister will sleep here with me. You need to be quiet tonight and not grind your teeth. I'm worried it might scare her," he said, then raised his eyebrows like a winner and looked at Old 7. He carried Sweet Baby into his room. The main house was large, divided into 2 bedrooms by Old 4. The left was Old 7's room, and the right was Old 4's. Now, Old 4 carried Sweet Baby into the right room, while Old 7 watched eagerly from behind. He could only watch because he didn't dare compete with his fourth brother for the little sister. Sweet Baby was carried away by Old 4, and she looked at Old 7, who was standing there with a lost expression. She tilted her head and softly said, "Brother 7, Sweet Baby is going to sleep now. You should sleep well too, and don't grind your teeth." Since Sweet Baby had never stayed with Old 7 before, she didn't know that he actually didn't grind his teeth. But when Old 7 heard her little reminder, he smiled like a blooming flower. He didn't correct her, but nodded gently and said softly, "Brother 7 understands. Little sister, go to sleep quickly." Sweet Baby waved to Old 7, then was quickly carried into the right bedroom by Old 4. Though she appeared to be a 3-year-old child on the outside, inside, she was an adult who understood what her fourth and seventh brothers were talking about. She knew it was her fault that her fourth brother didn't have dinner and felt very guilty. After entering the room, Old 4 placed Sweet Baby on a nearby Luohan bed and went to make her bed. He planned to let his little sister sleep on the bed, while he would make do with the Luohan bed himself. Once Sweet Baby was on the Luohan bed, she watched her fourth brother busy working. She glanced at the small Kong table on the bed, which had a set of teaware. She quickly picked up a cup, took advantage of her brother's busy state, and took a sip of spiritual spring water from her space. "Brother 4, you're so amazing today," she said quickly, trying to talk to him with a little mischief. Old Master Gu tidied up the bedding and took out a brand new quilt to place on the bed. He then turned and walked toward the Luo Han bed. After hearing Sweet Bao's words, he simply smiled slightly and said, "Fourth brother was late." He then gently rubbed Sweet Bao's small head. He felt very happy because Sweet Bao was still cheerful and unaffected by that person's influence. What he didn't know was that, as an adult, seeing these things wouldn't scare him. He even wanted to study whether they were real or fake. If there hadn't been others present at the time, Sweet Bao might have even started to investigate or played hide-and-seek with the other person. Hearing this, Sweet Bao shook her little head like a small rattle and said in a soft voice, "Fourth brother came very quickly. Not late. If Sweet Bao wants to go out again, you must call for your brother to come with you." He paused, thinking of Old 7's unreliable nature. If Old 7 had been with her this time, he feared even Old 7 might have been caught too. Big brother and fourth brother both can. Sweet Bao nodded, her mind involuntarily thinking of her second brother, whom she had never met. "Fourth brother, what does second brother look like?" Sweet Bao asked suddenly. Since she could remember, her family rarely mentioned second brother. Only little second and little third had told her privately that their father was out doing business and couldn't come home often because he needed to support the family. They understood their father. When Old Master Gu heard Sweet Bao mention second brother, his eyes half closed, hiding a faint, dull expression in his eyes. Second brother looks somewhat like the eldest brother. Sweet Bao nodded but wanted to ask more. Before she could speak, Old Master Gu interrupted. He picked her up, carried her to the bed, and gently tucked her under the quilt before speaking, "Little sister, it's time for you to sleep." Seeing that fourth brother didn't seem to want to say more, she didn't ask further. She believed she would meet second brother again someday, and would find out then. "Fourth brother, good night." Sweet Bao climbed onto the bed, hugged her new quilt, and sat there. Her lively little feet couldn't help but swing back and forth. Her bright eyes suddenly caught sight of the teacup on the small Kong table beside the Luo Han bed, which still had the spiritual spring water she had fetched for fourth brother. She immediately threw aside the small quilt she was holding, struggled to stand up from the bed, and was about to walk toward the bed. Old Master Gu, who was adjusting Sweet Bao's pillow nearby, saw this dramatic scene and was frightened. He quickly dropped the pillow in his hand, stretched out his long arm, and caught Sweet Bao just as she was about to slip off the bed. Old Fourth Gu was suddenly frightened and anxious, trembling with fear. He wanted to scold a few words, but when his eyes met those wet, pleading eyes, his heart softened instantly.
Sigh.
Luckily, she is my little sister. If seventh brother had acted like this when he was young, he would have been made to stand in the corner long ago. At this moment, Sweet Treasure didn't know what was in Old Fourth Gu's mind. She anxiously pointed at the teacup on the bedside table and then patted fourth brother's shoulder with her chubby hand. She hurriedly said, "Fourth brother, drink water. Not hungry." Hearing this, old fourth Gu looked at the cup of tea. He couldn't help but wonder how the tea got there. He and seventh brother's room had no servants. Usually, he would go to the kitchen himself to boil some hot water. But today, how could there be tea? Before he could think further, the small, chubby hand tugged at his clothes anxiously. He turned his head and saw those wet, worried eyes. Even at such a young age, she was always very concerned. Old fourth Gu carried Sweet Treasure to the small bed table, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The cool tea had a faint sweetness. One sip instantly eased his fatigue and even made his hunger fade away. He chuckled to himself, thinking he was probably imagining things. How could a cup of tea fill him up? But now he really wasn't hungry. After placing Sweet Treasure on the bed, old fourth Gu turned and grabbed the quilt he had taken off the bed, heading toward the Luo Han bed. Seeing old fourth Gu's actions, Sweet Treasure was stunned. She never expected fourth brother to sleep on the Luo Han bed. She moved her little feet, wanting to follow, but suddenly stopped because old fourth Gu had come over. He came to tuck the quilt corner for Sweet Treasure and urged her to sleep. When she lay down, a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Once old fourth Gu also lay down and their breathing became even, he slowly opened his eyes and pulled a small pillow, sliding down along the edge of the bed. The small pillow was a bit heavy. She held it in her arms without feeling tired. Quietly, she arrived at the edge of the Luo Han bed and looked at fourth brother lying on it. Sweet Treasure couldn't help but sigh. She was worried so much. She threw her small pillow onto the Luo Han bed, then jumped onto the bed herself. Her little legs dangled in the air, flailing wildly. Her small body curled inward, finally touching the edge of the bed. She couldn't help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Too tired. The sweet little treasure, having successfully crossed the river, tucked a small pillow beside the elder brother's pillow. She curled her tiny body into the bedding, smelling the cold air through her nose, and soon felt sleepy. Dreaming happily, she was delighted to have actually seen her elder brother in her dream. The scene in the dream was just like before, with the person in her dream still being quite assertive. However, the people in the dream had changed. They were no longer her elder brother and Xinqing, but two strangers she didn't recognize. Sweet little treasure didn't understand what was happening, but she was relieved that the dream had changed people. She wondered why it had changed, feeling confused. Could it be that she unintentionally altered her elder brother's path? Maybe the situation itself remained the same, but she had changed her elder brother, which also changed Xinqing. Thinking about it, she believed this was the most likely explanation. Her elder brother's matters had quietly been resolved. She felt relieved and started planning when she could go home. She still needed to check the farm and quickly tell her older brother her thoughts, so everything could be settled. Her space was full of crops, and she needed to find a reason to leave soon. Her mind was busy, and before long, she fell into a deep sleep. She slept well through the night. Early in the morning, old fourth Gu woke up early. He tried to turn over but was surprised to find he was holding a small warm bundle in his arms. He quickly woke up, sat up, and looked at the little person in his arms, a tiny creature curled into a meatball. He couldn't help but smile, almost laughing out loud. Carefully, he moved back and gently tucked the blanket around his little sister again before getting up and putting on his outer shirt. With plain white hands, he picked up a wooden basin and a cloth, then turned to walk outside. Soon, old fourth Gu finished washing up. He carried a wooden basin filled with hot water he had prepared himself. After placing the basin on the table, he saw a small bundle with messy hair and sleepy eyes sitting up, rubbing her eyes. After rubbing her eyes, she kept her eyes tightly closed, trying to sleep a little longer. Old fourth Gu soaked a clean cloth in warm water. Once it was fully soaked, he lifted it out, wrung out the excess water, and then approached sweet little treasure with the cloth. She was still groggy until the warm cloth touched her face, and she suddenly woke up completely. She quickly began washing her face. She remembered that her elder brother still had to go to the academy today. After tidying up, sweet little treasure, with her shiny black hair, headed toward the main hall, followed by her handsome elder brother and her yawning seventh brother. Old Goose 7 felt upset inside because he heard from fourth brother that he had a habit of grinding his teeth. That night, he slept very restlessly. Every time he fell into a deep sleep, he would think of the sound of teeth grinding that fourth brother mentioned, and he would wake up startled. This happened more than 10 times. How could he get good rest? Goose 7 clenched his teeth and looked at fourth brother's back. Fourth brother seemed to notice and turned his head just in time to see Goose 7 glaring at him with a fierce look. He raised an eyebrow, silently withdrew his gaze, and smiled slightly. Goose 7 was still lost in his thoughts. When he reached the main hall, he finally snapped out of it. Fourth brother. Slow down, little sister. Goose 7 stopped walking, looked up at fourth brother, and just opened his mouth to call him. But fourth brother pulled him aside and took out the small ball of meat behind Goose 7, speaking very gently. Sweet treasure swallowed her saliva, tilted her little head in confusion, and looked at seventh brother and then at fourth brother. She shook her head. She didn't know what seventh brother had done to offend fourth brother this time. She just hoped seventh brother would take good care of himself. If he had offended old Master Goo, she could still handle it. But now he had offended fourth brother. She couldn't handle that. Although fourth brother looked cold and distant, she knew he was a bit petty and held grudges. And it was already showing. After breakfast, Sweet Treasure wanted to send fourth brother to the academy. Since their rented house was very close to the school, fourth brother agreed without much hesitation. However, old Master Goo, who was sitting nearby eating, looked unhappy. His daughter was frightened yesterday, and he hadn't even comforted her properly. Now, in the morning, she didn't even give him a glance.
Sigh.
Old Master Goo sighed deeply and kept his eyes on fourth brother and the others. He saw that Grandma Goo nodded in agreement to let Sweet Treasure go with fourth brother to the academy, but she also suggested that Goose 7 go along and have a secret guard protect him. That way, he would feel a little more at ease. But old Master Goo himself was very unhappy with this idea. He immediately signaled Grandma Goo with his eyes, but she turned her back and didn't look at him at all. Standing nearby, fourth brother held some books and had Sweet Treasure standing beside him. He was teasing her and, when he looked up, he saw old Master Goo making eye signals. He thought for a moment. Although old Master Goo and old Master Goo are both unreliable, it is clear that old Master Goo is much more dependable than old Master Gucci. On the way back, if Tianbao were to go alone with old Master Gucci, he wouldn't feel at ease. So he immediately said, "Mother, letting Cheer go alone isn't safe. Why not let father come along too?" After old Master Goo spoke, old Master Goo smiled faintly at him, but old Master Goo took it as him trying to flatter, and even smiled back. At this moment, old Master Goo suddenly felt proud and straightened his chest, looking arrogantly at old Master Goo Goo and old Master Gucci. When his gaze fell on Gucci, he felt especially satisfied. Old Lady Goo was speechless for a moment. She turned her head to look at the proud old Master Goo, and then at Tianbao, who was clinging to old Master Goo Goo's leg. She suddenly felt a bit headache. What is going on? Her daughter isn't even sticking to her, so why is she acting so proud? Old Lady Goo waved her hand, too lazy to look at old Master Goo again, and hurriedly sent everyone away. After old Lady Goo nodded in agreement, old Master Goo quickly stepped forward to old Master Goo Goo, squatting down to look at Tianbao, who was holding onto Goo Goo's leg. He had a smile on his face and said, "Good girl, let Daddy hold you tightly." Then he opened his arms, waiting for Tianbao to jump into his embrace. While waiting by Goo Goo's leg, Tianbao suddenly heard old Master Goo's words. Her big, round almond-shaped eyes were full of disbelief. She reached out with her chubby hand, but before she could speak, she was already picked up into a hug.
"Oh,
my precious daughter, I knew you'd agree." As he spoke, he carried Tianbao and stood up, heading toward the main hall door. Just as they were about to step down the stairs, he noticed the two people behind him hadn't come out. Old Master Gu stopped and said, "Hurry up and go." Thus, Old Master Gu, Old Master Gu Gu, Old Master Gu Chi, and Tianbao, with Tianbao still in his arms, left the estate. They soon arrived at Yishuan Academy. At the gate of the academy, there was a lively crowd. Many luxurious carriages were parked there, each looking very grand, giving a somewhat flashy impression. Tianbao looked away indifferently from the carriages. When she turned to Gugu, she smiled softly, her voice becoming even more childish. "Fourth brother, you must study hard. Tianbao is waiting for you." Last night, fourth brother taught her some characters. She quickly remembered them, but during fourth brother's test, she deliberately made a small mistake. It's better not to be too clever. Tianbao has her own plans. She has many things to do in the future. Since she is still young, it's better for her to learn the characters here. She can write calligraphy and knows some traditional Chinese characters, but only a little. Now that an opportunity has come, she naturally wants to learn well. When old fourth Gu heard Tianbao's reminder, he felt very touched. He patted Tianbao's small head and looked at old seventh Gu with a hesitant expression. After carefully observing old seventh Gu again, he said, "Dad, be careful on the way back and watch over old seventh." After saying this, old fourth Gu glanced at Tianbao and then went inside with the book. Left alone, old seventh Gu was confused. What did fourth brother mean just now? Old seventh Gu couldn't understand, but old Master Gu immediately understood what was going on. He carried Tianbao and walked over to old seventh Gu, teasing her in front of him. Seeing old Master Gu's puzzled look, old seventh Gu had his first doubt. He wondered if this was really his father because he didn't seem to share his intelligence at all. Old seventh Gu looked longingly at old Master Gu, who was wandering around him and teasing Tianbao right in front of him. He truly didn't understand what his father was doing. But when he saw old Master Gu walking away with Tianbao, he finally understood what fourth brother and old Master Gu had been talking about. He felt he was worth less than his little sister. At this moment, he felt a bit wronged. After sending old fourth Gu to the academy, the three of them felt they had nothing to do. Old Master Gu still worried about yesterday's kidnapping, so they all decided to go home. When they returned home, just as they crossed the gate, they saw a young servant running from the main hall. The servant was panting heavily, still catching his breath, when he reached the gate. Old Master Gu frowned, looked at the main hall, and then stepped forward to speak to the servant. "I was just out for a walk with my daughter. It shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Old Master Gu asked uncertainly, as Lady Gu had caused trouble more than once. He then looked out at the carriage outside the house and realized someone had arrived. He immediately asked who is here. The servant lowered his head slightly and replied, "It's the ladies from the Shangshu residence. Madam asked you to dress properly and bring Miss Ba to the main hall to meet the guests." The servant finished quickly and took a deep breath. Old Master Gu nodded, then kicked old seventh Gu lightly and said, "Hurry up and wash up. Look at how tired you are. Never mind. You might as well stay inside the house and not come out, in case you scare the guests. Your mother won't forgive you easily." He stopped paying attention to Gu Laoqi's expression, hugged Tianbao, and turned toward the main hall, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. When old Master Gu was walking, he adjusted Tianbao's clothes and brushed her small black hair back. When the father and daughter arrived at the main hall, they looked up and saw the person sitting in the main seat, someone familiar. It was the Madame Shangshu and Miss Shangshu. Big sister Sun Sun. Tianbao turned her head and looked inside. She saw a little girl dressed in light green, standing properly beside Madame Shangshu, looking like a fairy child. Sun Sun stood beside her mother, watching carefully with her nose, mouth, and heart, showing a sweet and obedient look, without any coldness. Tianbao was in old Master Gu's arms. As soon as she entered, she saw the well-behaved Sun Sun, and her eyes lit up with happiness. She really liked Sun Sun. Sun Sun was not delicate like other children. Her eyes often showed worry. Although she looked cold on the outside, Tianbao knew she was kind-hearted inside. "Big sister Sun, why are you here?" Tianbao struggled to get out of old Master Gu's arms and was placed on the ground. Her short legs immediately ran toward Sun Sun, and she said as she ran. When she reached her, she threw herself into Sun Sun's arms. Sun Sun looked happy and sighed softly as she watched Tianbao fall into her embrace. She gently brushed Tianbao's black hair behind her ear and said softly, "Walk a bit slower." Tianbao lifted her little head and grinned at Sun Sun. She looked like a 3-year-old child, even though she was an adult inside. She enjoyed this feeling, something she had never experienced in her previous life. Tianbao and Sun Sun caught up, but she didn't forget Madame Shangshu, who was sitting in the main seat, Sun Sun's mother, Chuyu. Chuyu looked at everything with a gentle smile, especially when she saw her daughter's bright smile. She felt her choice was right. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled and turned to Chuyu, saying, "Sorry to make Madame Shangshu laugh. My girl is quite free-spirited." She said it jokingly, but her face was full of a gentle smile, and she didn't think Tianbao did anything wrong. Chuyu also understood this meaning. After hearing Grandma Gu's words, she exchanged a glance with her, then looked back at the two children. Smiling, she said, "Sister-in-law, you're joking. I really like Sweet Treasure. She's lively and cute. If my Qianer had even a little of her spirit, I wouldn't have to worry so much." After speaking, a hint of worry appeared on Chuyu's face. Grandma Gu looked at Chuyu and then at the two small heads whispering together, and she couldn't help but smile quietly. "Sister-in-law, if you don't mind, just call me Chuyu. Madame Shangshu feels a bit distant." Grandma Gu is a clever person. Hearing this, she understood there was a reason. Seeing how well the children played together, she nodded and said, "Then I won't refuse." Chuyu responded with a gentle smile, nodding at Grandma Gu. The two of them had become acquainted, thanks to the children. Auntie, Sweet Treasure, who was talking to Sun Sun nearby, suddenly ran over. She hugged Chuyu's leg with her little arms, her almond-shaped eyes filled with a look of pity as she looked up and called out. Chuyu had been chatting happily with Grandma Gu all afternoon when suddenly a soft little ball hugged her leg, almost startling her. She looked down and saw a pair of moist, pitiful eyes, and her heart softened instantly. Sun Sun, standing nearby, saw Sweet Treasure's action and suddenly understood. She immediately copied Sweet Treasure's move and ran toward Grandma Gu, hugging her leg and calling Auntie. Sun Sun was usually cold and rarely acted so affectionately. Her voice was not as soft and sweet as Sweet Treasure's, but a bit stiff. Grandma Gu didn't mind at all and was even a little happy. Earlier, seeing her own daughter run into someone else's arms, she felt a bit jealous. But when the other soft little girl rushed over, she felt balanced again. She saw Chuyu's surprised expression. Perhaps this was the first time the girl had done such a thing. "Auntie, we want to go out for a walk tomorrow," the two said in unison. They had just whispered about going out to play. Sweet Treasure knew she had been kidnapped yesterday, so she wouldn't be allowed to go out again. The two of them planned to switch places and find their mothers instead. This trick worked perfectly. Chuyu immediately agreed when she heard this, thinking they just wanted to go out for a walk. Grandmother Gu was still hesitating, as her daughter had just been frightened yesterday. But when she turned and saw her little girl smiling carefree, she suddenly felt that going out for a walk was a good idea. Old Master Gu, who had been ignored and standing quietly nearby, was stunned when he heard the children's words. After a moment, he quickly shook his head at Grandmother Gu, signaling her not to agree. However, when Grandmother Gu saw Old Master Gu's face full of rejection, she unexpectedly nodded with a smile and agreed. The two children cheered excitedly. Grandmother Gu raised an eyebrow, giving Old Master Gu a teasing look. But Old Master Gu, who was looking down, didn't see her expression. As soon as he heard her agree, he started planning quietly. He decided to ask his daughter later if she wanted him to come along. If she didn't want him there, he would secretly follow her later. Once he made up his mind, Old Master Gu felt much more relaxed. Everything looked better to him. Chuyu and Grandmother Gu agreed to let the children go for a spring outing, but neither of them was comfortable letting the kids go alone. So they decided to go to Lingbao Temple to burn incense the next day. Lingbao Temple is located on the north side of the city. It is the largest temple in the city, usually crowded with visitors, especially this year with the autumn exams coming up, so more people come to burn incense and pray. Chuyu chose Lingbao Temple because there is a peach grove behind the mountain, a popular spot for scholars and young ladies to enjoy spring outings. Since they planned to go the next day, time was tight. Chuyu took Sun Sun home to prepare. Sun Sun didn't want to be separated from Tian Bao, and her grandmother also tried to persuade her. Meanwhile, old Master Gu, standing nearby, said something. "Come stay at my house for a few days later." This made Sun Sun's eyes light up. After whispering a few words to Tian Bao, she was taken away by Chuyu. Tian Bao stood there reluctantly waving goodbye to Sun Sun. When she was out of sight, she sighed and turned around. Just as she was about to head home, she saw old Master Gu and Grandmother Gu still standing nearby. Tian Bao stepped forward. Because she was small, she could only pat her father's hand and said sincerely, "Dad, you're really kind." After saying this, she put her hands behind her back, looking proud as she entered the house. The elderly couple standing nearby didn't understand what Tian Bao meant. But Grandmother Gu, though confused, didn't want old Master Gu to know she didn't understand. She also patted old Master Gu's hand and said seriously, "Old man, you're really kind." After saying this, she turned and entered the mansion. Old Master Gu was left standing there, confused and unsure of what to do. He blankly raised his hand and looked at the reddened back of his hand. Grandmother Gu was busy preparing items for offering incense, mainly to make some treats for Sweet Treasure. She immediately ordered the maid, Xia He, to go shopping for ingredients. Just as Xia He was about to step forward to respond, Sweet Treasure, sitting nearby, stopped her. "Mother, I remember Aunt Zhou makes her own cakes. Let Xia He ask Aunt Zhou how many kinds she can prepare. If anything is missing, we can buy it," Sweet Treasure said, crossing her little arms and puffing out her small belly, acting like a little adult. Grandmother Gu listened and thought it made sense. After all, her own cooking was better. She waved her hand and told Xia He to go to the kitchen and pass the message. Once Xia He bowed and left, Sweet Treasure kept her eyes on her figure. Grandmother Gu, sitting beside her, was a bit puzzled and also looked on. When she looked, Xia He was gone. "Is there something wrong with Xia He?" Sweet Treasure quickly hid her sharp gaze, then looked up with a smile and said softly, "Xia He is so pretty. She shouldn't get tired." She had just seen clearly that Xia He looked pale, but her skin was very fair. Since she hired the maid a few days ago, the Gu family's meals had been very good. They never mistreated her for selling herself into the house. Even Winter Snow and Plumeria's faces, which had been pale, gradually looked better, with some flesh returning to their cheeks. Only Xia He still looked like she did when she first arrived. Sweet Treasure thought for a moment, but couldn't understand why. She decided not to think about it anymore. Maybe Xia He was recovering slowly. She secretly thought about giving Xia He twice as much spiritual spring water to help her recover quickly and look more lively and pleasing. Grandmother Gu didn't know what Sweet Treasure was thinking. She reached out and pinched her little nose, secretly smiling. She didn't realize her little girl cared about appearances sometimes. "Go help see if there's anything else needed. Mother will prepare some incense items for you." Grandmother Gu was worried that Sweet Treasure might run around if she was bored. If she was busy, she wouldn't have time to worry about her. Instead of worrying, she decided to find something for her to do. Sweet Treasure nodded happily, very much agreeing with her mother's idea. She planned to find her sixth sister later, so she could tell her a few recipes for sweets and maybe bring out some fruit. That should be enough for the spring outing. With her chubby little legs, Sweet Treasure hurriedly ran toward the kitchen, just as old Master Gu entered the house and brushed past her. Old Master Gu didn't have time to call out before he saw his daughter suddenly dash away like a gentle breeze. He looked at his daughter running away, then withdrew his gaze, remembering he had other matters to attend to. He turned around and slowly walked toward Grandma Gu. At this moment, Grandma Gu was about to pick something up when she was startled by old Master Gu, who had somehow appeared nearby. She almost lost her balance and nearly fell to the side. She held onto the table to steady herself, then looked angry and slapped old Master Gu, scolding, "Gu Xianchen, what are you trying to do?" Old Master Gu was first hit and then scolded, feeling very wronged. He just wanted to tell his wife that he would go on a spring outing with her tomorrow. "Madam." Old Master Gu hesitated to speak. He hadn't figured out what to say next, but when he looked up, he saw Grandma Gu's icy stare. He swallowed hard and nervously said, "Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the temple to protect you." When he said this, he accidentally replaced "go with you" with "protect," meaning he would go to the temple to keep them safe, not for any other reason. But Grandma Gu naturally wouldn't agree with Old Master Gu's idea. "No need, just stay at home tomorrow. Old Seven will go with you," she said, tidying her clothes and adjusting her hairpin with an elegant look. She didn't even glance at Old Master Gu, and then walked out. She turned and went to the kitchen. Seeing it was not busy, she called out to Lame, and the two left the house secretly guarded by hidden guards. Sweet Treasure jumped happily to the kitchen. Inside, only Xiaohe and Sixth Sister were washing vegetables. She looked around and couldn't see Aunt Zhou, so she asked, "Where's Aunt Zhou?" Guyan paused her work and turned to look at Sweet Treasure, saying, "Aunt Zhou took Dongxiu out shopping earlier. She wants to show off her skills." She then remembered Aunt Zhou's serious face and couldn't help but smile. Sweet Treasure's face was slightly red, her smooth, fair skin looking like it was dusted with rouge. Very pretty. "Sixth Sister, make me a few kinds of cakes." She blinked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately understood. "Big Sister Xia, I'm here. First, move my bedding to my parents' room. I want to sleep with them tonight," Sweet Treasure said, coming up with an excuse to send Xiaohe away. After all, they'd have to get up early tomorrow for the incense offering. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe quickly put down her belongings. After listening, she bowed politely to Tian Bao, walking gracefully as if carrying a faint fragrance with her movements. Tian Bao sniffed her and became even more curious about Xiaohe. Guyan didn't pay much attention to Xiaohe's departure. Her mind was focused on the new recipe. After Xiaohe left, before Guyan could speak, Tian Bao asked Sixth Sister, "Do you have sticky rice flour and japonica rice flour? Also, white sugar and brown sugar." She wanted to eat osmanthus cake, but it's not the season for osmanthus flowers. The leaves might have just sprouted. Even if she can't get osmanthus, she could change her idea and try red sugar cake instead. She also wanted to eat sticky rice balls, but since they were young, eating too much glutinous rice wouldn't be good for digestion. Thinking about the future, she imagined building a kiln to bake snacks and meat. Since ancient times didn't have ovens, the only option was to design a kiln. These thoughts made Tian Bao feel very motivated. Guyan prepared everything Tian Bao needed. Tian Bao looked satisfied and started giving instructions. First, she sifted the sticky rice flour and japonica rice flour, then added some fine sugar and some spiritual spring water. She mixed everything well so the flours could fully absorb the water. Next, she took out a steaming basket, placed the mixed dough on a steaming cloth, and set it over boiling water. She put 2 wooden sticks slightly larger than the steaming basket into the pot before placing the basket on top. Tian Bao was in charge of controlling the fire and watching the heat. Gu Yan, standing nearby, watched Tian Bao with concern. After about 15 minutes, she extinguished the fire and waited for the heat to dissipate. Then she removed the steaming basket cover and took out the cloth inside. She wrapped it in a damp cloth, and the remaining work was handed over to Gu Yan. As Tian Bao said, no skill, just rough handling. She kneaded until the dough was smooth, then flattened it, rolled it into a long, cut it into rectangular pieces, and arranged them on a plate. She boiled brown sugar into a syrup and poured it over the cakes. 1 red sugar cake was ready. Tian Bao then taught Gu Yan several other cakes that could be made with sticky rice flour, steamed in a basket. They were fragrant, sweet, and chewy, with the aroma of rice. Tian Bao felt instantly satisfied with just 1 bite. This was the familiar taste. Unfortunately, they only had sticky rice, but luckily, it had some of the texture of glutinous rice. The two spent the whole afternoon in the kitchen, making several kinds of pastries. When Chef Zhou and Dong Xue returned, they immediately saw the two with flour all over their faces, and their eyes sparkled with joy. Seeing how the young ladies looked, Chef Zhou chuckled softly. Even Dong Xue couldn't help but smile. Sweet Bao was still holding flour in her hand. She turned around and saw the two people laughing so hard they couldn't straighten up. She was confused for a moment, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, and in doing so, some flour got on her face without her noticing. Nearby, Gu Yan finished tidying up and also came over with flour on her face, smiling as she looked at Chef Zhou. She couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Zhou, what are you laughing at?" Chef Zhou finally stopped laughing and, holding her stomach from laughing so hard, said, "My two young ladies, are you playing in the flour barrel? You have flour on your heads and faces." As she spoke, she took a clean cloth from the side and went to Gu Yan. She first wiped Gu Yan's face and then helped remove the flour from her clothes. Sweet Bao, standing nearby, understood what Chef Zhou meant. She smiled and said in a childish voice, "Aunt Zhou, Sixth Sister was amazing today." Sixth Sister made pastries. Eager to show off, Sweet Bao hurriedly told Aunt Zhou her achievement. Her words surprised Aunt Zhou. She knew that Sixth Miss was skilled in cooking, but she hadn't expected her to make pastries too. She thought, if that's the case. Thinking of this, her face showed excitement as she said to Gu Yan, "Would Sixth Miss allow this old servant to see? Honestly, although I am good at cooking, I prefer this kind of craft."
But
Gu Yan nodded understandingly. She turned and brought out the red sugar cake they had made earlier with her younger sister, placing it in front of Aunt Zhou and asking, "Aunt Zhou, please try it. Do you think you can give some feedback?" This red sugar cake was made together with her younger sister, so the taste was naturally excellent. Seeing the cake in front of her, Aunt Zhou nervously rubbed her hands and awkwardly said, "Then I won't be too polite, Miss Six." After speaking, she picked up a piece of cake from the edge of the plate. The cake was cut into rectangular pieces. The white cake was drizzled with red syrup, and it had a fragrant aroma of glutinous rice. The sugar syrup made from red sugar combined with a rice aroma, creating a soft, chewy texture when bitten. Aunt Zhou took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Her expression was full of delight as she quickly pulled Gu Yan aside. Sweet Bao looked at the two people communicating, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes, as if she didn't understand how these two could get along so well over something as simple as pastries. She shook her head with some helplessness, then took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to arrange the finished pastries on plates inside the space to keep them fresh. When she took them out tomorrow, they would still taste as fresh as when they were just made. After Sweet Bao finished, she turned around and saw that the two were already excitedly starting to work on the pastries. When she told Sixth Sister the recipe earlier, she mentioned 1 or 2, but Sixth Sister ended up making 5 or 6 different kinds, all tasting very good. This naturally boosted Sixth Sister's confidence. Not wanting to disturb the eager learners, Sweet Bao packed the remaining pastries onto plates. Just as she was about to carry them to the front hall, Dong Xue, who had just come back to her senses, saw her. Dong Xue quickly came over and took the plates from Sweet Bao's hands, breathing a sigh of relief. She softly said to Miss Eighth, "Miss, I'll take these. You don't need to do it yourself." She then took the plates from Sweet Bao, who didn't refuse, and immediately said, "Take these pastries to the front hall and let Dad and Mom try some too. Tell Mom I haven't finished my work yet. Once I'm done, I'll come over." Dong Xue listened carefully to the Miss's instructions, then bowed and replied, "Yes." Mississippi Dong Xue went to the front hall to deliver the pastries. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhou and Gu Yan were happily chatting, excitedly sharing their thoughts. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Sweet Bao slipped out of the kitchen. She headed towards the garden inside the estate. There weren't many plants worth admiring at this time, only grass swaying in the breeze. After checking around to make sure no one was nearby, she easily slipped through the wall corner into the space. With so many people in the estate, even entering the space required caution, but Sweet Bao understood that such situations would only increase in the future. Inside the space, she stored the crops and replanted them. She checked on the ginseng and various rare herbs she had dug up from the mountain earlier. Now all of them had been planted. She also found some unfamiliar herbal seeds and planted those too. After watering them with diluted spiritual spring water, the newly planted herbs began to sprout. Sweet Bao removed some weeds, then sat down exhausted. After drinking a few sips of spiritual spring water, she felt her strength returning. After sitting for a while, she stood up and headed towards the fruit area. Sweet Treasure looked at the beautiful fruits in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. She was thinking that it would be great if these fruits could learn to walk into the warehouse by themselves, so she wouldn't have to pick them. That would be so much easier. She shook her head, feeling like she was dreaming. Quickly, she took some more fruits out of the ice water, worried there wouldn't be enough to eat. After everything was arranged properly, Sweet Treasure finally left the space. But as she turned around, she didn't see the fruits on the branches moving restlessly. One by one, they eagerly jumped down from the branches and headed straight to their warehouse. Everything seemed calm but strange. When Sweet Treasure left the space, she realized that only a moment had passed outside. She tidied up her clothes and then headed toward the main hall. When she reached the door of the main hall, she heard a loud, bustling noise inside before she even went in. Worried something might happen, she quickly stepped forward and walked up the stone steps. The main hall door was open. Inside, everyone from the Gu family was there, including Old Master Gu and Old Seventh, all sitting inside. No one dared complain about waiting so long because it was Sweet Treasure who was delivering the message. Old Master Gu, sitting at the main seat, looked very unhappy. He was upset just thinking about how Grandma Gu refused to go with him. It made his chest hurt. Was he about to lose his daughter's love? But then he suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit. He clearly couldn't go himself, but he could secretly go. Just then, Old Seven stood up, picked up a cup of tea from the table, and took a sip. Old Master Gu couldn't help but stare at Old Seventh, wondering why they wanted to bring only Old Seventh. Why not consider him too? Before Old Master Gu could figure out why they only wanted to bring Old Seventh, he saw a small, chubby figure walk in. The little chubby figure looked serious, as if thinking about something. Old Master Gu, who was usually not very observant, didn't notice the seriousness on Sweet Treasure's face. He only saw his daughter walk in and wanted to see if she would agree to let him go. If she did, then his wife wouldn't interfere. Thinking about this possibility, Old Master Gu suddenly got excited. He almost knocked over his teacup. Under Grandma Gu's cold stare, he calmly set the cup down and pushed it slightly away, afraid he might knock it over again. Grandmother Gu looked coldly at Mr. Gu's intentions. She turned to glance at her daughter, her face showing "I'm busy." However, Mr. Gu didn't seem to notice. Just as he was about to stand up, she quickly stopped him. "What are you doing?"
Me.
Of course, he was looking for his daughter. Could it be that his wife was stopping him because she didn't want him to find Sweetie? Mr. Gu's expression changed unpredictably. After understanding, he brushed away Grandmother Gu's hand and said proudly, "Are you afraid I want to follow my daughter?" Then he raised his eyebrows slightly and whispered in her ear, "If you won't let me follow, I will anyway." With that, he turned and headed toward Sweetie. Grandmother Gu once again wondered how she ended up with such a silly man. When he was young, he looked quite clever. Grandmother Gu couldn't figure it out, but she didn't want to think about it anymore. Instead, she reached out to smooth her slightly wrinkled collar, took the teacup in her white hand, and used the lid to skim the foam on top. She took a gentle sip, the bitter tea spreading in her mouth. After setting down the cup, she took a plain white handkerchief from her and gently wiped her lips. She then looked at Mr. Gu with a relaxed expression. Mr. Gu quickly stepped forward, smiling as he saw Sweetie walk in. He blocked her with a big hand. Sweetie, just regaining her senses, looked dazed. "Sweetie, tomorrow." Mr. Gu learned from past experience. After stopping her, he went straight to the main point. He had only spoken 5 words when a small, chubby hand pinched his. Sweetie frowned tightly. She had been thinking about something and had momentarily lost focus. When she snapped back, she saw her father's face much larger than usual, almost touching hers. She didn't hear what her father was saying anymore, only saw his mouth moving. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch him back. "Dad, eat your meal, and don't talk," Sweetie said seriously, with a stern look. Mr. Gu was momentarily stunned. He nodded blankly, feeling the chubby little hand release him. Just as he wanted to explain, he opened his mouth to speak, but hadn't said a word yet when he saw that familiar little hand reach out again. He was so frightened he quickly stood up and, pretending nothing was wrong, returned to Grandma Gu. As soon as he sat down, he heard Grandma Gu's laughter. Mr. Gu looked up at the ceiling with a helpless smile. Grandma Gu was in a good mood. Both of them were talking separately, not understanding each other's meaning. Sweet Bao didn't understand old Master Gu's meaning and thought he simply didn't want to try the cake, as few men liked to eat pastries. But to avoid this possibility, she made the cake with very little sugar, making it suitable for all ages. Even if her little cousins ate too much, they wouldn't worry about cavities. Still, after eating sweets, they should rinse their mouths. Sweet Bao lifted her chubby legs and walked toward Grandma Gu. She looked around and saw everyone eating the cakes brought out. Only Grandma Gu had a few pieces left beside her. Thinking her mother might not like the taste, she ran over and threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, is the cake not tasty?" If her mother didn't like this kind of cake, she would find a way to make her mother something she liked. Grandma Gu glanced at the cake beside her. It was the one she had given to old Master Gu earlier. He hadn't eaten anything all afternoon, lost in thought. Thinking of this, Grandma Gu silently pushed the plate of cake toward old Master Gu and said, "That's for your father. I've finished mine. Honestly, tell me, is it half your fault?" After pushing the plate, Grandma Gu quickly changed the subject and asked Sweet Bao. Although surprised, she would tell the truth since her mother asked. Sweet Bao made it with Sister Lu, but Sister Lu is so talented. Sweet Bao looked at her with admiration, almost making Grandma Gu laugh. She knew her daughter's abilities well. Sister Lu was indeed good at cooking, but she wasn't as quick before. It was only after she started hanging out with Sweet Bao that she became more agile. Grandma Gu had a faint idea, but didn't dare think too much. She gently brushed the little bangs on Sweet Bao's forehead and thought again how lucky their family was to have her. "Sweet Bao, thank you, Mom." She looked up and saw her distracted mother, but didn't disturb her. She also noticed the plate of cake had been moved again and remembered her mother said it was her father's portion. She thought for a moment and guessed that her father probably didn't like red sugar cake. When the osmanthus flowers bloom in August and September, she would gather some to make osmanthus wine, or even small sweet dumplings with osmanthus wine. She didn't believe her father wouldn't like it, but for now, Sweet Bao sadly took the plate of cake. Gu Lao Chi, who was nearby, saw this and came over. Looking at the bowed head of Sweet Bao, he felt a bit sorry. He immediately took the plate from her hands and comforted her. "Little sister, the cake you made tastes very good. Make some more later, I want to give it to our teacher to try." As she spoke, old Seven reached into the plate and took a piece of cake, eating it in a few bites. He couldn't help but say to Sweet Treasure, fragrant and soft. Seeing old Seven happy while eating, Sweet Treasure felt sad quickly and left just as fast. After hearing old Seven's words, she nodded seriously and tilted her head to ask if the teacher had any food restrictions. She planned to add some fruit flavor to the cake because children would definitely like it. After getting old Seven's answer, she thought to herself that when they returned from their spring outing, she could give more to the teacher and make extra to share with her second brother's friends and the teacher to keep good relations with classmates. While one person was eating and the other was thinking, they suddenly felt the top of their heads darken. They both looked up and saw their stern-looking grandfather glaring fiercely at old Seven. They both swallowed hard. Old Seven quickly swallowed the cake in his mouth. Seeing his father's expression, he suddenly had an idea. He held out the cake plate to his father and said, "Dad, you eat." Grandfather's face was dark. He looked down into the plate and saw that the pieces of cake had already disappeared, leaving only some crumbs to prove they had been there. Seeing this, he almost fainted. He looked coldly at the plate, feeling helpless inside. He didn't want to eat the cake. He had planned to keep it.
But now,
Grandfather looked at Old Seven with a serious face, then turned to Sweet Treasure with a full smile. He even patted Old Seven's shoulder and silently sat down beside Grandma. Old Seven was startled by his grandfather's actions and looked at him in disbelief. Then he crouched down, leaned close to Sweet Treasure's ear, and whispered, "Little sister, did Dad not hit me?" Hearing this, Sweet Treasure looked at her brother with sympathy. If Old Seven didn't speak, he would be a perfect handsome boy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, it ruined the image. Hearing her brother whisper, she twitched her lips. Suddenly, she thought maybe her father had a reason for hitting Old Seven. She didn't know what to say to her brother now. Was this not punishment but a reminder? But she thought about her seventh brother's intelligence, which was all used for studying. She couldn't help but shake her head at Old Seven and imitate Old Master Goo's manner, patting Old Seven's shoulder. Old Seven looked confused and remained silent. Sweetbow found a seat and sat down. As soon as her bottom touched the round stool, Little One, who had been observing for a long time, ran over happily. The young boy, already showing some signs of adolescence, had more refined features than before. "Little Auntie." Little One ran up to her shyly and whispered softly. Sweetbow looked into Little One's eyes and saw that he was a bit embarrassed and lowered his head. She immediately looked puzzled. What was going on? "Little One, is something the matter?" Seeing Little One hesitate to speak, Sweetbow wondered if her older brother had scolded him again. She thought she should ask him to clarify. She then adopted a caring, elder-like attitude, showing concern. Little One blinked and, feeling a little shy, scratched his head and said, "Little Auntie, can you take us out for a walk tomorrow?" After saying this, he quickly lowered his head, blushing. It was the first time he asked Little Annie directly in front of everyone, and he felt a bit shy. Hearing this, Sweetbow immediately refused without much thought. "Have you finished the homework Brother C left you these days?" she asked, not directly rejecting but recalling that Brother C had assigned homework to the children. If they had all completed it, she planned to take them out for fun someday. But tomorrow was definitely not possible. It wasn't about convenience. She had already made plans to go out with someone yesterday. If she suddenly took many people out tomorrow, she worried Sun Sun wouldn't be happy. Likewise, if Sun Sun secretly gathered friends to play, she wouldn't be pleased either. Playing with whoever they wanted was fine, but bringing so many people would break their agreement. She could take Little One and the others out the day after tomorrow, so they wouldn't interfere with each other. When Little One heard Sweetbow's question, he looked shy and embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and hesitatingly said, Little Auntie, I haven't finished Uncle C's homework." Little One lowered his head in shame. He and Little Two and Little Three had been taught by Uncle C for their early lessons. They usually studied the books Uncle C gave them, and if they didn't understand something, they would discuss it with him. He had always wanted to go to school, but Grandpa didn't seem willing, and even Uncle Four's teachings were done secretly. It wasn't until Little Aunt said she would send them to a private school that they felt both shocked and happy. From then on, after playing, they would quietly study. Even Grandpa secretly gave them several books, but the content was too deep to understand. Sweet Treasure sat on a round stool, wanting to reach out and touch Little One's head, but his short arms prevented it. He then patted Little One's hand and said earnestly, "Little One, after you go back, you'll start private school. You're a bit late, so you need to work harder every day." He paused and added, "Give you 2 days to finish the homework left by fourth brother, then I will take you out to play alone." Sweet Treasure's words made Little One and the others very excited. Several nephews gathered around Little Aunt, forming a tight group, and said seriously, "We won't let Little Aunt down." They all spoke in unison, almost deafening Sweet Treasure's ears. After speaking, they hurried back to their rooms to do their homework. Gu Xiaolu, who had been quiet all along, was now encouraged by the lively atmosphere and boldly stood up. She looked timid and lacked confidence. She softly said, "Noir will definitely supervise the brothers and younger brothers." After speaking, she stood up and followed her brothers to where they had disappeared. Qin Shui, sitting nearby, had tears in her eyes. She wiped her eyes and said softly, "Little sister-in-law, it's all thanks to you. Everything was understood, without words. Sweet Treasure immediately understood what the eldest sister-in-law meant. Xiao Lu had always been weak. Since being nourished by spiritual spring water, her health had improved a lot. If she continued to recover in a few years, she might be no different from ordinary people. But the eldest sister-in-law didn't realize that all these improvements were thanks to the spiritual spring water. She probably thought it was because of the encouragement from her nephews. The nephews were eager to learn, which justified her efforts to send them to private school. But based on her understanding of fourth brother, this wasn't the first time he had taught these nephews. Sending them to private school might be a waste of time. If fourth brother hadn't taught them before, then going to private school would be just right. She frowned slightly, thinking. Her eyes caught sight of seventh brother sitting obediently at his spot. When no one paid attention to him, he was the most well-behaved. It was time for him to go to the academy. Time passed quickly. The Gu family finished dinner and prepared for bed. Old Master Gu stood up and approached Sweet Treasure. Before he could lift her up, he heard a teasing voice say, "Little sister, last night, fourth brother comforted you. Shouldn't it be seventh brother tonight?
Huh.
Look at what big brother is doing. Big brother doesn't comfort you to sleep. He's comforting big sister-in-law to sleep." Sweet Bao closed her eyes with a heavy heart. When seventh brother was speaking just now, big brother was listening nearby, with his ears perked up. However, she only took a quick glance before seventh brother, with sharp eyes, caught her. She carefully opened one eye and saw her older sister's face flushed. After big brother comforted her, he took seventh brother by the collar and led him out the door. The two of them were about the same height. When big brother held seventh brother's collar, seventh brother obediently followed. Once again, she couldn't save seventh brother today. Old Master Gu saw the situation and immediately became interested. He turned to follow along to join the fun. Just then, Sweet Bao noticed his intention. She saw a small, chubby bundle of flesh rush over and hug her father's thigh tightly. "Dad, Dada." Old Master Gu looked at the disappearing figures of big brother and seventh brother, then lowered his gaze to his chubby little daughter. He quickly picked her up and held her in his arms, his eyes fixed on the direction they had gone, sighing softly. Sweet Bao watched the distant figures disappear, then let out a breath of relief. At least, she managed to hold on to her father and prevent him from going to help seventh brother. But how long he could last against big brother was all up to fate. She had long suspected that her three older brothers knew martial arts, but she wasn't certain. Later, after she was rescued from danger, she learned from a maid that some of her brothers could fly. But everyone has secrets. Not just her brothers, she also has secrets she can't let others see. Old Master Gu felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't help his eldest son. However, since his soft, adorable little daughter was still in his arms, he didn't feel too upset. Instead, he felt very happy. That night, Old Master Gu carried Sweet Bao back to the main house. After tidying her up, he was about to leave when Grandma Gu handed him a quilt. Surprised, he was then sent to sleep in the side room. Sweet Bao was a little stunned. After regaining her senses, she felt a bit sorry for her father. She quickly crawled over to her mother and softly said, "Mother, let Dad sleep with us."
Sweet Bao meets that.
Old Master Gu, who was eavesdropping behind the wall, was moved to tears. He thought to himself that all his love for his daughter was worth it. Daughters are the best. Grandma Gu hesitated for a moment. She felt that treating her husband this way in front of her daughter was somewhat embarrassing. Maybe it would make her daughter care more for her father. She really didn't want to see that happen. She reached out and gently pinched Sweet Bao's little nose, smiling as she said, "All right, we'll listen to Sweet Bao. If your dad wants to come in, he can. Now go call him." Before she finished speaking, her words were interrupted by sounds coming from the side room. "No need to shout, I'm here." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared in front of the two Gu family members holding a quilt. They exchanged a glance. Sweet Bao quietly climbed into Grandma Gu's arms. She hadn't expected that her father was waiting for this very moment. Old Master Gu, with a shameless face, got into bed and spread out the quilt he brought. Only then did he slowly lie down. After lying down, he realized that the mother and daughter had already fallen asleep. The flickering candlelight cast a soft, warm glow on Grandma Gu's face, which looked gentle and peaceful. A small head rested on her chin, and they slept peacefully together. Old Master Gu sighed happily. This was the life he wanted. He waved his hand toward the dim candlelight, and the bright candles suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. A night of sweet dreams. The next day, Sweet Bao woke up early. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Grandma Gu already dressed neatly. She wore a long, elegant dress in a soft blue color, with silver embroidery of cloud patterns on the collar and cuffs. Her long black hair was styled into a bun, decorated with a pearl hairpin. Round pearl earrings dangled from her ears, matching the hairpin perfectly. Thanks to the healing waters and Grandma Gu's naturally youthful constitution, she looked much younger. Today, with her outfit, even without any blush on her face, her slightly red lips looked more beautiful than many painted ones. Mother looks so beautiful. Sweet Bao leaned against the bedpost, her bright eyes full of admiration as she looked at her mother. The more she looked, the more beautiful she found her. She sighed happily. After tidying up, Grandma Gu took out a few small clothes she had bought for Sweet Bao on her trip. She chose a pink dress from the pile. The pink dress had embroidered peach blossoms on the collar and lively peach leaves on the cuffs. Such a delicate and pretty outfit made Sweet Bao's heart tighten. She wanted to quietly slip down, but she was caught by Grandma Gu, who looked up at her. "Good girl, look at the beautiful clothes I picked for you." Meanwhile, old Master Gu, who had woken up unknowingly, saw the clothes in Grandma Gu's hand and nodded in agreement. "Yes, good girl. Look how pretty the clothes I chose for you are, pink and tender." So, having a daughter was better. Unlike them, who had no daughters, they didn't understand the joy of choosing little clothes for a girl. Gu family in Beijing. Why don't we team up to get rid of the third brother? Sweet Bao wanted to resist and pretend to be a timid turtle, but when she saw her mother's expectant eyes, she couldn't stand that look the most. Dressed in her inner clothes, Sweet Bao suddenly stood up, startling Grandpa Gu, who was lying nearby. She had intended to comfort her daughter by getting close to her face, but unexpectedly, her own wife said one word, then another, and her daughter obediently followed. Grandpa Gu was crying alone on the bed, while Grandma Gu reached out to hold Sweet Bao as she approached. After lifting her onto the bed, she also helped her put on her clothes. Sweet Bao reached out to take the clothes and began to dress herself. Fortunately, Grandma Gu knew that Sweet Bao had just learned to dress herself, so she bought simple clothes that were easy to put on. She didn't dare buy complicated outfits, fearing her daughter would lose patience. Sweet Bao first put on her small skirt, then her top, and finally Grandma Gu tied her waistband to prevent her from playing happily and accidentally dropping her skirt. Lastly, Grandma Gu hung a small sachet on Sweet Bao, filled with insect-repelling herbs. After tidying up, they went to the main hall to have a simple breakfast. Grandma Gu then busily directed the maid to load everything needed onto the carriage. Because they brought many things, Steward Lu Dong brought out the big carriage from the estate and made Lu Shi the driver, also assigning him the role of protector. Lu Shi, who had been in the estate for several days, was almost bored to death. When he heard that the lady and young miss were going out for a walk and that he would be the driver, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. While Grandma Gu was packing, Sweet Bao quietly found an empty food box, took out the cake stored inside, and placed the fruits into another empty box. After covering it, she was done. But she looked back at the visibly displeased cake box, then took out the remaining fruits from the space, grabbed some toothpicks, and quickly processed the fruits. She cut some fruit, wrapped the toothpicks in oil paper, and finally covered the box. She asked 2 young servants to carry the food boxes onto the carriage. Once everything was ready, Sweet Bao suddenly remembered she hadn't arranged where to meet Su Sun that day. She felt a bit annoyed at herself. She was an adult, yet she was so careless and impatient, not even asking the most basic questions. Sweet Bao turned to look at Grandma Gu. She saw Grandma Gu stretching her neck, looking around as if searching for someone. Sweet Bao lowered her head and walked over, gently tugging at Grandma Gu's skirt. She softly said, "Mother, I think I forgot to tell Sister Sun our meeting time yesterday." When she said this, Sweet Bao didn't dare look up at Grandma Gu. She knew Grandma Gu would forgive her everything, but she was careless this time. Grandma Gu withdrew her gaze. Seeing Sweet Bao with her head down and hearing her serious voice, she couldn't help but smile. That day, the two little ones talked for a long time about going out for fun, but they didn't say where they would meet. Chu Yu suggested meeting at their house gate. She had always thought Sweet Bao knew about it. Grandma Gu reached out and gently patted Sweet Bao's head, careful not to mess up her hair. She softly said, "It's okay. Yesterday, I already agreed with Aunt Chu Yu to meet at our house gate." She looked up at the sky, feeling it was about time. The street was lively with noise. In the distance, a horse's neigh was heard. A gentle breeze blew. A carriage slowly approached. A coachman and a maid drove the carriage to the house gate. When the carriage stopped, the curtains were drawn open. A beautifully dressed woman stepped out, wearing a jade headpiece that shimmered green in the sunlight. Her face was cold as ice, but when she saw Grandma Gu below, her icy expression softened. She smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, sister-in-law." She then, with the help of the maid, got out of the carriage. Behind her was a small girl dressed in pale yellow. Seeing Chu Yu get out of the carriage, Grandma Gu quickly stepped forward and took her from the maid's hand. She smiled and said, "No need to say that. We just finished some work, and you arrived just in time." The adults started talking. Watching from the side, Sweet Bao saw Su Sun come down and hurried over, holding her little skirt.
Vunya.
Sun Sun quickly walked over, looked at Sweet Bao, and thought she looked even more adorable today in her pretty outfit. "Sweet Bao, am I late?" I urged the coachman to go faster on the way here. I didn't expect the morning to be so crowded. We were stuck in traffic for a long time. Hearing this, Sweet Bao was a little surprised. She had lived here for many days and never heard of such a busy morning. Could something have happened? "That's strange," Sweet Bao said, tilting her chubby finger to her lips, looking puzzled. Sun Sun wanted to say a few more words to Sweet Treasure, but was startled by Chu Yu suddenly appearing from behind. She saw Su Sun pat her chest, pouting, and said nervously, "Mother, how can you appear from behind like that? It's time to leave. If we stay any longer, more pilgrims will arrive, and we won't be able to go to the temple." Sun Sun and Sweet Treasure nodded together, each getting into a carriage. Sun family's carriage led the way, followed closely by the Gu family's carriage. The driver was Lu Shi, who had secretly arranged many hidden guards to protect them. Not long after the Gu family's carriage set off, a sneaky figure appeared in the eyes of the hidden guards. They almost drew their swords, but upon closer look, they saw it was actually Third Master Gu. The hidden master, who had been watching from the shadows, suddenly felt it was too much to watch and looked away. He turned his gaze to a nearby gray carriage where two elderly people sat. One old man peeked out secretly, then signaled the driver to follow quietly. Seeing this, the hidden master quietly looked away, feeling that none of them looked trustworthy. A group of people drove two carriages toward Lingbao Temple. Along the way, Sweet Treasure couldn't help but look around curiously. She kept lifting the small curtain on the carriage multiple times until she became bored. Only then did Grandma Gu pour her a cup of tea. Grandma Gu pushed the teacup in front of Sweet Treasure and softly said, "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Throughout the journey, they didn't stop moving or talking. Sometimes she exclaimed "wow" or "oh" in amazement. After taking a sip of water, Sweet Treasure lifted the curtain again and was surprised to see that more and more carriages were heading toward Lingbao Temple. Because there were more carriages on the road, their speed slowed down. "Mother, this temple is so far away." This was Sweet Treasure's first time visiting the temple, whether in her past life or now. As they got closer to Lingbao Temple, her unease grew stronger. She didn't know where this feeling came from. Maybe that temple? After all, she was someone from a different world. Grandma Gu smiled but didn't reply because she wasn't very clear about Lingbao Temple either. Soon after, they reached the foot of the mountain. Many carriages were already parked there. Lu Shi was instructed by Grandma Gu to watch the carriages, since they still carried many things and needed someone to guard them. Sweet Treasure originally planned to go out with Xiaohe today, but Xiaohe caught a cold last night, so she was told to rest well today. This time, she didn't bring a maid along. Grandmother Gu thought it didn't matter much whether a maid was present or not. After all, they had already gotten used to life without a maid before. Even though they now had a maid at home, it wouldn't really change anything. Lu Shi, bring me the basket, said Grandmother Gu. I'm taking Sweet Treasure to pray. She looked up and saw the basket placed on the highest shelf, filled with incense and candles for worship. Lu Shi heard her and climbed onto the carriage. She reached out and took down the bamboo basket from the food box, handing it to Grandmother Gu. The basket was covered with a plain white cloth and felt heavy in her hand. Sweet Treasure glanced at it, curious about what her mother had prepared for worship. Grandmother Gu took the bamboo basket, then gave some more instructions before holding Sweet Treasure's hand and walking toward Chuyu. Chuyu, waiting nearby, showed no impatience. Even her usually cold expression softened a little with kindness. When she saw the grandmother and daughter approaching, she asked her maid to step forward and take the basket, but Grandmother Gu raised her hand to stop her. I can carry it myself, no need to be so polite, said Grandmother Gu, politely declining Chuyu's offer. Mother. Sweet Treasure was about to praise her mother when a rude voice interrupted her. Oh, so poor and still pretending to follow the rules of wealthy families? A childish, charming voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a small girl in a red dress, about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a tiny whip at her waist. Her fair face was scowling, and her big eyes were full of mockery. She didn't seem afraid when everyone looked at her. Sweet Treasure took a quick glance and then looked down, thinking for a moment. She reached out her chubby, white hand and tugged on Sun Sun's sleeve, whispering, Sister Sun, I think this little spicy girl looks a bit familiar. Little spicy girl? Sun Sun was surprised by the nickname and looked confused, not sure who Sweet Treasure was talking about. She then saw the small, chubby hand pointing at her. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sweet sister, how can you think Tao Duo is a little spicy girl? Look, see? The top is green, and the outfit is red. That's how the peppers we grow in our village look. Sweet Bao stared at Tao Duo, then finally said seriously. Sun Sun heard Sweet Bao's serious tone, and also looked her over. Today, Tao Duo wore a small red dress. Her short hair was tied into 2 little braids with a green ribbon, but the braids looked a bit wild. Sun Sun greeted her briefly, then quickly covered Sweet Bao's eyes with one hand and gently patted her head with the other, comforting her. Be good, little sister. Don't look, don't be scared. Nearby, Tao Duo had a mocking smile, standing proudly a little away. But even after talking for a while, she didn't see Sun Sun respond as she usually did. She couldn't help but purse her lips. What is this sick girl up to now? Tao Duo couldn't help but step forward. As soon as she moved closer, she heard Sun Sun mumbling, Don't look, don't be scared. She didn't understand at first, but when she saw Sun Sun covering the chubby little girl's eyes, she understood. Tao Duo, full of anger, stepped forward and pulled Sun Sun back. She didn't care if Sun Sun might fall. She shouted angrily, Move aside. Then she reached out to pinch the face of the closed-eyed Sweet Bao. Standing nearby, Chu Yu and Grandma Gu looked on with furrowed brows at the sudden appearance of the little girl. Grandma Gu's usually gentle face also changed. Seeing this rude girl walking toward Sun Sun, Chu Yu quickly stepped in to catch Sun Sun, who was being pulled forcefully. Grandma Gu wanted to go help, but when she saw the girl reach out to touch Sweet Bao's cheek, her expression darkened. She took a big step forward and kicked the rude girl's backside, stopping her bad behavior.
Ah!
A scream rang out. Sweet Bao opened her tightly closed eyes, her expression curious. She looked down at the small spicy pepper at her feet, then scratched her head in confusion. What's going on? She looked up at Sun Sun, who was pale and being held by Chu Yu. Her eyes flicked to Grandma Gu, who had just retracted her foot. Grandma Gu quickly pulled back her foot and saw her daughter's small gaze. She immediately pretended to be delicate, raising her hand to her forehead and weakly saying, "My good girl, come over quickly. Mom feels dizzy from the color red.
Come help Mom."
Lady Gu kicked someone in an instant. Tao Duo, who was lying on the ground, didn't react right away. Her maid and servant also didn't respond until Lady Gu weakly spoke, and then everyone came back to their senses. The maid and servant hurried forward to help the lady up. Nearby, Tian Bao quickly ran to her mother. Although she didn't understand what had happened, she knew it couldn't be good. Tian Bao reached out to hold her mother's hand and secretly glanced at the small spicy pepper girl being helped up. She also looked at the girl rubbing her bottom, standing still. That's when she understood why her eyelid was twitching. Here it was. "You peasant! How dare you kick my lady? Do you even know who my lady is?" After being helped up, the spicy pepper girl was spoken to by a slightly older maid. "Look at your poor, shabby clothes. You probably haven't seen much of the world," the maid said, rolling her eyes and showing disdain. Tian Bao frowned, her eyes full of dislike. She didn't know what had just happened, but if her mother had to step in, it could only mean this spicy pepper girl still wanted to hit her? Thinking of this, Tian Bao's face instantly turned cold. Her chubby face stiffened. She was about to speak, but her mother pinched her hand. Her eyes showed some surprise. She looked up at her mother, who was lowering her head and blinking at her, then patted her chest.
Could it be?
Did her mother mean for her to handle this? While Tian Bao was confused, Lady Gu started her act. She suddenly covered her chest with her hand, coughed softly, then looked up at the somewhat aggressive maid. Her eyes instantly turned red. The nearby visitors stopped walking, as if they were watching something happen. This young lady's words are very sharp. She just calls everyone peasants. Such disrespectful behavior. We can't afford to offend her, Lady Gu said softly, pretending to be weak. She coughed again and looked up. She saw the quick-tongued maid trying to speak, but Lady Gu quickly cut her off. "We are just common folks. If we block your lady's way, we'll step aside when asked.
But you
shouldn't fall and then blame us. We'd be truly wronged," she said, lowering her head and wiping tears with her sleeve. The crowd gathered because the maid loudly shouted, causing everyone to stop and look. Only those involved knew exactly what had happened. The maid standing next to Little Chili was so angry she cried. Seeing her maid being bullied, Little Chili couldn't hold back and angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who kicked me down." Old Lady Gu, hearing this, did not argue. She still looked gentle and weak, and after a moment, she softly said, "People shouldn't fight officials. If you say so, then so be it." Next to her, Tian Bao saw her mother's dramatic acting and couldn't help but admire her. She didn't realize her mother was so talented and knowledgeable. In the shadows, old Master Gu watched everything closely. A cold light flashed in his eyes. When no one was looking, he walked toward the place where the carriage was parked. Old Lady Gu's words made everyone feel sorry. The fragile-looking woman in front of them couldn't possibly be trying to kick someone on purpose. Seeing how bossy the girl was, maybe she just fell and accidentally blamed someone passing by. The crowd around was talking among themselves. After comforting Sun Sun, Chu Yuan handed her over to a maid, worried that Tao Duo might come out and hurt someone. "This lady is right. Just now, I was standing with her, and we hadn't spoken much when this girl suddenly ran over. She hurt herself and insisted someone else kicked her," she explained. Even this malicious little girl was being pointed at and judged. "This place is a sacred Buddhist site. We all know that," Chu said calmly. As soon as she finished, the crowd started whispering and discussing. Chu Yu remained cold and calm, standing still and allowing others to look her over. Even old Lady Gu showed no fear. After observing the scene, most people thought the child was lying. Kids often tell lies after all. But they wondered whose child it was and why she was causing trouble at a sacred place. Tao Duo, only 6 years old, couldn't argue against old Lady Gu and Chuyu. Tao Duo's eyes turned red with anger. She kept pointing at Chuyu and old Lady Gu, claiming they were lying. But no one believed her. Just as Tao Duo was about to get angry and try to attack, her maid quickly stepped in to stop her. But Tao Duo didn't listen. She raised her hand and slapped her maid, shouting, "Useless waste. When we go back, my nurse will sell each of you. Especially you, daring to block me. I will sell you into the brothel." The beaten maid lowered her head, accepting the scolding and hitting as a way to vent her frustration. Next to her, Tianbao frowned. She thought this little troublemaker was just bad-tempered and a bit spoiled, but she didn't expect her to become like this because of her upbringing. She shook her head quietly, feeling that this little troublemaker was probably hopeless, but she didn't feel sorry for the maid being beaten. It wasn't because she was petty. After all, she was just a simple village girl and couldn't interfere in the affairs of the noble lady. Just when Tianbao thought the little troublemaker would continue to scold and hit, suddenly a man's voice stopped her.
Doer.
"Stop causing trouble." The voice came from behind. Hearing this, Tianbao's body trembled, feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for her to turn around and look. The voice sounded very familiar. She froze in place, her mind racing to remember where she had heard this voice before. She thought carefully. The footsteps approaching behind her grew closer, each step feeling like a to her chest, making her shiver. "Qing'er, take your young lady downstairs." The man who spoke stepped forward. Tianbao looked up briefly, then quickly looked away because he was not handsome. Actually, he was just barely acceptable. He wore a moon-shaped robe, a matching headband, held a folding fan in his right hand, and had sharp features with a cold expression. After glancing coldly at the little troublemaker, he ordered in a cold voice. The moment the little troublemaker saw the man appear, her face turned pale. She lowered her head and took a few steps back, clearly afraid of him. Among her family, she feared her father most, and now, this older brother. The maid being scolded was named Qing'er. When she heard the young master's order, she immediately perked up, respectfully leading the little troublemaker downstairs. But Grandma Gu didn't want them to leave so easily. She opened her mouth to call them back, but suddenly hesitated, as if she remembered something, and quickly stopped. "You're so rude. Your sister-in-law is bullying my mother. If she doesn't apologize, you're just going to let her go?" Tianbao recognized the man in front of her. He was the one who had tried every trick to bully her second brother in her dreams. Now, her eyes grew cold, and her gaze toward him was indifferent. If she were older, she would definitely make him suffer a bit. The man looked in the direction of her gaze. He saw a small child, about 3 years old, with a furrowed brow and a look of displeasure in her eyes. The man suddenly became interested, and his cold, icy expression disappeared. He smiled slightly and asked, "So, what do you think?" He threw the question to Sweet Treasure. He wanted to see how this little fellow would answer. But when Sweet Treasure heard the question, her face showed a mysterious expression. She shook her head, looked at the man, sighed deeply, and then said something that made the man almost spit blood. "Mother, this person is so silly. How can he not answer such a simple question?" Then she looked at the man again and said, "Of course, you need to apologize to your sister." She looked up at the Buddhist temple and the bright sun in the sky. The day was perfect, and she couldn't waste time on delays. "Hurry up and apologize. I'm sure your brother would be very happy if you did." Old Lady Goose secretly tugged Sweet Treasure's hand, hinting her to stop while she still could. She didn't know who the young man was, but she understood everything. After receiving her mother's hint, Sweet Treasure looked up at the still confused young man. She waved her chubby hand with a smile and said cheerfully, "Just joking. You took it seriously." Then she took her mother's hand, acting a bit spoiled, and said, "Mom, let's go quickly. We still need to pay respects to the Buddha." Unbeknownst to Sweet Treasure, the crowd watching was sweating for her.
Tao yang hesitatet.
It was rare for him to ask someone to apologize. But not only did this little chubby girl do it, she also made him apologize. Just as he was about to hesitate, he heard words that meant he didn't need to apologize. However, Tao Yang frowned, feeling that something was off about the little girl's words. When he snapped out of his thoughts, the little chubby girl was nowhere to be seen. He furrowed his brows, reached out and grabbed the young servant standing nearby and asked in a low voice, "Where is that little girl?" The servant trembled and pointed toward the temple.
Tao yang immediately understood.
He threw the servant aside, took out a clean white handkerchief, carefully wiped his fingers, and then threw the cloth at the servant, saying, "Clean yourself up." After that, he turned to look at the temple behind him and headed towards the back mountain. At the same time, the hidden guard, who had been lurking in the shadows, silently took the young servant away. The farce was quickly over. The two elderly people hiding among the crowd frowned, their eyes filled with anger. After the old lady moved aside to summon the hidden master and gave him a few instructions, the hidden master disappeared instantly. Grandmother Gu and Chi looked at the distracted man, then quickly called the maid to lead Sun Sun towards the temple. When Sweet Bao saw Sun Sun's face turn pale, she handed her a water pouch, letting her take a few sips. The water was diluted with spiritual spring water. Seeing Sun Sun's face was still pale, clearly she was frightened earlier and hadn't recovered. After a few sips of spiritual spring water, Sun Sun's complexion gradually improved, showing a faint hint of pink. Grandmother Gu wanted to bring Sweet Bao into the temple to pray, but no matter how she persuaded, Sweet Bao refused to go inside. She was holding onto a large pillar outside the main hall while Grandmother Gu patiently tried to convince her to enter and pray. She had come to the temple in a hurry, unsure who to pray for since last night. After thinking, she remembered Sweet Bao. Because she was young and had just experienced a big disaster, coming to pray might help the Buddha protect her safety and peace. But unexpectedly, just as they were about to step into the hall, the girl refused. "Sweet Bao, you and Mom go inside together. You don't need to do anything, just kneel and bow your head." Grandmother Gu continued to comfort her, but Sweet Bao wouldn't listen. She shook her head and looked curiously at the Buddha statues inside. She peeked inside and saw a shining golden Buddha statue in the center of the hall. The Buddha looked kind and smiling, and when Sweet Bao looked at it, she felt like the statue was smiling at her. She quickly pulled her head back, shaking it even more. She refused to go pray. It wasn't that she didn't respect the Buddha, but she was truly afraid of him. Maybe because she was from another world, seeing the Buddha made her feel like a mouse seeing a cat, terrified. Even though she knew the Buddha wouldn't hurt her, she still felt uneasy inside. Grandmother Gu saw she couldn't persuade her and sighed. Chu Yu, standing nearby, stepped forward at the right moment. She held Sun Sun's hand, approached Sweet Bao, and half squatted down. She handed Sun Sun's small hand to her, smiled slightly, and said, "Since Sweet Bao doesn't want to go, can you help Annie watch over sister?" Sweet Bao looked at Chu Yu and then at Sun Sun. Although Sun Sun had taken a few sips of spiritual spring water and looked a bit better, she was still quite weak. The main hall was full of incense and prayers. If Sun Sun went inside, she might lose the little energy she had just regained. She nodded happily, eager to either go inside or watch the children. She was very willing to look after the kids. At this moment, Sweet was already forgetting that she was also a little girl herself. She saw Sweet puffing out her chest and patting it confidently, saying, "Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Sun." Her soft voice carried a serious tone. Chu Yu nodded happily and smiled. "Then we'll have to trouble our Sweet." After praising her a few more times, she stood up, took the bamboo basket from the maid, and instructed her to watch over the two young ladies. The maid lowered her head, bowed slightly, and agreed. After everything was arranged, Chu Yu helped Grandma Gu to her feet and whispered, "Sister-in-law, there are many worshippers in the hall, and the children are here for the first time. They might find it hard to adjust, so don't force them. To worship sincerely, one must be genuine." Grandma Gu understood this well, but she remembered how Sweet had a difficult experience a few days ago. She wanted Sweet to kneel and pray for the Buddha's blessing, but Sweet refused, and she couldn't force her. Grandma Gu nodded softly and said, "That's true." She paused and added, "I hope sister doesn't find it amusing." Hearing this, Chiyu covered her mouth and smiled, her fair face tinged with a bit of blush. She said, "Sister-in-law, don't say that. Today, you coming out already shows respect to Chiyu." Please don't be so formal in the future.
All right.
Grandma Gu nodded, and the two entered the main hall together. Sweet, who had been hiding nearby, watched them go inside, then let out a breath of relief. She immediately released her hold on the pillar she was holding and rubbed her wrists, as she had used quite a bit of strength to hold onto it. Seeing Sweet's movements, Sun Sun quickly stepped forward, reached out, and gently massaged her small, chubby hand patiently. Sweet was momentarily stunned, surprised that Sun Sun was so proactive. Sun Sun's coldness from their first meeting was gone entirely now. Sunjia, why did that little troublemaker find trouble with you earlier? Sun Sun was focused on massaging Sweet's wrist when she heard her question. She paused, looked up at Sweet in confusion, and saw her eyes clear and bright. Sun Sun shook her head and gently tapped Sweet's small forehead. You pay close attention.
But
Sun Sun didn't want to talk about these things with Sweet. She thought that since Sweet was still young, she shouldn't be exposed to such matters. So she changed the subject and said, maybe. She's still upset about the roadblock last time. Sweet Bao immediately thought of the last time Sun Sun's carriage broke down halfway, when her father led a group of people to lift the carriage aside so the other carriages could pass. At that time, there was that little spicy pepper. Older sister Sun, stay away from that little spicy pepper in the future, Sweet Bao earnestly advised. Sun Sun didn't ask why and simply nodded blankly, then saw Sweet Bao smiling at her. Grandmother Gu and Chiyu entered quickly and left just as fast. After praying to Buddha for Sweet Bao's safety, Grandmother Gu rarely mentioned Sun Sun's high exam score, and no one else brought it up. After all, the Gu family didn't have any special needs right now. Good girl. When Grandmother Gu approached, she saw two little heads touching, as if they were whispering. When she arrived, they immediately stopped talking and looked at her with big, watery eyes. Grandmother Gu hesitated, wanting to ask something, but swallowed her words. Sweet Bao saw her mother come out and ran into her arms. After rubbing her chubby face against Grandmother Gu, she looked up and asked, Mom, did you pray for fourth brother to do well in his exam? Yes, she replied, glad she mentioned it. Did you also pray for second brother's safety? Sweet Bao tilted her head carefully and asked. Although she hadn't met second brother, she knew he went out for the family and wanted him to be safe. Hearing this, Grandmother Gu paused for a moment, then said to Sweet Bao, it seems. I didn't ask for second brother's safety. As soon as she finished, she hurried back inside. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair was crouched behind a pillar, peeking at a small, chubby figure standing at the main hall door. He muttered to himself, granddaughter, my living granddaughter. Behind him stood a similarly white-haired old woman, who was full of energy. She stepped forward and kicked the elderly man harshly, who was hiding behind the pillar with a somewhat lecherous look. The old woman immediately retracted her foot and silently moved aside. The kicked elderly man sat on the ground, looking confused, as if he couldn't understand why he was on the floor. The sound coming from beside the pillar caught Tianbao's attention. She tilted her little feet and looked toward the source of the sound. She saw an elderly man with gray hair sitting on the ground, looking confused and glancing around as if searching for something. Seeing this scene, Tianbao silently withdrew her gaze. After what had happened last time, she felt a bit wary of such elderly men.
But
when Tianbao looked again, she saw the old man still sitting on the ground. A few nearby worshippers pointed at him and whispered among themselves, but no one tried to help him. Tianbao couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward. When Chi realized Tianbao was missing, she broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Mother, my sister went to help that old man. Sun Sun tugged at her mother's sleeve and spoke. After saying this, she also stepped forward. Chi told her maid to wait for Grandma Gu to come out, then she followed Sun Sun. She was worried Tianbao might encounter trouble. Tianbao lifted her chubby little leg and walked over. When she reached the front, she saw clearly the old man sitting on the ground. She looked at him and felt he seemed very familiar, almost like she had seen him before, but she couldn't remember where. She stopped a few steps away, feeling the breeze on her face. She quickly closed her breath to stay calm. After the breeze passed, she slowly adjusted her breathing and asked softly, "Grandpa, where's your family?" The old lady behind the pillar, hearing this, clearly couldn't stay anymore. She hadn't expected that the person who kicked her would end up kicking her granddaughter in front of everyone. Unable to bear the injustice, she was about to speak up and call someone. But the old man sitting on the ground quickly understood his wife's intention. He hurriedly said, "Cough, cough," inside burning incense. "Little girl, are you here with your family to burn incense too?" Tianbao kept staring at the old man, observing him carefully. He was dressed in a dark blue robe with golden and silver threads embroidered with clouds around the collar and cuffs. When he moved slightly, the threads shimmered in the sunlight. Tianbao's eyes sparkled. She realized that the man sitting on the ground was not just an ordinary old man. He was very likely a moneylender. She quickly stepped forward 2 steps, bent down, and helped the old man up. She even gently brushed off the dust from his clothes. The elderly man was helped to stand by his granddaughter. For a moment, he was so happy he froze in place. Only after noticing a cold stare did he quietly step back slightly from the sweet girl. The girl excitedly looked at the old man in front of her, seemingly unaware of his slight movement. She lifted her small face and said, "Yes, Grandpa." After a pause, she added, "Littleton doesn't need to thank me. Just some money is enough." Her big, round almond-shaped eyes were full of longing as she looked at the old man. Her eyes sparkled not because she was happy about doing a good deed, but because she saw the money shop ahead. Unfortunately, the old man didn't understand her intentions and looked a bit confused at the person standing behind the pillar. He then glanced down at her shining eyes. The old man behind the pillar was already angry and turned his back, ignoring the old man's pleading look for help. Before the old man could speak, the excited girl was suddenly lifted up by someone. She turned her head and saw it was her mother coming out. Worried that her mother might misunderstand her or be tricked away, she quickly hugged her mother's neck and comforted her. "Mom, that old man looked so pitiful earlier, sitting on the ground all alone, and couldn't get up for a long time." Grandma Gu didn't speak, but silently looked at the old man, trying to avoid her gaze. She was suddenly choked and wanted to call out, "Dad. I fell earlier. It was your girl who helped me up," the grandma said. As soon as she spoke, the old man nearby quickly turned pale and added hurriedly, then let out a breath of relief. Grandma Gu frowned, surprised to see her father-in-law in such a state, and she followed his gaze and raised her eyebrows. She didn't realize that both the old couple from the Gu family had come. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage just left Lingbao Temple. Not far out, the right wheel suddenly fell off and rolled into the nearby bushes. The coachman driving the carriage was nearly scared to faint. Luckily, he reacted quickly, stopping the frantic horses. If not, the consequences would have been terrible. The right wheel of the carriage fell off, and the axle hit the ground, leaving a deep mark on the road. The strong impact made the people inside the carriage dizzy and disoriented. A young girl in red almost fell out of the carriage, but another maid inside grabbed her just in time, saving her life. Miss, are you all right?" The maid Chinger leaned against the carriage, feeling a burning pain in her back. Just now, when she reached out to catch the young lady, her back bumped into the carriage door nearby. Taodu was dizzy from but luckily she wasn't hurt. She steadied herself and sat down to the side. With Chinger's help, 2 figures, a large one and a small one, carefully got out of the carriage. After leaving the carriage, they saw only a broken carriage in front of them. The spirited horse that was tied to the carriage was gone, and the coachman was lying on the ground, barely breathing. Taodu's face was full of disgust. She frowned slightly, then looked at the maid standing beside her. Suddenly, she became angry and kicked the maid a few times, shouting, "Go and see if he's dead or alive." Chinger was kicked a few times but felt no pain. However, she gradually grew to hate Taodu. She remembered what happened at the temple gate and the words Taodu had said about selling her. If a faint hope rose in Chinger's heart. If Taodu died here, wouldn't she be free? While Chinger was lost in her thoughts, Taodu, standing nearby, frowned and looked around. Her hatred for Sun Sun grew even stronger. Later, when they returned to the capital, she would tell her aunt to have Sun Sun, that little girl, killed. Taudu withdrew her gaze and coldly glanced at the maid who was still standing motionless. Her hatred deepened. Suddenly, she lunged forward, knocking the inattentive maid to the ground. While scolding, she grabbed her fiercely. "You worthless servant! I brought you out of the capital because I valued you. But you always disappoint me. Maybe I should just strangle you to death." As she spoke, her grip tightened. Her small hands moved from side to side, squeezing painfully. Taudu smiled with satisfaction. The skill of pinching was something she learned from her nursemaid. Back mountain of Lingquan Temple. It was April. The peach blossoms on the back mountain of Lingbao Temple had already bloomed. There were some students wandering among the peach trees, speaking in learned phrases. In the peach grove, there was a sturdy peach tree. Underneath it, a plain white cloth was spread out, with several well-presented pastries placed on it. A chubby little girl took a stack of pastries from a nearby food box, then also took a stack of sliced fruit, which emitted a faint white mist. Tianbao, using the food box, took out many pastries from her space. Even the freshly taken pastries had a slight coolness. Feeling guilty, Tianbao quickly put the pastries down. Her chubby hands waved, trying to disperse the white mist. Under the waving, the white mist did not decrease, but instead increased a little. Sweet Bao pretended to be calm and placed the fruit on a white cloth. After finishing everything, she went over and called Grandma Gu and the others to come over. "Mother, Auntie, Sister Sun. Look." Sweet Bao wanted to surprise Sun Sun. She arranged everything and plated the food herself, worried they might see it first. She hurried them to the peach tree nearby. Once everything was set, she eagerly called them to come and see. Grandma Gu and the others came over, exchanging a quick look with Chuyu. Chuyu nodded, understanding Grandma Gu's meaning immediately. Sun Sun was seeing such a surprise for the first time. Her pale face showed a joy she couldn't hide. When everyone entered, they were all surprised, as if they didn't expect to sit on the ground. Sweet Bao stepped forward, took Sun Sun's small hand, and led her to the white cloth. Then she turned around and picked up the food box placed nearby. The maid behind Chu saw this and hurried over to take the food box from Sweet Bao's hand. Sweet Bao immediately said, "Thank you, sister." The maid was surprised and nervously lowered her head, not daring to speak. Madame Gu also felt it was the first time she was so openly generous with someone. Even the master couldn't feel this gentle affection. She knew she shouldn't be rude. Chu saw this and looked a bit confused. She asked, "This is?" Sweet Bao took a few steps to the side and pointed with her chubby hand toward a clean stone table under the tree, saying, "Mother and Auntie go over there. Sweet Bao and Sister Sun stay here." Grandma Gu was also stunned by Sweet Bao's actions. Chuyu, standing nearby, pulled at Grandma Gu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister-in-law, isn't this different from what we expected?" Earlier, Grandma Gu had given her a look that was just praise, but now she was being asked to leave. This. Grandma Gu also felt a bit helpless. She hadn't even started praising yet, and her little girl was already acting differently. "Good girl, can I eat here with Annie?" she said, pointing at the plain white cloth, which she had prepared and had made larger on purpose. Sweet Bao shook her head. The old customs were strict. Kids could eat and drink casually, but her mother and auntie couldn't. She quickly stopped Grandma Gu's thoughts. "Mother, that's not allowed. Kids should stay here and grown-ups go over there." She then pushed Grandma Gu toward the stone table. Grandma Gu is very caring towards her daughter. When she heard Tianbao speak, she agreed easily, probably thinking it was just children sharing secret words. After sending the adults away to the stone table, Tianbao happily ran back, bouncing along the way. Her choice of spot was quite special. Although she and Sun Sun were alone under the peach blossom tree, Grandma Gu sitting on a stone bench nearby could clearly see all their movements. It was a good setup for both watching and privacy. Sun Sun watched Tianbao run back, noticing her forehead was sweaty. Her normally smooth, fair face was now flushed with color. Just a few steps away, Tianbao had worked up a sweat from running. "Come here and rest. Look at you, all sweaty." Sun Sun pulled Tianbao over and laid her on a plain, white cloth. She then took out a square silk handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully wiped Tianbao's forehead. Tianbao, sweaty but relaxed, allowed Sun Sun to wipe her face. She didn't have her own handkerchief, and using her sleeve would dirty her clothes. Tianbao raised her hand to stop Sun Sun, then pulled her to sit together. She poured a cup of tea for Sun Sun, made from pure spiritual spring water. The tea was placed in front of Sun Sun. She reached out and took a sip. Instantly, she felt warm all over. Her usually weak body felt surprisingly comfortable. She looked at Tianbao with some surprise. When she looked up, she saw Tianbao had something in her mouth and was glancing around nervously. Seeing this, Sun Sun didn't ask directly. Maybe it was just her imagination. How could a cup of water cure a lifelong illness? Sun Sun chuckled softly and shook her head, no longer thinking about it. Instead, she focused on eating snacks and enjoying the scenery around her, just like Tianbao. Tianbao was nibbling on a pastry, but her eyes kept watching Sun Sun. When she saw that Sun Sun no longer seemed curious, she finally relaxed inside. She was worried Sun Sun might ask about her secret, which was hard to explain. But the effect of the spiritual spring water was indeed good. If Sun Sun's body could be nourished with it for a few years, she would probably be as healthy as anyone else. However, her aunt wouldn't agree. After all, she had heard her aunt lived in the capital. If not, once fourth brother passed the imperial exams, she could go to the capital and stay for a few months to recover her health. Sweet Bao was eating cake and chatting with Sun Sun. When she found something funny, she couldn't help but pull Sun Sun to look. Especially when she saw a talented young man and a beautiful young woman walking together, she got very excited. She pointed at the couple and said to Sun Sun, "Sunjia, look at these two. They're so close, their eyes seem glued to each other. They must like each other. Look over there, the man is too aloof, and the woman looks delicate and gentle. It's clear he doesn't like that kind of girl." While speaking, she took a big bite of her cake, feeling a bit sad about being reborn into this life. In her past life, she didn't understand these things because she had little contact with them. Now, just seeing a small glimpse, she already felt regret. Sun Sun was so surprised she couldn't speak. She nervously took a bite of her own cake and looked along Sweet Bao's hand. The spring sunlight filtered through the flowers, shining on the two people under the tree. The man was handsome and bright, the woman shy and charming. They seemed to be talking happily. The woman was amused and kept laughing. Even her handkerchief couldn't hide her smile. Sun Sun looked away, staring blankly at Sweet Bao beside her. Her excited look under the peach tree was very eye-catching. "Bao Mei, how do you know such bold words?" Sun Sun was stunned. She had never heard these words before. Sweet Bao froze slightly and mumbled, "Maybe. From being influenced by what I see and hear?" She suddenly remembered she was only 3 years old. How could a 3-year-old know these things? Influenced by what she saw and heard? When Sun Sun heard these 4 words, she immediately thought of Sweet Bao's father. In her impression, he was a very good father. She never expected. Sweet Bao didn't realize that her casual words had caused Sun Sun to misunderstand. Over the next few years, whenever Sun Sun saw old Master Gu, she seemed to look down on him, even thinking he was disrespectful for his age. Sweet Bao didn't know what Sun Sun was thinking now. She warmly hosted Sun Sun, trying to hide the awkwardness from earlier. Meanwhile, Tao Duo, who had just left Lingbao Temple and whose carriage broke down, was escorted by guards to the back mountain. She was looking for her older brother. Tao Duo looked angry, followed by her maid Qinger. Qinger frowned and carefully protected Tao Duo. They were about to meet Tao Daxiao, and her heart was pounding nervously. Tao Duo looked around and saw peach blossoms everywhere, with tender buds about to bloom. She also looked at the groups of people around her and felt more frustrated. It was all because of Sun Sun. She is just a troublemaker. Tao Duo angrily thought, if I hadn't met Tao Duo at the entrance of the temple, maybe if I waited a little longer, my older brother would have come, and I wouldn't have been embarrassed like this by him, nor would I have been ordered to leave the mountain. This was the first time Tao Duo was scolded so harshly by her brother. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but look around, trying to find where her brother was. But after looking around, she didn't see him. The guard who was just standing nearby had disappeared, leaving only a clueless maidservant following her. Tao Duo angrily kicked at the grass beside her. When she looked up, she saw a sturdy peach tree not far away. Under the tree, a white cloth was spread out, with two young girls sitting on it, one looking older and the other smaller, chubby like a ball. Tao Duo narrowed her eyes, a strange glint in her eyes. She looked at Sun Sun under the tree, suddenly came up with a clever plan. Her gaze shifted to the chubby boy who was close friends with Sun Sun. She suddenly thought that dealing with Sun Sun could wait. It might be better to first deal with this clumsy peasant girl who had embarrassed her. A plan formed in her mind. She turned her head and saw someone standing behind her, blocking her way. She frowned and beckoned with her small hand, saying, "You, come here." Ching Er, who had been quietly following her young lady with her head down, was startled when she suddenly heard her call. She felt nervous and a little scared that her young lady might do something to her. At this moment, Ching Er quickly stepped forward, a few steps until she reached Tao Duo, bowing her head respectfully. Tao Duo was not in the mood to bully the little maid now. Seeing her approach, she leaned in and tiptoed, saying softly, "The back mountain is too big, and I don't know where that guard went. You go look around for my brother. I'll wait here. You need to be quick, or I'll get impatient. If that happens, watch out for your skin." The small girl, smiling on her face, spoke the harshest words with a sweet tone. "Yes, I understand." Ching Er trembled at Tao Duo's words, feeling as if the small hand was pinching her again. Now even moving her arm slightly hurt a lot. After receiving her order, she hurried to look for Tao De Gongzi nearby. After dismissing the maid, Tao Duo stayed where she was and waited for a moment. When she saw the maid's figure disappear, she smiled and turned her head to look at Sun Sun. She saw the chubby boy holding a water jug, seemingly about to stand up and change it. When Tao Duo saw an opportunity, she quickly stepped forward. As she reached the spot, she suddenly ran ahead. When she reached behind Tian Bao, she unexpectedly pushed her hard with both hands. Tian Bao, still holding her water bottle, had no warning and was pushed to the ground, her face hitting the base of a peach tree. There was a loud thud. Tian Bao fell, and she threw her water bottle aside. At that moment, she quickly let go of the bottle, raised her small, chubby hands to protect her face, but her face was big and her hands small, so she only covered her cheeks. Her forehead accidentally hit a raised tree root. Instantly, her fair, chubby face turned pale, and her forehead swelled red, even bleeding slightly. Tian Bao wanted to touch her injury, but seeing her dirty little hands, she stopped. She was no longer worried about the pain and quickly got up from the ground. She wanted to see who was trying to hurt her. The push happened so fast that even Grandma Gu didn't have time to react. When she saw Tian Bao about to fall, she hurried forward, even twisting her ankle, but still couldn't stop Tian Bao from falling. Only when Tian Bao staggered to her feet did Grandma Gu rush over.
Tian Bao.
"Are you hurt?" Grandma Gu cried, tears falling from her eyes. Her daughter had never been hurt or bled before, but now she had bumped her head, and blood was coming out. "Mom, I'm fine," Tian Bao said coldly, her small face stiffening as she looked at the person responsible. Grandma Gu wanted to hold Tian Bao and take her to the doctor, but Tian Bao stopped her. She looked up at her mother, knowing her mother was worried and upset. She didn't care about the bump. What mattered now was revenge. "Mom, wait a moment. Tian Bao needs to handle this first." After speaking, Tian Bao walked past Grandma Gu toward Xiaolajiao, which is Tao Duo. She looked at Tao Duo with a cold gaze, feeling a chill in her body. She didn't know why Tao Duo, who had left, was now here, but she knew her forehead injury was caused by this person. Step by step, Tian Bao approached Tao Duo. Tao Duo instinctively wanted to step back, but her pride didn't allow her to retreat. Seeing Tian Bao come closer, she sneered, planning to mock her.
But,
snap. No one expected that a 3-year-old girl, with blood on her forehead, would suddenly slap back. Tao Duo was slapped in the face and froze for a moment. She looked at Sweet Bao, who was still standing on tiptoe, with some disbelief. After giving Tao Duo a sharp slap, Sweet Bao shook her tingling hand, then saw Tao Duo's stunned expression and sneered coldly. How dare you provoke me, your noble lady? You probably don't know how many fights I've fought in my past life. Then, Sweet Bao, full of energy, kept slapping and kicking. Tao Duo, wanting to fight back, was pushed to the ground by Sweet Bao, who then sat on Tao Duo and started hitting her face with small, red handprints. While hitting, she said, I was just standing here peacefully, and you pushed me away. Do you think I'm too young to fight? You should go ask around our village. Who dares to mess with me? I walk proudly in the village. And you still dare to hit me? Old Lady Gu, standing nearby, cheered. Good job, girl.
pull her hair.
She's trying to sneak attack. Bite her. A mother and daughter, one daring to fight, the other daring to shout. Their real father arrived a bit late. When he reached the peach grove, he saw his wife shouting and his beloved daughter hitting someone. Old Master Goose sighed and shook his head. He was most worried that his daughter would inherit her mother's violence. Now it seemed she already had. In the shadows, the hidden master, who had just returned, saw this situation and clearly softened. He had just sent people to find something, but after returning, the young lady had changed her attitude. The hidden master looked coldly at old Master Gu, who was still watching nearby, and suddenly understood. It seemed he needed to talk to the Dark Master tonight. The loud sounds of hitting and scolding attracted people who were out enjoying flowers. Those who arrived didn't know what was happening but couldn't help frowning at the scene. One person said, "At such a young age, how can she be so violent? It's shameful." Exactly. Look at her mother shouting on the side. It's so undignified. Gradually, the onlookers, mostly students, frowned and commented. Old Master Gu, hearing this, was furious and wanted to roll up his sleeves to ask what those students meant, but a voice interrupted him. Do you even know what you're talking about? Did you see that little girl? Did you see the big red swelling on her forehead? Look, blood is even flowing. Yes, and did you see the scene just now? Look, did you see the little girl who was hit? I don't know which family this girl belongs to, but even at such a young age, she is so cruel. If it weren't for this little girl's good luck in hitting her forehead, she might have already been prepared for a simple coffin. That's right, I saw it just now. The little girl in red suddenly appeared out of nowhere and, like crazy, knocked the small child flying. But this small child, so young, was bleeding from the head but didn't cry out. Instead, she took revenge herself. In my opinion, this little girl in red should be punished. The onlookers around were talking about what had just happened. However, the new students didn't believe it. The chubby little boy was so strong he didn't seem hurt at all. The onlookers kept telling others to look from the side. After seeing, they all silently returned. The blood was flowing down his face. Everyone's words reached old Master Gu's ears. At that moment, he felt unsteady and almost lost his footing. The noisy sounds around him suddenly disappeared. What was he just about to do? Oh, right. He had just said that his daughter inherited her mother's temper. Old Master Gu slapped his own face hard and hurriedly stepped forward. He went to Tong Bao and looked at her. Tong Bao was still hitting the person underneath her, but with less force. Good girl, are you tired? Let me do it for you for a while. Old Master Gu's words caused a stir around. People criticized him for being shameless, but he paid no attention. His daughter was being hit, so why couldn't he hit back? Tong Bao's hand was a little numb from hitting, but she still sat on Tao Duo. Tao Duo was crying softly. After being slapped, her voice was quieter. She wanted to rub her sore wrist, but when she heard her father's caring voice, she stiffened and turned to look. She saw her father standing under the peach blossom tree, facing the light. The wind blew, and peach blossoms fell quickly. A few playful flowers landed on old Master Gu's head. Tombao smiled as she watched the flowers fall onto her father's black hair. She looked up at him with a very sweet smile, her voice soft and gentle, saying, "Daddy, why are you here? Are you here to pick Tombao up?"
Daddy.
Seeing her like this, old Master Gu's eyes reddened uncontrollably, and tears almost fell. Her familiar little face was still smiling, but half of her face was covered in blood. The wound on her forehead looked very fierce. She seemed to feel no pain and kept smiling and calling him Daddy. At this moment, the shock in his heart lasted for a long time. Old Master Gu carefully picked up the sweet baby and moved him aside. Grandma Gu quickly followed, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it to old Master Gu. After accepting it, he simply bandaged the baby's wound. "You come out and handle the aftermath." Old Master Gu held the baby and called out behind him before turning to leave. At this moment, the onlookers made way for old Master Gu. Next to him, Chu stepped forward, helped Grandma Gu down the mountain, followed by Sun Sun and a maid. The hidden master received orders from old Master Gu. His figure flickered and appeared before everyone. He had just heard what happened and radiated a cold aura. The students nearby couldn't help but step back, keeping their distance from him. The hidden master's whole body emitted a chilling aura. After sweeping his cold gaze over the crowd, he stepped forward to the girl lying on the ground. He kicked her gently, and she twitched a few times. "Oh, she's still alive." He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Seeing no family members around the girl, the hidden master coldly ordered, "Clear the scene." Suddenly, about 20 or 30 people appeared from the surroundings. They all wore dark robes and black half-face masks, except one who wore a silver mask. Soon, the crowd was driven away. The guards came to report. They looked at the trembling the ground and asked coldly, "Master, what should we do with her?" "Take her away." The hidden master glanced coldly and replied. The Tao family felt a bit more at ease. "Go find the old master and tell him the young lady had an accident," the hidden master ordered. After glancing at the person he had just carried up, he added, "And by the way, the troublemaker has been caught. Bring him back to the old house for reporting." "Yes." Old Master Gu and his group hurried down the mountain. When they reached their carriage, Lu Shi was so frightened he trembled. He looked at the young lady lying in old Master Gu's arms, her face pale, with blood on her cheeks. His eyes seemed to turn red. "Master, madam, quickly get in the carriage." Old Master Gu got into the carriage, and Chuyu helped Grandma Gu, who had trouble walking, onto the carriage. Lu Shi quickly drove the carriage back to the city. Standing nearby, Chuyu looked worried. After watching the carriage disappear quickly, she felt very guilty. She couldn't help but cough a few times in anxiety. "Mother." Sun Sun looked at her mother with concern. Chuyu waved her hand to signal the coachman to bring the carriage over. She wanted to go see how the sweet baby was doing. Lu Shi was driving the carriage smoothly and quickly returned to the residence. As soon as the carriage door opened, old Master Gu carried Sweet Bao down, his steps unsteady but still determined as he walked toward the house. Behind him, old Madame Gu also got out of the carriage and instructed the young servant standing nearby, "Hurry and invite the best doctor in the city. Quickly." Seeing that time was urgent, Lu Shi quickly grabbed the young servant and drove the carriage toward the place he mentioned. Soon after, Lu Shi hurried back to the house with the carriage, carrying Dr. Lu, who had been forcibly brought along. Also arriving at the gate were Chuyu and her daughter. Lu Shi hurriedly led Dr. Lu inside, followed by Chuyu and her daughter, who were walking quickly. Old Master Gu, holding Sweet Bao, went straight to the main room, placing Sweet Bao on the bed. He paced anxiously inside the room. Old Madame Gu, supporting herself on the door frame, entered hurriedly. Seeing her come in, old Master Gu, who was pacing worriedly, immediately went to support her and helped her sit on a small stool. Sweet Bao, lying on the bed, only now felt her forehead burning with pain. She wanted to go into the space to get some special medicine, but her father and others were there, so it wasn't convenient. When she looked up and saw her mother limping in, she quickly sat up, but the sudden movement made her feel dizzy. "Mother, sit still and don't move," old Master Gu said, holding back old Madame Gu, who was about to get up and check on Sweet Bao. He now deeply regretted that he had gone to remove the carriage wheel. If he hadn't gone and had just stayed behind with the mother and daughter, this wouldn't have happened. But old Master Gu didn't know that Sweet Bao's misfortune was caused by him removing the wheel. "Mother, Sweet Bao is fine," Sweet Bao said softly after her dizziness passed, turning to look at old Madame Gu. Old Madame Gu, hearing her voice, couldn't sit still and hurried to stand and walk over. Old Master Gu, helpless, had to lift her and place her by the bed so she could touch Sweet Bao. Old Madame Gu reached out tremblingly and gently touched Sweet Bao's cheek. When her fingers touched the dried blood, she turned to old Master Gu and said, "Bring a basin of warm water quickly. And open my jewelry box. There's good wound medicine at the bottom." Grandmother Gu looked at the fierce wound on Sweet Bao's face and felt even more guilty. She thought she should have stepped in to protect her daughter just now. Seeing the guilty expression on Grandmother Gu's face, Sweet Bao smiled and comforted her, saying, "Mom, am I doing well today? I was able to scare away the bad guys." Her small, round face was now pale, with a fierce wound on her forehead and dried blood on her face. Despite this, she wore a smile, as if she was not bothered by her injuries. Grandmother Gu saw this, and her eyes welled up with tears, which quickly fell. At that moment, Old Man Gu, who had gone out to fetch water, came in, followed by a group of people. When the Gu family members heard that Sweet Bao was hurt again, they hurried to Grandmother Gu's room. When they entered, they saw her holding Sweet Bao's face, which was covered in bright red blood. Big Brother Gu and Seventh Brother Gu rushed ahead and saw the blood on Sweet Bao's face. Their legs went weak, and they almost fell. Luckily, they supported each other, or they might have fallen to the ground. 2 sisters-in-law and 2 older sisters also came in, panting heavily. When they saw Sweet Bao's face, their eyes filled with tears. Qin Shui stepped forward, watching her young sister-in-law suffer so much. Tears quietly slid down her cheeks. She trembled as she asked, "Little sister-in-law, does it hurt?" "I'm fine, sister-in-law. It doesn't hurt," she said, but it wasn't true. When she hit someone earlier, she used her strength, and her forehead was torn quite badly, but it looked worse than it was. Old Man Gu placed the water he brought on a small table by the bed. He then took a clean silk cloth, dipped it in water, squeezed out the excess, and handed it to Grandmother Gu. Grandmother Gu took the cloth and began to wipe Sweet Bao's bloodied face, carefully cleaning the wound with water. Seeing this, the Gu family members stepped forward one by one, trying to talk to Sweet Bao. Their eyes were red, and they held back tears. They spoke to her to distract her from the pain. Sweet Bao understood what her older brothers and sisters-in-law were doing. She looked serious and listened carefully as they talked about familiar stories. She even giggled now and then to cooperate. When Lu Shi and Dr. Lu arrived, Sweet Bao's face was already cleaned, and the wound was properly treated. It had been applied with medicine, but it was not bandaged yet. They decided to wait for the doctor to check it again. Dr. Lu saw so many people gathered and frowned slightly. He quickly carried his medical box and stepped past the crowd into the room. "I carefully examined the little girl, Sweet Bao. I saw that her forehead wound was treated very properly, and I looked at the medicinal powder sprinkled on the wound, which seemed to be a good healing ointment. After checking again and seeing no other injuries, I took her pulse. I was surprised to find that although she had some minor injuries on her face, her body was completely healthy and comfortable. In fact, she looked very strong." Dr. Lu was momentarily unsure what to do. After thinking for a while, he said, "Her body is fine, but you must be very careful with the wound on her forehead. It should not get wet, and she should avoid certain foods. She should eat light, healthy food. I think this medicine is very good. I will change the dressing every day. Once the wound scabs over, no more bandages are needed. If it itches, do not scratch it with your hands," he added, while carefully wrapping Sweet Bao with a clean cloth from his medicine box. When everything was done, old Master Gu finally came back to his senses. He quickly asked Lu Doctor to be safely sent home and even paid for the consultation. However, Lu Doctor refused, feeling that his visit was not very helpful, so he didn't think it was right to take the money. Old Master Gu still insisted on paying, and after some polite refusal, Lu Doctor reluctantly accepted. He thought to himself, how could someone refuse money so easily? Lu Doctor was then sent back home by Lu Shi. Standing behind, Chu Yu and Sun Qin came forward to visit. Chu Yu carefully looked at Sweet Bao, her eyes turning slightly red. She softly said, "It's Auntie's fault. It's because I was too lenient and I raised a wolf." Sweet Bao shook her head slightly. She knew this wasn't Auntie's fault. Although she didn't know much about Little Chili's background or her connection to Auntie's family, she understood that Little Chili's actions were aimed at her. Maybe it was her way of getting revenge for the trouble she faced at the temple gate. Old Master Gu knew some things about the Sun family, but he also understood that a child acting this way must have nothing to do with the Sun family. "Madam Chu, this matter has nothing to do with you. But our Gu family will definitely seek justice," Old Master Gu said firmly. Chu Yu looked up in surprise at Old Master Gu, who was so determined. She thought to herself, when people fight against officials, they often look for trouble. But she also felt that Old Master Gu looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she remembered there was a Gu family in the capital, and her heart was shocked. She suppressed her surprise and kept this thought to herself. The Gu family members saw off Chu Yu and her daughter. On the way back to the residence, Chu Yu couldn't help but worry about the Gu family. Not to mention their skills, but today Tao Duo was beaten and the Tao family would not let this go easily. Tao Duo is Tao Yuan's most beloved daughter and the only child of the main wife. As she was born late in life, the Tao family spoiled her so much that she became quite arrogant. Chu Yu gently rubbed the silk handkerchief in her hand, thinking it would be best to tell Sun Zhishui. Perhaps if he intervened, he could help calm the Tao family's anger a little. After all, this was the first time she asked him for help. Throughout the journey, Chu Yu kept thinking of solutions. Sitting quietly beside her, Sun Sun was silent and slightly frowned. She was worried about her younger sister, who had a large bruise on her forehead, probably from the beating. The younger sister must have been in a lot of pain, as she didn't even cry. The carriage quickly arrived at the Sun residence. The distracted mother and daughter regained their focus. A maid outside the carriage jumped down, pulled back the curtain, and Chu Yu adjusted her skirt. She maintained a cold expression, lowered her head, and stepped out of the carriage. The maid waiting nearby had already prepared a small stool. Chu Yu stepped onto it gracefully, and then followed by Sun Sun. She reached out to hold Sun Sun's small hand and was about to walk into the residence when she suddenly looked up and saw Sun Zhishui standing at the door with a stern face. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow, noticing Sun Zhishui's attitude. It seemed he already knew what happened in front of Lingbao Temple. But seeing his expression, a faint, mysterious light flickered in Chu Yu's eyes. Sun Zhishui was full of anger, waiting for Chu Yu and her daughter to return. When he saw the carriage approaching from afar, his anger grew even more. As soon as the mother and daughter stepped down, he couldn't wait to speak. "Humph. You two really know how to cause trouble." Sun Zhishui angrily swished his sleeve, almost wanting to scold the woman before him. At the moment Sun Zhishui spoke, Chu Yu crouched down, looked directly at her daughter, and covered Sun Sun's ears with her hands. She didn't want her daughter to hear those words. She was willing to suffer a little hardship and feel wronged herself, but she didn't want Sun Zhishui to bring this suffering to Sun Sun. Seeing Sun Zhishui turn away in anger, Chu Yu quickly ordered the maid to take Sun Sun back to her courtyard. She herself stared directly at Sun Zhishui. After Chu Yu waited for Sun Sun to leave the mansion gates, her stunning face instantly turned cold. Her beautiful eyes also carried a hint of coldness as she looked at the man in front of her. Her lips parted lightly, and she said coldly, "Causing trouble? I don't know what I did wrong, or what trouble I caused. Please, Minister Sun, explain clearly." Sun Jishue was nearly annoyed enough to roll his eyes at her words. He tremblingly pointed at Chuyu and said word by word, "You actually don't know what mess you've made? Who would believe that?" If it weren't for the news from the Tao family early on, he wouldn't have known that this woman was ruining his plans. Hearing this, Chuyu slightly lifted her chin and coldly said, "I don't know." Sun Jishue was so angry that he nodded with a smile, but his eyes showed determination as he said angrily, "You really don't know? Then let me tell you. Today at Lingbao Temple, did you let that rebellious girl bully Miss Tao? And now you still say you don't know? Where do you get the nerve to say you don't know? How does the Tao family have the right to complain?" Chuyu wasn't in a rush to defend herself, but asked patiently. "Of course, it's my father-in-law's family," Sun Jishue replied. Hearing this, Chuyu chuckled softly and said, "Just a maternal family of a concubine. How can they compare to the minister's family? Could it be that the minister has forgotten? Just a concubine's family." Her words carried disdain for the concubine's family. But Sun Jishue showed no fear of Chuyu. Over the past few years, Chu's family had been declining, while the concubine's family was growing stronger. If possible, he hoped to elevate Aunt Tao to the main wife. Unfortunately, he couldn't get rid of Chuyu. After all, Chu's family was in decline now, but a fallen camel is still bigger than a horse. There was some truth in that. "I say I can take responsibility, then I will." Sun Jishue was determined to stand firm against Chuyu. Now that he had spoken, he couldn't take it back, so he forced himself to continue. "Sun Jishue, do you really think there's no one left in my Chu family? Are you going to humiliate my legitimate daughter?" Chuyu, although somewhat resentful about what happened in the past, still depended on the Chu family. Especially after her injury, she worried that if she left, young Sun Sun would lose her support. So she forced herself to forget what the Chu family had done to her, just to ensure Sun Sun would have a backing in the future. But it must be said, Sun Jishue no longer had the decisiveness of the past. He was timid and cautious in his actions. Now, with the uncertain situation in the world, he was even trying to pick sides like others, but he couldn't see through the Chu family's wise strategy of self-preservation. After hearing Chuyu's words, Sun Jishue showed no fear of the Chu family behind Chuyu. He had already learned everything about the Chu family through the Tao family, and the current Chu family was not enough to make him afraid. The legitimate daughter of the Chu family? Back then, to gain power, the Chu family still sent their daughter into my residence. The Chu family? Just SOSO. Sun Jishue, I hope you remember every word you said in front of my house today. If the Tao family wants justice, I will wait. I want to see how someone trying to hurt others can twist the truth. Chi spoke sharply to Sun Jishue. She left her words here. If the Tao family wants justice, they can come. It's not up to Sun Jishue to speak for them now. Thinking about what she had just considered on the road, Chi secretly felt relieved that Sun Jishue had taken the first step to seek justice. If she had gone to deal with Sun Jishue herself, she might have fallen into a trap. After leaving her words, Chuyu turned and entered the house without even looking at Sun Jishue at the door. In her eyes, Sun Jishue was never really a person. Once before, now, and in the future. She thought for a moment and decided to write a letter to the Chu family. If Sun Jishue went crazy and found the Chu family, she would just have the Chu family send him away directly. At this moment, Chuyu firmly believed that the Gu family could make the Tao family pay the price. After the hidden master finished dealing with the Tao family's young daughter, he thought for a moment and then went to the Dark Master's room. The Dark Master had just unfastened his belt and was about to rest when suddenly, the door half opened. A ghostly figure slipped in. The Dark Master coldly glared at the intruder and said sharply, "Get out." The hidden master, feeling a bit embarrassed, adjusted his mask and said coldly, "I'm wearing a mask, so I saw nothing." The Dark Master, with a cold face, picked up his fallen pants and fastened his belt, then said coldly, "What do you want?" The hidden master didn't joke around and simply said, "Today, Miss Ba was bullied. Do you know?" Third Master was right there too. Miss Ba even had blood on her forehead. Sigh, does the third Old Master even have time to watch? When the hidden master described the scene, He found it shocking, especially the third madam, who looked so disheveled, completely unlike the third old master. Unaware to him, when he arrived, old Master Gu had just arrived a moment earlier. Hearing this, the dark master's eyes flickered. He turned his head slightly to look at the hidden master and said coldly, "Are you finished?" The hidden lord nodded. "Finish talking and get out." "Hidden lord? Why is this kid even colder than me?" With his hands behind his back, the hidden lord stormed off in anger. Before leaving, he glanced again at Miss 8, knowing he had to report to the old master. After the hidden lord left, the dark lord also lost his desire to sleep. He sat quietly by the oil lamp, watching the warm yellow flame flicker. Suddenly, he stood up and took a piece of paper, a brush, and an inkstone from the table behind him. He wrote freely. Today, Miss 8 was bullied. Her head was injured and bleeding, and she kept crying. The third old master watched without helping, which is very upsetting. Although she was taken to see a doctor later, her situation is shocking. After finishing, the Dark Lord was very pleased. He carefully packed the letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it to a secret guard to deliver overnight. Watching the disappearing figure of the secret guard, the Dark Lord felt relieved. If he calculated the time correctly, the family head should be arriving soon. The message had gone out, but he was worried about Miss 8's safety. Under the cover of night, he went to check on her. He saw Sweet Treasure, wrapped in bandages, with a pale face, looking weakly at the bed. At this moment, the Dark Lord thought he should have written the situation more seriously. Actually, Sweet Treasure, full from eating and drinking, leaned against the bed, her belly round from being stuffed. She didn't dare move much, still feeling a dull pain on her forehead. She sighed again, thinking about how much she had consumed today. After this meal, she not only regained what she lost, but even gained a little more. She sighed once more. She had already eaten a lot of pastries today. After hitting Tao Duo, she only digested half of it. Now, with her sister-in-law, older sister, and parents feeding her, she not only ate that half, but also overate. Outside the door, Xiao Yi carried a bowl of dark herbal soup. Sweet Treasure, who was comfortably leaning against the bed, immediately frowned when she saw Xiao Yi coming in with the bowl. She softly said, "Xiao Yi, I really can't eat anymore.
Please take it back."
Xiao Yi approached, placing the medicine on the small table beside the bed. She quickly touched her earrings with her hot little hands and smiled, saying, "Miss, I can't take it back. Grandma said this is calming medicine, and you must drink it all." "Medicine?" Hearing the word medicine, Sweet Treasure felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Her little face immediately scrunched up, and she said bitterly, "What medicine? Isn't there no medicine?" She remembered the doctor said she was fine, just needed to change the dressing daily. This medicine wasn't for drinking, but for external use. Why is there another dose of medicine now? She refuses to drink it no matter what is said. What is she so worried about? She sleeps well already. If she hadn't just eaten so much, she would have fallen asleep long ago. Little E, standing nearby, keeps trying to persuade Auntie to take her medicine. But after Annie huffs, she no longer looks at him. No matter what he says, she ignores him completely. At this moment, Little E finally understands why the task of delivering medicine to Annie is not something his father or mother want to do. He is so anxious, he almost pulls his hair out. Just then, Grandma Gu walks in from outside, holding a small, delicate dish with some dried fruits.
"Grandma."
Seeing Grandma Gu come in, Little E feels a strange sense of relief and quickly calls out to her. Grandma Gu looks at her eldest grandson, sees the helpless look on his face, and suddenly smiles. She reaches out and pats his head, saying, "All right, I am here. You should go back and rest early. Tell your parents that Auntie has taken her medicine." Hearing this, Little Yi's eyes light up. He knows Grandma has a good idea. "Grandma, your grandson will go now. Go ahead." After watching her grandson leave, Grandma Gu turns her head and notices Sweet Baby peeking at her from the side. She smiles softly. Sweet Baby's tender, white face instantly flushes red. "Mommy, can Sweet Baby not take the medicine?" Sweet Baby looks up, her big, watery eyes looking at her mother. No, sweet baby must take her medicine. Grandma Gu sees her daughter's pitiful little eyes and feels a bit sad herself, but she steels her heart and makes sweet baby drink the medicine. This medicine was given by Dr. Liu after Liu Defu was sent back. Feeling guilty, Dr. Liu grabbed some calming herbs as a token of thanks. Grandma Gu learned about this, so she immediately brewed a batch of medicine for Sweet Baby. After all, she had been through too much these days. Sweet Baby is very sensible and doesn't want them to worry. So Grandma Gu decided to prepare a dose for her, so she could rest well. She is just a 3-year-old girl who has suffered so much. Thinking about it, her heart aches. Sweet Baby looks up, planning to act cute and pretend she won't drink the medicine. But when she sees the sadness in Grandma Gu's eyes, she changes her mind. She has drunk this medicine before. There's no need to be so stubborn. Mommy, Sweet Baby will drink. Sweet Treasure finished speaking and stretched out her small hand to pick up the bowl, but was interrupted by Grandma Gu, who quickly walked over. She placed the candied fruit on the small table and then carefully brought the dark, bitter-tasting herbal medicine to Sweet Treasure's front. Grandma Gu sighed softly, stirred the medicine with a spoon, scooped a small amount, blew on it, and then offered it to Sweet Treasure's mouth. The little girl opened her mouth and swallowed it. Her face wrinkled in discomfort, so Grandma Gu quickly took a candied fruit from a small dish and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour candied fruit instantly eased the bitterness of the medicine. Grandma Gu then finished the bowl of medicine with a few more bites of candied fruit. At this moment, Sweet Treasure was so full she couldn't move, and her clothes had been taken off by Grandma Gu. Mother, is your foot better? Lying under the quilt, Sweet Treasure looked at her mother's foot and asked blankly. Grandma Gu's face turned slightly red, and she smiled, saying, Yes, it's better now. Your father helped me set the bone, but he's not very skilled. Where is Dad? Sweet Treasure wondered, realizing she hadn't seen him for a while. Your father? He's healing his injury, Grandma Gu said with some surprise and a bit of embarrassment. Sweet Treasure was stunned, only hearing Grandma Gu continue, It's because your father isn't good at his craft. Everyone told him to be careful, but he didn't listen. As a result, I kicked him away, and now he's probably having your second older brother set the bone. Sweet Treasure was surprised, not knowing her father had such skills. But she also understood that her father must have upset her mother, otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit. She sighed and decided that in the future, she would give her father unfiltered spring water to drink, so he wouldn't ruin his health. Night fell, and the vast sky was covered with twinkling stars. The wind blew freely, bringing a cool breeze. Under the night sky, a man dressed in black robes stood in the moonlight. The moonlight shone on him, making him look mysterious. Just as the man was gazing into the night, a man in a black cloak and mask suddenly appeared beside him. The man knelt on one knee and presented a letter, lowering his head as he said, Master, the Dark Lord's letter for you. The man in the moonlight came back to his senses, calmly took the letter, tore off the wax seal, and took out the letter inside. He looked for a place with a light and carefully read it. His face visibly darkened. The dark guard saw the situation and quickly lowered his head even more. After reading the letter, the head of the Gu family felt a cold chill and used internal energy to instantly destroy the paper in his palm. Go investigate. Find out who hurt Miss 8. The head of the Gu family waved his sleeve and coldly ordered. He wasn't in a hurry to settle scores with the third son over the matter of Sweet Bao. The most important thing now was to find out who caused the harm. The Gu family members were not so easy to bully. The next day, the head of the Gu family ordered an immediate departure. Once he learned that Sweet Bao was hurt, he didn't want to delay even a moment. He was eager to go see his little niece. Meanwhile, old Master Gu hobbled to the backyard, where an elderly man with white hair stood. The old man looked a bit sad, slightly hunched, standing in place, giving a look of gentle pity. Seeing his father's appearance, old Master Gu pursed his lips, with a look in his eyes that others couldn't understand. He stood for a while before walking over. In the yard, old Master Gu had already seen his third son arrive. He had deliberately acted pitiful, but when he caught sight that his foolish son hadn't come over, he felt a surge of anger. So foolish. Following anyone? Not following him anyway. Old Master Goose stepped forward to his father, made a respectful bow, and asked, "Father, why are you here?" Old Master Goo was also annoyed. "Father came to see my obedient grandson. I wonder how he's doing," said the old man with a slightly bowed head, looking sad. This made Old Master Goo feel a pang of pain. He didn't realize that even his once wise and brave father could look so sorrowful. For a moment, he felt a bitter taste in his heart. Old Master Goo looked at his son from the side, noticing the guilt on his face, then quickly looked away, secretly smiling inside.
Sigh, father is old now.
In the future, your eldest brother will take over. Your mother and I don't have many years left. You know your brothers and sisters are not very capable. The house is full of boys, but only your family has a few girls. Now one married early, another engaged. Do you know how hard it is for father? I, as a grandfather, haven't fulfilled my responsibilities at all." Old Master Goo felt this pain deeply. He had been hoping for a girl for generations. Now, he didn't even want to think about the family. It was all because of the boys that he felt heartache. By the way, he could secretly follow the third son. Thinking of a solution, Old Master Goo felt relieved and immediately started acting with determination. Old Master Goo heard his father's words and lowered his head, lost in thought. He knew everything his father said was true, but he himself. Old Master Goo secretly sneered, thinking that his son truly did not follow his way, indecisive and hesitant, unlike him who was straightforward and decisive. When it came to his granddaughter, he would come whenever she called. Old Master Goo waved his hand, clearly not wanting to continue this topic, but still looked sad. He tilted his head to look at the fresh green buds sprouting on the tree in front of him and said, "That child is from the Tao family." When it came to serious matters, Old Master Goo's face turned serious. He had long known that this child was from the Tao family, but he never expected that the Tao family, regardless of age, would be so cruel. He remembered the young servant who was thrown off the cliff near Lingbao Temple. In recent years, the Tao family appears honest and clean, but secretly, they have taken many bribes. The eldest son, Tao Yang, is a ruthless and cunning person. Not to mention, the most favored young girl, Tao Duo. Old Master Goose scoffed upon hearing this. Favored? Too much freedom? That's dangerous. If he counted favor, the Gu family had many descendants, but because they were bothersome, he had sent them away early to develop on their own. That could be considered not to tarnish the Gu family's reputation. It seems necessary to gather all the grandchildren back this year. As for favoritism, who could compare to the many members of the Gu family? All 5 girls were spoiled to the sky. Humph. Old Master Gu muttered softly, clearly unhappy to hear the word spoiled from others. Just a Tao family member, even if he supports the crown prince, so what? Offend the Gu family, and you'll pay the price. Old Master Gu squinted his eyes, calm and confident, speaking in a commanding tone. After hearing his father's words, Old Master Gu relaxed. He couldn't interfere in court affairs now, but for the reputation of the Gu family in Beijing, a mere parasite supporting the crown prince was nothing. Later, Old Master Gu asked about Tianbao's condition, and when he learned Tianbao was better, he finally relaxed. He waved his hand casually and turned to leave, looking carefree, with no sign of the sadness from earlier. Old Master Gu scratched his head, seeming confused by his father's quick change in mood. He hobbled back to the main house. As soon as he entered his room, he saw his daughter with a bandage on her head, holding a teacup, walking slowly over. Tianbao's eyes lit up when she saw her father come in. She was holding a cup of fresh spiritual spring water and slowly approached him. This cup of spring water was prepared early by her for her father to drink. However, she didn't see her father's figure all morning and waited for a long time. She wanted to move it somewhere else, but unexpectedly, her father returned. "Father, drink water." Old Mr. Gu took the teacup, looked at it, and saw the clear tea inside. He felt very touched. He wanted to show off to Mrs. Gu, but then looked at his limping leg and gave up the idea. He lowered his head and sipped slowly. After finishing the water, he put down the teacup. "Good girl, this tea is quite sweet," Mr. Gu said with a taste. He felt that not only was it sweet, but drinking it also made him feel refreshed all over. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure smiled like a flower and said happily, "Because this is the water that Sweet Treasure poured for father, so its Sweet Treasure stayed at home for many days." Her scar on her forehead had already healed. She kept thinking about going out to play, but was stopped by Mrs. Gu. Only after the scar on her forehead faded, and with the persuasion of fourth brother, Mrs. Gu agreed to let Sweet Treasure go out for a walk. Happy, Sweet Treasure ran to Mrs. Gu and kissed her on the side of her face. Before Mrs. Gu could react, she turned around quickly and jumped into fourth brother's arms. "Fourth brother, let's go out to play." Old Mr. Gu, who had been missing since early morning, now walked in. When he saw Sweet Treasure holding onto fourth brother's leg, he stood at the door, looking down at his own leg and then at fourth brother's bamboo leg, lost in thought. After thinking for a while but not understanding, he carefully walked over to Sweet Treasure, smiling as he looked at his beloved daughter. He said, "Your fourth brother's leg is thin and pokes people. Hugging daddy's leg has some meat." As he spoke, he tried to pull Sweet Treasure away. Still stunned, Sweet Treasure was pulled over by old Mr. Gu and hung onto his leg like a koala. She looked at her own thigh with a blank face, pouting sadly, and looked pitifully at Mrs. Gu, who was walking over. Mrs. Gu reached behind old Mr. Gu, freed Sweet Treasure, and then pushed old Mr. Gu to his back. She told fourth brother, "Take your sister out to play. Be careful on the road and don't go too far." Fourth brother bent down, picked up Sweet Treasure, and felt that his little sister was much lighter. Hearing his mother's instructions, he looked up at her and said, "Mother, I understand." After speaking, Yu Guang glanced at the stunned old Master Gu. It was as if he suddenly remembered something and said to old Lady Gu, "Mother, is there a new family moving in next door? I noticed father seems quite familiar with them. We should visit more often in the future." Old Fourth Gu, with a calm and cold appearance, spoke with a hint of chill in his voice, which directly made old Master Gu sweat. He was a bit surprised as he watched old Fourth Gu walk out the door. When he looked away and saw old Lady Gu's cold gaze, he finally realized he had been tricked by old Fourth. "Mother, wife, listen to me. It's not what old Fourth said. The new neighbors are actually my parents." "Huh?" Old Lady Gu sneered coldly, then turned around and closed the door, cutting off old Master Gu's loud cry. Sweet Bao, who was curled up in old Fourth Gu's arms, quickly covered her ears when she heard the noise, feeling a little guilty. She seemed to sense that her father was being hit again by her mother. "Fourth brother."
Father.
Sweet Bao pointed at the closed door behind her, about to say something, but old Fourth Gu gently grabbed her chubby little finger and said in a cold voice, "Little sister, be good. Don't listen to father's nonsense. Fourth brother's leg doesn't hurt." Only then did Sweet Bao realize that her father was scolded because he said fourth brother's leg was sore. She nodded firmly and said, "Fourth brother's leg doesn't hurt." Old Fourth Gu nodded happily, his dark eyes shining with a hint of brightness. But Sweet Bao felt a bit embarrassed. She thought, why does fourth brother seem more and more scheming? Is this normal? Old Fourth Gu carried Sweet Bao out of the mansion. Just as they stepped outside, they heard Gu Old Seven's voice behind them. "Fourth brother, little sister, wait for me. I want to go with you." Gu Old Seven, panting as he caught up, had just overheard the maid's conversation and learned that fourth brother was taking Sweet Bao out for a walk today. Why didn't he call him? Since Sweet Bao was hurt, she had been resting in old Lady Gu's main house every day. Usually, when they wanted to see her, old Master Gu would stop them, saying it was to help her recover. Thinking of this, Gu Old Seven felt very upset. Every time, others could see little sister, but he had seen her fewer times than anyone else. When Sweet Bao saw Gu Old Seven following behind, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly said to old Fourth Gu, "Fourth brother, let's take seventh brother with us." Old Master Gu 4 listened and nodded slightly when he looked at Old Master Gu 7. He then turned around, hugged Sweet Bao, and continued walking out of the mansion. Behind him, Old Master Gu 7 immediately chased after them. As soon as Sweet Bao stepped outside, she took a few deep breaths of fresh air, slowly enjoying the feeling of breathing freely. To her, this was not just air but a sense of freedom. Old Master Gu 4 watched Sweet Bao's small actions silently, with a faint smile on his face. He was a bit confused about Old Master Gu 7's behavior, so he started to imitate her, almost getting splashed by a passing cart of slop. Coughing from the smell, Old Master Gu 7 coughed repeatedly. The Old Master Gu 4 walking ahead turned to look at him, feeling more convinced that his younger brother was quite foolish. Both Old Master Gu 4 and Sweet Bao shook their heads, thinking that Old Master Gu 7's foolishness was beyond help. Old Master Gu 4 knew that Sweet Bao's trip to the Mansion City had many regrets. Since they would be leaving in a few days, he wanted to take her around the city to enjoy the local customs and scenery. Sweet Bao looked around curiously. On the food street, there were all kinds of snacks: bright red candied hawthorn, tempting noodles, and freshly steamed buns. The street was lively with vendors shouting their wares. There were stalls selling cloth, jewelry, antique vases, and even people selling themselves. What? Selling themselves? Sweet Bao's eyes were instantly drawn to a sign that read "Selling oneself to bury wife." Looking to the side, she saw a man kneeling nearby. He looked about 40 or 50, with a sorrowful expression, kneeling with his head bowed. Passers-by glanced at him, but didn't stop. Behind the man, there was a white cloth covering something. From the shape, it seemed like someone was lying underneath. Sweet Bao looked carefully and guessed that the person under the cloth was the man selling himself. She felt a cold feeling in her heart. If it had been a young woman selling herself, many people would have fought to buy her. She saw that the man was a strong, sturdy man. She thought it might be better to buy him and bring him back to Stone Village. Feeling this was a good idea, she tugged on her older brother Gu 4's sleeve, pointed at the man with her small hand, and whispered in his ear, "Fourth brother, buy this person." Gu 4 heard his little sister's request. After glancing around, he focused on the man selling himself. His brow furrowed, then relaxed, and he slowly said, "All right, I'll go along with what you want, little sister." Old Fourth Gu nodded in response to Sweet Bao, then carried her over, followed by Old Seventh Gu. When Old Fourth reached the front, Sweet Bao carefully examined the man in front of her. She saw that he looked somewhat dazed, standing straight even while kneeling. The man lowered his head, and his face was not very clear. Only a rough outline of a beard was visible. The rest was blurry. After exchanging a glance with Fourth Brother, she nodded firmly, still determined to buy this man. She thought that, even if she didn't buy him herself, few others would. Instead of letting his wife suffer with him, it would be better for him to rest in peace early. "How much do you want for selling yourself?" Old Fourth Gu asked. Although he didn't understand why his sister wanted to buy this man, he wouldn't oppose her. After all, it was a kind act. The kneeling man, hearing the voice, looked up blankly. He saw two people in front of him, one handsome and elegant, the other round and cute. "Are they planning to buy him? Just name your price." The man's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, sounding a bit stiff. Old Fourth Gu frowned slightly at this. He looked at the bid. "All right, how about I pay to give your wife a grand funeral?" Old Fourth Gu didn't really want to buy this man, but he admired the man's willingness to sell himself to bury his wife. He decided to help him have a proper funeral so he could rest peacefully. Hearing this, the man's bloodshot eyes flickered as he looked at Old Fourth Gu again, and tears welled up in his eyes. He bowed his head to Old Fourth Gu and cried out, "Thank you, kind sir, for your great kindness." From the moment the man bowed, Old Fourth Gu quickly stepped back. He didn't think this small favor was worth a man's bow. He signaled to Old Seventh Gu behind him, telling him to help the man up. Meanwhile, he carried Sweet Bao to a nearby coffin shop, handed some money to the shop owner, and asked him to give the man a proper burial. The coffin shop owner weighed the money in his hand, feeling it was heavy. His face immediately lit up with a smile, and he quickly promised, "Don't worry, sir. We are 100-year-old shop. We'll make sure everything is done beautifully." Afterward, he called the workers to bring out a fine coffin. Old Fourth Gu took the coffin and the shop owner to the man, telling him to handle the arrangements. The shop owner happily agreed and responded with a smile. The man kneeling on the ground bowed to Old Forgu once more. Seeing this, Old Forgu felt the matter was almost settled. He hugged Sweet Bao and was about to leave, but the man called out to him, "Good sir, may I ask where you live? You helped me bury my late wife, so I am now your servant." The man spoke sincerely, but after glancing at the growing crowd around him, Old Forgu frowned and said, "Come find me at Drunken Spring Pavilion after you're done." With that, he carried Sweet Bao and led the way out, followed by Old Seven Gu, who looked puzzled. Old Seven Gu hurried up and walked beside Old Forgu. He asked, "Why didn't you just say the door to your house earlier?" Old Forgu glanced at Old Seven Gu and slowly replied, "It was just a small favor." Old Seven Gu was surprised. Could a small favor cost dozens of silver coins? He had seen the money pouch, heavy and likely containing at least 20 or 30 silver taels. Just as Old Seven Gu opened his mouth to ask more, he saw the cold look in Old Forgu's eyes, and he quickly swallowed his question. No need to ask, so why glare? Seventh brother, silly. Sweet Bao, who had been silent and nestled in Old Forgu's arms, couldn't help but speak when she heard seventh brother chattering. Old Forgu smiled gently, like spring breeze, while seventh brother crossed his arms, looking hurt. Sweet Bao turned her head away, not wanting to see seventh brother, but her mind was still filled with the image of that man. When that man spoke to Old Forgu earlier, he had looked up. Sweet Bao caught a clear view of his face. She recognized it from her dreams. By accident, they had met? She wondered where she had seen this man before, but after thinking, she couldn't remember the scene. Maybe it was a forgotten memory. No matter what, she decided she had to keep the man. After walking around with Sweet Bao for a while, Old Forgu and his two companions headed toward Drunken Spring Pavilion. Drunken Fragrance Tower. At this moment, the tower was bustling with noise. It was noon, and the first-floor hall was full of people. Led by the young waiter, the three of them went upstairs to a private room. "Dear guests, would you like to order something?" the waiter asked while pouring water. "Bring us your restaurant's signature dishes, one serving each." Old Goose 7 couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly spoke. After finishing, he waved his hand to dismiss the waiter. Before leaving, Old Goo forgave the waiter some money and said, "Later, a man with a beard will come looking for me. Please bring him in when he arrives." The waiter pocketed the tip with a flattering smile and nodded repeatedly. Old Goo 4 waved his hand again, signaling the waiter to leave. After the man left, Old Goo 4 asked with a cold look, "Do you know how many signature dishes are in Drunken Fragrance Tower?" Old Goose 7 shook his head and asked cautiously, "Could it be that fourth brother is reluctant to spend this money?" It seemed that if Old Goo 4 said he was reluctant, he would immediately offer to pay for the meal. Old Goo 4 shook his head and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Sweet Treasure in her arms seemed to sense something unusual. Could it be that this place has many signature dishes? She saw this as a good opportunity to try the local specialties. Soon after, the waiter from earlier returned carrying a tray of food, followed by 3 young men dressed like servants, each holding a tray of dishes. When all the signature dishes were laid out on the table, Sweet Treasure couldn't help but be amazed. She hadn't expected that Drunken Fragrance Tower would have so many dishes. She had originally planned to ask Six Sister to make a few eye-catching dishes, but now she realized she needed to think carefully. Once the dishes were served, Old Goo 4 sat Sweet Treasure on a nearby chair. She pointed at a dish with her small finger, and Old Goo 4 carefully scooped some onto a small bowl in front of her. Sweet Treasure tasted each dish one by one. After trying all of them, her brows remained furrowed, never relaxing. She felt there was no need to compare with other restaurants because the chefs here rarely use condiments, mostly just salt and very little chili. It seemed that for the chefs here, as long as the dish was salty enough, it was tasty. Sweet Treasure took a few bites but shook her head, deciding not to eat more. Recently, Six Sisters' cooking had improved a lot, and her taste buds had become quite picky. Plus, she had secretly shared a few recipes. The dishes Six Sister made were truly special. Old Gu 4 didn't eat much either. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, then frowned and put the cup down. He still tasted the bitterness of the tea and frowned, feeling that the tea at the restaurant wasn't as good as at home. Sweet Treasure didn't notice her brother's actions. She was now fully focused on seventh brother. Old Seven Gu looked at the table of dishes with a bitter and resentful expression. After tasting a few bites, he couldn't bring himself to eat anymore, as the food was far from what his sixth sister had made. Seeing Old Seven Gu's reaction, Fourth Gu slowly looked at him with a warm tone and said, "Old Seven, you ordered all these dishes. You must finish them. Xiao Mei, and I can only help you eat this much. The rest is up to you." He patted Old Seven Gu on the shoulder. Suddenly, the once bitter and resentful expression on Old Seven Gu's face faded away. How could he eat all this? While he was thinking, he turned his head and saw Sweet Treasure sitting on a chair. He wanted to ask for help, but was caught by Fourth Gu, who was watching nearby. The next moment, he heard a familiar voice. "Eat by yourself." Old Seven Gu immediately gave up his idea, looking aggrieved, but still picking at the food. After they had eaten most of the dishes, Fourth Gu handed him a cup of tea, signaling that he didn't need to continue eating. Sweet Treasure watched from the side and felt helpless. But she didn't think Fourth Gu was wrong. After all, if seventh brother's temper wasn't tempered now, he would only suffer later. She hoped seventh brother would think carefully before acting in the future. Old Seven Gu took the tea, took a sip, and leaned back in his chair, feeling full and uncomfortable. He looked quite aggrieved, about to speak, but was interrupted by a knocking sound. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came 3 times. Fourth Gu looked toward the door, knowing who was coming. He slightly parted his lips and said coldly, "Come in." The door was pushed open. The person leading was a young waiter from the restaurant, followed by a neatly dressed but somewhat disheveled man, clearly having changed clothes before coming here. After bringing the man inside, the waiter stepped back. As the door closed, the tall man suddenly knelt down with a thud. Sweet Treasure, sitting on the chair, frowned as she watched this. She wondered, does kneeling all the time hurt his knees? Fourth Gu saw the man kneel again, sighed quietly, then stood up and went to help him up. "You don't need to kneel to me. Today's matter is seen as a sign of your sincerity. Later, find a job and you can support yourself." The man heard this and immediately shook his head, his voice hoarse as he slowly said, "Good sir, today's act of selling myself is truly out of desperation, but I do it sincerely. You may not know I used to work in a jade shop as a craftsman. Everything was fine at first, but a few months ago, my wife fell seriously ill. Her condition worsened quickly, and she couldn't get up. At that time, I was still working in the jade shop. When I heard about her illness, I went to the shop owner to ask for my wages from over half a year of work. I hoped they could at least give me some money to treat her. But the shop owner was a cruel person. He promised to help and gave me some silver to treat my wife, then quietly threw out all my belongings when I left to take care of her. When she started to get better, I went back, only to be told I had been fired. I wanted to get my wages back, but the dishonest manager said I had been absent without leave for a long time. He claimed my previous wages were already deducted and even said I owed them money. I was angry and wanted to argue, but I was beaten away. I was afraid to tell my wife what happened, so I found odd jobs outside to earn some money for her medicine.
I was satisfied with that.
But a few days ago, the dishonest manager found out I was working nearby and secretly told the boss. They fired me again and spread bad rumors about me to my wife. She couldn't handle and thought she was a burden to me, so. At this point, the man couldn't hold back anymore and covered his face, crying. He had suffered many injustices these days and had nowhere to vent. He had tried to confront the dishonest manager, but was beaten away. Now, Whenever the weather turned rainy, his leg would ache painfully. Tianbao's eyes lit up when she heard his story, especially when she heard the words Jade Shop. She felt this person was sent by heaven. But as she listened to the story, she was moved deep inside and couldn't help but frown at the dishonest manager. Suddenly, she became interested. Gu Laoxi and Gu Laki were silent for a moment. After crying, the man calmed down a bit and heard a soft, sweet voice. "What do you do at the Jade Shop?" He looked toward the voice and saw a round, cute little girl. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly replied, "Miss, I am a craftsman at the Jade Shop. I work on cutting and polishing raw stones and making finished products." "She's so talented." Tianbao's eyes shone even brighter. "How many people have you encountered with similar experiences?" "There are quite a few, but everyone is angry but afraid to speak out. Usually they rarely escape being bullied." When the man thought of this, he remembered the dark and bleak years of the past. Tianbao nodded. Under the surprised gazes of fourth brother and seventh brother, she clapped her small hands on the table and said clearly, "Not only do you want to stay, but you also want to rescue your fellow workers who are stuck in a difficult situation." She plans to lure others away. Heaven has given her such a big gift. Why not take it? She also remembered who this man was. He appeared in her dreams before, leading a group of people, working hard, and creating beautiful jade ornaments and jewelry. He appeared briefly in her dreams. If she hadn't carefully recalled, she might have missed him completely. The man was a bit surprised, but he also wanted to help his friends escape. Working outside is just to support his family. If he can't support them, it's better to leave early. However, the man looked worried. Tianbao knew what he was concerned about, but for her, as long as he agreed, it would be much easier. Luring others away is the most exciting part. Tianbao understood the man's worries, mainly about revenge from unscrupulous officials. If it were just him, she wouldn't fear, but now that a group of people might be involved, he was very afraid of those officials. Tianbao thought for a moment. To rescue this group, they might have to give up some things, like their wages. Maybe even if they give up their wages, the greedy officials might not let them go easily, since these people are skilled workers. Right now, the only option is to find a way out. "Did you sign anything?" Tianbao asked, then used her chubby little hand to draw the outline of a piece of paper. The man immediately understood what she meant. He shook his head and said he hadn't signed anything. Tianbao felt relieved. As long as he hadn't been tricked into signing a contract to sell himself, everything was manageable. If necessary, she could just pay some money. After all, the world is big, and they probably won't appear in the city again. You can go back and ask privately if anyone is willing to leave their old life behind. You can also take your family to a new place to live. As for the treatment, just tell us what you need. Suddenly, Tianbao remembered what the man had said earlier, that he was discovered by the unscrupulous officials a few days ago. She thought for a moment and decided to remind him, then said, "You said you were found by those officials a few days ago, right?" The man nodded after hearing this, agreeing that it was indeed true. Not only was he discovered, but something else happened as well. Sadness filled the man's heart. He lowered his head again, showing a sad expression on his face. Seeing the man about to fall into sorrow again, Sweet Bao quickly spoke, saying, "I think you need to check this out." When she said that, Gu Laoxi and Gu Laoqi, standing behind, looked at Sweet Bao with sideways glances. They seemed unsure of what she meant. After thinking for a moment, Gu Laoxi lowered his head, his eyes clearing up as if he understood what his little sister was talking about. Sweet Bao looked at them. Seeing the bright look in fourth brother's eyes, she knew he understood what was going on.
But
Sai, seventh brother, is so slow. You left the Jade Stone shop a few months ago. Before, you were caught doing small jobs and were driven out once. Until a few days ago, when you were discovered again, everything had been peaceful. Think carefully, have you seen anyone? Said anything that might have been overheard? Something that made the greedy manager keep bothering you? Gu Laoxi asked in a steady voice. After hearing his sister's hint, he understood the key point. Why was he so lucky to be caught just then? And to be brought before that greedy manager? Especially after so long, The manager still refused to let go. There must be some hidden reason behind it. When the man heard this, he also fell silent, as if trying to recall if he had met anyone or experienced anything during that time. He thought hard, sensing some clues, but his memory was a bit fuzzy. Next to them, Gu Laoqi looked confused, as if he didn't fully understand. He glanced at Sweet Bao, who looked a bit tired and thought she might need to rest. He was about to step forward, but as he took a few steps, someone suddenly grabbed his collar hard. He looked back in confusion at his fourth brother. Gu Laoqi pulled Gu Laoqi behind him, then reached out to lift Sweet Bao. Turning to the man, he said, "Come with me." Although Gu Laoqi didn't want to add more people to the house, since this person was decided by his little sister, he would follow her lead. He just wondered what his sister was thinking. With a puzzled look, Gu Laoqi carried Sweet Bao and turned to leave. They paid the bill and headed down the stairs. Behind them, Gu Laoqi and the man followed. The four of them walked toward the mansion. Gu Laoqi led the others to find the way. After making sure everything was settled, they planned to return. The man followed behind the three, walking until they reached a very fancy mansion, then stopped. As soon as he reached the door, a young man suddenly stepped out from inside the wide-open gate. The man bowed to the three people in front of him and said, "Miss Ba, second young Master Si, and seventh young Master Chi, you're all back. Father is waiting for you in the main hall. When you return, go straight there." Old fourth Gu nodded, then handed Sweet Bao to old seventh Gu, telling him to take her to the main hall first. The man in front of him was left to handle the aftermath. Sweet Bao was a little dizzy on the way home. Even when she arrived and was carried around, she didn't notice anything. She just felt very comfortable sleeping, turned in a different direction, pouted her bottom, and continued to sleep. When old seventh Gu was changing direction, he was just about to step into the main hall. Before he could fully step inside, a strong gust of wind blew toward him. Startled, he quickly withdrew his foot and looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. He looked up and saw old Master Gu standing at the door with a stern face. If it weren't for the gust of wind old Master Gu had just blown, he might have bumped into him upon entering. Even if he had bumped into old Master Gu, it wouldn't be as bad as waking his sleeping sister. Thinking of this, old seventh Gu suddenly felt confident. He quietly said, "Father, didn't you see that little sister is sleeping? Why make such a loud noise? What if you wake her up? You're not young anymore, and you shouldn't be so reckless." His murmuring voice was just loud enough for Grandma Gu, who was sitting inside waiting for old fourth Gu and the others to return, to hear. Grandma Gu, upon hearing this, gracefully stood up, brushed her clothes, and slowly walked over to old Master Gu. She gently fixed his clothes and said softly, "Be careful later. Don't damage the furniture. If it gets broken, you'll have to pay for it. You know Sweet Bao hates waste the most." After speaking, she turned around, gently took Sweet Bao out of old seventh Gu's arms, and, slightly turning her body, gracefully carried Sweet Bao out of the house. Old seventh Gu was a bit confused. Why was his mother in such a rush to take his sister away? But when he turned around and saw old Master Gu's furious eyes, his legs suddenly went weak. Before old Master Gu could get angry, he quickly tiptoed and slipped out of the mansion. Old Master Gu smiled slightly when he saw Gu 7 trying to run away. Just before he was about to lose sight of Gu 7, he used light skills to chase after him. From afar, a loud scream could be heard. As if sensing something, Sweet Treasure, who had been sleeping peacefully, suddenly woke up. She looked around with sleepy eyes. Grandma Gu saw this and quickly comforted Sweet Treasure to go back to sleep. Not knowing what had happened, Sweet Treasure simply lay down and went back to sleep. She slept until midnight. In the room, it was very dark. Suddenly, Sweet Treasure, who had been sleeping soundly, sat up abruptly. Her big almond-shaped eyes looked around in confusion. She realized she was in her mother's room and immediately felt relieved. Waking up, Sweet Treasure curled up beside her mother. Looking at the dark room, she felt too restless to sleep. She decided it was better to check her space. Thinking about what she wanted to do, Sweet Treasure quickly got out of bed and disappeared into her space. Inside, everything looked the same as always. She first checked the crops, then looked at the very healthy ginseng, and finally examined a strange plant with just a few leaves. After inspecting her space, Sweet Treasure headed straight to the fruit planting area. She saw that there were more fruits than last time. Even the shorter branches were full of fruit. She remembered that she had almost harvested all the fruits here before. The only ones left might be those hanging high on the branches.
Could it be?
Suddenly, Sweet Treasure recalled that last time her space had a strange reaction. After doing good deeds, it could automatically harvest crops. Could it be that she had done another good deed without realizing it, and that caused her space to upgrade again? Thinking about this possibility, Sweet Treasure became very excited. To confirm her guess, she silently thought, "Harvest all ripe fruits." As soon as she thought this, the ripe fruits started harvesting themselves. Filled with joy, Sweet Treasure hurried to follow the fruits. When she saw them all gather in the warehouse, she finally relaxed. She then looked around the granary. It was full of grains. She took a quick look and found each grain plump and round. If used as seeds, the harvest would be excellent. If she remembered correctly, each acre of land only produced a few dozen genes of crops. Because there were many farmers, the land was quite prosperous. But if it was only a few acres and needed to support a family, it might not be enough. But if they all used her grain variety, the yield would definitely increase greatly. After inspecting everything, Sweet Treasure wanted to leave the space. She noticed a pile of stones in the corner with a quick glance. She was sure that the man would handle everything well. Maybe next time, those stones could be used for practice. Now, there's nothing much happening in the city, so she can go home.
She also needs to buy the mountain.
Sweet Treasure quickly left the space. Outside, it was still as dark and quiet as when she entered. She lay on the bed, snuggling next to Grandma Goo, thinking about her plans to go back. Everything had to be done quickly. Feeling sleepy and confused, she drifted off to sleep without realizing. Night fell. A figure quickly slipped into the backyard of the Goo family. The guards, who were very alert, saw the visitor and silently retreated. The Dark Master, who had been waiting for a long time, approached and bowed, saying, "Master." As he finished speaking, the man moved slightly, turned around, and under the moonlight, she saw that the visitor was actually the head of the Goo family, also the elder brother of old Master Goo. The Goo family head's eyes looked deep, his face tense, with a hint of anger. His voice was sharp with irritation as he asked, "What happened with Miss Eighth?" He had been thinking about this all the way. He couldn't believe that his little Tuan, whom he hadn't had time to love enough, was bullied. Was someone trying to humiliate him? The Dark Master lowered his head and coldly said, "It was the young lady from the Tao family who made the move." She was standing under the tree, and before she could react, someone suddenly rushed out and pushed her down. He almost got hurt. Later, Old Master caught the person and asked about it. He said there was a dispute at the temple gate, and because the carriage broke down on the way back, he took out his anger on the young lady. Hearing this, the Dark Master clenched his teeth. If not for the fact that the other was a child, he would have made that person taste their guard's torture. Where is she? She's already been sent back to the Tao family. The Goo family head sneered coldly. Sent back to the Tao family? Would the Tao family really be at ease now? Send my orders to gather evidence against the Tao family. He was determined to make the Tao family disappear.
Tao family.
Taoyong looked gloomy as he stood outside his sister's door. Inside, there was the sound of smashing and crashing, with porcelain breaking and making a clear noise, making his heart tremble. Since Tao Tuo returned a few days ago, she had been smashing things every day. There was nothing left in the house for her to destroy. Thinking of this, Taoyong looked very gloomy. My younger sister did something that he had heard about. He didn't think his sister's behavior was wrong. When he arrived that day, she had already been taken away, and it took 3 days before she was returned. In the first few days, Tao Duo was so scared she trembled and couldn't sleep at night. After she gradually got used to it, she started smashing things inside the house. No matter how much he asked, she wouldn't speak. Knock, knock, knock. Tao Yang patiently knocked on the door. When the person inside heard the knocking, they paused. After the noise stopped, Tao Yang quickly said, "Little sister, it's Big Brother. Please open the door. There's something to talk about. If someone bullies you, just fight back." After a moment of silence, the door opened from inside. When the door opened, the room was a mess, clearly shown to him. Standing at the door was a small girl with messy hair and a pale face, no longer showing her usual boldness. Tao Yang looked away, feeling a bit sorry, but then he quickly pushed the feeling aside. Seeing the door open, Tao Yang signaled, and the servants behind him rushed into the room to tidy up. Outside, the maid Ching Er saw the door open and hurried to her young lady. Before she could react, she heard a cold voice from a man nearby. "Take your young lady to wash up. I'll wait in the front hall." Then he turned and left. It seemed Tao Duo had already known what her older brother was like. She was used to his attitude. Ching Er quickly took Tao Duo to wash up. This time, Tao Duo didn't resist. After she was ready, Ching Er led her to Tao Yang. She lowered her head and led her young lady inside, then quietly stepped back to stand at the door and watch. Tao Yang looked at Tao Duo, who seemed more alert, and his expression softened a little. After letting her sit down, he asked, "Can you tell me who upset you now?" Hearing this, Tao Duo trembled again, as if recalling that day and how she was beaten by that chubby girl. Her eyes filled with hatred. "Big brother, you have to help me get revenge. It was that chubby girl. She hit me," she said angrily. She also remembered hearing something related to that girl in a conversation, probably connected to her family seeking revenge. But she couldn't figure out any other link, just that it was her relative seeking revenge. The strong hatred in Tao Duo's eyes made Tao Yang feel uncomfortable, and he frowned. Although the family greatly favors the younger sister, he has never shown her any special affection because her mother is his aunt. Despite disliking her, her aunt was chosen by his mother. Do you know who that family is?
Tao Duo shook her head.
She only knew they were connected to Sun Sun.
Oh.
Big brother, that chubby girl is very close to Sun Sun. I heard they even went to the temple together the other day. Although the two families were somewhat distant at the time, she remembered Sun Sun laughing and talking with the other girl under the peach tree. Tao Duo thought fiercely, if Big Brother could also be kind to Sun Sun, then she would feel better. Tao Yang's eyes half closed, thinking that it was definitely related to the Sun family. He wondered what they planned after receiving his letter. If the Sun family was ungrateful, what use was their high status? "I have my own plans for this matter. You should behave yourself these days. In a few days, father will come from the capital and take you home." Tao Duo wanted to speak, but after seeing her brother's cold expression, she silently snorted. When their father arrives, she will complain to him and ask him to discipline that chubby girl properly. Maybe she can even make her serve as a maid. Let's see how she handles that. Feeling confident, Tao Duo's mood brightened considerably. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, she left. After Tao Duo left, a man dressed in black quietly slipped into the hall. When he saw the man sitting on the main seat, he stepped forward, took a letter, and bowed. "Master, I've found out about that family." The man raised an eyebrow, glanced at the guard, and coldly said, "Bring it here." The guard quickly handed over the envelope. The man took it, opened it carefully, and read it. The letter said that the family's surname was Gu. They were villagers from Shirtu village in Phonlai County. They came to the capital a month ago to visit relatives. Their third son was a student at Yishuan Academy, with no other background. Hearing this, Tao Yang put the letter away. Although his people had gathered this information, he still felt confused. It seemed he had to visit the Sun family himself. Sweet Bao, who had just woken up, sat on the bed with messy hair and dull eyes. She looked at the man dressed in black in front of her, with a blank expression. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man before her, feeling a bit dazed. She raised her hand again to rub her eyes, and when she realized it was not a dream, she immediately became alert. She stared wide-eyed at the man and spoke with a trembling voice.
"Who are you?"
The man in front of her didn't show any panic. Instead, He smiled when he heard the voice. That smile made Sweet Bao quietly stick out her bottom, shift back a little, and think about the many guards at home. How did this person get in? Could he be so skilled that even her father didn't notice? Sweet Bao, don't be afraid. I. The usually eloquent Lord Goose suddenly fell silent. He didn't know how to introduce himself to the child, but he couldn't help but want to see the girls at home. He had seen Qingjie and Yanjie from afar, but not Sweet Bao, so he couldn't help but ask the Dark Lord, sneaking in because he was too curious. On the way here, he heard about Sweet Bao being kidnapped, especially about that cruel man who loved skinning people, and how he found many beautifully crafted lanterns made from human skin in a secret room. He thought the little girl would be safe, but she was pushed down again, and got hurt. How could he not want to see his niece? It's a joke. He could ignore his son's injuries, but not his niece. But Lord Goose stood there, rubbing his hands, unable to say another word. Sweet Bao tilted her head, looking at the man in front of her. Although he wore dark clothes, he looked noble and proud. His face showed a confused smile, with a hint of friendliness, which she couldn't understand. It seemed the man had no bad intentions, but she couldn't let her guard down. She had already decided that if he tried to hurt her, she would run into her space and hide for months. "You're not here to catch me again, are you?" she asked cautiously. She knew it was a silly question. If he really wanted to catch her, he wouldn't wait until she woke up and then speak so kindly to her. Hearing this, Lord Gu almost welled up with tears. A 3-year-old girl had gone through so much. Just thinking about it made him feel sad. If she had grown up in the Gu family, she wouldn't have suffered like this. "Sweet Bao, don't misunderstand. I am your uncle." His words were like a thunderclap. Sweet Bao opened her mouth wide, looking shocked. She carefully crawled forward a few steps, wary of the man in front of her, but also looked at his face closely. He looked somewhat like her father, but upon closer inspection, he seemed familiar, like an old man from Lingbao Temple who had fallen. A thought suddenly appeared in Sweet Bao's mind, making her feel terrified inside. "Then tell me, what is my father's name? What has he been through?" After finishing, Sweet Baby shrank back, her small face stiff, and began to question the man in front of her. Unexpectedly, the man smiled and, feeling a bit nervous, raised his hand but quickly lowered it again. "Your father is Gu Xianchen, the 3rd son of the Gu family. Years ago, he left home in anger over some matter, and he's been gone for 20 or 30 years, but he kept in touch secretly. Later, he settled in Shirtu village, married your mother. You don't know this, but your father went to great lengths to marry your mother. If I hadn't secretly helped, he would have had an even harder time. Later, your brothers were born, and then you. The Gu family always sent birthday gifts every year, and they never missed."
Wait.
"You said they sent birthday gifts?" Sweet Baby frowned and interrupted, attracted by the mention of birthday gifts. If her father received gifts every year, why did the family still look so poor? They couldn't even afford to send their nephews to school.
But
The family didn't say they gave money as a gift. Realizing it was a confusing situation, Sweet Baby quickly understood and stopped herself from explaining. "I see. So you really are my great-uncle?" Her words made the head of the Gu family swallow his explanation. He had given many valuable gifts over the years, but he hadn't had the chance to speak. The head of the Gu family nodded, his eyes showing urgency. He looked at Sweet Baby and hesitated before asking, "Can you call me great-uncle?" No one would have expected that the once mighty General Wei Yuan, now the head of the Gu family, would humbly ask for such a title. Sweet Baby opened her mouth, wanting to say the 2 words, but after seeing the man's eager expression, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Great-uncle. That title felt unfamiliar. Whether in her past life or now, she felt a bit dazed, as if everything in front of her wasn't real. Sometimes she wondered if the love she received in this life would only last for a moment. She didn't know the answer. But now, the truth made her realize it wasn't fleeting. It was real. There might even be a whole group of family members she didn't know about. Thinking of this, Sweet Baby felt at ease. No matter how unfamiliar they were still her family. Great uncle. Sweet baby called softly. Hearing this, the head of the Gu family's heart softened instantly. His eyes turned red, and tears welled up. A faint smile appeared on his face as tears slowly rolled down. Tianbao was no longer afraid of the man in front of her. She stubbornly pouted her bottom and climbed out of bed, trembling as she stood up and walked toward Gu Jiazhong. Seeing Tianbao stand up, Gu Jiazhong hurried to the bedside, reaching out to stop her, worried she might fall. But in the next moment, a soft, sweet little ball of flesh jumped into his arms. It reached out its chubby hands to hug his neck, warm breath blowing into his ear, making his body stiffen instantly. He dared not move, frozen in place. The little ball in his arms kicked its chubby legs, with a hint of dissatisfaction on its face, pouting its lips and softly saying, "You said you wanted your little niece, but you won't even hold your niece." Tianbao struggled to steady herself, trying not to slip down, while her small hands tightly hugged Gu Jiazhong's neck. Gu Jiazhong quickly reacted. He hurriedly held the little ball tightly, and in that moment, the smell of milk was strong. He paused, wondering, is this what it feels like to hold a girl doll? For the first time in his life, Gu Jiazhong held a girl doll. He felt very excited, even his hands trembling slightly as he hugged Tianbao. After being securely held, Tianbao raised her small hand to wipe the tears from Gu Jiazhong's eyes. She wanted him to hold her just to wipe her tears. Looking at her uncle, Tianbao suddenly felt that her father had many secrets, but deep inside, she also felt a faint excitement. Discovering the unknown is always thrilling and tense. "Uncle, don't tell Dad about this. It's our little secret." Tianbao's bright eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile. Suddenly, she became playful. Her father kept this secret very well, so he wouldn't tell him so soon, but she was curious about what had happened to her father back then. Gu Jiazhong felt happy inside. He had wanted to quietly see his niece and didn't want his third brother to know. Now, unexpectedly, his little niece shared the same idea. He once again thought that daughters are better than sons. Gu Jiazhong played with Tianbao for a while longer. Before leaving, he handed her a small pouch he had prepared. Inside were about several thousand taels of silver notes and some smaller bills, so the little niece could buy food and clothes. It was a small gift for their meeting. When he returned to Beijing someday, he promised to prepare proper gifts for each niece again. Tianbao was stunned in place. The room was already empty of that person's figure. Only she stood there alone, clutching a pink money pouch, bulging and firm. When she pinched it with her tiny fingers, it felt hard. She didn't think much of it and carefully placed the pouch in her space. Since it was a gift from her older uncle, she needed to keep it safe. Her little head thought carefully about how to thank her uncle. She didn't know what other relatives they had at home, but since they would meet again in the future, it was best to prepare more gifts. The sweet little girl opened the door and went outside. In the yard, only Summer Lotus was standing under the corridor. When she heard a noise behind her, she quickly stepped forward. "Miss Eighth, would you like to send the meal?" The sweet girl's eyes flickered slightly. In a soft, childish voice, she said, "Sister Summer, you don't need to work so hard. I'm not hungry. Where is my mother?" Summer Lotus quickly replied, "Miss, the lady just had visitors. She is now in the front hall receiving guests." The little girl frowned slightly. The scar on her forehead had fallen off, revealing new pink flesh underneath. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the pink flesh. It was healing well. If she used special medicine, it would be healed in a few days. Now, she could only research some ointments to hide scars completely, making them invisible. Her thoughts drifted back. She remembered her mother was entertaining guests now. She thought it was Sun Sun and her daughter who had come. Without hesitation, she took small, quick steps toward the front hall, calling out as she ran, "Sister Summer, I can go alone." Soon, she reached the front hall. She tilted her head, looking at the closed door. Usually, the door was open. Her curiosity grew. She carefully stepped onto the stairs and approached the door, listening closely. Inside, She could hear voices talking intermittently. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect the Tao family to be so firm this time. Last night, Tao Yang came looking for us. But Sun Jishue secretly called Inger over. When I found out, they questioned Ing for 3 hours. Chuyu's voice was full of anger. She felt a strange, salty taste in her throat. She forced herself to suppress her discomfort and continued. Brother-in-law, Sun Zishue is determined to work with the Tao family to do evil. But I, Chuyu, can't stand it. I can't resist the Tao family's power alone. But, sister-in-law, I will help you and your daughter leave this place. Once the Tao family can't find you, they won't dare to hurt you. She spoke honestly. This was her way of protecting herself, given by the Chu family. Hearing this, Grandma Gu slowly shook her head. Chu looked confused. Grandma Gu calmly said, "My dear sister, don't worry about us. How is Inger's health now? If she's better, you and your daughter should leave tonight, under the cover of darkness. When you return to the capital, Sun Zishue won't dare to hurt you." Mrs. Gu knew that although the Chu family was established in Beijing, their main home was in Xianying. They also had a shelter to protect them, so they weren't afraid of Sun Jishue's madness. As for the Tao family, Mrs. Gu curled her lips slightly, showing no regard for the Tao family. If they kept causing trouble, the Gu family would have to act first.
Chuyu looked sad. Xunea.
When she arrived, she found Suner covered in wounds, with slap marks on her face, blood at the corner of her mouth, and bruises all over her body. It was clear that Sun Jishue had beaten her harshly. She raised her head and grabbed Mrs. Gu's arm. She believed the Gu family had ways to solve this. This time, it wasn't just about warning but also about relying on the Gu family. Sister-in-law, I have no other request. Let Sun Jishue alive, but I want him to pay the price for what he did. Mrs. Gu looked down at her own pale hand on her wrist, then looked up at the woman in front of her. She felt her face turn frighteningly pale and was secretly worried. What do you mean? Mrs. Gu guessed a little, but she also felt a bit afraid to believe it. After Chuyu silently nodded, she was deeply shocked. At this moment, Sweet Treasure, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, tried to peek inside. She felt the voices inside gradually quiet down and frowned, carefully digesting what she heard. She heard that the Tao family wanted trouble and Sun Sun's father, in order to please them, was willing to hurt Sun Sun. Her fists clenched tightly. If she could punch someone away with one hit, she would definitely punch Sun Sun's father. But after calming down, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She knew that Sun Sun's suffering was because of her. If she hadn't hit Tao Duo, the Tao family probably wouldn't have come looking for the Sun family. But what's done is done. She wouldn't regret hitting someone. If she could turn back time, she would hit even harder. Sweet Treasure suppressed her emotions, reached out, and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened from inside. Mrs. Gu leaned her head out and saw Sweet Treasure smiling. She was about to ask, but Sweet Treasure spoke first. "Mother, I just heard that a guest came and I guessed it was Annie." Mrs. Gu opened the door, reached out to gently pat Sweet Treasure's soft head. She was worried that if Sweet Treasure mentioned Sun Sun, Chuyu would feel worse, so she spoke first. "Your aunt came to say goodbye. Suner isn't feeling well, so she is resting at home." "Auntie, you talk with mother first. Sweet Treasure is preparing something for Sister Sun." After saying this, she hurriedly turned and ran away. Grandmother Gu wanted to call her back, but then thought that the child was clever, so she didn't stop her. She turned to look at Chuyu, who was hesitant to speak, and gently patted her hand to reassure her. Originally, the Gu family planned to target the Tao family, so the Sun family was not an option. However, she still kept the Sun family's actions in mind. Sweet Treasure ran into the kitchen, which was empty. The door was wide open. She stepped inside and saw a food box leaning against the wall. She went over and opened it, feeling it was a bit cramped inside. Her eyes quickly found her small basket, and she shook her head in disappointment. Her small basket was even smaller. In a hurry, she paced around the room, then suddenly remembered a large basket near the stove that wasn't being used. She could use that instead. Thinking of this, she happily ran to the stove, found the large basket, and quickly slipped into the space, dragging the big basket behind her. Inside, she headed straight to the fruit storage. Based on the types of fruit, she carefully packed as many as she could, filling more than half a basket. She then carried the basket out, using both hands. Next, she dug out a 200-year-old ginseng from the ginseng field, not daring to choose an older one, worried it might be too strong for Sun's health. She looked around the space again and saw that besides the fruit and ginseng, there was nothing else worth taking. She thought about planting some fresh vegetables in the space later, watering them with space water, so they would taste good and be healthy to eat. Before leaving, she remembered the spiritual spring water. She found a water bag in the storage, filled with spiritual spring water, and decided to take it. Sweet Treasure looked at her water bag and then at the full fruit basket. She gritted her teeth, put the water bag around her neck, and dragged the big basket a few steps before slipping out of the space. When she reappeared in the kitchen, she peeked inside to make sure no one saw her. Then she covered the basket with some vegetables, but the faint scent of fruit still lingered, giving her away. After finishing everything, Dong Mei and La Shui came in from outside. They were surprised to see the extra basket in the room. But when they saw a head sticking out behind the basket, both gasped in shock. Miss 8th, Dong Shui and La Mei, you came just in time. Find 2 young servants to carry the basket to the front hall. Make sure not to break anything. After Snow and Plumeria responded together, they quickly turned around to look for the young servant in the backyard. When the person arrived, she first returned to the front hall, carrying a water pouch filled with water that swayed with her movements, along with Sweet Bao. Mother, Auntie. Before she even entered, Sweet Bao loudly called out, then rushed into the room. She threw herself into Auntie's arms, rubbed her chubby face against her, and then spoke. Auntie, I've prepared a gift for Sister Sun. Later, you can have someone help carry it onto the carriage. Chuyu's eyes reddened slightly. She gently stroked Sweet Bao with affection and softly said, Sunna is lucky to have a sister like you. When Sunna returns to the capital, you 2 sisters should keep in touch often. Auntie, don't worry. Sweet Bao nodded confidently, promising this, though she had forgotten that she couldn't write the characters here. Seeing that it was getting late and Chuyu needed to leave for the capital, she couldn't delay any longer and stood up to leave. Grandma Gu also stood up to see her off. Sweet Bao felt reluctant but followed Grandma Gu to see her off together. Just outside the front hall, Chuyu saw a large basket in the yard and nearly burst into tears. She steadied her emotions, looked at Sweet Bao, but didn't know what to say. Sweet Bao stepped forward, patted Chuyu's back with her chubby hand, suddenly remembered that the water pouch had swung behind her when she ran earlier. She quickly took the water pouch from her neck, handed it to Chuyu, and tugged at her sleeve. Chuyu immediately understood what Sweet Bao meant. She squatted down and heard a soft, sweet voice. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at the water pouch in her hand, then tightly clenched it. After bidding farewell to Grandma Gu, Chuyu put on her hood and left Gu's house, but she didn't let Grandma Gu see her off personally. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao quietly went to the door, tugged at the door frame, watched the departing carriage, and let out a barely audible sigh. She only hoped that Sister Sun was safe and well. Grandma Gu, who was following behind Sweet Bao, also watched Chuyu leave. They didn't know when they would meet again. The 2 women had a deep bond, shared similar temperaments, but it was sad that such a beautiful, clear girl, as bright as the moon, had such a fate. She sighed. The mother and daughter walked back together along the path to the main hall. Grandma Gu's gentle voice came from above Sweet Bao's head. Did you hear everything just now? Sweet Bao looked up at her mother, her chubby cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes showed a hint of surprise. Mother, you're so amazing. She didn't expect to be seen by Grandma Gu, but she found it strange how she was noticed. Grandma Gu smiled without speaking, just gently touched Sweet Bao's soft black hair. Dusk was deepening. Old Master Gu, who had been missing, returned home wrapped in the evening shadows. As soon as he entered the main hall, everyone was waiting for him. He looked a bit gloomy, glanced at everyone, then silently sat in the main seat. Grandma Gu, sitting nearby, was confused by this. When old Master Gu sat down, she leaned forward slightly, lowered her head, and whispered, "What happened?" After a pause, she added, "Could something have gone wrong?" Old Master Gu shook his head, not explaining. Seeing this, Grandma Gu frowned, seeming unable to understand what had happened. Old Master Gu noticed that Grandma Gu was determined to find out, so he quickly made a face at her, which made her hold back her words. Sweet Bao, sitting nearby, tilted her head, watching their little gestures. She had planned to sleep with Sixth Sister tonight, but now her curiosity was piqued. She decided to stay with her parents and sleep together. After dinner, the maid was clearing the table. The nephews had gone to their rooms early. Fourth uncle checked on the homework of some nephews. Seventh uncle was reading in his room. Big uncle sneaked out with his wife for a walk. Sweet Bao looked at the second sister-in-law, fifth sister, and sixth sister talking together. She couldn't join in, so she didn't disturb them. She was waiting for Grandma Gu to call her back to her room, but after a long wait, she saw neither of them.
Could it be?
Suddenly, Sweet Bao remembered that after dinner, she was too full to move and watched her parents leave. She thought they would come back soon. But they didn't return, and everyone was resting. The idea that they might be whispering secrets made her even more eager to listen. She wanted to hear. Sweet Bao decided she couldn't just wait. She slid off her chair and, when no one was looking, quietly sneaked back into the main house. Walking along the gravel path leading to the main house, she stepped onto the stone steps. Looking up, she saw that the house was dimly lit by candlelight, the warm yellow flames flickering on paper windows, casting large shadows of the people inside. Sweet Bao Mao tiptoed forward quietly, opened the door she needed, then quickly crouched down and carefully slipped inside. As soon as she stepped in, she heard Grandma Gu's voice. "Are you telling the truth? Big Brother really came?" Grandma Gu asked in surprise. Old Master Gu nodded, seeming reluctant to mention Big Brother's arrival, but he couldn't hide it either. "Yes, Big Brother is here too. Now, my parents and Big Brother are in the city. Tomorrow, after we quietly visit, we will buy some food and return to Shirtu village in 3 days." Grandma Gu frowned. Hearing that Big Brother had come, she felt a bit relieved. But when she heard old Master Gu mention visiting tomorrow, she couldn't help asking, "Are we the only ones going?" Old Master Gu looked at the worried Grandma Gu, understanding her thoughts. But the current situation was dangerous, and it wasn't safe for the children to go back home now. Otherwise, it's not the right time yet. Also, Big Brother came secretly. He's here to take Dad and Mom back. When we visit him, we must be very careful. If I'm right, the Tao family already has eyes on us. The Tao family? Grandma Gu asked in surprise. If it weren't for the secret guards Big Brother left here, I'm afraid they would have sneaked in many times already, old Master Gu said with a gloomy look. He hadn't expected the Tao family to be so impatient. Hiding in the dark, Sweet Bao sat on the ground, resting her chubby hands on her cheeks, listening carefully to her parents' conversation. But her mind couldn't help but think of the elderly couple she saw at the temple that day. Her doubts seemed to have found some answers, but she also felt a faint worry. Sweet Bao held her face in her hands, lost in thought. If Grandpa didn't like Dad, would he like her and her siblings? Thinking of this, she clenched her tiny fist and made up her mind. Even if Grandpa didn't like Dad, she had to make him like their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. After making her decision, Sweet Bao quietly slipped out again. She wandered outside for a while, feeling it was time to go back after the chat was over. She jumped happily, heading back. But just before reaching the main house, she stopped in her tracks. She looked at the darkened house and froze in place. Is this the legendary true love of parents and children being a surprise? So in her family, there could be true love and countless surprises. Sweet Bao felt she had uncovered the truth, but she still helplessly shook her head outside the door. With a small body, she turned and headed toward the side room. The sweet child sat on the stone steps with her head down, just as fifth sister and sixth sister returned. When they saw the disappointed girl sitting there, they exchanged a quick glance and hurried over. Gu Qing quickly asked with concern, "Little sister, why are you here?" Recently, she had been resting inside the main house, and they were used to the girl sleeping there. Seeing her suddenly appear in the side room, they were a bit surprised. Gu Yan understood a little. Earlier in the main hall, she saw her parents leave together and thought they had something to discuss. She didn't expect they would leave the girl behind. Thinking of this, Gu Yan quickly stepped forward, took the chubby little hand, and comforted her. "It's okay. Tonight, you can sleep with Sixth Sister. She hasn't slept with you for several days." Just thinking about it made her miss the little ball of flesh. Gu Qing rarely slept with the girl. Hearing Gu Yan say this, she felt a bit jealous and envious, with a sour feeling in her heart. She licked her lips and said to the two in front of her, "Sixth sister, little sister, tonight, fifth sister can also sleep with you." The girl looked at fifth sister, who was swallowing nervously. At that moment, she suddenly felt like refusing, worried that fifth sister might be too rough with children. But fifth sister's words were very reasonable. She nodded and agreed to fifth sister's request. Gu Yan, standing nearby, also smiled and nodded. Since fifth sister went to learn embroidery, she rarely clung to her anymore. But since staying in the city, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, relying on fifth sister for everything. The thought of fifth sister getting married soon made her feel sad inside. After both girls agreed, Gu Qing was happy and wanted to go fetch water to wash up. However, Dong Shui, who came to deliver water, took over the task. She quickly picked up the wooden bucket and headed to the kitchen. The girl then followed Gu Qing and Gu Yan into the house. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the girl and Gu Yan got up together. Gu Qing, still half asleep, sensed someone getting up beside her. She was a bit sleepy, but still got up with them. Gu Yan, who was dressing the girl, saw this and quickly said, "Fifth sister, you can rest a little longer. You don't need to get up so early." She was up early because she was helping the cook prepare breakfast, and the cook had promised to teach her some simple pickling methods. Gu Qing stretched and yawned, then also got out of bed. After dressing, the girl didn't go to the kitchen with her sisters. Instead, she ran toward the main house. Gu Yan watched the sweet child run away, looked puzzled for a moment, then withdrew her gaze and followed Sister Wu to the kitchen. The sweet child reached the main house door, stepped onto the stone steps, and looked around at the tightly closed door. She thought no one was up yet, but after waiting a while, she saw the door was slightly open. She hurried over and pushed the door open. She peeked inside with her little head and found the room silent, with no sound at all. Bravely, she stepped inside and looked around. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, and the water in the wooden basin rippled, indicating someone had just left. She sighed inside the empty room, thinking she had woken up early enough this time, but still missed them. She also wanted to see her grandfather and ask if he had fallen last time. Disappointed, she left the main house. As she stepped out, she saw Xia He coming in to clean. She remembered that lately, she had been living in the main house and Xia He usually stayed there to serve. But her father felt it was strange, so he rarely stayed inside. "Sister Xia, starting today, you should serve in fourth brother's room." Sweet child remembered what her father said last night. In 3 days, they would return to Shirtu village, and she still had things to settle here. Xia He nodded softly and followed behind Sweet Child, heading toward fourth brother's room. On the way, she kept her eyes on the little head, watching the child shake her head and walk briskly, as if the wind was behind her. Soon they reached the second main house, and suddenly she felt a tightness in her heart. An inexplicable nervousness rose in her chest, and the more she thought about it, the stronger that feeling became. The little girl had short legs but walked quickly. Before long, she arrived at fourth brother's door with Xia He, so Xia He could get familiar with his routine early. She had observed these people carefully before, and only Xia He seemed calmer. She also discovered that Xia He could read and write. It would be perfect to have Xia He stay in fourth brother's room. The main house door was wide open. When Sweet Child and Xia He reached the stone steps, they saw Gu Laoqi coming toward them. Seventh brother, are you going out? Gu Laochi saw his little sister and smiled gently. He squatted down, hugged her, and pinched her little nose before speaking. Yes, seventh brother is going out. I plan to visit the master at Yishuan Academy. In recent days, he had been visiting the master daily. Under the master's guidance, he had learned a lot and benefited greatly. Sweet Treasure nodded seriously, looking at Brother Seven with big eyes. She spoke in a respectful tone, saying, Brother Seven, you must work hard and not let Dad and Mom down. By the way, Brother Seven, we will probably leave in 2 or 3 days. Old Seven nodded, feeling the time was suddenly very urgent. He immediately put his little sister on the ground and turned to run down the stairs. The wind blew, and the young boy's thin figure looked bright and steady. His voice could be heard from afar. Little sister, I'll go to the academy early. I won't have breakfast. Sweet Treasure waved goodbye to Old Seven's figure until she couldn't see him anymore. Then she looked up at Xia He and smiled, saying, Sister Xia, let's go inside. After saying that, the chubby girl stepped into the room. She saw no one inside. She looked around but didn't see fourth brother. She frowned slightly and then said to Xia He, It seems fourth brother isn't here. During the day, you can stay on duty here, and at night, just return to our side room. The little girl was very serious when giving instructions, which surprised Xia He. She didn't expect a 3-year-old girl to understand household rules so well. Even Xia He only learned this from her mother when she was 8. Sweet Treasure bowed politely and had no objections to Miss 8's arrangements. After waiting for a while and still not seeing fourth brother return, Sweet Treasure went to help in the kitchen, leaving Xia He alone. Xia He hesitated and looked around. The room was spotless, and the sandalwood incense was replaced daily. Thinking of this, Xia He couldn't stay still. She turned and left the room, then came back holding a wooden basin and a clean cloth. When no one was looking, she started to clean carefully. Old Fourth, after practicing his martial arts in the morning, was sweating heavily. He was shirtless and holding his clothes, ready to go back to his room. Usually, no maid entered his room, so after practicing, he would return shirtless, as he did today. Old Fourth looked down and casually stepped onto the stone stairs, lost in thought. He was still wondering why his father didn't tell him about little sister's injury, so he still didn't know who the other person was. He clenched his hand tightly around his clothes. Just as he was about to step into his room, someone came toward him unexpectedly. He couldn't dodge in time and bumped into the person. There was a loud crash and both of them slipped on the ground, falling together. Old 4 Gu thought the person coming was Old 7 Gu. After all, Old 7 has always been reckless. So, when he fell, he quickly caught the other person in his arms. But when both of them hit the ground, the warm touch in his arms clearly told him that the person was not Old 7 Gu. He looked down at the person in his arms. His deep eyes met innocent ones. The lively eyes were moist, and his face showed panic and confusion, but his face was still pale and yellow. This woman was someone he knew. She was a maid in his sister's room. At this moment, Old 4 Gu thought she was a maid with bad intentions trying to climb into bed. He pushed her aside and stood up from the ground, quickly pulling his wet shirt over his head. Xia He looked at the handsome man in front of her. From panic to cold as ice, he could act so differently despite being the same person. She shrank back in fear. The man's gaze was too cold. Is this how your organization teaches maids? Old 4 Gu asked coldly. Hearing this, Xia He looked up at the man in front of her and quickly shook her head. It was Miss 8 who sent me here. From now on, I will serve here, Xia He said, her clothes soaked through. The wind made her shiver, so when she heard Old 4 Gu's words, she frowned and replied indifferently. Old 4 Gu rarely looked at Xia He. He thought she looked small and helpless sitting on the ground. He glanced at her pale face, and then at her delicate white neck. His eyes narrowed slightly. This woman had secrets. All right, I understand. Go change your clothes first, Old 4 Gu said, frowning and suppressing his discomfort. Then he turned and went to his bedroom. After Xia He sat up and heard his footsteps fade away, she supported a nearby chair and slowly got up, limping back to her room. After Xia left, old Forgu, who had changed into clean clothes, came out. When he saw the water stain on the ground, his jaw tightened and his brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't understand what her purpose was for coming to the Gu family. But no matter what her purpose was, he would keep her under his watch. When old Forgu entered the main hall, he looked around but didn't see old Master and old Madam Gu or old Seven Gu. He stepped over to sit beside old Big Gu, glanced at Tianbao sitting next to Gu Yan and opened his mouth to ask something but didn't know how to start. He only opened his mouth but said nothing. Old Master Gu didn't know where his parents had gone. Only his younger sister said they might be out traveling. Since they were about to return home soon, he thought that made sense. After being out for a long time, it was indeed time to go back. After breakfast, old Master Gu took Qin Shui and left together. Gu Qing returned to her room with a heavy heart, while Gu Yan helped her sister-in-law pack things first. Sweet Bao was taken by fourth brother Gu to a quiet place. Sweet Bao looked around curiously. Everything was green, with a few wild flowers swaying in the breeze. She glanced at her fourth brother, who looked a bit unhappy when he carried her over. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Sweet Bao tilted her head and asked carefully. Older brothers should care more. Did you put Xia in my room? Fourth brother Gu looked away deliberately, not meeting Sweet Bao's big, watery eyes. He was afraid he might say something he couldn't mean. Sweet Bao nodded, but when she saw he wasn't looking at her, she quickly admitted. What's wrong with fourth brother? Sweet Bao was confused. What was wrong with her fourth brother? Did Xia upset him? But Xia wasn't reckless, so she wouldn't have put her in his room otherwise. She knew fourth brother was a kind and honest man. He wouldn't hurt Xia. Putting two safe people together was only safer. But later, she learned that this was wrong. Finally, fourth brother Gu couldn't hold back. He turned to look at Sweet Bao. Seeing her eyes, he felt a bit upset at first, but then it disappeared. He shook his head and said, It's just that I'm not used to it. Sweet Bao listened and felt no more worry. She said quickly, Fourth brother, don't worry. Xia, he only stays in your room during the day. At night, she goes back to her own room. The main house had a side room, but the Gu family didn't care about such things. Fourth brother Gu was quite satisfied with this answer. Seeing that his brow relaxed, Sweet Bao told him what she needed to do. Fourth brother, I'm worried that when we go back, that person hasn't finished dealing with things. Once it's done, no matter how many people come, let them go to Stone Village. Little sister, I don't understand. Why do you need those people? Fourth brother Gu frowned and asked. He really couldn't figure out what a 3-year-old girl could do with a group of people. Sweet Bao heard this and felt a little nervous inside, but she still kept a cheerful smile on her face. She looked at fourth brother and said happily, Fourth brother is so silly. Sister Lu wants to open a restaurant. These people can go to the restaurant. Of course, these people are jade workers. She still hasn't bought her mountain land. Does our family have enough money to open a restaurant? Old Fourth Gu knew that Sister Lu had this idea, and he supported her.
But
does his family have enough money to open a restaurant? This question made Sweet Bao stop and think. The money from selling ginseng was mainly hers. Her parents knew about it, but the rest of the family didn't. If she took out the money now, they might have some worries. Fourth brother, I have a radish. She couldn't take out money, but she could give him a ginseng. After saying this, she casually reached into the pile of ginseng she planned to exchange last time, grabbed one without much thought, and without even looking, she put it into fourth brother's hand, confidently saying, This one is for you, fourth brother. I have many more. Old Fourth Gu was surprised by Sweet Bao's action and couldn't speak for a moment. He looked down at the ginseng in his hand.
it was about thick.
He couldn't tell its age, but just by its sturdy appearance, he knew it was valuable. At that moment, old Fourth Gu felt dizzy. Just a moment ago, he was worried about his family being poor. Now his little sister was generously giving him a ginseng. He sat there in silence. Seeing her fourth brother like this, Sweet Bao didn't want to disturb him, so she carefully tiptoed away from the quiet place. When old Fourth Goo came back to himself, he realized Sweet Bao was gone. He frowned, feeling uneasy inside, and got up to look for her. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao left the quiet place and wandered through unfamiliar surroundings. She saw tall fake mountains and overgrown weeds, clearly abandoned for a long time. While she was observing her surroundings, suddenly she heard a strange noise behind her. Alert, Sweet Bao froze in place. She listened carefully as the sound grew closer. A chubby girl quickly turned around and looked at the approaching person. She saw a man dressed in black, his face covered with a black cloth. The black-clad man, surprised that the little girl suddenly turned around, was caught off guard and took a step back in fear. Since she was kidnapped by this family, she had accidentally wandered into this place. She had been hiding here for 3 days. Finally, the person she was waiting for arrived. The man in black smiled and lowered his voice, saying, "Little chubby girl, don't shout so loudly. If you don't behave, my knife will have to see blood." He then drew a shiny dagger from his waist, its tip gleaming in the sunlight. Sweet Bao was not afraid of the man in front of her. She looked up and met his gaze calmly, saying, "I'm the most obedient. Are you sure the person you're looking for is me?" The man's question left him speechless instantly. But the man in black didn't care. He extended the dagger forward and threatened, "You better behave. Come over quietly, or else." He waved the bright knife a few times, showing a threatening stance. If she didn't come, the knife would draw blood. Sweet Bao kept a small, serious face. If she fought back directly, the outcome was obvious. By next year, even the grass on her grave would be as tall as she was now. She didn't want to suffer anymore, so she nodded. "All right, I'll go. You can see clearly." She stepped forward, only a few steps before suddenly disappearing into a space, ignoring the man outside. She guessed he was probably an untrained assassin. She shrugged. Now that she was inside the space, she could continue making the medicinal cosmetics she needed and some beauty products as well. Inside the space, time passed day by day. Outside the space, the man in black watched helplessly as the chubby girl vanished right before his eyes. Shocked by this, he fainted immediately. Gu Lao Si searched around several times, but couldn't find Sweet Bao. Realizing something was wrong, he ordered the servant to call the guards and search the entire house thoroughly. Eventually, a guard brought in a man who was unconscious. His face darkened instantly. He waved his hand and took the man to the courtyard. After pouring water on him, the man slowly woke up. "Ghost! There are ghosts!" The man in black, apparently shocked, shouted loudly. After 2 guards restrained him, he stopped struggling. Gu Lao Si, impatient, stepped forward and grabbed the man's chin. He tore off the cloth covering his face and threw it aside, then sternly asked, "Tell me, where is my little sister? Was she taken by you?" "Ghost, there are ghosts." The man in black kept repeating these words. After failing to get any answers, old Gu Fourth waved his hand to let everyone continue searching for Sweet Baby. He himself watched the man in front of him closely. As the others left, a mournful cry came from behind. Inside the space, Sweet Baby had been here for more than 10 days. When she started studying, she became very absorbed. If it weren't for her small body reminding her that she was here just to escape danger, she might have kept getting lost in her work. Sweet Baby stretched lazily. Over the past few days, she had been obsessed with making beauty potions and pills, to the point of neglecting sleep. She turned and grabbed an apple from the warehouse, rubbed it on her clothes, then bit into it. She then went to a small storage room nearby, found some small wooden boxes and bottles, and sorted her finished beauty products and pills carefully. She picked up half a bottle of makeup, then left the space. Stepping out, Sweet Baby looked around carefully. She didn't see the man in black anywhere. As evening fell, the Gu family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Old Master Gu sat in the main seat with a dark expression. Beside him was Grandma Gu. Both looked angry as they stared at a man kneeling on the ground who looked like a pig's head. Old Gu Fourth lowered his head, looking guilty, standing nearby. Seeing his brother's sad expression, Old Gu First silently patted Old Gu Fourth's shoulder. Now, they needed to find out where Sweet Baby was from this man, or else. He couldn't imagine the consequences. Tell the truth honestly. Where did you take my daughter? If the Tao family doesn't want their reputation ruined overnight, they better confess, Old Master Gu said angrily, his teeth clenched. He had already sent word to the Old Master's side, planning to act against the Tao family when they returned to the capital. But now, the Tao family had challenged their limits multiple times. They had even taken someone away, and her whereabouts were unknown. Thinking about his lost daughter, Old Master Gu's heart ached painfully. His little girl. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly stood up, walked over to the man, and kicked him to the ground. His eyes were full of rage as he shouted, "Speak quickly." He had no patience left to wait for the Tao family. "Father, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice came from outside the door. The man, who had been full of anger just moments before, instantly lost his rage. His eyes turned red as he looked pitifully toward the door. A chubby little girl was standing at the door, her clothes somewhat messy, with a few weeds in her hair, looking blankly at everything inside the house. What is happening here? She didn't quite understand what was going on. On the floor in the main hall, there was a strange creature with a pig's head and a human body, dressed in black. Black clothes? Isn't this the person who tried to kidnap her in broad daylight? Sweet Bao tremblingly pointed at the man lying on the ground and said, "Daddy, he wants to kidnap me. He even threatened me with a knife." She clearly remembered him holding a shiny knife. Old Master Gu hurried over to Sweet Bao, ignoring the man on the ground. After carefully looking her over, he picked her up. Grandmother Gu, sitting in the main seat, saw Sweet Bao return and was so excited, she stood up quickly. She hurried over to Old Master Gu and watched him pick up Sweet Bao before she could. "Girl, are you hungry? Thirsty? Tired?" Grandmother Gu asked with concern, standing beside Old Master Gu.
Mom,
"I'm not hungry. I fought the bad guy. I fought the bad guy." Sweet Bao shook her head. She really wasn't hungry. During the few days in the space, she ate all kinds of fruit or drank spiritual spring water with fruit. Still, she obediently snuggled into Grandmother Gu's arms. Her attention was still on the man in black. After all, he was the first person to see her enter the space. If he told others, some might not be afraid, while others would be. But then she thought, she didn't need to worry too much. Only she knew how to enter the space, so she wasn't afraid of others being curious. Old Master Gu, excited, stood nearby. Seeing his daughter come back, he looked happy and showed some pity as he looked at the fallen man in black. Just as he was about to clear his throat and decide to let the man go, he heard his little girl speak again. His eyes narrowed slightly, thinking, "Well, that's good. I don't need to let him go anymore." He waved his hand, instructing the guards to imprison the man in the firewood room first. When Old Master Gu's other sons wanted to go and check on him, they were sent away by Old Master Gu. After settling everything, Old Master Gu approached with a smile on his face. "Good girl, let's go. Dad will take you to sleep," he said. He reached out to take her from Grandmother Gu's arms, but was glared at by her. Seeing her glare, he gave up and stopped trying. Still, he felt a bit annoyed. He also wanted to hold Sweet Bao. Before going to sleep, Sweet Bao drank a calming soup. Under Grandmother Gu's comfort, she fell into a deep sleep that lasted a whole day. The next day, Old Mr. Gu tiptoed to the bedside for the 18th time, looked at his sleeping daughter, and felt a little uneasy. He quietly extended a finger to check her breathing near her nose. When he felt the warm breath, he let out a sigh of relief. The daughter was fine. His finger, which he hadn't pulled back yet, was seen by Grandma Gu, who came in from outside the door. She glared at Old Mr. Gu. He chuckled and gently adjusted his daughter's quilt, then stood up and walked toward Grandma Gu. "Did you send a letter to the elders?" Grandma Gu asked quietly. Old Mr. Gu nodded and whispered, "Last night, I had the Dark Lord send a message. After Brother received it, he already started preparing a report. Can we take down the Tao family this time?" Grandma Gu wasn't doubting the Gu family's ability. Over the years, The Gu family had remained neutral, which kept others from bothering them too much. But if they suddenly reported the Tao family, more and more eyes would be on them. This made Grandma Gu worried. Some days ago, brothers secretly contacted some noble families who had been bullied by the Tao family. Many of these families had officials' children. After hearing the plan, they all decided to jointly report the Tao family. Since the Tao family had allied with the crown prince, their behavior had become more arrogant. They not only bullied noble families, but also mistreated many young men in those families. Some couldn't bear the shame and became monks, while others who refused were taken away by Tao Yang, never to return. The noble families had once petitioned the court, but unfortunately, their letters only reached the cabinet and were intercepted by the crown prince's people. If it weren't for brothers' investigation, no one would know how many ruthless things Tao Yang had done. No wonder the crown prince was so willing to let the Tao family clean up the mess. Tao Yang was a useful tool. Hearing this, Grandma Gu understood and nodded. She was already hoping the Tao family would soon disappear. All right, I'll watch over Tianbao. Go tell Big Brother and Seventh Brother to return to Shirtu village tomorrow. Let everyone tidy up a bit and bring some food for the road. Also, call Fourth Brother. After giving her instructions, Grandma Gu walked to the table and brewed herself a cup of tea. Old Mr. Gu, standing nearby, listened and nodded, then turned to leave, thinking it was finally time to give Fourth Brother a stern talk. He quickly headed toward Fourth Brother's main house. Not long after, a tall man entered the room, first glancing at Grandma Gu. After bowing with his hands together, he said, "Mother." Grandma Gu nodded slightly, pointed to a seat beside her, and said to Gu Laosi, "Come over and sit with me for a while." Gu Laosi nodded slightly, walked to the seat, and sat down after lifting his robe. As soon as he sat, he heard Grandma Gu's gentle voice. "Old Four, tomorrow we will set off to go back. In the future, you will stay here alone. Don't forget to rest well." "Mother, are we going back so soon?" Gu Laosi asked quietly, frowning. "We've stayed long enough. There are chickens, ducks, and pigs at home, and we can't stay here all the time." After a pause, she took out a bright green jade pendant with a jade tassel from her body and handed it to Gu Laosi. She said, "This jade pendant is yours.
Keep it well.
If you're in a tight spot, you can use it to exchange for money at Jinyu Money Bank." Gu Laosi took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. On the front was a large character Gu, and on the back, 2 small words, Yun Qi, that is his name. Suddenly, Gu Laosi was full of doubts. He felt that the mystery before him was increasing and that he couldn't understand it anymore. But he chose not to ask, perhaps because he had some unspoken reason. "Mother, what about my younger sister's injury?" Gu Laosi asked seriously after putting away the jade pendant. The whole family was about to leave, and he didn't want his sister to suffer anymore. Grandma Gu looked steadily at Gu Laosi, feeling relieved inside. She said softly, "You're so protective of your sister. I'm very happy.
Don't worry about this.
Your father has already arranged everything. You don't need to worry too much. Now you should focus on studying. This is also my command." It's April now, and in 4 months, the autumn imperial exam will be held. If you pass the autumn exam, there will be the spring exam and the palace test next year. I hope you will become the top scholar. Grandma Gu used to support her son's studies, but also kept a modest attitude about fame and fortune. However, since she saw Grandpa Gu last night, her thoughts changed. Gu Laosi stood up, bowed to Grandma Gu, and said firmly, "Son will not let you down, Mother." Grandma Gu beckoned him to leave. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao was lying on the bed, eyes open, looking at the ceiling with a hint of sleepiness. She faintly heard some sounds nearby. After a while, everything went quiet. She rolled out of bed and got up. She stumbled out of bed and hurriedly ran into Grandma Gu's arms, staying quietly there. Grandma Gu reached out to hold Tian Bao's little bottom, looked down at her daughter, and saw that her face seemed to be crying. Could she be frightened? "What's wrong, my dear? Did you have a bad dream?" Grandma Gu asked with concern. She nervously reached out to touch Tian Bao's cool forehead, feeling cold sweat in her palm. She quickly took out her silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat from Tian Bao. She was worried that sitting here might catch a chill if the wind blew, which wouldn't be good. Grandma Gu carried Tian Bao to the bedroom and placed her on the bed. But Tian Bao tightly hugged Grandma Gu and, after a moment, softly said, "Mother, Tian Bao is hungry. You child, if you're hungry, just say so. I'll make something for you," Grandma Gu said with a smile. Her small hand retracted, and she stood up quickly, heading toward the door. After Grandma Gu stepped outside, Tian Bao seemed to deflate like a balloon, collapsing on the bed. Her limbs felt weak, and if you looked closely, you could see her little hands trembling. Tian Bao was having another dream. It was a predictive dream, and also a nightmare. The suffocating scene in her dream left her unable to calm down for a long time. She saw in her mind the image of Tao Yang with bloodshot eyes, acting recklessly and killing without hesitation, which made her very afraid. When people are pushed to the limit, they can do anything. Tian Bao vaguely remembered that in her dream, the Tao family was sentenced to exile in the northwest because of solid evidence. Tao Yang was rescued halfway, but didn't choose to escape. Instead, he led people to attack Shirtu village even. She slaughtered the entire village. When she woke up, she still couldn't forget the feeling of her mother protecting her, with warm blood splattering on her face. Tian Bao paused for a moment, then felt her body slowly warm up again, and her hands regained strength. Now that she knew what would happen in the future, she felt she had to do something. If Tao Yang was stopped while fleeing, maybe these things wouldn't happen. Tian Bao thought she had found the key. She needed to stop him before he acted. But she didn't know when the Tao family would face trouble. Without knowing the exact time, how could she prevent it? After thinking for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind, her elusive and mysterious uncle. Although I don't know what my eldest uncle does, I can tell that he is skilled in martial arts. If he secretly observes, he might find out when the Tao family will be imprisoned. I wonder if I will see my eldest uncle before I leave. Just as Sweet Treasure was lost in her thoughts, Grandma Gu came in carrying a food box. She placed it on the table and took out the freshly cooked meal. She was about to call Sweet Treasure when she saw her running over quickly. Grandma Gu set the food box aside, took a damp cloth to wipe Sweet Treasure's hands, and gently warned her, "Eat slowly and be careful not to burn your mouth." After wiping her hands, Sweet Treasure didn't bother to speak and started eating eagerly. She couldn't understand why she was so hungry after just waking up. She never expected to sleep for a whole day and night. After filling her stomach, Sweet Treasure coquettishly pestered Grandma Gu for a while, making her heart melt. Then she remembered the small bottle of scar-removing cream she brought from her space. She hurriedly asked, "Mother, where is my jar?" Grandma Gu paused for a moment, recalling the bottle she saw tightly clenched in Sweet Treasure's hand last night. She slapped her forehead and remembered she had put the bottle away. She had noticed that Sweet Treasure kept holding onto it even while sleeping, not letting go. If she hadn't used force to take it, she might have forgotten about that small bottle entirely. "Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." She turned and walked to the dressing table. She took out a small, white porcelain bottle from her jewelry box and asked, "Is this it?" Hearing the voice, Sweet Treasure looked up and saw that it was the result of her recent research. She nodded quickly and said, "Yes, this is it. Mother, it's this one." Grandma Gu brought the small bottle over and handed it to Sweet Treasure. She sat down beside her as well. Sweet Treasure took the bottle and was about to open it to apply the cream to her face. Grandma Gu was startled and hurriedly stopped her, asking in surprise, "Sweet girl, what are you doing? Can this be applied to your face?" She pointed at the bottle in Sweet Treasure's hand. Sweet Treasure looked down at the bottle and suddenly remembered she forgot to tell her mother about it when she returned. "Mother, this is useful," she said, struggling to find the right words. She wondered if she should say she had researched it herself. But even if it was true, who would believe her? Sweet Bao doesn't plan to explain everything in detail, but her mother is worried about her. If so, she could simply show her mother what she's using. Immediately, she opened a small bottle, scooped out a little white ointment, and applied it to her forehead where she had been injured earlier. Before Grandma Gu could stop her, Sweet Bao finished applying the ointment and gently massaged the area to let it work better. Afterward, Sweet Bao leaned her small head against her mother's face and whispered, "Mom, look, this is what I use on wounds." Grandma Gu was worried that Sweet Bao was applying the ointment carelessly. She carefully examined her, noticing that the originally red and tender wound had faded a lot after applying the ointment. Her eyes lit up. This little thing really worked. The scar had become much less noticeable just after applying it. "This really works. How did you get it?" Grandma Gu asked curiously. Sweet Bao tilted her head, looking innocent and pure. She said in a soft voice, "Buddha said, I can't tell." Then she looked serious, shook her head, and even wagged a chubby finger back and forth. Grandma Gu was amused by Sweet Bao's adorable expression. She patted her head and thought it was probably sent by Grandpa Gu's people. Since Sweet Bao was young and didn't understand these things, she didn't ask further. Next door at the Gu family, Grandpa Gu stood proudly in the study, completely unafraid of the middle-aged man in front of him. The man seemed helpless and sighed, supporting his forehead. "Dad, you have to come back with me." Grandpa Gu snorted coldly, turned his head aside, and refused to look at the man. Although he was his son, he didn't want to see him. He still preferred his little granddaughter. She was so sweet and charming. He could still hear her soft, tender voice echoing in his ears. "If you want to go back, then go." "I won't go." No matter what he said, he wouldn't return. It was hard enough to see his granddaughter once. If he left, she might be bullied again. Who would stand up for her? Was it her useless father? Grandpa Gu stubbornly refused to go back to the capital. The head of the Gu family sighed helplessly, feeling more and more headache symptoms worsening. "Father, if you don't go back, who will deal with the trouble at Tao's house?" "Stop fooling me. I know you have evidence of that person's crimes. With your ability, you can handle it alone." He knew his son's capabilities well. If he wanted to use this as an excuse to persuade him, he simply wouldn't believe it. The head of the Gu family saw that he couldn't scare old Master Gu and narrowed his eyes with a hint of meaning in his gaze. He casually said the noble families can only make the Tao family suffer, but because of the crown prince. "I'm afraid the suffering your young niece endures this time will be for nothing." After saying this, he pretended to sigh casually. Old Master Gu was so angry he almost jumped up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dream on. You little villains, how can we let him live freely? If the crown prince insists on protecting someone, then we will break his left and right arms. If the crown prince really has too much free time, he wouldn't mind finding something for him to do." Seeing the attitude of the head of the Gu family, old Master Gu knew there was hope. He looked helpless and sighed again, which made old Master Gu a bit unhappy. He couldn't help but pat the Gu family head on the shoulder and angrily said, "Set out tomorrow to return to the capital."
"But
"I must wait until I send off my little granddaughter first." The head of the Gu family was very pleased with old Master Gu's compromise and agreed immediately. After all, he also wanted to see off his little niece and take the opportunity to find out how it felt to be called Big Uncle by her. The next day, old Master Gu instructed the servants early in the morning to prepare the carriage carefully, and he carefully moved the things prepared for his daughter onto the carriage. Meanwhile, Sweet Treasure secretly took out 2 baskets of fruit from her space when no one was looking. One large basket was placed on the big carriage, and a smaller one was put on the carriage she and her parents were riding in. After everything was packed, the sun was already high in the sky. Sweet Treasure returned to the main house, carried her small bundle, and narrowed her eyes. She saw Summer Lotus standing obediently at the door. After thinking for a moment, she walked over, rummaged in her, and took out several bottles and jars. She handed them to Summer Lotus. "Here, Sister Summer." Summer Lotus was confused but quickly reached out to take them. She looked down at the bottles and jars in her palm, about 5 or 6 of different sizes, and even a bottle of water. She didn't understand why Miss Eighth was giving her these things. She hurriedly looked up, only to see a serious little face. A familiar soft voice came from her ear. "Sister Summer, these are good for your skin. This one is for drinking, this one is for after washing your face, and this one too. Sweet Treasure pointed and explained which was the drinkable water, which was for skincare, and that they were in order. Summer Lotus nodded with red eyes and remembered everything Miss Eighth said. Sweet Treasure took out a small wooden box and handed it to Xiaohe, saying, "This box is for fourth brother." She didn't say much more, but left a note inside the box. She wasn't sure if fourth brother could read it. After giving instructions, Grandma Gu came looking for people. She saw the little ball carrying a small package, looking proper. She stepped forward, held Sweet Treasure's hand, and couldn't help but remind Xiaohe. "Young lady Xia, the Gu family is just a farming family, so we don't have many rules. In the future, just take care of things. After our fourth brother's autumn exams, discuss with these girls. If anyone wants to return home, I will give them a contract and cancel their servitude. If they don't want to go back, they can come with fourth brother." This was a decision she made after thinking all night. Buying maids was only a temporary solution, to give fourth brother a warm meal and someone to help clean. After the exams, their future would be decided. If anyone had no home to return to, they would stay. If they wanted to leave willingly, they would be given some money for settling down. She wouldn't let these people be wronged. Sweet Treasure listened and agreed with her mother's idea. Xiaohe bowed respectfully to Grandma Gu and said in a sweet, melodious voice, "Thank you, madam."
But
with such a vast world, where could she go? If her mother were still alive, she wouldn't leave home. Grandma Gu looked at Xiaohe's actions and the gentle voice. Her eyes flickered slightly. She helped Xiaohe up and then took Sweet Treasure away. Outside the mansion, young servants stood at the gate. 2 carriages were parked, one large and one small, and behind them, several guards on tall horses. Their neat and serious appearance made passers-by turn their heads. Inside the mansion, old Master Gu nodded when everyone was gathered. He told the women and children to get into the car first, just like when they arrived. Old Master Gu and Old Master Qi drove the big carriage, which was filled with children and the eldest and second daughters-in-law. The small carriage was driven by brothers Lu Dong and Lu Shi, with Old Master Gu and his wife and 3 daughters riding inside. After everyone got into the car, only the small figure of Sweet Treasure stayed behind. She pursed her lips and ran to fourth brother. Before she could reach out to pull him, big hands reached under her arms and lifted her up. She heard fourth brother's low voice in her ear. "Little sister, that person contacted me. Don't worry. Once he's settled, he will come to Shirtu village to find you." Hearing this, Sweet Bao felt a sense of relief. The little chubby hand patted fourth brother's shoulder with admiration in his eyes, and his voice grew sweeter and more affectionate. "Fourth brother is so amazing. Keep up the good work." After reminding Sweet Bao once more, old fourth carried her onto the carriage. She wanted to crawl inside, but suddenly felt a gaze fixed on her. She looked in the direction of the gaze and saw that her uncle was watching her. Frowning slightly, she pressed close to the edge of the carriage and slid down. She quickly ran toward her uncle. "Uncle." The head of the Gu family intended to quietly watch his niece leave, but he was surprised to find she was very alert and had noticed him. "Hurry back. Don't let your father see you." He couldn't help but urge Sweet Bao to go back. God knows, her father had gone to fetch something, and if he saw Sweet Bao, he might refuse to let her go with him again. Knowing there wasn't much time, Sweet Bao didn't waste any more words with her second time meeting Uncle. She immediately said, "Uncle, listen carefully. The Tao family will soon be reported. Hundreds of people will be imprisoned, but because the crown prince was involved, the Tao family members were spared and only exiled. But Tao Yong was rescued by someone. He bears a grudge against the Gu family and has come back to kill. The entire village, young and old, was wiped out." Thinking of the scene in her dream, Sweet Bao's eyes reddened and a hint of hidden pain appeared. The helpless feeling from her dream overwhelmed her. She endured her fear, trying to look calmer. The head of the Gu family was shocked. He didn't expect his niece to know about the Tao family's evidence collection. Before he could think further, he heard that soft, sweet voice again. "Uncle, I have to go now. Remember, after the Tao family is exiled, Tao Yang must not escape. After speaking, Sweet Bao hurried to the carriage and was lifted inside by Lu Dong. The carriage slowly started moving, gradually disappearing into the distance. Until the carriage was out of sight, the Gu family head withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "What are you looking at? Has my good granddaughter come out?" He turned around and saw an elderly man standing upright, looking energetic with hopeful eyes. "Father, you arrived late. I saw her off for you. You little rascal." Set off. The old man couldn't help but pace back and forth, but was pulled back by the old lady behind him, finally calming down. The head of the Gu family, who had just mounted his horse, still remembered the words spoken by the sweet child and the seriousness in her eyes. He believed she wasn't joking, especially since the Tao family's connection to the crown prince was hidden and publicly. The two seemed not to know each other. So he trusted her about 80%, but still wondered. His little niece was only 3 years old. How could she understand all this? Could it be that someone wise was guiding her behind the scenes? If so, he needed to make careful plans to ensure no one from the Tao family escaped his notice. From the capital city to Phonglai County, it only took a day. It took 2 or 3 days to travel there, but returning, they arrived in Phonglai County in just 1 day. After the carriage entered the county, Old Gu got off at the county office. He didn't go home with Old Gu Yi and the others but went ahead to report to get his leave approved. Old Madame Gu saw that it was getting late. The journey had been bumpy, and she suggested they find an inn to rest. Old Gu Yi had wanted to hurry back, but Old Madame Gu stopped him, saying that after so many days away, the bed was dusty and hard to clean. Thinking about it, Old Gu Yi agreed. He remembered that in this town, the only inn was Chun Lion, the largest place to stay. He immediately ordered Lu Shi and the others to turn the horses around and go to Chun Lion, while he and Old Gu Chi drove the carriage.
Chun Lion.
Old Gu Yi booked an entire floor for everyone to rest, leaving a few secret guards to patrol during the night. Everyone took their luggage to their rooms. Old Madame Gu sat behind them. When Sweet Baby turned her head to look for her mother, she saw her talking with the innkeeper. She tilted her head, thinking her mother might be asking about something. She shook her head and went to rest with Sixth Sister. The Gu family ate a simple meal that evening. Everyone looked tired. Old Gu Yi told them to rest well since they were almost home and didn't need to rush anymore. Old Gu Yi hurried so much because he was worried the Tao family might notice. But even with such a loud departure, they hadn't seen anything strange along the way. They just thought it was because the Tao family was too busy to pay attention to them. Tao family. The head of the Tao family looked gloomy as he stared at Tao Yang kneeling before him. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he said impatiently, "How did you become the elder brother? Is this how you behave?" Tao Yang knelt on both knees, ignoring the man sitting in the main seat.
Rebellion.
Lord Tao saw Tao Yang's indifferent look and became so angry that he almost had a. He immediately grabbed the hot tea beside him and threw it at Tao Yang. There was a loud as the hot tea spilled all over Tao Yang, and the teacup shattered on the ground with a clear sound. "Does father think I did something wrong?" Tao Yang's eyes turned red, and his face looked dark and frightening. He reached out and brushed his sleeve, speaking coldly, as usual. Lord Tao sneered. If he hadn't received a letter from his daughter, he wouldn't have known that his eldest son treated his younger sister like this. "A small farmer makes you so timid. I really don't understand how you stay by the crown prince's side. Your second brother is smarter and more clever than you. In the future, take him with you and let him show off in front of the crown prince." As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, staggered to his feet. His cold eyes looked at Lord Tao sitting in the main seat. He curled his lips into a cold smile and said with some sarcasm, "So, pretending to care for your daughter is fake, but seeking profit from your son is real. Why don't you try to profit for me?" Lord Tao was momentarily speechless. His face turned pale as he looked at Tao Yang, knowing in his heart that this eldest son was becoming harder to control. But Tao Yang only sneered, shook his head, and turned to leave. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Lord Tao. The person was dressed in black robes, carrying a sword at his waist, with a bloodthirsty look on his face from time to time. Lord Tao, your son is so unruly and difficult to tame. I'm afraid that when he becomes truly powerful, your Tao family will undergo a big change. The man's words hinted at something, and Lord Tao understood what he meant. His eyes darkened with confusion, and he clenched his right hand tightly. For the future of the Tao family, he had to give up some things. Thank you, Master, for your concern. I will definitely complete the task you assigned. The Lord said that Fengwu County must speed up, and after the task is done, we will withdraw quickly. If it weren't for the last incident with the ghostly hand being caught and causing trouble at the court, the Master wouldn't have wrapped things up so quickly. Yes. The man nodded with satisfaction, then his figure flickered and disappeared. When Lord Tao looked up, the man was gone. Tao Duo knew her father came today, and also knew her eldest brother was called to the study for a scolding. She couldn't help but want to come over and see her brother's joke, so long he hadn't taken revenge on her. Just as she was crouching behind a pillar, peeking out, she heard the door of the study creak open. A man with wet clothes stepped out, his expression cold, with a hint of restrained anger in his eyes. When Tao Duo saw someone come out, she quickly hid her small head behind a pillar. After the person left, she straightened her waist and walked out, feeling very proud as she watched the departing figure. Only her father could cure her elder brother. Just as Tao Duo was secretly happy, a tall figure blocked her small body. Confused, she looked up and saw that the man who was supposed to leave had come back. His eyes carried a cold, resentful look. After glancing at her face for a moment, he turned and left. As soon as the man left, Tao Duo burst into tears, startling the head of the Tao family in the study. Hearing the noise, he hurried out and saw that it was his beloved daughter crying. He quickly comforted her. The next day, after resting overnight, the Gu family members finished breakfast and continued their journey back home. When their carriage entered Shirtu village, many people looked on with interest.
Hey,
Isn't that old Gu's carriage? Old Hutu, come see. Your old brother is back. Hearing this, old Hutu hurried over and carefully looked at the galloping horses in the distance. The way they moved suggested they belonged to a wealthy family. Old Hutu was amazed and kept nodding. This old man's family had become quite successful. It should be called Old Gu now, not Old Hutu anymore. The carriage headed straight to the Gu family's gate and stopped. At this moment, a crowd was gathered there, watching. Ludong and Lishu brothers jumped down from the carriage. Ludong pulled aside the curtain, and Lishu took out a small stool from behind the carriage, placing it beside the horse to help the women get off more carefully. When the curtain was pushed aside, a beautiful woman slowly stepped out. The onlookers gasped when they saw her, and even the maid, Fong Posey, looked at her with obvious jealousy. If she had chosen the Gu family back then, the beautiful woman on the carriage might have been her now. But Fong Posey didn't think too much. Whether she would marry or not, and whether old Master Gu would agree, were uncertain. Out of the carriage came the elderly lady of the Gu family, looking very energetic. She reached out to hold Liudong's arm and slowly stepped down. She exuded the grace of a noble lady. The villagers of Shirtu village had never seen such a scene and looked on with envy, drooling. After getting off the carriage, the old lady of the Gu family couldn't help but adjust a pearl hairpin on her hair, then naturally straighten her slightly wrinkled sleeves. She casually looked at Fong Lao Posey, who looked like an old woman. Her brow furrowed. In just a month, how had she aged so much? Old Lady Gu felt puzzled inside. When she looked up again, she saw a fleeting look of envy in Grandma Feng's eyes, quickly replaced by resentment. She frowned slightly and decided to ask what was wrong. After old Master Gu had his grandchildren get off the carriage, he asked old Seventh to unload it so the horses could eat some grass. Turning around, he saw the old sly man a little way off. He couldn't help scratching his head, wondering what was going on. Had he not seen him for a month and now didn't recognize him? Thinking this, old Master Gu looked at himself suspiciously, but saw no unusual signs, so he relaxed and walked over to the old sly man. Old Sly, what's going on? You saw I was coming and didn't say hello, and you're hiding so far away? Old Master Gu called out loudly. In Stone Village, if anyone was most well known to Old Master Gu, it was Old Sly. They had known each other since they were young. Old Sly chuckled awkwardly, his hands sweating nervously. He wiped his hands on his clothes and then looked up at Old Master Gu, showing some hesitation. Old Gu, you're back. Were you tired on the way? Is everything good with your fourth son? After asking a few questions, Old Sly seemed less nervous. Old Master Gu frowned. He noticed that Old Sly's tone was a bit strange, but didn't ask right away. Instead, he took him into the Gu family. Come on, come on. It's been many days. Let's have a good meal together. Okay. Old Sly didn't refuse. After not seeing each other for so many days, he was also eager to see Sweet Treasure. Outside the house, villagers watched with envy as items kept being carried down from the carriage. Some curious ones wanted to ask, but when they saw a group of people riding tall horses behind the carriage, they quickly lost interest. Although the Gu family had been away for about a month, the chickens and pigs they raised were all healthy and alive, clearly well-fed. Since no one had been in the house for a month, it was dusty everywhere. Grandma Gu immediately rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning with her daughters-in-law and daughters. Sweet Treasure carried a basin of water, stumbling over to help, but Grandma Gu pushed him out without mercy. Sweetheart, go find your father and play. Let Mom and your sisters and sister-in-law handle the cleaning here, she said, pushing him outside. Sweet Treasure looked down at her chubby little hand, the sleeve she had just rolled up. Before her hand even got wet, she was ruthlessly sent away by Grandma Gu. Feeling a bit upset, she walked over to Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu poured a cup of tea for Old Head, handed it to him, and then saw his little daughter walking over with a sad face. He knew her mother had sent her. After gently ruffling her smooth hair, he looked up at Old Head. Has something happened in the village? I feel something's not right. Grandpa Gu frowned, recalling that a few families in the village looked tired and sad. Old Head took a sip of tea, then clicked his tongue and sighed before speaking. Since you went to the city, trouble has been brewing in Stone Village. Some hunters, jealous of Sweet Treasure going up the mountain, went there themselves. They didn't learn from past mistakes and were bitten by a big wolf on the mountain. The hunter didn't survive. The hunter's wife is very fiery. She heard rumors somewhere and insisted on blaming your family for her husband's death. She brought people to cause trouble. If the village hadn't intervened, things might have been worse. Old Head paused to look around, and Grandpa Gu immediately understood what he meant. If the village hadn't been there, the Gu family might not have been safe. But Grandpa Gu didn't understand. This clearly had nothing to do with them, so why was it being dragged into it? After taking a sip of his dull tea, Grandpa Gu asked, Old Head, I don't understand. What does this have to do with our Gu family? You think it has nothing to do with you, but others see it differently. Old Head finished his tea and continued. Since Sweet Treasure went up the mountain once, your family has been doing better. You even bought a farm and a carriage. Even if these aren't related to going up the mountain, can others really believe that? To them, what you say isn't related is actually connected. Old Head spoke confidently, making Sweet Treasure and Grandpa Gu fall silent. Sweet Treasure knew well that wealth shouldn't be shown off. Besides, their family's wealth started when she found a ginseng root on the mountain. Even if she hadn't found the ginseng, she could still sell the space-grown ginseng and support her family. But these two things meant different things. For the villagers of Shirtu Village, no matter how their family became wealthy, it all started with a trip up the mountain and the idea to explore. Now, more people might want to go up and see for themselves. At this moment, Old Master Gu suddenly remembered that when he first arrived in the city, he promised his daughter that he would buy the mountain in Shirtu Village once he returned. Although now might not be the best time to buy land, he definitely would not allow any villagers to go up the mountain again. What if someone trips or gets hurt and blames his daughter? If he falls, is it fair to blame the uneven path? Such a group of idle people, if they have so much free time, they should be farming instead. Old Slick, noticing the tense atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. He turned to look at Tianbao standing nearby and asked carefully, Tianbao, is the city lively? Looking at her uncle, Tianbao's eyes, which are like apricots, were smiling happily. She replied softly, Uncle, the city is very lively, but it's also a bit chaotic. There are lots of carriages. Hearing this, Old Slick pretended to be surprised and, matching Tianbao's cheerful expression, asked, Is the food in the city good? Do you eat enough? He knew Tianbao loved to eat and often ate a lot. If she ate too little, she might go hungry. He wondered if she was picky about her food. Tianbao, hearing this, quickly patted her round belly and happily said, Uncle, look, Tianbao eats well every day. I'm full and satisfied. That's good, that's good. Old Slick nodded kindly, looking at Tianbao with a loving gaze. He also noticed that her once chubby face had become a bit thinner, probably because the city's food was not very nourishing. Thinking of this, Old Slick suddenly stood up and said to Tianbao, Tianbao, you play here. Uncle is going to get something. I'll come back soon and chat with you some more. After saying that, he turned and hurriedly ran home. Old Slick left in a hurry and returned just as quickly. He carried a basket and rushed over to Tianbao. He pushed the basket toward her and lifted the blue cloth covering it, revealing several fluffy little chicks inside. Tianbao's eyes widened as she looked at the chicks in the basket. She was very familiar with them. The chicks at home were all ones she helped hatch. Thank you, Uncle. Tianbao softly expressed her gratitude. The old sly man felt a bit embarrassed and said, I originally saved these eggs for Sweet Treasure, planning to let the hens hatch them. But I forgot about it. And by the time I remembered, they had become a nest of little chicks. Every household keeps chickens. They collect eggs daily. Some save them to exchange for money, others for family meals. He had secretly saved a few eggs, intending to give them to Sweet Treasure when he returned. Who would have thought? They would hatch into little chicks. Sweet Treasure slid down from Grandpa Goo's lap, ran quickly to the old sly man, carefully took the basket, and placed it on the ground. Then he squatted down, gently touching each tiny head. Looking at the small chicks, Sweet Treasure suddenly had a bold idea. If these chicks were fed with crops and spring water from the space since they were young, wouldn't their meat be more delicious than ordinary? Thinking of this, Sweet Treasure felt it was a good plan. He immediately carried his small basket, thanked the uncle, and ran towards the backyard without looking back, no matter how Grandpa Goo called him. At that moment, Grandpa Goo felt hurt. He didn't realize that one day, he might be overshadowed by a few little chicks. He looked at the old sly man with a hint of resentment. The old sly man frowned, touched his head, seeming confused about why Grandpa Goo's expression changed so quickly. Maybe he was craving wine? The old sly man nodded, understanding the reason. After all, outside the home, he couldn't drink even a sip of wine. Coincidentally, his homemade wine was ready to be stored today, and he planned to invite Grandpa Goo to taste it. Come on, I'll take you somewhere nice. Grandpa Goo was half dragged out of the house by the old sly man. As the old sly man turned back to say a few words to Grandpa Goo, he caught sight of the group of people standing at the door. They had disappeared without a trace. Even their tall horses were gone. He shook his head, feeling puzzled. Where are you taking me? Grandpa Goo asked, crossing his arms, unhappy. The old sly man walked ahead silently, leading the way. When they reached his small wine cellar, Grandpa Goo's eyes lit up. The old sly man's surname was Li, with the given name Hua. When he was young, he was familiar with Grandpa Goo, who even gave him the nickname Sly. Li Hua didn't want to be outdone and gave Grandpa Goo a nickname meaning bone, because Grandpa Goo was tough as a bone. As they grew older, they jokingly called each other Old Sly and Old Bone. Old Master Goo's eyes lit up as he looked at the wine cellar, and then at the old sly guy. He asked in disbelief, Are you secretly brewing wine again? Aren't you afraid of your wife? The old sly guy smiled confidently and said, No worries. This time, I found the secret to brewing wine. I promise you'll want to drink it again after this. Old Master Goo raised an eyebrow, curious to see how he could make him want more after just one taste. The wine cellar was opened, and the old sly guy went inside. Soon, he carried out a small jar of wine. Seeing this, old Master Gu quickly stepped forward and reached out to take it. After the old sly guy sealed the wine cellar, he followed old Master Gu and left together. Meanwhile, old Lady Gu finished tidying up the house with her daughter-in-law and daughter. She then started preparing meals. Fortunately, they had bought plenty of vegetables and meat in the city, and the journey back was quick, so the food was still fresh. Old Lady Gu looked at the vegetables and decided to make steamed buns with her two daughters-in-law. They all made thin-skinned, large-filling buns. Guyan was preparing a few dishes, and Gu Qing helped out. The kitchen quickly became busy. In the backyard, a chubby girl was busy working too. She had finally dragged half a bag of grain from her space and was slightly out of breath. She placed the little chicks in a small pen in the backyard. Because the chicks were very young, they flapped and ran out as soon as she put them in. Sweet Treasure had to chase the chicks around the yard. After catching them all, she was covered in sweat. Moving her body made her feel very refreshed. Thinking for a moment, she released all the chicks again. They ran, she chased, and then ran again, repeating several times. Out of breath, she leaned against the wall, with a basket at her feet covered with a cloth. Something inside was moving around, trying to peek out, but a small chubby hand patted the cloth, and everything in the basket suddenly became quiet. After exercising, Sweet Treasure's tender, white face was flushed. She carried the basket to a woven wicker basket, lined it with grass and a white cloth, and placed all the chicks inside. She sprinkled some grains from her space into the basket and made a small water container, filling it with diluted spiritual spring water. As soon as she put the water container in, the chicks rushed over to drink. After eating and drinking their fill, they all lazily cuddled together and fell asleep. Sweet Treasure was captivated until Gu Yan came over. She was still lying in the basket, watching. When Gu Yan approached, she looked in the same direction and was surprised to see a group of chicks inside the basket. She exclaimed, "Wow, where did these chicks come from?" Hearing her sister's voice, Sweet Treasure quickly looked up and recognized her sister with a look of joy. She immediately replied, "Sister, they were sent by Uncle Li." Gu Yan nodded. Not many people were friendly with their father, and few could handle his temper. After Sweet Treasure explained, she realized who it was. An old trickster. "Let's go, wash your hands and eat. Did you see, Dad?" Gu Yan took Sweet Treasure's small hand and headed toward the water well. She crouched down to wash Sweet Treasure's chubby hands and asked casually. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure looked around the yard. She saw 2 teacups and a teapot on the small table, but the 2 people who had been drinking tea were gone. "Dad. He's not here," she said, feeling the coolness of her freshly washed hands. She pointed to where old Master Gu had been sitting. Gu Yan looked up and glanced around, then shrugged it off. "All right, little sister, let's go eat. Mother packed your favorite big bun," she said.
Wow.
Big bun. Gu Yan happily led Sweet Treasure back inside. As soon as they entered, they saw old Master Gu walk in behind them. Sweet Treasure looked at her 7th brother with surprise and asked, "Brother Chi, where did you go?" Old Master Gu dusted off his clothes. Hearing Sweet Treasure's question, he raised his handsome face and smiled, saying, "I just went to the farm. Brothers Lu Shi and Lu Xiang were eager to go back and see everyone, so I took them back." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure's face immediately fell. She asked, "Did you eat already?" The Lu brothers had been busy with many things during this trip. She thought they had improved a lot and become more steady, perhaps because they had gained some new insight. Old Master Gu opened his mouth but was interrupted before he could speak by Grandma Gu. "You little girl, do you think your mother is unkind?" Grandma Gu said softly, pretending to look hurt. "You don't know. We packed many buns earlier, and when we left, they took most of them," Gu Yan said with a smile, rubbing Sweet Treasure's head. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure nodded seriously. She couldn't let them go hungry. Upon reflection, I realized I might have offended my mother earlier. Immediately, the chubby girl showed a cute expression and happily walked over to Grandma Gu, holding her hand as she said, "Mom, you've worked hard.
Come sit down."
Mom, you should eat a bun. Mom, Drink some water. Mom. Eat some meat.
Mom.
At the dining table, a lively little girl was busy taking care of her mother, running around and serving her, but she didn't eat much herself. This made her mother and the family feel both proud and a bit worried. Good girl, eat more. In the past, you could finish a whole bun, but today you've only eaten half, Grandma Gu said after finishing her own meal. She looked at her daughter with surprise. Her appetite seemed smaller. She wondered if the food didn't taste good to her. The little girl nibbled on her bun, with a bowl of egg custard beside her that she hadn't touched. On a small plate were vegetables her sisters-in-law had picked for her. She even saw her seventh brother holding a big chicken leg and placing it on her small plate. Looking at the mountain of dishes, she swallowed her bun and said, "Mom, I can't finish all this." While trying to eat her food, Grandma Gu still thought she was eating too little, so she took a clean bowl and poured some soup, placing it in front of her. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Have some soup." The little girl ate her food diligently, finishing all the vegetables and drinking the soup with tears in her eyes. Her belly was now round and full, and she was half lying on her chair, unable to move. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Grandma Gu nodded with satisfaction and ordered someone to clear the table. The eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, remembered that her father-in-law hadn't returned yet. She paused, turned her head, and asked softly, "Mom, Dad hasn't eaten yet. Should we keep some food for him?" Grandma Gu waved her hand gently and said softly, "No need." Her husband and the old sly man had gone out, so there was no shortage of food. She wasn't worried if they didn't get enough to eat. She could still cook more later. Qin Shui nodded and carefully tidied up the table. After everything was cleaned up, Grandpa Gu still hadn't returned. As dusk deepened, he finally arrived, looking a bit late. He came in smelling of alcohol, and Grandma Gu, sitting in the main seat, immediately looked displeased. Grandmother Gu glanced at her resting young daughter, lying on the chair, then turned to Old Seven Gu and said, "Old Seven, carry your sister downstairs so she can rest early. The eldest and second households, you and the little ones, should go to bed early. Tomorrow, you need to go to the county town to find a teacher for the children." Everyone called by name followed Grandma Gu's instructions and left. Even Sweet Treasure, who was feeling full, looked at her father with sympathy. When she was carried past Old Master Gu, she smelled strong alcohol on him and flickered with suspicion. When Old Master Gu saw Sweet Treasure being carried over, he thought she was brought to him. He opened his arms, expecting to hold his daughter, but Old Seven Gu didn't look at him and hurriedly left with his sister. Seeing Grandma Gu's face darken more and more, the others quickly stepped outside and even kindly closed the door for her. Old Master Gu, waiting with open arms, waited a long time but didn't see his daughter. He finally opened his eyes, looked around the room in confusion, and realized his daughter was missing. At that moment, he started to doubt whether he had really seen her just now. He scratched his head in confusion and turned to see Grandma Gu sitting calmly at the main seat. She looked familiar, but he shook his head to clear his mind and recognized her as his wife. "Madam, why are you here?" Hearing this, Grandma Gu knew she was getting drunk and felt angry inside. She coldly said, "What? You think I shouldn't come here?" "No, no." Old Master Gu quickly shook his head, denying repeatedly. "Madam, don't think that way. I never said that." Hearing this, Grandma Gu's icy expression slightly softened. She suddenly smiled with some deep meaning in her eyes. After a few laughs, she stood up, rolled up her sleeves, stretched her wrists, then confidently walked over to Old Master Gu. At this moment, Grandma Gu was thinking about the anger she had suppressed towards him recently. All her past frustrations had piled up, and now she could finally let it all out. Back in the room, after closing the slightly open door, everyone heard a very loud and sharp cry from Old Master Gu's room. Sweet Treasure trembled and felt sympathy for her father's tragic cry, but she didn't dare plead. Instead, she silently prayed in her heart that her father was safe. Although Father also cares for her very much, she decided to wait until tomorrow to give him the spiritual spring water, so he can recover faster. Sweet Baby thought carefully for a long time and still believed that giving father the spiritual spring water was the best choice. This way, he would recover quickly, and mother could work more diligently. At most, father might suffer a little physical pain, and mother could also exercise her body. Night fell, and the Dark Lord, who was hiding in the shadows, habitually took out his small brush and wrote on a small note, "Third Master has returned home. Young lady is safe." However, Third Master drank too much and cried, causing the third madam to be upset, and the young lady was startled. After finishing, the Dark Lord let out a sigh. He couldn't forget how Miss Eighth had widened her eyes, looking so frightened. The next day, Sweet Baby woke up early. After dressing, she took her homemade small toothbrush and went to the water well to wash up, her black, medium-length hair flowing behind her. After washing, she wanted to tie her hair neatly, but her small hands were too short to reach the top of her head, so she had to leave her hair loose. Finished with everything, Sweet Baby looked up and saw the smoke rising from the kitchen, knowing that her family had woken up. She turned around, tidied up her things, then took diluted spiritual spring water from her space and headed to the small pile of chicks from yesterday. She couldn't help but pinch her little belly and sighed softly. Yesterday, she had exercised very hard and increased her activity a lot. She thought that waking up in the morning, her belly would be less full, but to her surprise, it was not only the same but seemed a little bigger. Sweet Baby thought angrily that it must be because of the chicken legs she ate last night. Meanwhile, Grandma Goo got up early. After dressing, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She didn't forget that she still had to go to the county town today. Just as she stepped out, she saw her little daughter carrying a small bucket about the size of her palm, heading to the backyard. Curious, she followed behind her. After a few steps, she saw the little ball of meat suddenly stop, pour the small bucket into a basket in front of her, and she even heard the soft, muffled sounds. Huang Yi, Huang Si, don't fight over Huang Qi. Huang Xiaoba, you eat less. Hearing this, Grandma Goo became interested and quickly walked forward, standing behind Sweet Baby to look into the basket. Inside, she saw several small yellow heads crowded together, and upon counting, there were 8 little chicks. Where did so many chicks come from? Grandmother Goo suddenly spoke from behind Tianbao. She was not startled, but she was thinking about what to say. After some hesitation, she said, "Mother, this is what Uncle Lee brought yesterday." Grandmother Goo nodded, knowing about Uncle Lee's visit yesterday. She also remembered that when Uncle Lee came, Old Master Goo seemed to be watching Tianbao. Realizing everything, Grandmother Goo squinted her eyes and sneered. She lowered her head and gave a few instructions to Tianbao, then turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Tianbao watched her mother's back, feeling a little uneasy. She thought her mother seemed to have changed her expression, but she didn't say anything. At that moment, she felt confused and worried inside. In the morning, the Goo family members gradually got up. Grandmother Goo finished making breakfast. Gu Yan and Gu Qing helped out. Just then, Gu Laoqi came in from outside, tall and elegant, wearing a white long gown that looked like moonlight. As he stepped inside, he carried a scholarly air. Seeing Gu Laoqi arrive, Grandmother Goo looked at everyone in the house and nodded secretly. Everyone was there. Time to eat. Following Gu Yan, Tianbao carried a bun. When she heard this, she quickly looked up and saw that her father was not there. She immediately ran to her mother's side, holding her bun and said sweetly, "Mother, can you give a breakfast to Dad?" Grandmother Goo heard this, took the bun from Tianbao's hand, and smiled. "No need to worry about your dad. Here, I've already set some aside." She lifted her chin and pointed at a wooden tray on the table. Gu Laoqi, who understood her gesture, quickly stepped in front of Six Sister and took over the task. "Mother, I'll bring food to Dad. He's in the study, right?" Last night, he heard his father calling out and knew he was in the study. Grandmother Goo nodded, and Gu Laoqi carried the tray and left. Tianbao watched her 7th brother leave, feeling happy. She believed that he was definitely watching her father's joke. When someone brought food to Old Master Goo, everyone sat down one after another. The seat of old Master Gu had been openly taken by Tianbao. After breakfast, Grandmother Gu was going to the county town. Gu Laoqi needed to return to the academy, so he arranged a carriage. Gu Laoqi drove the carriage with a few people heading to the county office. Seeing this, Tianbao quickly grabbed Gu Yan's hand and climbed onto the carriage with her. Inside the carriage, Grandma Gu was about to take her grandchildren to a private school. She sat with two daughters-in-law, waiting for everyone to settle down. Then she asked old Seven to drive the carriage to a village and to bring Lu Shi along, so there would be someone to help with the ride back. Just as they sat down, the curtain was lifted from outside, and a small chubby figure crawled in, saying, "Sixth sister, come up quickly, before anyone sees." She climbed in. Sweet Bao's words caught in her throat. She thought no one was on the carriage, so she and sixth sister slipped inside first. Unexpectedly. Oh no! A mistake. A few children sitting quietly in the carriage turned their heads to watch the little girl come in. They stood respectfully and said, "Little sister, please sit first," bowing politely. The little girl, who had just climbed in, froze in place. She quickly stood up, straightened her wrinkled skirt, then raised her chubby hand to her mouth and cleared her throat. After pretending to nod thoughtfully, she looked pleased and nodded, saying, "Good. Very good." Grandma Gu was amused by Sweet Bao's antics. She hadn't expected her sweet daughter to be such a lively little girl. Seeing her grandchildren's embarrassed faces, she smiled and waved her over, saying, "Come here, dear." Sweet Bao hurried over to her mother and, with a little twist, fell into Grandma Gu's arms. Her two older sisters-in-law nearly burst into laughter at Sweet Bao's behavior. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, who had just come in, didn't know what had happened. She was pulled aside by Little One, who explained the commotion in detail, while Sweet Bao's cheeks still blushed with embarrassment. Gu Yan listened and couldn't help but giggle quietly, which made Sweet Bao look even more shy. She mumbled awkwardly, "The teachers at the private school are all like this." Grandma Gu smiled softly and gently patted Sweet Bao's head. After the laughter, the Gu family prepared to leave for the county town. Meanwhile, old Master Gu was in his study, making noises but not moving. The only sound was from old Seven, who brought breakfast. He looked behind old Seven, but didn't see Grandma Gu. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Seven, where is your mother?" "She's eating. She asked me to bring this to you," old Seven replied. As he placed the tray on the table, he glanced at his father. Yesterday, he was crying all night, but today he looked full of energy. Could it be that his mother had shown mercy? Hearing this, old Master Gu suddenly looked tired and waved his hand, telling old Seven to leave. Old Master Gu nodded and then stepped back. As soon as the door closed, he couldn't help but make a loud sound after walking a few steps. This made old Master Gu inside grit his teeth in anger, secretly thinking that he would make old Seven Gu taste this kind of feeling someday. In the county town, the carriage entered Fonlai County. When it reached the town gate, old Seven Gu got out of the carriage. After bowing to Lu Shi to show respect, he turned and spoke to Grandma Gu inside the carriage. "Mother, I am going to the academy now. I can't go with you to visit the nephews at the private school." Hearing this, Grandma Gu lifted the small curtain of the carriage, revealing half her face, and said to old Seven Gu, "It's okay. You go to the academy. I will find your eldest brother later." The decision for the children to go to school was made before they returned home. So, after arriving, Grandma Gu couldn't wait to send her grandsons to the private school. She wanted to settle everything while old Master Gu was too weak to argue. Old Seven Gu nodded and bowed to Grandma Gu. Then he stood up and headed toward the path to the academy. Only after he disappeared from sight did Grandma Gu lower the curtain and tell Lu Shi outside the carriage, "Go to the county office." "Yes." Lu Shi continued driving the carriage toward the county office. Soon, they arrived at the county government. In front of the county office, there were two stone lions, looking mighty and imposing. On either side of the building, there were pavilions for beating drums and warnings. There were 2 stone tablets with inscriptions, 50 lashes for complaints and 3 additional lashes for false accusations. Sweet Bao carefully peeked at the 2 stone tablets under the pavilion. She knew from ancient stories that to report a crime, one had to endure some suffering first. Today, seeing it with her own eyes, she realized it was true. She cautiously pulled her head back, afraid to look further. Grandma Gu, upon arriving, got off the carriage herself and walked to the entrance of the county office. Before she could ask anything, she overheard two constables at the gate talking loudly, even mentioning a familiar name. Hey, I tell you, Gu Shufeng is a stubborn guy. Why can't he just bow his head and admit his mistake to the clerk? Why does he refuse? Stop talking nonsense. I heard it's because the clerk has taken a liking to Gu Shufeng and wants him to marry his daughter. But Gu Shufeng refuses. His wife is as beautiful as a flower. How could he marry the clerk's daughter? Thinking of the clerk's appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head. Even as a father, he looked terrible, let alone his daughter. Really? But doesn't Gu Shufeng have a wife? I heard she's the daughter of Manager Qin. No matter how much the chief clerk favors someone, he doesn't consider whether that person is already married. Could he be planning to make his daughter into a little wife? I'm afraid it's not that simple. This month, he's already gone to check on Manager Qin 5 times under different pretexts. A constable wanted to speak, but when he looked up and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him, he swallowed his words and quickly asked, Madam, are you looking for someone? Today, Grandma Gu wore a colorful, dark-patterned cloud brocade dress. Her black hair was tied back, decorated with 2 pearl hairpins. Although she hadn't put on makeup, her lovely face was hard to ignore. Anyone wouldn't guess she was the mother of 8 children and the grandmother of a bunch of little ones. Her beauty was partly due to her own charm and partly thanks to the spiritual spring water in her sweet treasure space. Grandma Gu looked calm. She nodded slightly at the 2 constables and said slowly, Gentlemen, could you please call out Gu Shufeng? Just say a family member has come to visit. When the 2 constables heard this, their faces turned green. They looked at each other and saw the embarrassment on each other's faces. They had just been talking about Gu Shufeng and were lucky not to have said anything rude. Please wait a moment, madam. I'll go call Captain Gu now. One of them hurriedly ran out, leaving the other to stand there, staring with wide eyes in shock. Grandma Gu, seemingly casually, asked, Is this how your chief clerk usually behaves? But inside, she was quite displeased with him. She thought of her eldest son, who had been talented in both literature and martial arts since he was young. If it weren't for old Master Gu preventing him from taking the imperial exams, he might already be a high-ranking official. Later, with his skills, he found a job in the county office. Now, after just a few years, he was already a captain. The remaining constable wiped his forehead nervously, surprised that he had been caught so thoroughly. He hadn't hoped that she hadn't heard anything, but it turned out she had. His face showed some embarrassment as he looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him. He thought she was harmless, so he clenched his teeth and said, Madam, you don't know. This chief clerk is a distant relative of the county magistrate. He often oppresses us, Captain Gu, and looks for faults in us. But Captain Gu is very capable, so the chief clerk can't find any mistakes. At some point, the troublemaker in charge of records suddenly changed his attitude toward Detective Gu. Instead of his usual sternness, he became very caring. When he learned that Detective Gu was married, he even wanted Gu to divorce his wife and marry his daughter. Gu refused. Recently, he had just taken a break, and now that he was back, the record keeper was causing trouble again. The constable shrugged helplessly and said, If Detective Gu wasn't married, your persistence might make sense. But he has been married for a long time. How could he abandon his wife just because of you? Ah, I see. Thank you for telling me, the constable said, looking at the lady in front of him with a blush. He quickly waved his hand and asked, Madam, may I ask who you are to Detective Gu? After all this time, he still didn't know who the lady was in relation to Gu. Usually, only his 2 younger brothers came to visit Gu, and he rarely saw other members of the Gu family. Detective Gu was usually quiet and didn't talk about his family. I am his mother, said Grandma Gu with a gentle smile. Unknowingly, these 4 words almost made the constable faint. After he managed to steady himself, he pointed tremblingly at Grandma Gu and asked in disbelief, You are Detective Gu's mother? Before she could answer, a deep, magnetic voice came from behind. Mother? Why are you here? Gu's eldest son, dressed in blue-black official robes with a sword at his waist, looked proud and confident. When he saw Grandma Gu at the door, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but look around and, noticing the carriage parked not far from the county office, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. The two constables standing nearby had never seen Gu Shufeng smile like that before, especially not a sincere smile like this. To them, when Gu Shufeng smiled, it meant he knew exactly who the culprit was. Grandma Gu turned to her confident eldest son and said with a smile, Xiao Yi and the others should start their private lessons soon. That's why I brought them to see you. Have you found a good private school yet? Gu Shufeng remembered that during that time in the city, it was his fourth brother who was teaching the children. He thought that the current private schools probably wouldn't teach them much. After some thought, he remembered the academy where his seventh brother studied. Mother, should Xiao Yi and the others go to the academy where seventh brother studies? Will they be accepted there? Grandma Gu wasn't sure if the academy would take her grandchildren. The seventh brother's academy requires passing an exam to enter. In 2 days, I will take a few children there during my day off. Old Master Gu spoke in a deep voice and made a decision after some thought. 2 guards standing behind Gu Shufeng looked surprised. Old Lady Gu glanced at them silently, then smiled and said, All right, I will bring the children in 2 days. You can go back on duty now. After giving a slight nod to the 2 guards behind her, she turned and left. Old Master Gu watched his mother leave. Not far away, a man with small eyes saw a beautiful woman walking down the steps of the county office. He asked his servant standing behind him, Who is that lovely lady? I've never seen her before. He then snapped open his folding fan, looking like a charming young man. The servant quickly stepped forward, examined the woman and Gu the guard standing on the steps, then his small eyes flickered, as if he understood something. He turned and with a flattering smile said, Young master, perhaps she is related to Gu the guard. The man with small eyes nodded knowingly. He knew who Gu the guard was. His father had chosen him as a match for his younger sister. But he thought, with his sister's appearance, it would be a shame to waste Gu the guard. Seeing Gu the guard enter the government office, the servant cautiously asked the young man standing nearby, Young master, should we go look for the old master? No, not now. Let's go home first. The small-eyed man watched the carriage disappear and suddenly made a decision. He put away his fan and hurriedly took his servant back home. On the carriage, Tian Bao felt a cold chill behind her back. She lifted the small curtain to look outside. Seeing nothing unusual, she sat back in her seat. Old Lady Gu helped Tian Bao tidy her clothes and then looked at Qin Shui sitting beside her. She remembered what the guard had said earlier and thought for a moment before speaking. Old Master Gu, after your day off in 2 days, take a few children to visit the 7th Brothers Academy. The eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, nodded with a smile and said, Everything will follow mother's wishes. Old Lady Gu nodded and after a moment of thought, said, Since we are in the county town, why not visit the in-laws? By the way, I haven't seen the mother-in-law in a long time. She thought about visiting the Qin family, wanting to see how they were doing lately, but also worried that the eldest son had just returned and might not know about the recent events at the in-laws' place. After thinking carefully, she decided to visit the Qin family, first to discuss plans with her old man at home. She didn't know that now, even the main clerk at Fenglai County Office could bully others with authority. Having made up her mind, Grandma Gu told Lu Shi to turn the carriage around and head to the East Street pastry shop. After buying some snacks, she went to West Street to buy dozens of pounds of pork. Under everyone's envious gazes, Grandma Gu proudly got into the carriage. Once on the carriage, Lu Shi drove toward Qin's pawn shop. Qin's pawn shop. The Gu family got off the carriage. Grandma Gu led the way, walking in front, with a cute little girl who looked like a white jade dumpling beside her. 2 daughters-in-law walked on either side, followed by a group of handsome young boys. Each side had a young girl holding some snacks, and behind them was a man carrying dozens of pounds of pork. As soon as the Gu family appeared, they caught the attention of the passing crowd. People gathered slowly, watching as the group entered Qin's pawn shop, then began to discuss. Is this old Qin family's grave giving off green smoke? When did they get such a rich relative? You're talking nonsense. The old Qin family may have fallen on hard times now, but they used to be well off.
Huh?
No, wait. The girl walking with them just now was Snow Girl. She's probably family, right? Hearing this, the people who were originally gossiping grew even more excited. Inside the pawn shop, the Gu family didn't hear the outside chatter. The shop was simply decorated, with only a half-height counter and a few antique shelves behind it, holding some ornaments. There were no other decorations inside. Sweet Bao frowned clearly. She remembered coming to this pawn shop before going to the capital, and although it wasn't overly luxurious, it had tables, chairs, and some antiques. It was not like this now. She frowned and walked to the side to look carefully. She reached out her small hand and picked up a broken piece that had fallen nearby. Looking at the tiny porcelain shard about the size of her thumb, she became more suspicious. Something must have happened here. When the Gu family entered the pawn shop, the shop assistant saw that the young lady was back and happily ran to the backyard to tell Old Master Qin the good news. Hearing this, Old Master Qin and his wife quickly returned to the shop. As soon as they looked up, they saw their daughter standing nearby, with several young boys around her. The elderly couple held back their joy at seeing their daughter and first greeted Grandma Gu. Grandchildren, pay respects to Grandma. Little one, 4th grade and 5th grade children saw Old Master Qin and his son come out and quickly bowed with respectful greetings, calling out cheerfully. Old Master Qin's eyes were filled with tears as he hurriedly greeted his mother-in-law and several grandchildren. Mother-in-law has arrived. Come, let's gather in the backyard. Our humble home is a bit simple. Old Master Qin quickly invited everyone to the backyard. Turning around, he saw his daughter hesitating to speak and signaled his wife with a quick glance. Mrs. Qin understood the look and immediately walked over to her daughter, examining her from head to toe. Seeing that she was not thin but rather becoming more plump, she relaxed and soon her eyes turned slightly red. Although they had only not seen each other for a month, it felt like many years. You're getting chubbier, and that's good, Mrs. Qin said softly, touching her daughter's face. Mother, Qin Shui called out softly, with tears in her eyes.
All right, come on.
Today, I will cook myself, said Mrs. Qin, pulling Qin Shui to the backyard. Once in the backyard, Sweet Treasure looked around curiously. The space was large, just the main house had enough rooms for 3 or 4 families, not counting the servant rooms. After observing the surroundings, Sweet Treasure behaved like a good child, curling up beside Grandma Gu and quietly listening to their conversation. It turned out that Old Master Qin had another son, but he did not live with them. The elderly couple managed a pawn shop barely enough to get by. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure felt that this was true humility. For the first time, she thought her older brother's marriage was a bit of a stretch, not realizing that their marriage was only possible because of her maternal family. Yen and Qing, take Xiao Wen and the others out for a walk. Let Sweet Treasure stay with me, Grandma Gu said after looking around. Sweet Treasure's eyes flickered slightly, noticing her mother's actions of sending people out. Worried, she had something to say. Sure enough, after Yen and Qing took a group of children out, Grandma Gu couldn't hide her words anymore. How is your father-in-law recently? I just went to the government office. Grandma Gu paused mid-sentence. Sweet Treasure looked up slightly at her mother and then at her sister-in-law's father. He looked noticeably pale, lips trembling, and hadn't spoken a word for a long time. Grandma Gu stopped talking, sighed, and said, Father-in-law, you must trust my eldest son. When you agreed to let Shui marry into our family, it was an honor. Our Gu family is not the kind to betray or abandon others, and we would never do something dishonorable. Mother-in-law, Old Master Qin called out, then sighed heavily and began to speak slowly. It turned out that since a month ago, for some unknown reason, the county office had been coming every 3 days to check their accounts. At first, nothing was wrong, but later they accused the Qin family of tax evasion and demanded they pay back taxes from previous years. However, he had never cheated or evaded taxes, so he couldn't understand why they were accused. But the officials never listened to his explanations. Instead, they smashed the pawn shop. Later, he found out that the main clerk in the office was looking at his son-in-law, hoping he would divorce his daughter. When the son-in-law refused, the clerk, unable to find a way to threaten him directly, took the opportunity while the son-in-law was away to trouble his father-in-law. Grandmother Gu listened to this and frowned tightly. Although she had already guessed what had happened, hearing old Master Qin say it out loud was still shocking. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of restrained anger appeared in her eyes. After a moment, she said, "Father-in-law, don't worry. Our Gu family will give you an explanation. This matter started because of our eldest son, and it has caused trouble for the Yu family. We should take responsibility." But old Master Qin shook his head, his face showing more wrinkles. He said calmly, "As long as Shuer and her husband are happy, I, as a father, can endure some hardship. But that clerk is a relative of the county magistrate. He's used to bullying merchants and officials. What can we do about him?" Old Master Qin remembered the news he had learned. The clerk often oppressed merchants like them. They wanted to report him to the magistrate, but before they could act, the clerk found out and punished them severely. Since then, 3 merchants had already moved away, and with the clerk now targeting their pawn shop, other merchants had also distanced themselves from them. Grandmother Gu shook her head in disagreement. She didn't think much of the clerk now. If they just let this go, the Qin pawn shop might have to close down. She recalled how, when she entered the Qin pawn shop earlier, everyone around was watching as if they were watching a show. "Father-in-law, let's not talk about this for now. Do you still want to keep the pawn shop open?" She paused her words, planning to ask her husband at home later. Old Master Qin looked at the familiar courtyard and felt lost. He didn't know what to do now. He could only wait for his son to return and discuss it together. "Wait for my son to come back, and then we'll talk about it. But the pawn shop can't stay open much longer." Grandmother Gu and old Master Qin continued to chat for a while. Sweet Treasure listened to their conversation and was secretly thinking about something. Looking at the shop in front of me, my eyes brightened. I looked at the shop ahead, and then at the backyard. If I could rent that place, it would be perfect. Sweet Treasure has already planned what to do. If this shop becomes a clothing store, that would be wonderful. When the artisans arrive, she plans to design a few pieces of jewelry, just 2 or 3. Fifth sister is skilled, and she probably doesn't want to stay at home all day. Plus, since fifth sister is about to get married, having a shop would help her have a better life. Confident in her plan, Sweet Treasure wanted to find a good time to ask her mother if she was willing to rent it. Selling it would be even better. But if old Master Qin's sister-in-law's father sells the shop, where would old Master Qin go? If he goes far away, his sister-in-law might feel sad. Sweet Treasure sighed with worry. At that moment, Madame Qin came to invite Grandma Gu to eat in the hall. Grandma Gu didn't refuse. Since neither of them was a stranger, they weren't polite. After lunch, Madame Qin took Grandma Gu aside to chat. Soon, she returned looking relieved. Seeing that she had troubled them for a while, Grandma Gu was about to leave. Sweet Treasure, standing nearby, tugged on her mother's sleeve. Grandma Gu bent down, and a soft, sweet voice reached her ear. "Mother, let sister-in-law wait here for a while. We have something to do outside." Grandma Gu looked at her daughter-in-law and clearly saw her reluctance in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she realized she hadn't considered everything. "Old big sister and old second sister, you take the children here first. I'll take the kids out for a bit. Mother, you go ahead. My younger sister-in-law, and I will wait here for you to come back." Old second sister quickly stood up, a little nervous, and nodded in agreement when she heard her sister-in-law's words. Grandma Gu nodded, thinking it was time to visit her family. She couldn't favor one side over the other. Since old second sister wasn't home now, she should visit more often. After informing the Qin family, Grandma Gu asked Lu Shi to prepare the carriage and take the 4 of them out. Sweet Treasure snuggled in Grandma Gu's arms, thinking hard. She shifted her little bottom and moved closer to Grandma Gu, then looked up at her mother. Mother, her voice was soft and sweet, even a little pleading. Grandma Gu pinched her nose gently. She could tell what Sweet Treasure was thinking all along. Are you opening a restaurant? As soon as Grandma Gu spoke, Gu Yen, who was talking to Gu Qing nearby, froze. Her eyes showed disbelief as she looked at her mother.
This.
Grandma Gu saw Gu Yen looking lost in thought, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth and her eyes shining with happiness. She reached out and patted the chubby, bouncy bottom of Tianbao. Although your father doesn't support you opening a restaurant, your mother does.
But.
Grandma Gu paused, noticing the tense expressions on Gu Yen and Tianbao's faces, then continued, since you want to open this restaurant, you must do your best to make it successful. I will go talk to your father. It's just a bit tiring for Sister Yen. Grandma Gu looked at her sixth daughter with a hint of sympathy. At 15, she was as beautiful as a flower, yet she had to work in the kitchen every day. Just thinking about it made her feel sad. It's not hard at all. Tianbao quickly waved her hand at Grandma Gu, worried she might refuse again. Tianbao guessed part of Grandma Gu's worries. Yes, it would be tough at first, but once the reputation grows, they could find a reliable cook or apprentice, and then a manager. After that, they could just wait to collect the money. Although she thought this way, Tianbao knew how difficult it would be to actually carry out the plan. But right now, making money was the most important thing. No matter how hard it was, she would overcome it. Grandma Gu looked at her two daughters with satisfaction. Luckily, when they stayed at the inn that day, she had asked the innkeeper about a restaurant for sale on West Street. It turned out that a new restaurant had opened nearby, and the owner was selling the old one at a low price. The new restaurant had even poached the chef from the West Street restaurant, leaving only an apprentice behind. After hearing this, Grandma Gu immediately decided on that restaurant. So today, she came to the county town to take a look. Grandma Gu loudly said, Lu Shi, go to the restaurant on West Street. Yes, madam. Lu Shi, who was riding the carriage, responded. Tianbao and fifth and sixth sister, who were cuddled in Grandma Gu's arms, exchanged glances. They thought they were just going out for a leisurely look, but Grandma Gu had already decided on the place. Gu Yen and Tianbao felt a burst of joy inside, while Gu Qing, sitting nearby, looked at her two younger sisters with envy. She suppressed her feelings of bitterness, but Tianbao clearly saw the fleeting sadness in her eyes. Regarding her older brothers and sisters at home, she treated them all fairly. Since fifth sister was still young and getting married early was common in ancient times, it wouldn't be long before she married too. Once the restaurant was settled, she planned to ask her mother to find her eldest sister-in-law to discuss. If her sister-in-law's father agreed to stay, that would be the best. Sweetbao's mind was happily planning, and her thoughts drifted far away until the carriage stopped. Only then did she slightly come back to herself. "Mother, are we there?" she asked, then quickly slipped out of Grandma Gu's embrace. Concerned about her falling, Grandma Gu supported her small bottom with one hand and held her close to the carriage window. Sweetbao reached out her chubby hand, lifted the curtain, and her eyes were immediately drawn to a sign outside. It clearly read "for sale." She looked up at the size of the restaurant in front of her and saw it was quite large, about 3 stories high. As she looked around, she saw a wooden sign beside the restaurant that said Bright Moon Restaurant. Bright Moon Restaurant? The name sounds elegant. Could the owner be a woman? With many questions in her mind, Sweetbao was helped down from the carriage by Grandma Gu. She looked around the shops nearby, noticing a rice shop and a bun shop. It was noon, the sun was blazing, and there wasn't a single person outside either shop, not even in front of the Bright Moon Restaurant. Behind her, Gu Yen and Gu Qing helped Grandma Gu down from the carriage. The 4 of them stood at the door, observing the street, which seemed very empty. After looking around, Sweetbao frowned slightly. This West Street was also a shopping street, just like East Street. In the past, both streets were lively and bustling.
Why?
Why is West Street so quiet now? Sweetbao outside the door couldn't find the answer, so she lifted her little chubby leg and headed into the restaurant. Since she couldn't find the answer outside, she decided to go inside and see for herself. The 3 behind her hurried to follow, while Lu Shi stayed behind to watch the carriage. Bright Moon Restaurant was located in a busy part of West Street. Its three-story building was hidden among other shops. If it hadn't been forcibly broken into, it probably would still be as lively as before. As soon as Sweet Bao stepped inside, a board shop assistant cleaning a pillar hurried over to greet her. He didn't notice the small Sweet Bao and went straight to Grandma Goose standing behind. Sweet Bao only turned her head to glance at the quick-moving shop assistant. She wasn't upset at all, showing that the restaurant's business was really not good. While the shop assistant was busy greeting Grandma Gu, Sweet Bao couldn't help but start to look around. The goal was to create a traditional and elegant interior. The tables and chairs were made from high-quality wood. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the room. Even the smooth, rounded blue stones on the floor showed signs of wealth. Regarding the decoration, Tianbao was very happy. At least there was no need to spend more money on renovations. Maybe just add some small decorations. The more Tianbao looked, the more satisfied he became. A chubby little body, with small, plump hands behind his back, tried to act like an old leader inspecting the place. When he turned around, he caught the eye of Grandma Gu. Tianbao nodded, and Grandma Gu understood what he meant. As long as his daughter liked it, that was enough. Next to them, Gu Yan and Gu Qing were also looking at the restaurant. Gu Yan carefully counted how many tables and chairs there were. After counting, she was surprised to find about 15 tables. She almost gasped in shock. Gu Qing saw this and quickly gently lifted Gu Yan's chin to close her mouth. Seeing her daughter's expression, Grandma Gu didn't want to beat around the bush. She said directly, "Waiter, call the manager here.
Tell him someone wants to buy this restaurant."
Hearing this, the young waiter who was greeting guests at the door brightened his eyes. He quickly told a few people to sit and rest on the benches. Then he hurried upstairs. Soon, they heard loud footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming down quickly. A small old man, about 50 or 60 years old, came down the stairs. Behind him was the young waiter who had gone upstairs to call someone. The old man wore a faded blue robe. His hair was streaked with white. As he walked down, he looked energetic and lively. He hurried forward, reaching Grandma Gu. When he stopped, he reached out his hand and said, "I heard you want to buy my restaurant." Grandma Gu quickly stood up and slightly bowed to the old man, returning his greeting. When she heard his question, she smiled lightly and nodded. She asked, "Yes, we want to buy this restaurant."
"But
is this your place?" She wanted to know if he was the owner or manager. If he was the manager, she wondered if he had the authority to make this decision. "I am the manager of this restaurant. It has been entrusted to me by the owner to sell it completely." Mrs. Gu nodded understandingly and then started talking with the manager in front of her. She asked about the reason for selling the shop. Surprisingly, it was just as others had said. However, Mrs. Gu began to have some worries. If she really bought the shop and the two people running it were not good at managing, it might hurt her young daughter's feelings. Just as she was about to speak again to ask her daughter how determined she was, the daughter suddenly spoke eagerly.
"Mom, buy it. Buy it."
Sweet Bao suddenly spoke out, startling the old man who looked at her in surprise. She was a chubby, cute girl with a bright face that looked very wealthy. The old man was a bit shocked. The four women in front of him wore simple clothes and didn't look very special. But if he looked carefully, he could see they all had a wealthy and noble look. This made the old man's hands tremble. Is this a trap for rich people? He nervously wiped his sweat and felt his heart pounding. Mrs. Gu saw her daughter speak and immediately asked about the price. "Manager, how much is this restaurant selling for?" 5,000 silver taels. The old man wiped his sweat and said nervously. He had wanted to say 8,000 taels, but he thought it better to tell the real price. The lowest price the owner gave him was 5,000 taels. In Fonglai County, there weren't many restaurants of this size, and this was the first time he saw such a high price. Mrs. Gu frowned when she heard this. She thought the price was a bit high. Usually, similar restaurants only cost about 3,000 silver taels. Now they were asking for 5,000 openly. She could pay, but she didn't want to spend too much. Before she could refuse, a childish voice suddenly said, "I'll buy it." Sweet Bao finished speaking, then ran to her mother's side. After whispering a few words, She hurried out of the restaurant. As soon as she left the restaurant, she saw Lu Shi waiting in a carriage and ran straight to him. "Second brother Lu, take me to the Jinyu money house," she said, pouting and climbing into the carriage. Hearing her command, Lu Shi didn't hesitate and drove the carriage straight to the Jinyu money house. When they arrived at the entrance, Sweet Bao told Lu Shi to wait outside. She promised she would come out soon. After giving her instructions, she grabbed her small skirt, tired and out of breath, and ran inside the money house. The shop assistant inside saw her come in and quickly came to serve her. They still remembered Sweet Bao. Sweet Bao asked the other person to call the manager, then took out 20,000 taels, all exchanged for silver notes, 15 notes of 1,000 taels each. The remaining 5,000 taels were exchanged for silver notes of 100 taels each. After collecting the money, Sweet Bao, with a movement of placing the notes into her, secretly stored the money in her space. When Sweet Bao returned to the inn and was about to hand over the money, she heard Grandma Gu cough. At that moment, Sweet Bao froze in place. She stiffly turned to look at her mother, who simply cleared her throat and said nothing more. Her heart suddenly tightened. She looked at Gu Qing and Gu Yan, who were standing still, and then at the two crying, tearless girls. She silently retracted her small, chubby foot and looked at everything happening with a puzzled expression. What was going on? What had happened while she was away? Mother Sweet Bao didn't know what was happening now. She just opened her mouth softly and called out gently. Grandma Gu had a smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes swept over the two servants standing still, and she said, "We just negotiated the price again. The inn will sell it to us for 3,000 taels." She then raised her eyebrows, her eyes shining with a bit of pride. Sweet Bao stood still, thinking carefully about every word her mother said, then focusing on the main point. She understood. Her mother had negotiated the price again. It was true. Coming out with her mother was definitely the right choice. She had originally thought the inn's asking price was 5,000 taels, but it turned out there was a lot of room for bargaining. She almost got caught up in it. Luckily, her mother pulled her back, saving her 2,000 taels. Excited about how much money she could save, Sweet Bao happily calculated her savings. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu also finalized the price with the other side. After the deal was settled, everyone went to the government office to handle the transfer. In the carriage, Sweet Bao handed the silver taels she needed to her mother, feeling an uncontrollable happiness inside. But Grandma Gu, thinking about going to the government office to register the household, was curious to see what the so-called clerk was capable of. She wanted to see what he could do. However, now was not the time. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she remembered she had yet to silence those two young constables' mouths. She couldn't let the clerk find out she was Gu Shifeng's mother just yet. The carriage rocked along the way, and before long, it stopped at the county office. Sweet Bao was the first to jump down from the carriage, followed closely by Grandma Gu. Gu Yan and Gu Qing were left on the carriage, protected by Lu Shi to ensure their safety. Grandmother Gu quickly walked ahead, ascending the stairs. As she looked up, she saw the two constables standing guard at the door, which eased her heart slightly. Following behind Grandma Gu was Sweet Bao. After jumping onto a step, she saw Grandma Gu step up 2 stones at a time. Before she could recover from her surprise, she saw Grandma Gu talking to someone, who nodded repeatedly. Confused, Sweet Bao approached without asking her mother anything. Just then, another carriage stopped behind theirs. The curtain was pulled aside, and an old man over 50 stepped out. After Grandma Gu met with the steward, she was led by a young constable to see the clerk. When Grandma Gu took a deep breath and looked up, she almost choked on her own breath and coughed a few times. She had imagined many ways she might look, but none matched the sight before her. Sweet Bao only knew that the clerk was causing trouble for Lord Qin's family, not realizing that this small-eyed clerk had taken a liking to her older brother. "Honorable clerk, we are here to transfer ownership," Grandma Gu politely said. The old man behind her, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Honorable clerk," he said. The clerk's surname was Yin, named Yin Xian. He was a distant relative of the county magistrate. It was said that years ago, Een fled from another place and rescued someone on the way. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be a distant relative, the county magistrate of Phonlai County, who was away on official business. The magistrate initially dismissed him, but later, when they met again in Phonlai County, he felt grateful for the rescue and made an exception to let the relative into the government office. In just a few years, Clerk Een had become wealthy, buying a house, farmland, and hiring servants. His heart grew even more ambitious. As Clerk Een looked at the three people entering, his small, bean-sized eyes flicked over them. The leading woman was a beautiful, delicate lady with a chubby, adorable child beside her and an old man dressed in gray behind them. While Clerk Een observed them, Sweet Bao, standing next to Grandma Gu, was also unabashedly staring at the people. At her age, just a mischievous child, her staring wouldn't attract much attention. But as she looked closer, her brow furrowed more and more. Sweet Bao silently looked away, hearing the old man and the clerk exchanging greetings, clearly familiar with each other. Sweet Bao clearly remembers the moment she saw that clerk's expression, smiling on the outside but not genuinely happy, deep in her heart. Suddenly, she shivered and silently prayed that the paperwork would be finished quickly. However, unexpectedly, it took half an hour to complete the process. Bored, Sweet Bao leaned on her chubby cheeks and squatted nearby. She thought about how last time, Uncle Zheng transferred the property quickly, in just a short while. Now, at this county office, it was so slow.
Could it be that?
"Thank you, clerk," she said. Sweet Bao gathered her thoughts and heard her mother's familiar voice. She quickly stood up, walked to her mother's side, and grabbed her sleeve with her chubby hand. Her small face was tense, always alert to the clerk in front of them. The clerk, Een, caught a glimpse of the little girl's serious face and thought she was scared. After all, she was just a child. He then focused on the beautiful woman in front of him, waiting to ask around later. Een, feeling a bit sneaky, watched as Grandma Gu lowered her eyes and nodded politely. Once Een stamped the official seal, she let out a sigh of relief and then left with Sweet Bao and the manager of the restaurant. Een stood at the door, watching the mother and daughter leave before turning his gaze to the name the woman just wrote.
Gu Yan.
Could that be the lady's name? Grandma Gu, holding the land deed, chatted briefly with the manager outside the office. After learning she had 3 days to clear the place, she agreed to come back then to take possession. Once everything was settled, Grandma Gu watched the old man leave. Just as she was about to step down the stairs, Sweet Bao, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Mother, the way that person looked at Sweet Bao just now made me feel uncomfortable." Sweet Bao frowned. It wasn't so much that she was looking at her, but rather at Grandma Gu. Still, she couldn't say that directly. She only felt that the person had a faint dark aura around her. Maybe she was just imagining things. "It's okay, good girl. Maybe we won't see each other again in the future," her mother said with a smile. Sweet Bao nodded, but inside, she felt that they would meet again someday. Now that the restaurant was bought, Sweet Bao felt relieved. She had planned to ask her older brother to talk to the workers once everything was settled. But now, it seemed she couldn't rely on him for everything as he was busy with his own affairs. So, she decided to go find Lu Shi instead. Madame Gu took Sweet Treasure onto the carriage, and they all returned to Qin's pawn shop. Gu Yan and Gu Qing followed Madame Gu inside to meet their 2 sisters-in-law and nephews. Only Sweet Treasure wanted to stay in the carriage and wait for everyone. After Madame Gu left, Sweet Treasure eagerly lifted the curtain and saw Lu Shi sitting alone, bored, playing with a blade of grass. When she saw Lu Shi, he also noticed her and immediately bowed to speak. "Miss, is there anything you need?" Lu Shi's deep voice sounded in Sweet Treasure's ear. Sweet Treasure had become familiar with Lu Shi and didn't want to beat around the bush. She thought for a moment and said, "Second brother Lu, you saw what happened today. Our family has now taken over a restaurant, and we are short of workers. We need to transfer your brothers to work there. If you're willing, come work at the restaurant. If not, you'll stay on the farm." Earlier, it was said that if the senior workers are willing to farm, our family would pay a good price to buy their grain. This is a kind of reward for farming well. If they don't farm well, they won't get a reward and might even be punished.
But
If everyone chooses to work at the restaurant, then they probably won't be able to farm many fields. In that case, I will rent those fields to nearby tenants. If someone doesn't want to go to the restaurant and prefers to stay on the farm, they can buy a few plots of land to support their family. The only requirement is that they buy grain from us. Lu Shi listened carefully to Sweet Treasure. Her words matched what Lord Gu had said. When they returned, he had discussed this with his older brother. His brother's opinion was to follow the family's decision. So when they got back to the farm, they told everyone and no one objected. After all, Gu's family had already given them the chance to farm and earn money, which made them feel grateful. Working on the farm meant they could support their families and they could save some money. Miss, since you've asked, I'll tell you. When we were in the city, the master already talked to me about this. At that time, my older brother and I decided to ask the others. Everyone is willing to work at the restaurant. Also, I want to ask about the wheat in the fields now. If no one manages it, is it okay? Hearing Lu Shi's words, Sweet Treasure felt relieved. When she heard the last part, she also started to think. She said, there's no need to worry about the farm. Later, you can make a list of the people and their skills. Liu Shi scratched his head, a bit confused about what the young lady meant by summary and special skills. Miss, what are these special skills? And what does summary mean? Special skills are what each person can do. A summary is just highlighting the main points.
oh,
Liu Shi quickly responded, but inside, he couldn't help but admire the little young master who was only 3 years old. Sweet Bao plans to assign roles based on each person's talents and also thinks that old Master Gu is quite bored at home. It might be good to let him go to the farm to check on the grain anytime. Meanwhile, old Master Gu was being nagged. He was pacing at the door for the 150th time, occasionally stretching his neck to look outside. Behind him was a thin little girl. She timidly stood behind him, her stomach growling with hunger. She nervously opened her mouth and said, "Grandpa, little Six is hungry." Hearing the sound, old Master Gu walked over to little Six, gently touched her yellowish hair, and sighed. He was also hungry. Since upsetting Grandma Gu yesterday, although food was served early today, each dish was only a small portion. It looked like a lot but was mostly finished in a few bites. Even after eating everything, he didn't feel full at all. After glancing at his timid granddaughter, old Master Gu sighed. He could go hungry himself, but he couldn't let his granddaughter go hungry too, right? Little Six, you're hungry. Drink some water first to fill your stomach. Grandpa will go to the kitchen to see what needs to be cooked. With that, old Master Gu stood up and headed toward the kitchen. He took a big step and soon reached the door. He pushed open the slightly ajar door and peeked inside, but he was instantly stunned by what he saw. Old Master Gu pushed open the kitchen door and looked inside. He froze in place, stunned. The room was very clean, with not a single leaf of vegetable visible. He entered the kitchen, looked around, but couldn't find anything to eat, not even any grains. All he saw was a pile of unknown things on the stove. He casually threw them aside. He wiped his forehead, unsure of what to do next. But thinking about his hungry granddaughter, old Master Gu suddenly felt determined. He quickly searched the kitchen and finally found some greens and half a bag of flour. Seeing that he had found ingredients, his spirits lifted. He rolled up his sleeves and started working quickly. Half a quarter of an hour later, Gu Xiaolu, feeling hungry, nervously walked toward the kitchen. Before reaching it, he was hit by a strong, choking smell of smoke. The smell was so harsh that Gu Xiaolu clutched his stomach and coughed nearby. When Grandma Gu returned home, she saw thick smoke billowing inside. Her young granddaughter was holding her stomach and coughing. Seeing this scene, Grandma Gu's face turned pale. She quickly ran to Gu Xiaolu and reached out to support his small body. She asked hurriedly Xiaolu what happened. "Is there a fire?" Cough, cough. "Grandma, Grandpa are inside," Gu Xiaolu said, his eyes watering from the smoke, speaking in broken words. Hearing this, Everyone in the Gu family who was behind them immediately dropped what they were holding and rushed toward the well to fetch water. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao, standing aside, noticed that the smoke was different. It didn't smell like fire but like burnt food. Thinking of this, Sweet Bao quickly covered her nose and ran toward the kitchen, kicking her little legs. Grandma Gu, about to call her back, was startled when she saw a piece of black charcoal running out of the kitchen. Gu Xianchun, what are you up to now? Grandma Gu steadied herself and carefully identified the black charcoal. It turned out to be Grandpa Gu. Her anger instantly surged and she shouted. The black charcoal, hearing her call, did not get angry but grinned mischievously. Madam, you're back? Sweet Bao, who had run to the kitchen door, saw the person coming out. Seeing her father safe, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of Grandpa Gu not paying attention, she slipped past him and entered the kitchen. Calmly, Sweet Bao cleaned up the mess caused by her father. She extinguished the stove fire, then opened the kitchen window to let out the smoke. After the smoke cleared, she returned to check the stove carefully. She nearly gasped in shock. On the stove, a large pot had a hole at the bottom, with a red glow around the edges. The heat around it hadn't cooled down, clearly showing how fierce the fire had been. Sweet Bao was speechless. Her father was a farmer, so how could he burn the small stove into such a state? But she didn't know that although her father was now a farmer, he rarely entered the kitchen, especially after marrying Grandma Gu. The Gu family members carried a wooden bucket, intending to splash water and put out the fire, but Grandma Gu waved her hand to stop them. Seeing little Lu in her arms trembling in fear, she frowned with a look of concern in her eyes. After calming little Lu, she handed him to her eldest daughter-in-law and advised her to have some food to fill her stomach first. Next to them, Guyen heard that her young niece hadn't eaten and quickly wanted to go into the kitchen to prepare some food. When she entered, she was first startled by her father-in-law's dark appearance, then shocked again when she saw a hole in the bottom of her own pot.
Mom, our pot has a hole in it.
Guyen hurried outside to tell Grandma Gu. Hearing this, Grandma Gu's face darkened. Gu Qing stepped forward to pull Guyen and her little sister Tianbao away. The second daughter-in-law took the eldest daughter-in-law and the young niece away as well. A group of boys who had been following them had already gone back to Uncle C's house to study. Even Lu she quietly left. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing coolness that could soothe the heart but could not extinguish the anger inside. Grandma Gu smiled softly, looked up at Grandpa Gu, parted her lips slightly and whispered, Gu Xianchen, let's talk? Night fell. Although the Gu family's large pot was damaged, luckily, one other pot remained intact. After dinner, Tianbao didn't eat much. She quietly glanced at the empty spot beside her, and then at the empty bowl there. She looked at Grandma Gu, who still looked tired, and swallowed her words back, not wanting to disturb her. The long night stretched ahead, and some people were destined to spend it carrying their pain. In the following days, Grandpa Gu spent most of his time recovering. Meanwhile, Tianbao kept busy. Over these days, she and her sixth sister planned several menus. Although there weren't many dishes, they were simple and affordable for ordinary people. A few days ago, she also successfully took over the restaurant. The former owner was kind, leaving many things behind, and some areas only needed minor repairs before reopening. Thanks to Lu Shi and Lu Dong's efforts, the workers expressed their willingness to work at the restaurant. Grandma Gu specially sent a message to her married third daughter, saying that Yan's restaurant would open soon, and if she was free, she should come to watch the opening. After some thought, Grandma Gu also sent a message to her family, inviting the Lu family to come and celebrate. Since Grandma Gu married into the Gu family, her father had resigned from his official position and returned home. Her elder brother had been a top scholar before her marriage, but was assigned to a distant place. Over the years, she rarely contacted her family to avoid bringing trouble to the Lu family during difficult times. But she had lived half her life and never understood this truth until recently when she finally did. In the past, she was afraid of many things, believing she was alone with Gu Xianchen and not afraid at all.
But now,
She has many children, and they will eventually enter official service. She can't hide from everyone forever. With her decision made, Grandma Gu specially wrote a letter and sent it back to the Liu family. 5 days later, Gu's restaurant opened. On West Street, Gu's restaurant. Firecrackers went off, shouting and calling, and people gathered, but inside the restaurant, there were no customers. Guyan looked at everything in front of her and couldn't help but feel anxious, but she also felt helpless. Sweet Bao, standing at the door, was not worried about no customers at all. Instead, she had a table brought out, made 2 or 3 dishes, and placed the cooked food on the table. Then she started calling out, "Come and see. Gu's restaurant is newly opened, and you can taste small dishes for free. Everyone who comes in and spends money will get a free small dish." People passing by, who had been watching from a distance, now started to gather. The aroma reached their noses, and their mouths couldn't help but water. More and more onlookers gathered, but they only stood at the door, not daring to go inside. Sweet Bao watched the scene in front of her. Everyone looked eager but hesitant to step forward. They seemed to be just watching and waiting. Seeing this, Sweet Bao thought it was not a good idea. If free samples couldn't attract people, she had to try something else. She exchanged a glance with Lu Shi and Lu Dong standing nearby. They nodded, and according to their plan, quietly slipped behind the crowd, pretending to be just curious and pushing through to walk over. "Shopkeeper, are you really giving away a small dish for free?" Lu Dong approached first and asked Sweet Bao. Sweet Bao smiled sweetly and cheerfully said, "Exactly. Welcome, guests." As she finished speaking, a shop assistant stepped out behind her. He looked a little tense, not knowing what tricks the young lady and the older brother were playing, but he had to cooperate. "Please come in, guests. Then I want to try. If it's not good, I won't pay," Lu Dong said calmly, practicing his lines quietly. "I want to try too." Lu Shi, hiding among the crowd and watching, pushed through and entered. People watching outside saw someone go inside, and one after another they followed. As soon as they crossed the doorway, they immediately smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen, making everyone swallow hard and rush into the restaurant. Impatient, they hurried inside the restaurant, doubting the Gu family restaurant a little. But under Sweet Bao's persuasion, they gathered around the tables to taste the food. There were only a few small cold dishes on the table. If paired with white wine, the flavor would be perfect for drinking. After tasting the small dishes, everyone's doubts about the Gu family restaurant disappeared. They all rushed into the restaurant. The Gu family members quickly got busy. By nightfall, after Sweet Bao saw off the last guest, her little chubby legs couldn't stop trembling. Today was the first day the restaurant opened, and it was so busy. She was just helping serve guests, and she was already too tired to stand. Others must have felt even more exhausted. Grandma Gu just came out of the kitchen and saw Sweet Bao, who was trembling with her legs. She quickly walked over, picked her up into her arms, and looked at her with concern. She couldn't help but scold, "I told you to rest a bit longer, but you didn't listen. You're only 3 years old. Shouldn't you rest more?" Though she was scolding, her eyes showed deep care. She felt heartache with every word. "Mother says I'm 3 years old now. I'm not a little kid anymore. I want to help Sister Lu." Today was the opening day of the Gu family restaurant. Besides 4th Uncle Gu, who was outside, and 7th Uncle Gu, who was at the academy, almost everyone was there. Oh, and Old Master Gu didn't know about this either. Now, Old Master Gu looked at the dark yard and couldn't help but stand there for a moment, feeling sad. If he weren't so hungry, he wouldn't be standing outside in the cold wind. But he looked around and only heard silence. No chickens, no people, just quiet. If he hadn't accidentally upset his wife a few days ago, he wouldn't be left alone at home by Grandma Gu.
Sigh.
He wondered if his wife had eaten enough. Gu restaurant. Grandma Gu cooked a few dishes to celebrate the restaurant's first day and rewarded everyone. When Guyen saw Grandma Gu go into the kitchen, she came out and sat outside to rest for a moment. Suddenly, she felt a pair of chubby hands tugging at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw it was her little sister. "Little sister, why aren't you resting?" Inside the restaurant, there are other cooks employed, but the signature dishes are all personally prepared by her. After a busy day, her arms feel very sore. Sweet Bao holds up the pure spiritual spring water she brought from the space, hands it to Gu Yan, and says seriously, "Sick sister, drink some water and rest." Gu Yan smiles as she looks at the small bundle in front of her. Seeing her younger sister's chubby face, she can't help but gently pinch it, feeling how smooth her skin is. Before she can think more, she takes the tea handed to her by Sweet Bao and drinks it all in one go. Instantly, her tired body feels refreshed, comfortable all over, with no trace of fatigue, and she even feels like she can continue working. "Little sister, your tea tastes completely different from the tea at home." Guyan looks at her teacup and can't help but voice her curiosity. Sweet Bao's heart skips a beat, but she quickly relaxes after realizing no one knows about the space. She softly says, "Sick sister, you must be very tired." Guyan nods, thinking she probably is just very tired. After dinner, the restaurant closes for the day. Grandma Gu discusses with the Gu family. 3 days ago, Grandma Gu and the eldest son went to the academy with some children to take exams. If they pass, they will attend the academy. If not, they will go to a private school. Today is the day the results are announced. The younger generation of the Gu family did well. 5 of them got into the academy, while the 7th and 8th were sent to private school. Seeing her nephews becoming more promising, Sweet Bao then remembers the shop owned by her sister-in-law's family. She asks her mother to rent it out. The backyard can be used for her sisters-in-law and nephews to live in, making it convenient for reading and studying. The front shop can be used by the 5th sister to sell embroidery, so it won't be left empty. Grandma Gu thinks this plan is very good. She immediately asks Old Chin to discuss it. Surprisingly, Old Chin also wanted to rent out the house, but was suppressed by the clerk. He thought no ordinary person would dare take it, but didn't expect the in-laws to want to rent it now. Old Chin agrees and charges a symbolic fee. Grandma Gu knows this is because of her eldest daughter-in-law, so she secretly compensates her for the difference. Tomorrow, the eldest and second children will go to the academy to study. You two shouldn't come for now, as the restaurant is crowded. Sister Qing and Sister Yen, you two can stay together in that house. I'll also leave a big carriage for you, so shopping will be easier for you in the future. Won't Dad and Mom come to live in the county? Guyan asked with a frown, unable to hold back her question. My husband and I are used to living in the countryside. I will take your little sister and stay in the countryside. Grandma Gu smiled warmly, planning carefully. After finally sending away the group that was eager to take her daughter, how could she go to the county with them? Hearing this, Sweet Treasure nodded seriously. She still hasn't bought the mountain or gone back up the mountain again. Although the Gu family also wanted Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu to live together in the county, Grandma Gu was stubborn. No one could persuade her, so they let her do as she wished. The Gu family ran a restaurant. Guing hurried over with her husband to congratulate them and lend a hand. 3 days passed quickly. Grandma Gu stayed at the restaurant for 3 days before hurriedly returning to Shirtu village with Sweet Treasure. On the way, Lu Shi was driving the carriage, and Guing and her husband were traveling together. Sweet Treasure snuggled in Grandma Gu's arms, carefully observing the man she had seen a few times before, her third sister's husband, Cheng Xiyun. He looked plain but was very honest and kind. When she first saw her third brother-in-law at her full moon celebration, she was very cautious and looked at him carefully. Cheng Xiyun sat a little nervously in the carriage, with his wife sitting beside him. Guing reached out and patted his hand to comfort him, then looked at Grandma Gu and asked, Mom, why don't you and Dad live in the county together? Grandma Gu waved her hand and slowly replied, the county isn't as comfortable as the countryside. Besides, Sweet Treasure also likes the countryside. She gently touched Sweet Treasure's soft black hair. Hearing her name, Sweet Treasure immediately perked up and looked at her third sister with a determined gaze. Third sister, don't worry. Sweet Treasure will take good care of Dad and Mom, she said confidently, patting her small chest. Guing looked at her little sister and felt more fond of her. She quickly nodded and replied, You'll have to work hard, little sister. With her chest puffed out, she said, Third sister, Don't worry about me. Sweet Treasure thought taking care of her parents wouldn't be a problem. Although the stove in their house was taller than her, she could help strengthen and keep her mother and father healthy. As the group was talking, the carriage stopped in front of the Gu family house. Grandma Gu asked Lu Shi to unload the carriage and let him stay for a few days in Old Seven's room. Inside, Old Master Gu heard the noise outside and quickly stood up, ready to go out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, feeling disappointed. He looked around for a place to sit and sat down. He looked angry and waited for Grandma Gu and her group to come inside. When Grandma Gu led Sweet Bao into the house, she almost got scared by Old Master Gu's stern face. She quickly protected Sweet Bao behind her and glared at Old Master Gu with displeasure. He just innocently rubbed his nose, and his angry expression disappeared. Why are you sitting here looking so fierce? Are you trying to scare someone? Grandma Gu said angrily. Old Master Gu wiped his forehead, looking a bit nervous. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Guing didn't want to get involved in their quarrel. She quickly greeted Old Master Gu and then pulled her husband to her old room before she got married. Seeing her third sister slip away, Sweet Bao also wanted to leave, but her chubby legs moved slowly. Just as she was about to turn around, Old Master Gu saw her. He quickly rushed over, grabbed her in his arms, and, before Grandma Gu could react, moved away from her. My good girl, it's been so many days. Do you miss your dad? I knew my sweet girl missed me, but I wonder where you all have been these days? Why aren't your cousins and the others back yet? Old Master Gu held Sweet Bao lovingly and kept talking. After a while, he realized only they had returned. He didn't see his grandchildren or daughter-in-law. Could they have lost their way during a trip? Wife, what happened? Why are only you back? Grandma Gu's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. She glanced at Old Master Gu, who looked nervous, then let out a soft hum and spoke slowly. From today on, only you, me, and our little girl will be here. The grandchildren are studying in the county, so we rented a house there for them to live in. It's better for their care. Hearing this, Old Master Gu immediately relaxed. Then, realizing only the three of them were left, a strange happiness swept over him. Old Master Gu's eyes twinkled with a smile as he said, "That's really a pity. Since you're not living at home, we have no choice but to reluctantly stay here." After speaking, he pretended to sigh. Grandma Gu found his words particularly harsh and replied unhappily, "If you feel wronged, you can go live in the county town. Anyway, the rented yard can still fit you alone." Initially happy, Old Master Gu's smile disappeared instantly when he heard this. He adopted a serious look and said, "Be careful with your words, wife." Grandma Gu, feeling too tired to argue, ignored him. She looked around the room and then turned to the kitchen to prepare a good meal for Old Master Gu. Seeing her move, Old Master Gu was so excited that he almost teared up. After Grandma Gu left, Old Master Gu held Sweet Treasure and paced back and forth in the room. Sweet Treasure had been away from home for over 3 days. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but he looked down at Sweet Treasure, who was yawning and curled up in his arms. His heart softened suddenly, and the words he wanted to ask were swallowed back. After comforting her for a while, Sweet Treasure fell into a deep sleep. Old Master Gu carried her back to her small room, covered her with a thin quilt, and then turned to go to his own room. Grandma Gu quickly prepared a few simple dishes and brought them into the room. Seeing only Old Master Gu inside, she guessed that Sweet Treasure was sleepy and decided not to disturb them.
Just bear with it for now, she said.
Old Master Gu reached for the chopsticks, intending to pick some food from the dishes. As he looked down at the small dishes in front of him, his brow furrowed slightly, and a faint look of dislike appeared on his face. He pointed at the dishes and asked, "Are these small dishes made by you?" He was somewhat unsure. Over the past few days, his appetite had been spoiled by Sister Yen, and ordinary food now felt bland. When these dishes arrived, he immediately knew they were made by Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu's eyes turned cold. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, I made them."
What?
Not to your taste? Hearing this, Old Master Gu quickly shook his head and said, "Wife, You misunderstood.
I didn't mean that.
Then tell me, what do you mean? She demanded. Old Master Gu chuckled softly, but didn't answer. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Grandmother Gu looked at Old Master Gu with a faint smile in her eyes and quietly stayed by his side. After Old Master Gu finished eating, he turned slightly and asked the woman standing beside him, "My wife, why don't we let Sweet Bao also live in the county town?" When only they were left at home, he suddenly felt how empty the house was and even considered buying a house in the county town so the family wouldn't be separated. But when Grandma Gu heard this, she paused silently and then softly said, "The county town is not as peaceful as the countryside. Besides, the local clerk has been causing trouble for our eldest son. I am very worried about him and the others." Hearing this, Old Master Gu frowned slightly and asked, "The local clerk? He's only a 9th-rank official. Is he trying to bully us with his power?" While saying this, he also furrowed his brows, thinking that their eldest son was diligent and hardworking, always involved in everything himself, and talented in both literature and martial arts. If he hadn't strongly opposed their eldest taking the imperial exams, who knows how brilliant he might be now. None of the children in the Gu family were useless. Grandma Gu shook her head gently and told Old Master Gu what had happened. When Old Master Gu heard everything, his face turned pale with anger, and he was so furious he couldn't find a way to vent. He immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "You little villains! Our Gu family has never had the idea of breaking off the marriage. Humph! That clerk must be desperate and can't handle his own affairs, so he's eyeing our eldest. He doesn't even look at his own status, and just wants to steal someone else's husband. Because of this, that clerk often caused trouble for the Qin family. His father-in-law was so annoyed that he rented out the shop and moved in with his son." Grandma Gu thought of the clerk's expression and hated him with all her heart. She didn't know what kind of look he had, but as an old woman, she felt like she was being scrutinized for a long time. Hearing this, Old Master Gu couldn't sit still. He got up and was about to leave. When he passed by Grandma Gu, she grabbed him and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to see the father-in-law." Grandma Gu felt relieved to hear this. She was worried that Old Master Gu wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat the clerk severely. That man had once been quite the fighter in the capital. "Go back and do your work." Madame Gu told Old Master Gu to sit down on the chair, then continued, "You don't need to go. I visited for you a few days ago. The in-law is fine, and the shop has been rented by Sweet Treasure. They are all living there, so I feel at ease. But the only thing I worry about is the main clerk." Madame Gu looked worried, afraid that after the Qin family moved away, the main clerk might cause trouble for the shop. If the clerk found out that the daughter-in-law was also nearby, she feared something crazy might happen. Old Master Gu gently patted Madame Gu's hand and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I will have the secret guards find evidence of the clerk's wrongdoing tonight. In a few days, we will remove him. He's just a minor official, thinking he can rise high in this place." Calmer now, Madame Gu agreed with Old Master Gu's plan. She knew her eldest brother had kept the secret guards, nodded, and said, "It's better to see the evidence first, then discuss it carefully." Madame Gu didn't want Old Master Gu to take risks. Now, he was just an ordinary man in white clothes. If he used the Gu family's reputation, he could handle things easily without evidence. But now, things are different. Old Master Gu was full of danger, and Madame Gu didn't want to gamble. After thinking for a moment, she decided that once she had the evidence, she would visit the Liu family. Her father was once the county magistrate of Fenglai County, now retired and living nearby. If her father intervened, it would save them a lot of trouble. Feeling confident after making her decision, Madame Gu was in a good mood and started chatting with Old Master Gu. In the Gu family in Beijing, the head of the Gu family looked at the evidence of the Tao family on the table. His forehead veins throbbed slightly. He suppressed his anger and pushed the evidence aside, speaking to Madame Gu, who was sitting in the main seat. "Father, these are the collected evidence against the Tao family." Old Master Gu didn't even blink and looked very displeased. His fingers twitched slightly before he slowly said, secretly present the evidence to Li Ming, the Grand Secretary of the Censorate. I believe after he sees it, he will know what to do. Remember, avoid the Crown Prince's spies. Let the Tao family incident serve as a warning to the Crown Prince. Li Ming, the Grand Secretary of the Censorate, was known for his integrity. In Beijing, he was called the iron-faced official. Most officials avoided him. Like the Gu family, he remained neutral. Hearing this, the head of the Gu family nodded. At this moment, he was no longer worried about the evidence against the Tao family. With Lord Li taking action, no official could escape punishment. Yes, the Gu family had replied, carefully keeping the evidence. Tomorrow, he planned to secretly deliver it to Li Ming. After finishing official matters, the old Gu master lazily looked up at his eldest son. After a quick glance, he quickly looked away, feeling hurt just by looking at him again. I heard you said goodbye to my little granddaughter? The old Gu master asked coldly. The Gu family had frowned. How did this news reach the old master? Still, he maintained a gentle smile and said calmly, Father, you haven't even acknowledged your niece, so how could I do that in front of you? Well, not only did he acknowledge her, but he also said goodbye. But right now, the Gu family head's life was more important. Luckily, after returning, he hadn't boasted to his brothers. Otherwise, the old Gu master didn't answer. After glancing at his eldest son, he looked away, thinking about the sweet, round face of his little granddaughter. It seemed she was still being raised in the countryside. It's good that there's no problem. It's late at night. You should rest early. After speaking, the old Gu master stood up quickly and left. The Gu family head was left feeling relieved. Outside the room, the old Gu master hurried back to the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he dismissed the servants and went into his room alone. He looked up to see his wife, Sue, sitting peacefully inside. Next to her stood the hidden master reporting matters. When he saw him come in, the report stopped. The old Gu master didn't have time to pay attention to these details. He quickly sat beside Sue and whispered, Madam, when do you think we should go to Fonlai County? To see Sanner. The old Madame Gu only glanced at her husband and coldly refused his suggestion, saying, You should stay in the capital for now. After hearing the hidden master's report, the old Madame Gu understood her third son's current situation. Now, she felt both happy and worried about her granddaughter's actions. She was happy because her granddaughters were so sensible and adorable. She was worried because at such a young age, they had to endure so much hardship. Originally, they were noble daughters from high families, but now they had to fend for themselves. Her heart was full of sadness. But then she thought about the last time the old Gu master spoke to her little granddaughter. Her heart couldn't help but feel sour. Why wasn't her granddaughter the first to speak to her? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she immediately dismissed the old Gu master's idea. She didn't see her little granddaughter, so how could she let Grandma Gu continue to watch? Grandma Gu didn't refuse, which was unexpected. After all, her son could run away despite many obstacles, but when faced with her husband's refusal, he didn't dare make a move. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, I didn't think this through. You should rest for a few days. As soon as he finished, he hurriedly left, afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, he would hear her refuse again. Madame Gu shook her head helplessly, feeling quite frustrated with her husband's actions. Inju, you must send more people to protect my granddaughters and great-granddaughter. They are delicate and precious. After the incident where Sweet Baby was injured last time, she felt even more worried and scared. But to protect the third miss along with them? Inju asked, lowering his head. Of course, together. By the way, how is Qing Jie doing? Has she found someone to marry yet? Madame Gu asked, thinking of Gu Qing, who is already engaged. Replying to Madame, I have carefully checked. The person she is engaged to is the grandson of the retired Grand Tutor Qi, who is from a proper family. He is also taking part in the autumn exams this year. Madame Gu nodded with a satisfied look. She knew a bit about Grand Tutor Qi. He was quite strict when young, but in old age, he was full of integrity. He even moved his family away, probably because he disliked the corruption in official circles. She didn't expect him to agree for her grandson to take the imperial exams. I understand.
You may go now.
Remember to focus on protecting my little granddaughter. Yes. The next day, after Mr. Gu got up, he looked around the house for his little girl. He searched inside and outside 3 times but couldn't see her. He became anxious and hurried to the room, calling Madame Gu. Together, they went to Sweet Baby's room, but as soon as they entered, Mr. Gu was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he saw. There, a 3-year-old baby was slowly sliding down from the bed, with a small basket on his back. The chubby little body was moving carefully. Madame Gu saw the scene and was also stunned. She turned her head in disbelief, looked at Mr. Gu, who was still in shock, and asked, "Didn't you say your daughter was missing? Isn't she right here?" Then she pointed at the small Sweet Baby, who was still on the bed. The little chubby child suddenly froze in place and slowly turned around in a mechanical way. She saw her mother and father standing at the door, facing away from the light. Suddenly, the adorable girl covered her face with her small hands, shyly and sweetly saying, "Oh, Daddy and Mommy are looking at me like this, it makes me shy." After saying that, she twisted her little body, but she completely forgot that she was hanging on the bed's edge. She intended to turn her body, but ended up just wriggling her hips. Grandma Gu saw how cute the girl was and forgot about scolding Grandpa Gu for lying about something. She immediately walked over, took the little girl down from the bed's edge, and held her in her arms. Realizing what she had just done, the girl understood how shy she looked. Her fair face turned bright red like an apple, and she shyly hid in Grandma Gu's arms, unable to lift her head for a long time. Grandpa Gu, who was puzzled about what he had missed earlier, wondered if his mind was getting too old to work properly. After thinking for a while without figuring out the reason, he quickly looked up at the loving mother and daughter. His eyes caught sight of the small basket on the girl's back, and suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. "Good girl, why are you carrying a small basket on your back?" The girl lifted her chin confidently and with a bit of pride, replying, "To go up the mountain." Her words surprised Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu. They hurriedly stopped her. "Sweet girl, why do you want to go up the mountain again? The mountain has big bugs. Maybe it's better not to go up the mountain, dear. Your mother is right." The girl's brow twitched. She wanted to go up the mountain to find some ingredients for cooking. If she could grow her own, even planting on a large scale would be very beneficial. She was eager to try barbecue now. Then Daddy should go too. The girl tilted her head and, after thinking for a moment, made her decision. If she hadn't taken a little extra time from her space, she would have packed up her basket long ago. She wouldn't have been exposed to her parents so quickly, but now she only wanted to bring her father along. Hearing this, Grandpa Gu ignored Grandma Gu's subtle signals and silently thought for a moment before nodding in agreement with his daughter's idea. He still remembered his young daughter's wish to buy the mountain behind their house. He wanted to carefully look at what was different about this mountain, so his daughter wouldn't forget it and would always think about it. She cared for it so much that she was almost more attached than he was as her father. "Okay, Dad will go too. After dinner, while there are fewer people, the 2 of us will go early." Old Mr. Gu didn't forget about those who wanted to climb the mountain but accidentally got hurt or lost their lives. This time, he definitely wouldn't let everyone know about their plans to go up the mountain. Old Lady Gu opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. She just sighed and agreed with their decision. She turned around and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Guing woke up early and went to the kitchen to prepare vegetables and cook. She used to do these chores at home, but now that she was married, she rarely did them anymore. When Old Lady Gu arrived in the kitchen, she saw Guing finishing breakfast. She frowned slightly and softly asked, "Why not sleep a little longer? Did your father wake you up just now?" Guing shook her head and said, "Mother, it's rare for me to come back to my parents' house. I should do some chores within my ability." Old Lady Gu nodded happily and then started talking with Guing. Before long, breakfast was ready. After breakfast, Old Mr. Gu took Sweet Treasure and went up the back mountain. Guing was helping Old Lady Gu clear the table. When she looked up, She saw two figures, one big and one small, walking toward the door. The smaller one was carrying a small basket about the size of a palm. "Mother, where is Dad taking Sweet Treasure?" Gooing asked in surprise. Old Lady Goo looked at the figures walking away and felt very conflicted inside. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to tell them about going up the mountain. "Just to digest the food," Old Lady Goo simply said, and didn't say more. She was afraid that talking too much might cause trouble. Gooing was her daughter and should have been told the truth, but after seeing what happened with some villagers before, she worried her daughter might accidentally say something and cause trouble. So she changed the subject instead. You and your husband have been here for a long time. Your mother-in-law and father-in-law wouldn't mind, would they?" Old Lady Goo knew a bit about the Chung family. The Chung family was harmonious, respectful, and filial. Because Gooing liked Chung Shiyuan, she didn't oppose their marriage. Now that her daughter was living happily and peacefully, she finally felt at ease. Gooing smiled as she looked at Grandma Goo and softly said, "Please rest assured, Mother. We only came here after getting your approval to help Sister Lu." Grandma also praised Sister Lu's skills and spoke kindly about her. As she said this, she remembered how Grandma had praised her and also thought about her younger uncle, who was not yet married. She worried that Grandma might be thinking of arranging a match. But if Sister Lu truly loved the person from the Chung family, she would support her. If not, she naturally wouldn't agree to let Sister Lu marry into that family. Sister Lu is capable and wouldn't be confined to the backyard. She belongs where she can soar freely, like the vast sky and sea. Grandma Goo's eyes flickered slightly, and she just smiled without saying anything. She understood the meaning behind Ying's words, but wouldn't make decisions for Sister Yen. Instead, she secretly planned how much to bring when Ying left, as a way to repay her kindness. Meanwhile, Old Master Goo carried Sweet Bao and took a small path up the mountain. He hadn't seen anyone from the village along the way, which made him feel more at ease. When they reached the mountain, Sweet Bao struggled to get down from his arms. Old Master Goo gently set her down, and she carried a small basket on her back, walking steadily up the mountain. The surroundings were silent, with no sound except the rustling of leaves in the wind, which made Old Master Goo very alert, worried about wild animals on the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, all the wild animals on the mountain had hidden away since someone had come up, afraid to show themselves. Sweet Bao was unaware of the quiet around her, as she had experienced the same silence on her previous visits. She had never seen wolves or anything like that. She focused on examining the plants around her, afraid of missing anything. When they reached the middle of the mountain, she didn't see anything else useful, only a Sichuan pepper tree. During the day, the tree looked thicker and older than at night. "Daddy, pick the green ones." Sweet Bao tugged at his sleeve and pointed at the green fruits on the tree. Old Master Goo looked up and saw the sturdy old tree with some fruits he remembered from before. These fruits weren't tasty and could cause numbness if accidentally eaten. Seeing that his daughter wanted to pick them, he whispered, "Sweetie, these fruits aren't good to eat, and you shouldn't pick them." He thought it was his daughter's first time seeing this, so he carefully told her not to think about eating it. But Sweet Baby knew her father misunderstood her meaning. She quickly explained, "Daddy, I will pick it and send it to Sick Sister." After saying that, she looked up at Old Master Goo, who seemed hesitant. He quickly spoke again, "Daddy, maybe you don't want to pick the fruit for Sweet Baby." "Fine, let her do it herself." With that, she turned to walk toward the old tree. Hearing this, Old Master Goo immediately felt worried for Sweet Baby. Seeing the thorns on the tree trunk, he hurriedly pulled her back. "Daddy, pick it. Daddy, pick it." Old Master Goo, helpless, had no choice but to go up and pick the green fruit from the tree. He also took the small basket that Sweet Baby handed him. Seeing her father accept the basket and look resigned, Sweet Baby carefully picked the Sichuan peppercorns and then sighed in relief. If her father was worried about danger and refused to pick, she couldn't do anything about it.
But
she looked up at the Sichuan pepper tree. Now it was May, almost June, and the weather was warm. Normally, the pepper tree should be harvested in autumn, but it was already bearing fruit early. This was suspicious, but she couldn't find any problem. Old Master Gu was busy picking the peppercorns nearby. Meanwhile, Sweet Baby couldn't help but wander around. She saw a small seedling not far from the old tree, about the thickness of her finger. She took a small shovel from her space and carefully dug out the tiny pepper tree. Then, hiding from Old Master Gu's view, she quietly ran into her space, found a spot, planted the pepper tree, and watered it with some spiritual spring water before coming out again. All of this happened in just a breath. After Old Master Gu finished picking the baskets full of peppercorns, he looked around and suddenly panicked when he saw that Sweet Baby was nowhere to be seen. "Good girl. Where are you?" "Daddy has finished picking." "Daddy, I'm here." Sweet Baby's voice came from a small path nearby. Old Master Gu, holding the small basket, hurried over. He had only glanced away for a moment, and his little girl had run off. Now, hearing her voice, he felt a little relieved. "Good girl. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Old Master Gu was speaking when he hurriedly headed toward Tianbao's location. Just a few steps out, he saw a chubby little child running over, holding a few large mushrooms in his arms. He could vaguely tell they were red in color, but he couldn't see exactly what they were. "Daddy, look. I picked some big mushrooms." Tianbao ran up to Old Master Gu, as if showing off, and placed the mushrooms he was holding in front of him. When Old Master Gu saw the full shape of the items, he almost choked on his breath. He looked shocked and quickly stepped back a few paces, asking, "Where did you pick these from?" "From that tree root over there." As Tianbao finished speaking, Old Master Gu also leaned his head to look in the direction Tianbao pointed, but he saw nothing. He then withdrew his gaze and stared intently at the few Lingji mushrooms Tianbao was holding. At that moment, he began to doubt whether following his granddaughter up the mountain was a good idea, as he might be holding her back. Tianbao, holding the big mushrooms, looked proud, with bright, moist eyes and a hint of surprise in her expression. No one knew what opportunity she had just discovered. Old Master Gu placed the small basket beside him, carefully took Tianbao's hand, and gently looked at the large Lingji mushrooms she was holding, each about the size of her chubby little face. "Girl, where did you find these big Lingji?" Old Master Gu was so happy, he asked quickly. "Daddy, are you talking about the big mushrooms?" Tianbao scratched her head, knowing the answer clearly, but still pretending to be surprised. Her chubby hand trembled as she pointed to a decayed tree stump not far behind her. Given the age of this tree stump, it was probably over 100 years old. Growing Lingji on such an old stump was quite common. Seeing this, Old Master Gu quickly reached out to hold Tianbao and whispered, "Good girl, don't tell anyone about finding the Lingji today." Last time Tianbao went up the mountain and came down unharmed, people started to get jealous. If others found out she had collected so many Lingji, the mountain might be dug up completely. If she found more, that was fine, but if anything happened to her, everyone would blame him. Old Master Gu seemed to understand why Tianbao was so determined to buy this mountain. He secretly planned to find a good time to buy the mountain himself. Old Mr. Gu's thoughts returned, and he gently placed the mushroom back into Sweet Bao's arms, saying, "Good girl, rest for a while." Then he handed her a small basket to carry and picked up Sweet Bao himself. Sweet Bao suddenly felt the heavy little basket on her back. As soon as she put it on, she smelled a strong aroma of Sichuan pepper. She reached out her chubby hand to hold the 3 Lingji mushrooms that were about to fall out of her embrace, a satisfied smile on her face. When she found the Lingji mushrooms, she carefully moved them into her space. She was worried that without decayed trees, the mushrooms wouldn't grow well. But after transferring them and watering them with spiritual spring water, they looked healthier than when they were on the trees. She also discovered sweet potato seedlings that she had transplanted into her space. If she could cultivate them successfully, it could solve many problems. Sweet potatoes yield a lot and can be cooked in many ways. Since food production in this era isn't high, using sweet potatoes as a supplement could help solve hunger. Not just in other places, even in Fenglai County, only their village is relatively well off. Besides 2 or 3 neighboring villages, many people are still starving or poorly clothed. She thought they were living in a prosperous time, but it turns out
Sweet Bao Sai.
she doesn't have a grand heart, but doing what she can is good enough. It's not a waste that she came here for a visit. Old Mr. Gu held Sweet Bao under the shade of a tree to cool off. After seeing her better, he asked, "Good girl, do you want to continue up the mountain or go down?" Hearing this, Sweet Bao looked up at the sky, then touched her hungry belly. Her small face showed a bit of grievance. She looked up at old Mr. Gu and said pitifully, "Daddy, Sweet Bao's tummy is hungry. I want to eat meat. Roast meat." Old Mr. Gu also felt hungry after hearing her. He looked around and saw the surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling of leaves occasionally. No wild animals were in sight. At this moment, old Mr. Gu started to worry. He thought that the mountain had not been like this before. Usually, as soon as villagers stepped into the mountain, wild beasts would come out and attack. But they had been here for a long time, and they hadn't seen any fierce animals or even insects. Old Mr. Gu was puzzled by this strange phenomenon. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped worrying and instead comforted his daughter, saying, all right, I'll take you home. I'll make you some meat to eat." As he was speaking, he suddenly recoiled in shock at what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, a wild rabbit appeared from nowhere and ran straight into a tree trunk, collapsing to the ground. It kicked its small back legs now and then. Sweet Baby was so surprised she let out a sound, and she noticed the rabbit was quite fat.
Daddy, meat.
Sweet Baby pointed at the fallen rabbit and excitedly shouted, feeling happy to experience the joy of waiting for a rabbit in the bushes for the first time. Old Master Gu regained his composure quickly and didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up the dizzy rabbit. The rabbit blinked slightly, saw it was being carried away, kicked its legs happily, then fainted again. Old Master Gu didn't mind the rabbit's resistance. Seeing no one around, he hurriedly carried the rabbit and his daughter down the mountain slowly. They took a small path back as they had come. No one noticed them until they reached home. Grandma Gu sat under the eaves, chatting casually with Guing. Her son-in-law stood nearby, carefully pouring tea and water for the two women. His elegant demeanor was even more noticeable. When old Master Gu and Sweet Baby returned, they saw the scene. Father-in-law Cheng Shiyuan was the first to see old Master Gu enter the house. He quickly put down the teapot, stood up to bow politely, and said softly. Old Master Gu had a serious expression, with a stern air about him. He looked a bit like he had some weeds on his head, which made others want to laugh. Son-in-law, please sit, he said stiffly. He really didn't like anyone competing for his daughter, but now that he saw she was doing well, his cold face softened a little. Grandma Gu and Guing, standing nearby, weren't surprised by old Master Gu's behavior. Grandma Gu secretly thought that when her daughter got married someday, old Master Gu would be so angry he might burst a blood vessel. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Sweet Baby snuggled in old Master Gu's arms. She thought that when Sweet Baby got married, that old man might not make it through. Old Master Gu didn't know what Grandma Gu was thinking. After she gave him a sympathetic look, he frowned slightly.
Could it be?
Grandma Gu was planning to scold him again? Sweet Baby was still happy about finding a lingji mushroom. She looked up and saw her third sister's gentle, smiling eyes, as tender as her mother's. Third sister. Guing stood up quickly, took a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, and carefully wiped the dust off Sweet Baby's face. Seeing her little sister looking like a cute kitten, she couldn't help but smile secretly. Weren't you going out for a walk to digest your food? Why do you look so dusty and muddy? Sweet Baby gave a shy smile and looked up at her father, hoping he would explain. Old Mr. Gu gently cleared his throat, then extended the rabbit he was holding forward and said, "Went to catch wild rabbits in the fields. Your younger sister wants to eat meat." Hearing this, Guing understood that the family was in financial trouble. For a moment, she felt a touch of shame on her face. She had been staying at her in-laws' house and knew about her family visiting her second brother. She hadn't had time to go back when she heard that the family had already set out. It seemed all their money was probably spent on the journey. At this moment, Cheng Xiuyan stepped forward, took the wild rabbit from old Mr. Gu's hand and looked up into his puzzled eyes before quickly speaking, "Father-in-law, let me clean and prepare this rabbit." Old Mr. Gu nodded in approval, handed the rabbit to Cheng Shuyan, and said, "Thank you, son-in-law. Your sister will probably want to taste this rabbit on the way." Cheng Shuyan understood the meaning behind old Mr. Gu's words, nodded, and carried the rabbit toward the kitchen. Guing, worried that Cheng Shuyan might not handle it well, also followed to help. Grandmother Gu looked at her sensible son-in-law with satisfaction and nodded. When she turned her head and saw her somewhat disheveled husband and father, her brow furrowed. Old Mr. Gu had planned to carry little Sweetie to his wife, but when he saw her changing expression, he quietly backed away with little Sweetie in his arms. Seeing this, Grandma Gu was annoyed and said, "Why are you stepping back? Do you think I want to eat you?" Old Mr. Gu froze for a moment, thinking silently, "Maybe I'd rather be eaten." Grandma Gu glared at him, then stood up, walked over, and took the little child from his arms. She felt a deep pang of love and concern. "Oh dear, my little darling, what happened to you? Why are you so dirty and messy?" Grandma Gu said as she brushed back the little hair behind little Sweetie's ear. She looked at her daughter's short, black hair and secretly thought about tying it up. Since old Mr. Gu hurt little Sweetie's hair last time, she refused to let her tie it anymore. But as the weather warmed up, she decided it was time to tie it up again. "Mommy, look." After Grandma Gu held little Sweetie, she hurriedly showed her the spiritual mushroom she had found. Mrs. Gu looked confused as she lowered her head to look at the Lingji mushroom in her lap. Then she looked up with a shocked face at her daughter, as if she couldn't believe it. She looked down again and said with a trembling voice, Old man, what's going on? Aren't they the two who went up the mountain? Why does it look like they've been robbed? Last time they found ginseng on the mountain. This time, it's Lingji. What will it be next time?" Thinking of this, Mrs. Gu almost felt unsteady and thought everything in front of her was unreal. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Old Mr. Gu understood what Mrs. Gu was thinking. When he saw her gaze looking at him as if asking for confirmation, he nodded seriously. If he hadn't gone up the mountain with his daughter, he wouldn't believe it either. If one time was good luck, what about 2 times? Old Mr. Gu didn't dare think too much. The only thing he was sure of was that his daughter was a gift from heaven. But then, he remembered when his daughter was born, how flowers bloomed everywhere and how wild animals ran to his house. Thinking of this, old Mr. Gu shivered. His family was truly blessed by heaven. After getting a positive answer from old Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu took a deep breath and quickly calmed her mind. Her thoughts raced quickly. Sweet Bao's luck made everyone envious. Now she was still young, and she didn't know what was happening. It was best not to let outsiders find out about her good fortune. Otherwise, people risk everything for wealth, and birds risk their lives for food. She knew this simple truth better than anyone, and understood the danger involved. Thinking of this, Mrs. Gu's face changed. She looked worried and told old Mr. Gu, "Old man, we absolutely can't let others know about Sweet Bao's situation." Old Mr. Gu nodded heavily. Sweet Bao, cuddled in Mrs. Gu's arms, felt her parents were overreacting. It was just good luck. If they kept guarding her like this, what if they found out more? She might not even be able to leave the house.
But
what she felt most at this moment was warmth. She felt loved and protected, like being part of a family. Everything felt very warm. Sweet Bao pretended not to understand her parents' words. She pointed at the Lingji mushroom in her arms and said softly, "Big mushroom, give one to third sister, and the rest to daddy and mommy." She originally planned to sell the Lingji mushroom, but after returning and seeing her third sister, she changed her mind. Her space still had other transplanted plants, and if she could successfully grow them all, it would bring in a good income. Furthermore, fresh Lingji is less valuable than processed Lingji. Although she knew how to process it, it was not something a 3-year-old could do. Sweet Bao took out the Lingji she was holding and clumsily handed it to her father. There were 3 pieces, each about the size of her face, all carefully protected and undamaged, showing how much care she put into it. Old Master Gu took the Lingji, still warm from Sweet Bao's hands. Seeing that it was intact, he felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. He nodded slightly, but couldn't say a word. Old Lady Gu saw this and felt her daughter was too sensible, which made her feel even more sad. She was clearly the most loved child, not interested in playing, only thinking about earning money. She repaid kindness many times over. Such a sensible and adorable little girl, how could she not love her deeply? Seeing her parents' expressions, Sweet Bao only smiled and became even more determined to make the family live a good life. That evening, Sweet Bao was very excited looking at the braised wild rabbit on the table. Guing saw the shining in her eyes and felt very happy, shaking off her afternoon fatigue. She quickly used her chopsticks to serve a few pieces of meat to her younger sister. The wild rabbit was tough to cook, so it was stewed for a long time until it was soft and sticky, perfect for children to eat. Sweet Bao pushed her small bowl forward, and a few pieces of meat fell into it. She looked up with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, third sister." Guing watched her little sister eating, and her heart softened instantly. They rarely saw each other, and she thought her sister would be unfamiliar with her. But surprisingly, there was no sense of distance between them, as if they had lived together for years. After the meal, Sweet Bao felt very satisfied. She supported her full belly and leaned back in her chair to rest. Guing stood up to help Old Lady Gu clear the table. After finishing everything, she sat down to chat with her parents. "Dad, Mom, I will leave with Shiyuan tomorrow." Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu were reluctant to part, but since she was married, she couldn't stay at her parents' house all the time. They simply nodded in agreement. Usually very talkative, Old Master Gu was silent at this moment. Seeing it was getting late, Old Lady Gu told Guing and her husband to rest early. Originally, Sweet Treasure was leaning back in her chair, enjoying her snack. Now, she quickly got down from the chair, looking completely capable of walking without any difficulty. She hurried over to Old Master Gu, gently patting his knee. She had wanted to pat his shoulder, but since she was shorter, she decided to settle for his knee instead. Seeing Old Master Gu look up at her, she casually put her small, chubby hand behind her back and said calmly, "Daddy, don't be sad. Sweet Treasure is still here." After saying this, she yawned and pretended to feel sleepy. With a little turn, she headed outside. Her small head drooped slightly. She felt a bit shy about saying such touching words.
Sigh.
Old Master Gu watched his granddaughter walk away, with a look of confusion on his face. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head. Inside, he sighed, knowing that Sweet Treasure was indeed a special girl. Unbeknownst to him, soon even the smallest flower in the family would be taken away. In the Gu family in Beijing. In the study. Since the Tao family's downfall, everyone in the Gu family couldn't hide their happiness. They all gathered again in the familiar study. Old Master Gu still sat at the main seat. Next to him stood a thoughtful-looking man, who was the head of the Gu family. Now that the Tao family had fallen, he should have been happy. But instead, he felt heavy-hearted. Thinking about his young niece's advice made him tense. Old Master Gu didn't know what his eldest son was thinking, but when he thought about how Tao family had been punished after bullying his well-behaved granddaughter, he couldn't help but feel pleased. At this moment, he even found his eldest son more agreeable. "Xianzong, you did a great job. When you see Sweet Treasure next time, I'll praise you," said Old Master Gu happily, trying to boost his son's reputation. His words made others feel even more upset. They said, "Father, you can't be biased. When it comes to our little niece, all of us brothers helped out. It's not fair if only the eldest brother gets all the credit." The family head's name was Gu Xianzong. He looked serious and didn't respond to his father's praise. But inside, he believed more in what his niece had said. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. After a moment, he said, "Father, there's no need for that. It's all thanks to us brothers. I can't take all the credit myself." Besides, he was the first to be called Big Uncle by his niece. Even without praise, he felt he had gained something. "Thinking about what my young niece told me, I couldn't help but speak.
Just.
Father, I have a question. Tao Yang is a follower of the Crown Prince, and he's often helped the prince cover up dirty deeds. His influence shouldn't be underestimated. But this time, the Ministry of Justice caught him very smoothly. Tao Yong didn't resist at all, not even a word of protest. I think Tao Yong probably knew about the Tao family's affairs long ago and has already prepared a plan. Old Master Gu's face immediately lost its joy when he heard this, and his expression turned serious, with some deep thought. It was clear that what Gu Xuanzong said was very true. Judging by the evidence against the Tao family, they might all be sentenced to death. Since the emperor is focused on alchemy and the court is controlled by the crown prince, the emperor also knows the prince's ambitions. That's why he keeps the military power tightly in his hands, without sharing it, which makes the prince wary. If the prince wants to save his family, he can only exile them. But even if they are sent to the far northwest, can all of them really be saved? Unless abandon the commander and protect the carriage. Thinking of this, Old Master Gu was shocked. When he looked up at Gu Xuanzong, he clearly saw the other person glance at him, indicating they had the same thought. The crown prince might abandon the Tao family, who are a burden, and only keep Tao Yong. That's why Tao Yong was so obedient and allowed himself to be caught. We must inform the Ministry of War, Old Master Gu said thoughtfully. The head of the Gu family shook his head in disagreement and said in a serious tone, "Father, this matter shouldn't be reported to the Ministry of War. If the crown prince really has this plan, then the ministry might also have his people. If Tao Yong escapes halfway, given his vengeful nature, he might immediately come after our third brother." Hearing this, the other elders quickly moved closer. Thinking about the consequences if Tao Yong escaped, their faces turned pale. Second Uncle Gu Xianting spoke up, "Tao Yong has committed many crimes. If we can't report this to the Ministry of War, then we, the Gu family, will secretly watch him. When the crown prince's people come to rescue Tao Yong, we will take the opportunity to eliminate him." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with Second Uncle's plan. They wanted to eliminate the threat at its root. With Tao Yang's evil deeds, dying 10 or even 20 times wouldn't be enough to wash away his sins. The brothers all looked at Old Master Gu, waiting for him to give the order. Old Master Gu listened carefully after his son's analysis. He thought that the Tao family knew he was in prison because of Tianbao, but they wouldn't guess that Tianbao was from their Gu family. He was worried that once Tianbao escaped, the third brother's family would be the first to seek revenge. A fierce look appeared in Old Master Gu's eyes. He sternly said, "Xianzong, I leave this to you. Be sure to eliminate the problem completely." The head of the Gu family took on the task assigned by Old Master Gu and started preparing that night. When Old Master Gu got up to rest in his room, the brothers began to discuss the detailed plan. Only after they finalized everything did they disperse. As the head of the Gu family opened the door to leave, he hesitated, then turned to his brothers with a smile. His usually serious face now showed a hint of a smile. Just as the brothers were shocked, he said something even more surprising. "By the way, I didn't tell you earlier, when we were in the capital, I recognized Tianbao as my relative. She softly called me Big Uncle several times and even saw me off when I left." Hearing this, the Gu family head felt refreshed and thought he hadn't been specific enough. He quickly added, "Oh, and by the way, you probably don't understand how it feels to hold a little girl. I'll tell you, little girls smell so nice, unlike boys who smell bad. My little niece is fragrant, soft, and sweet. You probably won't get the chance now." He thought it still wasn't enough and added more. After all, Tianbao only knows her big uncle. As soon as he finished, he saw the angry expressions on his brothers' faces. His heart suddenly felt better, but then he felt a cold chill run through his body. Big uncle? Soft and sweet? Smelling nice? Sending me off? You little brat, I'll beat you to death." Old Master Gu, returning to grab something, overheard this heartbreaking remark before even entering the door. His teeth clenched with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush forward and beat his own son. Did Old Master Gu really hit someone? His sons pretended to try to stop him, but secretly pushed him toward the eldest brother. Watching the chaos inside, A few elders standing nearby smiled happily. They planned for the eldest brother to recognize his relative secretly. That was the main point. The farce ended only after Gu family's head was beaten multiple times by his own father. Under old Master Gu's light snort and the mischievous smiles of the brothers, Gu family's head, full of spirit but injured, limped back into the courtyard. Madame Gu had been waiting for her husband to return. After waiting a long time without seeing him, she was about to send a maid to ask in the study when suddenly, the door was opened from outside. A tall figure appeared, limping as he entered from outside. The lady of the house looked surprised upon seeing him, quickly stood up and helped Mr. Gu, asking, "Did he hit you again, father?" Hearing this, Mr. Gu suddenly smiled and said in a deep voice, "Father is jealous of me. You don't know, our little niece was the first to call me big uncle. Even her parents haven't received that honor." Upon saying this, Mr. Gu couldn't help but laugh. A few slaps are nothing compared to how much his little niece recognizes him. It was worth it. The lady of the house saw that the reason was this, and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She suddenly liked this little niece she had never met. "Husband, did you prepare a gift for the little niece?" "I left in a hurry and only gave her some silver notes from my purse." Hearing this, the lady of the house couldn't help but glare at Mr. Gu, feeling unfair for her little niece about the formal gift. She immediately said angrily, Why give such a cold greeting gift? I'll prepare some in the next few days. Let someone deliver it to the little niece. By the way, I heard that the third family's fourth son will take the imperial exam this year, and next year he'll take the spring exam. I plan to prepare a house early. Maybe I can see the little niece then." As she spoke, her mood suddenly brightened. Thinking that she would see her little niece soon, she felt even happier. Everyone says she is lucky. Married into the Gu family, she is loved by her in-laws. Her husband only has her, and she has several sons. But what makes her sad is that she has no daughter. In other families, sons are treasures. In the Gu family, sons are like grass. Now, she truly feels that sons are like grass. Seeing his wife so fond of her sweet little niece, the head of the Gu family also felt relieved. He comforted his wife to go to sleep early, as they needed to prepare gifts tomorrow, and he also planned to write a letter to the little niece. The next day, Lu Shi got up early and prepared the horse carriage, waiting to send the third young lady and her third uncle home. Old Lady Gu was inside packing things for Guing, while Guing, standing nearby, had red eyes. Cheng Xian had been taken out for a walk early in the morning by old Master Gu. "Mother, don't bring so much. I don't lack food or clothes at my husband's house. But at home, my sixth sister is going through a tough time. As the eldest sister, I can't even help a little." Guing suddenly felt guilty when she thought about this. The Cheng family was not very wealthy, but over the past few years of marrying into this family, she had not been treated badly. They rarely made her do housework, and her husband loved her deeply. Yet, she herself had done little to help her family or her in-laws. Old Lady Cheng did not agree with her daughter's ideas. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If you have free time, you should often come to help Sister Yen." She knew her son-in-law's family situation and thought it would be very good for Ying to lend a hand. A few days ago, seeing how busy Gu Yen was, she suddenly felt that being independent was also very good. Sweet Bao woke up early in the morning. When no one was around, she first went to feed the little chicks and changed their water with fresh spiritual spring water. Seeing the chicks had grown a lot in just a few days, she felt very proud. This feeling was like successfully completing a project, full of happiness. After finishing her chores, Sweet Bao strolled slowly to find her mother and third sister. Just as she reached the door, she heard that her third sister was going back home. She quickly ran to the kitchen, found a big basket, and carried it into the space. She first packed some rice into a bag, then took a variety of fruits from the fruit storage. She placed the heavier ones, like grapes, on the bottom, and lighter ones on top. She also dug out 2 long-standing ginseng roots. After wandering around, she felt she had nothing more to take. However, when she looked at an empty spot, she paused and thought carefully. She didn't remember when that space appeared. but she had already decided what to plant there. Now the space had fruits, grains, and medicinal herbs, but the only thing missing was vegetables. She thought that when she went to the county town, she must buy some seeds to plant. Seeing there was nothing else worth taking, she turned to leave the space. Little Fatty pulled the basket, but it was stuck and wouldn't move. After a few tries, she gave up because it was too heavy and too full to pull. Looking up at the shiny grapes on top of the basket, she found them a bit eye-catching. She then put some green vegetables on top to cover everything. After finishing her tasks, she ran to find Old Lady Goo and the others. She didn't see anyone in the back room and was worried they had left, so she hurried to the door. She saw Old Lady Goo talking to Gooing, saying goodbye. Sweet Bao quickly ran over, took a deep breath and called out, "Third sister, I brought some vegetables for you." Gooing heard this and quickly refused. "Little sister, Mother already brought me a lot. I can't take more." Standing nearby, Chung Xian also quickly agreed, "Yes, little sister, that's enough already." Sweet Bao didn't listen. She just waved her hand and looked at Lu Shi standing nearby. She ordered, "Second brother Lu, go to the kitchen and bring the items." Lu Shi received the order and, familiar with the task, went smoothly into the Gu family kitchen. As soon as he entered, he saw a large basket about half a person tall in the center of the room. Seeing how full it was clear that little Meatball had worked hard. He immediately stepped forward, reached out, and picked up the basket. It was very heavy, but luckily he could carry it. After Lu Shi carried the basket out, Old Master Gu and Gooing, the couple, were both surprised as they looked at Lu Shi coming out. They also looked at the big basket in his arms and found it hard to accept at first. Gooing thought it was just some vegetables, maybe a small basket. She didn't want to take it because her mother had already given her a large spiritual mushroom, which made her feel very honored. She didn't want to take more things. But when she saw the basket being carried out, she almost couldn't stand steadily. Old Lady Gu, on the other hand, was not surprised. She had seen it twice before and wondered what happened after Chiyu went back. She hadn't received any news. "Mother? This," she said, unable to accept it. Before Gooing finished speaking, Old Lady Gu interrupted her. "Lu Shi, put it on the cart. It will be a bit slow on the way, and it's hard work for you." "Yes, madam." Lu Shi moved the items onto the cart. Gooing couldn't stop him. She hesitated, didn't say anything, but her forehead started to sweat nervously. Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu stood at the door, watching their third daughter leave. Next to them, Sweet Bao looked up at her parents' forced smiles and sighed quietly. Until the carriage disappeared from sight, the old couple helped each other back into the house. Sweet Bao couldn't bear to see her parents sad. She thought for a moment and ran to the kitchen. She took her small basket, carried it on her back, and turned to walk toward her parents' room.
"Daddy."
"Mommy," Sweet Bao called out as she ran. The old couple inside the house stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. They were so caught up in their sadness that they forgot their little girl was there. They hurried out of the house and saw a small meatball rushing over, carrying something in a hurried way. Old Lady Gu felt very sad and shot a quick look at Old Master Gu. She quickly said with concern, "Oh, my good girl, why are you running so fast?" Sweet Bao ran up to them and was caught by Old Lady Gu, who hugged her into her arms. She took down her small basket from her back and handed it to her father, softly saying, "Here, Dad. Go pick some of the green fruits from yesterday on the mountain." Such sentimental words are not suitable for a 3-year-old like her. The only thing she could do to distract her father was to find him something to do so he wouldn't be too bored. Her mother could just leave her to comfort him. After all, she was a girl. Old Mr. Gu blinked and looked confused as he glanced at the small, chubby hand reaching out, and then at the familiar little basket. Usually quick to speak, Mr. Gu now stammered a bit. "Didn't you just pick these yesterday? You even filled a small basket." He didn't understand how she could use them so quickly, since he didn't even know how to eat them. Mrs. Gu looked at the small basket and remembered what Sweet Treasure brought back yesterday, not only Lingji mushrooms but also Sichuan peppercorns. Her sister Yen had told her that they were good for cooking and making pancakes, adding flavor. She had never known where they came from. Now, hearing her husband's words, she wondered, could these peppercorns have been picked from the mountain? Thinking of this, Mrs. Gu couldn't help but recall, when did Sister Yen go up the mountain? Usually, she was very timid. She wouldn't go alone, and even walking a little far away from home made her scared. It seemed. Mrs. Gu looked at her little daughter in her arms. After all, this little girl had once gone up the mountain alone. Yesterday's fruits were picked yesterday, but I haven't picked any today, Sweet Treasure said seriously, with big eyes, making up a story. Old Mr. Gu was surprised by her words, showing a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Mrs. Gu felt itchy in her hands and wanted to hit him. Since your daughter asked you to go, just go, Mrs. Gu said firmly, looking at her hesitant husband. Mother, good girl. Stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Old Mr. Gu hurriedly took the small basket, ignoring Mrs. Gu's angry look, and quickly left, almost as if he could fly out. Sweet Treasure, curled up in Mrs. Gu's arms, didn't see her mother's anger. She thought her father was leaving so quickly to vent his sadness. After thinking for a moment, she reached out her chubby hand and gently patted her mother's back, comforting her. Mom, third sister just went home. We can see her again someday. Don't be too sad. Grandma Gu's lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly said, Good. Mother is not sad.
But
I have something to ask my obedient daughter. Did you take your sixth sister up the mountain? As soon as Grandma Gu finished speaking, her chubby hand, which was patting her back, froze in surprise. She quickly withdrew her hand, her wide, bright eyes showing disbelief. Sweet Bao carefully withdrew her chubby hand, unconsciously fiddling with her fingers. She looked down, exposing her fair neck, then quickly looked up again. Her eyes showed a determination Grandma Gu had never seen before, and she heard only a soft, gentle voice. Mother, it's all my fault. Last time, I took sixth sister up the mountain. After saying this, she lowered her head again to admit her mistake. Seeing Sweet Bao's cute expression, Grandma Gu felt no anger. But she was still worried about such dangerous behavior and decided to stop her. She spoke seriously. Do you know that mountain can be very dangerous? Mother, Sweet Bao doesn't know. Every time I go up the mountain, everything is quiet. I don't even hear the sound of insects. Grandma Gu wanted to speak again, but after thinking carefully about what Sweet Bao said, she also fell into thought. Her daughter had a point. When Sweet Bao first went up the mountain, she came back unharmed. Even when Yan Jie and her friends secretly went up the mountain, they returned safely. Yesterday, she went with her old husband and also came back unscathed, even carrying a rabbit. In fact, her old husband said that it was because her daughter kept mentioning wanting to eat meat that a wild rabbit was hit and knocked out in front of her. All these signs showed that Sweet Bao was not just lucky.
But
However, Mother is worried about you.
sigh.
Never mind. If you want to go up the mountain in the future, just tell Mother. I will take you there myself. Grandma Gu originally wanted to carefully talk to Sweet Bao about the dangers of going up the mountain. But after thinking it over, she realized that restricting her child wouldn't be helpful. It was better to let Sweet Bao learn more. As soon as Grandma Gu finished speaking, her small, drooping head suddenly straightened and looked directly at her. She was happy, and even kissed Grandma Gu on the cheek. Cough, cough. Before Sweet Bao could flatter her, she was interrupted by a cough. Mother and daughter both turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw that the person coughing was old Master Gu, who had just gone out carrying a small basket. Both were surprised. What was going on? Hadn't he gone up the mountain to pick Sichuan pepper? Why was he back? Old man, weren't you going up the mountain? Grandma Gu couldn't help but ask. Nestled in Grandma Gu's arms, the sweet child listened quietly with her ears perked up. Before she could hear Grandpa Gu speak, she heard him sigh first. Don't mention it. As soon as I went up the mountain, I was chased down by a wild wolf. Grandpa Gu didn't want to return in such a state of shame. Who would have thought there would be a wild wolf at the foot of the mountain? He used his light skills to fly over, walking along the mountain path for a while, when he heard the deep growl of the wolf. Before he could react, a silver-white wolf appeared in front of him. chasing him fiercely. Luckily, it was not far from the foot of the mountain. He was puzzled. Yesterday, when he went up the mountain, everything was very quiet. Why did he encounter such a thing today, all alone? Grandma Gu and the sweet child exchanged glances and instinctively moved further away from Grandpa Gu. This was the first time they had seen someone so unlucky. Grandpa Gu didn't notice the actions of the mother and daughter. He carefully put down the small basket and casually plucked the grass from above his head. Good girl. Today perhaps the wild wolves are foraging at the foot of the mountain. I'll go up again tomorrow to pick some. Hearing this, Grandma Gu and the sweet child exchanged a glance. She suddenly felt that Grandpa Gu would never pick anything if he went 10 more times. To confirm her suspicion, she said to Grandpa Gu, "All right, you can go up tomorrow and take a look." Meanwhile, Grandma Gu had a thought. She wanted to see if her old man could pick the peppercorns alone. If he couldn't, she would go up the mountain with the sweet child. Grandpa Gu didn't know what Grandma Gu was thinking. He only heard her say this and nodded, thinking it was worth trying tomorrow. The next morning, at dawn, Grandpa Gu got up. He picked up the small basket he prepared and, walking through the morning mist, headed straight for the back mountain. Last night, the sweet child had fallen asleep in Grandma Gu's room. Grandpa Gu's movements woke her and her mother. After Grandpa Gu left, they lost their sleep and curled up under a thin quilt, chatting. "Mom, do you think Dad can pick the peppercorns this time?" the sweet child asked slowly, tilting her little head. Grandma Gu reached out and gently lifted the little chubby bottom from the quilt, then softly replied, "It depends on Dad's skill. If he can't pick them this time, I will secretly go with you next time." She didn't have much hope that Grandpa Gu could succeed, but she also didn't want to deliberately discourage him. After thinking carefully, she decided it might be better to go see for herself, especially since they hadn't been up the mountain in a long time. After chatting for a while, the mother and daughter couldn't sleep, so they got out of bed. Sweet Bao didn't want anyone to dress her, and Grandma Gu let her do it herself on the bed. Grandma turned around to wash her face. Once they finished getting ready, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Grandma Gu told Sweet Bao to play by herself, then she went to answer the door. When she opened it, she saw that the person outside was Lu Shi. "Madam." Lu Shi saw it was the lady of the house and quickly bowed respectfully. Grandma Gu nodded slightly, glanced at her, and didn't ask many questions. She simply said, "Thank you for your effort. Later, give the horses some hay. I need to go to the county town." She hadn't visited Sister Yen for a few days and wanted to see if she needed any help. Lu Shi took the instructions and went to the stable to get some dry hay to feed the horses. Grandma Gu turned and went to the kitchen. She prepared a simple breakfast and placed old Master Gu's meal in a basket so it could be reheated when he returned. They, mother and daughter, planned to go to the county town and didn't know how long they would be gone. They wanted to leave some food for old Master Gu. After eating breakfast, Grandma Gu and Sweet Bao took some homemade pickled radish and freshly picked Sichuan peppercorns from their home. While Grandma Gu wasn't looking, Sweet Bao quietly checked the space to see the Sichuan pepper tree sapling she had transplanted. The tiny sapling, once just the width of a finger, had grown much bigger. After watering it with spiritual spring water, she carried half a bag of rice from the grain warehouse onto the cart. The half bag of rice and the Sichuan peppercorns were loaded onto the cart. Grandma Gu left a note for old Master Gu before locking the door and leaving, feeling assured. Lu Shi helped Sweet Bao onto the cart and then took out a small stool from behind the cart to help Grandma Gu step up. Just as she set down the stool, a sharp voice came from under a nearby big tree. "Oh, the landlord's wife looks so grand when she goes out." It was old Lady Feng, who often didn't get along with Grandma Gu. After saying this, she pouted and, seeing that Grandma Gu didn't react, became more confident. Such a grand lady. The other day, she was riding a carriage and going to the county seat. Now she's back for only a few days, and the carriage is already just a small one. Look at that horse, seems so tired. I tell you, it's because some people aren't lucky enough. Hiss. Why are you pulling me? Can others do it? Shouldn't I say something? Old Lady Feng hadn't finished speaking when a maid beside her tugged at her sleeve. Her words were interrupted before she could finish. making her feel more annoyed. Still, she spoke more loudly and confidently. She wanted to take this chance, while Old Man Gu was away, to speak her mind clearly. There was a lot of noise outside the carriage. Sweet Bao, who had just climbed in, heard someone insulting her mother. She frowned and looked serious. She came out of the carriage and looked toward the tree. She saw that the person talking was Old Lady Feng, who often argued with her mother. Sweet Bao's eyes were deep and dark. Seeing Old Lady Feng acting like an old woman and not stopping, she felt she couldn't just ignore her. Suddenly, she had an idea. She turned and asked loudly, "Mom, who is that grandma talking over there?" She pointed clearly at Old Lady Feng under the tree, showing who she meant by grandma. Old Lady Feng just brushed off the hand tugging her sleeve when she heard a soft, childlike voice behind her. She turned and saw that it was little 8 from the Gu family. Her cloudy eyes looked at Old Lady Gu standing nearby. She was sure that the child's words were influenced by Old Lady Gu, so she rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. The maids watching nearby were startled by Old Lady Feng's actions. They quickly stood up and tried to stop her. It wasn't because they were afraid of Old Lady Feng, but because they worried about Old Man Gu. If he found out Old Lady Feng was bullying his wife and they just watched, they might get into trouble. Old Lady Feng didn't know what these maids were thinking. If she did, she might have scolded each of them loudly. Old Lady Gu watched the chaos calmly. She saw Old Lady Feng about to fight and found it funny. Why did she look so weak and easy to scare? Over the years, her husband had learned how to handle fights. She had never lost a fight. If she hadn't met Gu Xianchen back then, she might have become a hero herself. But fighting with such a person wasn't worth it. If someone was stubborn and came to cause trouble, she wouldn't let them off easily. Old Lady Gu gently patted Sweet Bao's head and didn't care about Old Lady Feng's anger. She slightly opened her red lips and spoke softly but clearly so everyone could hear. "Good girl, that woman who looks like Grandma doesn't have Grandma's good luck. Stay away from her in the future. If she ages early like her, what would we do?" Old Lady Gu's words fell, and her eyes flickered with a cold, sharp look at Old Lady Feng.